Okay, so this took longer than I expected. Took a look at comments, and while I might not have addressed all of the critiques, especially yours, Sai, though they are all good critiques, I hope I have managed to address some of them to at least some degree. If nothing else, I assure you, I'm not ignoring them. I might go back and fiddle with the previous chapter to make it more obvious she was working on a clock, and could only do so much, but that's for later. For now, the next chapter. Hesperus 2 post-13th Battle of Hesperus. The first few weeks after the fighting stopped were primarily spent picking up the pieces and assessing the breakage by all the units. The Highlanders weren't the hardest hit, but given the nature of our equipment, more than a few commanders present in the system seemed to think we took a heavier hit than it was. This isn't to say we took more losses than I ever desired. Still, several things were made clear to me during the after-action reviews, perhaps the most prominent being that our training, for as much as it was in-depth in our experiences, wasn't suited to force-on-force fights. There was no end of comments on how many mechs I had to leave behind with little to show for it, but I could show how the other 2 battalions of Beta were entering the area, and they had another regiment no more than a half hour behind them. Looking back, I could have at least held the ridge long enough to get a few of the mechs out, but that is hindsight working its magic. But once most of the post-battle affairs were handled and the conversation with officers of the Dragoons at the end was over, it was time to sit down with General Regis again. And I had a pretty good idea what it would be about, since when I got here, we all were entirely distracted by the mass of metal heading our way. We weren't meeting on my ship. He arranged for a secure office in the Defiance facilities for us to meet, and while the usual informalities were there between us, there was a degree of seriousness present, especially when he reiterated that considering me and my forces wasn't trained for such a fight, we did well. Still, we better learn quickly how to handle such. All fair points. Right, he starts, double-checking the counter-intel settings on a black box sitting on the desk. Didn't call you in to go over that fight, though I admit, the point you made about how odds are the Dragoons will be working for us inside of years, so it's better to let them leave intact and with a good opinion of us instead of tore up and pissed, was a good one. I got the chance to look over the data we brought back with you in detail. He says, leaning back and giving me a look. Christ on a crutch, I thought I knew what a massive find that was, but now that I have had a chance to dig into things, this makes that core you found on New Dallas look like a Bush League core. He says, shaking his head as he thinks back. The more I looked at the copy I kept hold of, the more I am convinced that this core is the only thing that matters of what you found out there. Everything is on there as far as I can tell, from the basics of generic equipment to water purification and ATMO processing systems that we haven't seen in the last quarter century. And that doesn't even get into the base science to bootstrap us to make the leap from where we are to what we have managed to get out of New Dallas. He continues, then waves his hand. I won't even get into the military tech, as that's obvious already. I wasn't about to argue with him, as while I had more than enough time to review everything, I had a pretty good idea of what could change and what it might bring on. At least news of this won't reach the wrong people, thanks to the timing of the Dragoon's soon-to-be-announced resupply run. Yeah, that's why I made sure that I brought a copy back. Worst case, some tech performing above and beyond the expectations of his or her post, seeing something and deciding to poke about and finding it, we still come out ahead, even if they wind up with all the metal. I point out and then grin. And I did wipe the bulk of the database, to be safe. Most? He asks, tilting his head a touch as he considers the statement, though the idea of a lowly sensor tech doing such is amusing. Wiped out everything save for the medical and colony equipment sections. Don't want them to wind up getting the good stuff, and they would wonder if there was nothing on the servers considering the size of the system. I say, getting a nod. And I think that sort of information should be spread regardless, but that's my inner idealist speaking. Regis nods to that, at first slowly and then more decisively. Well, not all for leaving anything for the League, but that's a good argument, and I can't fault your considerations. He smiles, pushes over a small platter with tea fixings, and invites me to help myself. Have you considered what you will ask for as a reward? With the degree of this find, it will be impossible not to reward you, and to do so in a way that you can continue to lay low. Those days are well behind you now. He warns me, smiling as he sees the look on my face. I give him a suitably old-fashioned look as I make my tea and shake my head. Yes, I know. And I know I can't dodge it either. I tell him, as while I am counting on that sort of reaction from the powers that be to move forward with my plans, I am not unaware that the sort of attention I am about to get isn't going to be a problem for me. But yes, I have been thinking about things, and I am not sure how much or how large the reward will be, but I have been considering it, I tell him, watching as he laughs softly, leaning forward to respond. Well, don't be shocked that at the least you'll be properly ennobled in your own right, outside your family. As I recall, your family's titles will fall to your older brother, so this will be all you if I am right. He says, and then grins. You might even get a planet all to your own, though, where I am not about to even guess. Well, the first, I am pretty sure you are right. I say, and then I chuckle, and not going to lie, while I am, and was, happy to leave the family title to my brother. The idea of having a title of my own isn't unwelcome. Though if there is a planet involved, my bet is on a smaller one out in perhaps the outer edge of Coventry Province, and yes, I have a list of systems that have my attention. I admit, smirking as he gives me a look. Yes. I bet you do. Should I be making any wagers on what might be found on such systems? He asks, giving me a half speculative and half amused look. I give him a look, but I really can't blame him for commenting. After all, something was found every time I took a particular interest in a place. Well, I have a reputation now amongst those in the know, and once Helm breaks in it will break into the public sphere, everyone will be watching everywhere I take an interest in with a magnifying lens. That's up to you, and yes, my list is made up of systems where I found at least a nibble of something or another, though I assure you, none of these are of the scale of Helm or New Dallas, or for that matter Bristol or Antares. I reassure him, the one I am looking at the most was a refit facility, and even then, the evidence points to the fact that it already was found, or at least a lot of it. Ah, I knew it. What sort of refit? He asks, smiling no, more smirking at me. It was a rim job refit facility where they upgraded their mechs with equipment that Roger the Simpleton gave him access to, I tell him, getting a laugh out of him. Not shocked you are not a fan. He says, grinning as he has done enough digging that he knows there is something of a loose connection between my family and the Cameron family. No, not at all. Still, I think, and you can't convince me otherwise, that his father has killed on orders of the Drax, accident, my ass. Though, honestly, the League was a dead letter before him. I announce with a certainty born of my education here and my memories of that other self. Regis looks over and hums, is that so? I agree with you on the Drax being behind that assassination, but you think it was dead before then? He asks, honestly curious about what I was thinking in that regard. I give him a grin and lean forward as I speak. Jonathan Cameron. Those dreams, visions, and what have you done more damage to the fabric that made up that League than anything else, bar none. He was so worried about bringing those delusions to fruition that he ignored the War of Davian Succession and let those two fight it out between them. When the League was committed to stepping in and stopping it, he let it go on and on. Then when the Merricks started up their favorite pastime, and he did the same thing, well, at that point, I am convinced all the great houses looked to the League and went, yeah, it's dead. Just hasn't officially died yet. And started to make plans accordingly. Simon got killed, and then you had Amaris, who found himself in the perfect place at almost the perfect time. If Jonathan had stepped in and put a stop to it all right at the start, I think all of the houses, well, maybe not the Drax, would have been a lot more supportive, and we would never have had Amaris. I say, entirely convinced of my statement. To his credit, Regis nods, taking a moment to consider it for a long moment, and he hums once more. Not saying you are right, but you are certainly not wrong either. The whole house of cards was on fire before Richard, as anyone with eyes could see. He says, sipping his tea before setting the glass down. But back on point. I have no idea what they are saying about this on their CAD, but I did get word on how shipping was being marshaled and should be able to link up with them at the planned system in 45 days. Frankly, I wish I was there, because I would have loved to see the look on their faces when they saw what was on the inventory list, not to mention the core. He says with a laugh, and I join him in that laugh. Yet, I was originally thinking I might have to make it back to their CAD to get the ball rolling to the right degree. Hearing you call me out here was unexpected, but the shortcut was handy, I admit, shaking my head. Yes, well, Defiance says they will be performing the repairs to your mechs that got damaged, though it might take them a little bit since they are going to be handling all the mechs that got damaged, and to be honest, no one else is turning it down, as it's not often you get a factory rebuild on someone else's dime. He says, getting a laugh out of me. Yet, I already had my people get with theirs to leave behind enough spares and the like of parts they can't provide, and it will leave me with several free bays for salvage, though once we get our cut of the salvage I will be transport poor once more. I point out, making something of a face, though at least I already have something in the pipeline, thanks to Semir Datatron and the deal I made with them. Regis gives a slight laugh at that and nods. Well, between the fact that we are getting a lot more mechs up and running thanks to the slight improvement to our line's efficiencies, not to mention the mountain of parts we have gotten our hands onto, and this find, we might be running out of transport. He says, giving me a slight smirk, as that might be a bit of an overstatement but not an unreasonable one. We then turn to gloat over the mechs and vehicles tucked away and start horse trading as we start calling dibs on September 3019 Nagayan Mountain Complex, Helm. While I expected a mountain of shipping to meet us to make the run into Merrick space to hit Helm and even some degree of forces to help guard things, seeing the 3D Royal Guard was a shocker, though not as much as the person picked to take command from Gen. Regis. We all marched up to the facility in our mechs, as when we arrived while there was no one waiting for us. There was no sign of anyone cluing in, the local PDF didn't want to roll over and play dead exactly, which led the bulk of the 3rd Royal and 2 of my companies to make sure they were all locked down far away from here. None of us expect the PDF to last more than a week before throwing in the towel. We assume that they are being more aggressive than they otherwise would have been to avoid domestic issues, as things are still shaking out from the rebellion of a few years ago. My infantry moves ahead of us, the suits being outed thanks to a certain idiot Butterbar, and the reaction from both General Regis and General Nandi Steiner about how stealthy those suits are, above and beyond their capabilities, have been almost amusing enough to let me consider thinking about giving a hint of forgiveness. Maybe. I'm still mad, however. So this is why you have been buying into those exoskeleton factories? Asks Nandi from her Zeus, the channel restricted to her, Regis, and myself. Yes, I have been quietly digging into what it would take to get the system sorted out to build something like them. The best I think I might be able to do in the next decade is the MKXXII version, which was adopted by the SLDF just before everything went sideways. No stealth and ECM gear, but they also sport a grenade launcher in its stead to make them perfectly tailored to infantry use. As we already found out recently, they make infantry swarms on Mech a hell of a lot more effective and safer for the infantry simultaneously. I announce, smiling as we enter the valley where the front door is located. Well, consider the LCAF to be officially interested in anything you can come up with, and I imagine the LIC and some of its more proactive branches to be very interested as well. She says, getting a muffled audible Win-CE-like sound over the comms from Gen Regis, one I make as well, as the idea of Loki with Gaithses. Well, that's pure nightmare fuel. We come up to the main door, my Highlander, the escorting rifleman too, and the two Zeus mechs of the two generals coming to a stop as the infantry clear the entrance bunker to ensure we will not get any surprises. I get a ping a few minutes later announcing things are as we left them, even the telltales we left behind coming up clean, and with a rumble that we can feel through our mechs, the main entrance opens for the first time and since the end of the Star League. After you all, I announce over the comms, waving the arm of my mech as the two move forward, and then my escort and myself move and follow, the rest of the Royal Guards and our command companies following to take up positions in the central bay. We all shut down our mechs, climbing down from them and, with a smile and wave, beckon them to follow me into the small office space set off to the side. They both know what to expect, but the fact that they are in this facility, the long-rumored legends of this facility being a known lure for prospectors for hundreds of years, and while I have already been here, it's otherwise undisturbed. I grin as I give them a chance to savor the moment and then cough lightly, with Nandi being the first to stop looking around, and then they both follow me into the office structure. It's soon almost crowded, the three of us and various staff members all standing there looking at the main screen as I nod to the tech sitting at the central console. Go ahead and bring it up, I tell him, and then cross my arms in front of my chest, smiling as I watch everyone else face as the line left behind by Major Keeler comes up. The advancement and diffusion of knowledge is the only true guardian of liberty. James Madison. The silence and awe of the moment is something even my smart-assed self doesn't want to interrupt. Oh, I knew it was all here when we showed up, and downplaying it in front of my people did add to my legend. But this time I am giving everyone a moment. Even seeing the core, I didn't know if I could believe it. Mutters Nandi quietly, getting a nod of affirmation from General Regis. I learned not to underestimate MacCleary, starts Regis, and he shakes his head as he turns to look at me, but even I didn't want to get my hopes up, even knowing you already had proof of everything. He says. I wave away the comments and smile at them both. Well, I can't blame you. If I were in your shoes, I would think the same thing. As is, well, I wave about the place as a nod to the tech, who brings up a map of the facility on the main screen as well as the inventories on the others, regardless of anything else that you all and the Archon might desire to give out as rewards. I think I am going to have to insist on a statue of Maj Keeler at the ring, even if he wasn't a graduate of the ring. I point out, getting both of them to nod in agreement. Where did he go to school? Asks Nandi, and I can't help but smile. Well, he was a long-serving SLDF officer, joined right after he graduated from Princefield Military Academy, I tell them, smirking at the winces as they both know where that school is located. Still, after a moment, they both nod. Well, as much as it pains me, you are not wrong. Nandi says, shaking her head, though I never would have thought we would even consider this otherwise. She says, getting a chuckle from Regis. He earned the right to think ahead like this, to set aside the equipment sure but the core? That alone has earned him the right to have a statue of him in a good spot. Regis says, adding his 3 kroner. I look between the pair, and then their staff and my people that haven't seen it yet, and I smile, leaning against the wall and letting them have their moment of awe as I can't even begin to imagine what they must be thinking. I give Jeffrey another nod, and he quietly speaks into his COMM, and the silence is finally dispelled 10 minutes later with the first rumbles of the fleet of cargo dropships entering the atmosphere. Thurcad, November 3019, Lyran Commonwealth. The loading of Helm took the better part of a week. We could have done it faster, but with the better part of 2 regiments present on the surface and the local PDF having surrendered after 24 hours, we felt that taking our time to do things right was well worth the risk. We had managed to put up a solid lockdown of what we were up to, and we managed to jump out of the helm system before anyone could arrive to spoil the party. Even with the priority our ships had, we still had more dropships than you could shake a stick at. Even with the use of recharge stations, it still took us 7 weeks to make it back to their CAD, where we were eagerly awaited so much so that as we headed to their CAD proper, we must have had every assault ship the LCAF could scrape up to escort us in. While I was hoping to get some time to get used to being planet-side, I wasn't surprised in the least when Jen Steiner informed me that as soon as we entered orbit, I would be joining her and Jen Regis on a drop shuttle for a flight right to the Triad, as someone was eagerly awaiting my arrival. I did have the chance to get out a uniform suitable for the occasion and was told I would have at least a few minutes to get ready, but they both did not doubt that many schedules were being cleared planet-side once we showed up. A chance I take, making the most of the slight delay to get in my finest uniform, complete with all the regalia I would and could put on. Complete khaki and tartan, with the school rag in its proper place. Yes, I've met the Archon before, but it was just once before, and I believe this time will be much different since I was expecting to meet her, unlike the last time. Eventually, I was called for and led into a much fancier office, and unless I miss my guess, is the actual working office of the Archon. I wasn't the only one that took a moment to get all dressed up as both generals have changed into more formal uniforms than the typical daily ones. Naturally, there is more than just the three of us. Simon Johnson and several other officers are there, who, judging from the awards and badges, make up various technical branches. Also present are a few people in civilian dress, one of whom I recognize from the time I spent over the last few years at the Nagelring as the Minister of Education. If I had to guess, I would say that everyone here is connected to the various means the Commonwealth has been using to get a step up with the new Dallas Corps. Of course, we all arrive before the Archon, as she waits for no one, so we all remain standing even though there is a table with seats for everyone. While we all dressed as formally as we could, when the Archon arrived all but a minute or three after the three of us, she was dressed in what could be called very expensive business casual. She, of course, shakes the hands of those close to her path to the head of the table, and she smiles at everyone as she beckons for us to take our seats and starts to speak. Thank you all for coming on short notice. We didn't have an exact time of arrival of our guests of honor, though we had a rough idea. She says, and then she turns to face the spot of the table where Generals Regis, Steiner, and myself are sitting. You have no idea how much I have been looking forward to meeting you again, Colonel MacCleary. She says the smile is friendly enough, which isn't too unexpected. Especially since you dropped all these gifts in our laps. I nod and smile slightly. Well, it is coming up on Christmas, Your Highness. I murmur, getting a few chuckles out of everyone. Indeed, early, but I won't complain about that. She says, and then shakes her head. You do know that everyone is going to start thinking you have made some sort of deal with some devil or something to have managed all that you have managed. She says, opening a folder before her and looking at the document inside. Let's see, in the last 5 years, give or take, you have had, or have been involved with, recoveries of Lestec fines, what is it, 8 times now? She asks, even though she has the information in front of her. I nod my head, about that, yes. I agree, hearing a soft chuckle from a pair of those present. And I have no doubt that you have a few more up your sleeve. She adds, and seeing my look, she laughs, though as you have been saying, from what I have been told, anything you have left is unlikely, to say the least. She asks. I nod, seeing a slight smirk on Jen Regis's face. Yes, ma'am, some very low-order probability ideas. Low as in not even thinking about holding my breath on mostly. I agree, though I get a few looks as some focus on the most part bit. Still, no one presses the issue. At this point, with the Archon pausing as she parses that statement of mine, Simon Johnson speaks up. For what it is worth, how you have been looking for these sites has proven useful. Not to the degree that you have had with it, but we have found a few smaller caches here and there in one massive facility, though alas, it was already picked clean a long time ago. He says with a slight shrug, getting a few chuckles. And we hear the Suns have been up to the same, though we haven't any idea what luck they have had. He says, and though I have no idea if that's true or not, I honestly don't have the need to know one way or another. Needless to say, interrupts the Archon, what you have brought us, just with the 2 cores, the one from New Dallas and this one, well, to say you have reversed everything we have lost knowledge-wise over the last 250 years, and then some with the Dallas Corps, would be an understatement. Include the fact that between the recovered mechs you found at Helm and the units we have been able to return to service, we will have a full 7 regiments of mechs, 5 of which we are keeping out of the public eye, and a supply situation that hasn't been this good in 100 years or more with the way the improvements we have made from what we have learned from the first of the 2 corps. She announces, getting emphatic nods of agreement from the uniformed half of the room. With that, she glances at one of the civilians present, Andrew Galloway, Minister of Trade, who starts to speak up in response to that glance. As you are already aware, once we got our hands on the new Dallas core, we started a new program to send funding to various companies and universities to further the development of various technologies and techniques, all of it sent to very select companies and such, and all hidden behind some deliberately allowed graft and patronage. He says, getting a nod from me as I, more like my family, have benefited from such. It's been more fruitful than we expected, not to the point where we all might wish, but as far as improving the throughput and efficiencies of our various factories and shipyards, it's been quite effective. With this, however, well, he says, shaking his head with a smile, we can make the jumps needed to get many things done far faster than we have ever hoped. He says. I speak up at this point, as I thought it might. Based on what we are doing at AMC, I think we just might be able to start the fabrication of ferro and endo within 5 years. More advanced materials perhaps by the end of the 20s. Galloway nods, that's about what we are thinking, though a touch more optimistic than our own thoughts. You would know your facilities best. He says, and then he grins. We have our optimistic thoughts, but to sum it up, we think we can get back into production, full production, not prototypes of about everything we were able to produce in 2750 by the end of the 30s, though getting some of the larger facilities back online might take a bit longer, or not, depending on where we put our effort. He says, and I notice how one of the uniformed members reacts to that, and judging from the badges on his uniform, it's obvious he is thinking of naval production. But since I know why he might have reacted is a very closely held secret, I don't comment. So I assume then that the information will be sorted out and passed out to those who might make the most of it. I ask, seeing the conversation pause for my comment. Everyone nods to that, and the Archon speaks up. Exactly. And not just the information that pertains to military matters. Over the next 5 years, we will be seeding out the data on the civil-focused bits, starting with medical, water, and atmosphere processing equipment and science. And should some of that lead to our neighbors, well, I heard about your leaving just that info at Helm while you are heading out to get shipping, and I agree with your thinking. As much as I would love to have it all to ourselves, holding back on those 3 things would be wrong of us. She says, not going to give it away, but if some spies find it. Not going to lose sleep over it. Not quite what I would prefer, but then I know that in a few years at least before the butterflies flew she would be sending out invites to a peace conference, and offering such limited cores would be a very attractive sweetener to accept such invites. We are not going to go into full detail about our plans for the core and the metal found here right away, but we did all want to meet you formally and offer our sincere thanks. We will discuss many things, but nothing more than a few hours worth. She grins as she sees the looks of relief on those present, not just those of us who have spent a grand total of an hour on a planet over the last month and a half. But for you, Colonel MacCleary, we do have a few things we plan to give you in thanks for all this. She says and grins as she looks at the uniformed man I identified as being on the fleet side of things. As we have been watching, we understand that you have a deal with Saner Datatron, where you will be buying 6 leads and have options for 6 more should you come up with funding. Well, that won't be an issue. The grant is part of our thanks from the Admiralty, and well, to see those ships get under series production, as we are looking at pretty much locking down production from there on out for our use. Of course, that won't happen till everyone gets the kinks worked out on putting together the advanced tech, but when it does, you'll have the first ones. Galloway smiles as it is his turn once more. Naturally, we will be backing your play with AMC to get the plant up and running sooner rather than later, and since I am told you have a few ideas towards other manufacturing, though they won't tell me what they are, we will be supporting those efforts as well with some generous grants, with the usual caveats, but generous ones nonetheless. I smile my thanks, that would be very useful, Minister, as I have several ideas, some support from your ministry in setting up would be very handy indeed. I tell him, though no one knows just how handy, I hope that assistance might be if I have some luck. And speaking of, the Archon leans forwards and smiles. It would be impossible to hide your involvement in the Helm find, though we think we can keep it to just the massive amount of equipment found. Needless to say, we must reward you in a noticeable manner. I nod to that, as I knew once I hit Helm, anonymity would be next to impossible to keep. I fully understand. This is the sort of thing you can't hide. Eventually, it will get out, so you might as well get out before it. I say in agreement. The Archon nods her head and gives me a slight smile. I did talk to General Regis and Nandi about the chats they might have had with you about what you were hoping to get out of this. As I understand, you did a bit of horse trading to get the mechs you felt were best suited to your mission and gave up a large part of your share of vehicles in exchange for a few more mechs, some parts, and the like. I nod again, smiling. Yes, ma'am, while I can see us eventually having a conventional component, I now have enough expansion issues. No need to go further than I can support. I kept a bunch of vehicles, but the ones I picked weren't the sort you would expect. I called dibs on all the Vectors, Pollexes, and Valis and took 24 of the Waylands and 6 of the HQs. Also, yeah, I kept both Verns. I did take the mechs I wanted from the get-go, the Highlanders, Lynxes, Thugs, and Mongooses. But I was able to go ahead and snag the Nighthawks. While I am still heavy in the weight of metal I run, at least I now have a solid lighter end of things. Still not at what I consider full strength, taking my people out of the grab bag of non-SLDF air mechs and putting them in the cornucopia of SLDF air mechs, I can field 2 full-strength reinforced battalions as well as my command company and an escort company. That's still 168 mechs in the field not counting the spares. General Monfront chuckled at that, mentioning that the vehicles I did pick were the sorts they would use if they were thinking of defending a facility. But the Archon wasn't done speaking yet. She shoots a grin over to Monfront, and she then looks back at me. In fact, that is what I was thinking as well. Especially with the selection of the Pollexes, though what has me curious is the selection of the 2 Verns, though I think that might be part of what General Regis tells me is all part of your plan. She slightly grins, hoping to get a holding on a wet planet. I nod, and I will not try to pretend I don't have a card still up my sleeve, and I go ahead and show it. Yes, ma'am, the last item I have managed to tease out of the files I have gotten is loose and iffy enough that it's probably a false hope. Plus, the fact that it is, if I read things right, nothing more than a heavy refit site. I start, getting a few looks of curiosity. As I reviewed the data on what happened to the system in question, there indeed was a production facility present, though, during the Civil War, the SLDF took it, did a half-decent job of trashing it, and shortly after that, Lyran forces moved in and stripped what was left to the foundations. Most of the listeners appear puzzled, but General Regis nods, having a better idea of my thinking and the advantage of various conversations. You think the Rimmers had a secondary facility on Kwangjong Ni, don't you? With that, everyone nods as things begin to fall into place. Yes, the official word is that the SLDF didn't find anything there, but there is enough evidence that there was something there as there were plenty of things to trash there, and well, if there wasn't something there, then where did the production equipment that was pulled from there by the LCAF come from? I point out, and there are a few smirks as finally, the representative from logistics recalls details now, though he doesn't confirm or deny anything. Now, the way I see it, the Rimmers built huge numbers of mechs, and there was no small number of rampages produced, but the only plant that we know anything about was only producing the original version, and there is no indication where exactly that plant was. But to upgrade the number of mechs that received up-to-date royal-grade equipment, there had to be a fairly large facility to do that, and the few strands of evidence I have managed to find suggest that it was there on Kwangjong Ni. My assumption I am working on is that the line was there, but the SLDF found it, trashed it, and didn't report it because they might have at one time announced there wasn't anything there and wanted to avoid looking like idiots. The worst case is that the facility that they did find was the refit facility, and there is nothing to be found. If I had to make a guess, I would say most likely, it will be the worst case. Everyone considers that the Archon also notices the recognition in the case of General Brubacher, and she looks at him and gives him a nod. What do you recall of the place? General Brubacher leans forward. Well, from what I recall, and I note this is all running off of memory of something I read a long time ago, we did recover some tooling and the like from a ruined facility there. I don't think it was large enough to be a factory, more along the lines of a refit site, albeit a large one. Doesn't bode well for your hopes. As she turns back to me, the Archon says, but, as General Regis hinted, a land holding is the least I can do, and a land holding is what we are giving you. If you have your heart set on a planet all the way out there, well, that makes it easier for me to arrange things. She says, giving me a look. Yes, ma'am, that is the system, the planet, really. I am interested in getting a piece of it, though, with it being on the backside of beyond, I start, getting a chuckle from Nandi. It's not in the middle of nowhere, but you can see it from there. She notes, looking at her sister. With that, Katrina Steiner nods her head slowly, considering things a moment longer, and she then leans forward, rapping her knuckles on the tabletop. Well, we have many other things we need to go over, but for the moment, we can assume that we will give you the planet as your land holding and thanks for what you have found, though there are going to be other details to be sorted out I am sure. She says, smiling as she turns to a new page in the folder before her, moving along to sorting out those further details. And with that, the dreaded meeting really begins, but at least I know I will come out of this one with a smile. That meeting with the Archon upon my return from Helm wasn't the only one, as there were a few follow-ups after that, and all the fun and games of being, in the eyes of the realm at least, properly rewarded. 6 months of being fated and to a degree trained and taught about how I was expected to behave in a particular company, and my responsibilities as the newest Duchess went by shockingly fast. The official story was due to the great strides the companies I was part of were leading the way to bring back the glory days of the Star League, the jobs I was creating, and officially, other, more significant efforts supporting the Lyran cause. Of course, the leaks over what those secretive efforts consisted of were all made at a higher level. Naturally, that sort of secret can't stay secret for long, but by doing it this way, they could massage what was found in a way that allowed them to keep things at least somewhat discreet. Officially, the helm find and where it was found was part of the leaked information consisted of just over a regiment of Star League air mechs, some good, others bad. A big deal was made over the 2 battalions of bombardiers of how not all Lastek is gold. There was no hint of information found, though even more carefully leaked information revealed that the real prize was a veritable mountain of spares. In fact, they leaked out that they found almost half of what we actually did find. This allowed the LCAF to take the covers off of some of the slow expansion they have been doing. The 4th Royal was reborn and made up entirely of Royal grade gear, and nearly totally of the Griffins and Shadow Hawks, with the rest of the unit fleshed out with the Phoenix Hawk specials and a few OSTS coots. The 4th Royal Guard Regiment might not live up to the stereotype of Steiner assault mech spam, but the mechs do make for an exceptional and deadly rapid reaction regiment. Especially since I was told that they would be the first regiment to get Lees once they become available, especially since they were also getting a Lee CV packed with the best fighters and a pair of Achilles as well as soon as they started leaving the line permanently assigned to them along with a Star Lord tasked only for the 4th. Some people in the know are already joking about them being Archon Steiner's personal fire brigade once they are certified for deployment in a few years, though publicly, they don't know about the Lees yet. Which brings up Achilles. I don't have the need to know what's going on outside my lane and naval considerations are so far out of my lane it isn't funny. But I know efforts are being made thanks to my run-in with that warship. So, I am not shocked that TAG managed to get the information needed to start production of the Achilles in a few years. Rumor has it, at least as far as I would guess outside a few dozen that might be in the know, that Lick and Loki were able to penetrate Galileo instruments and make off with the plans for the ship amongst other things. However, some analysts leaked out in a moment of bragging to their socially connected general patrons that they were only able to do so thanks to an arrogant warlord in the Combine that thinks himself as something of a supply prodigy. His arrogance allowed the team to get through the front door as quickly as possible. And that they found more than just those plans. And to sell that point home, as soon as those reports hit the press, there was a massive mole hunt within the Lick, and those officers and their patrons were cashiered with extreme prejudice, with a few ending up with prison sentences. If I had to guess, they were fed that info knowing they would leak it. They were probably guilty of a host of other crimes and peculations that are endemic to the way the social general's environment seems to create around them a chance to clean house while selling the point that the ISF failed completely and utterly. Add that to the fact that it was Helm of all places we found all our new gear, and well, from what I am reading, all hell broke loose in the Combine, as a severe spate of house cleaning seemed to be happening over there, and oddly enough, no one has seen a certain warlord in months. Them butterflies, those wings do be flapping. I did get to spend 4 months on Kwangjiang Ni to start to set things up, bring along the 2 Verns and the underwater survey teams I had the family arrange to track down and put on retainer. I parked half my unit there to defend the place, the other being once more hired by the LCAF much like before at the ring, and started nosing about. We found the site that no one officially found, well, what was left of it, an overgrown area full of trees and patches of old ferro concrete here and there. If I had to guess, there was a small facility here, either the refit facility that I have been using as my stalking horse for the consumption of others or a really small production facility. Either way, I was glad to see it, as it did lead me to a port not far from there, and more importantly, a seaport that showed signs of having a larger than average spaceport at one time. Considering this overgrown port was on the Lost Sea, I know where they were moving things back and forth to the facility. So I had the survey team base out of there and start their work. After all, if you sink a plant deep enough into an ocean, you will not find it from orbit, and there is much ocean out there. On schedule, per my old memories, the Archon sent out her peace letter to everyone, who replied much the same way. However, Kurita was a bit curter in their dismissal than I recall. They are still stinging from that security failure, I would hazard a guess. And sure enough, the Dragoons went on a resupply run, left Merrick service, and signed up with the Commonwealth, though for a full 5 years, not 3. This makes me a little nervous, which could indicate that their orders weren't changed when they returned. Christmas, 3020, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. Sure, I was a duchess now, but there are more of them running around Thurcad than you can imagine. So I don't exactly stand out on that factor alone. However, no one has any illusions, there are duchesses, and then there are duchesses. And I am very much on the more equal than most list of them, thanks to all that I have done. Even if so far, I haven't been able to lock down the crowning achievement. Just the publicly known rumors about Helm and my part in that is enough to put me on the must-invite list for about every party out there, and not to mention about every eligible bachelor, and more than a few bachelorettes out there have made excuses to meet me at these parties. Sure, when I was in school, and later to a lesser extent at the ring, I was one of those girls who always had people looking to get to know me better. Back then, and still in at least my mind today, as that old song goes, and it's still known even in the 31st century, as it turns out, I'm sexy, and I know it. But it's honestly getting ridiculous. And the old memory side of me? He thinks that this is funny as all hell. And I am being told that I am very firmly established on the list of people always invited to the Archon's parties. Well, there is more equal, and then there is more equal. Good thing I have the excuse of having to spend time out in the sticks to set things up to get away from here and all the chaos being brought around me. Of course, my family thinks that my feelings on all this are just as funny, reminding me of the number one duty of anyone wanting to keep the title through generations and making sure that I want to facepalm and hide when we had these conversations both here on their CAD as well as back on Cameron. Parents, I swear. But all that aside, it's the day before the annual Christmas Eve party at the Triad, which I am attending. I am meeting family to get an update on where we all are with the various industries, as I am sure it will come up at some point or time tomorrow if I wound up getting pulled into a discreet talk with the right people at the party, which if the experience is any guide, is sure to happen. I am looking forward to it, as I understand Snord himself has been invited, and the good money is on that he will be looking for me. I've got 5 kroner on him cornering me in the first hour. Aunt Bridget has pretty much taken my hand when I am on their CAD when it comes to getting an education on how to act like a noble, especially one that isn't a total idiot. Of course, she is just one of the family that is here. My father, Robert, and Uncle Fergus are here who has framed that 100 kroner note he won from my grandfather when I handed over a copy of the data regarding all the various material sciences stored on the Helm core and has become one of my biggest fans in the family. However, he did leave space for a pair of 100 kroner notes and a 50 in the frame. It's nice having people have confidence in you. We are sitting in my aunt's office in the local estate, a warm fire burning in the fireplace, a mantel large enough to land a mammoth on made of carved blue-grey granite, the space further decorated in peak 19th century laird of the manor with woods, stonework, and warm, fake, gaslights and enough deep and soft leather furniture to make you never want to leave. Needless to say, since we are all in private, we are fully relaxed, though with Aunt Bridget being the clothes snob that she is, she has made sure I am dressed in her idea of what the correct dress of a young bachelorette noble should be, even now all part of her training, she claims. I think she is trying to put a dent in my finances as the amount of civilian clothing I own has exploded, and that's before the price tag that comes along with the standard of quality she insists on. But I can't bitch about it too much. I've always admired her sense of style, and I admit, quietly, I might add, that it does look so good on me. And no one in the family, even my mother, has been immune from the urges to make fun of me when I bitch about it. So, where are we sitting at with AMC? I ask, looking to the other 3 after a good half hour or so is taken up with the usual chit-chat about what each other's families and the like have been getting up to. Everyone smiles, even Aunt Bridget, for as much as she is a maven for social affairs, she has a ruthless business mind, though it's Fergus that speaks up. Well, I did get my 100 kroner, so happy there. He says, getting laughs all around, but seriously, what you provided has been everything we could ask for. We weren't as far from figuring things out on our own, maybe starting production in 5 years at something approaching a useful volume, but with this? Last week the extruders spat out 200 kilos of endo and ferro both, with only a 12 and 18% rejection rate. Ferro alum, we hope to shoot out a test batch in 3 months, and we are estimating at this time about a 15 to 20% reject rate as well. We are playing around with ferrocarbide, but we won't produce a test run until sometime in 22 at the earliest, as there isn't a demand for it. Everyone nods in agreement, though they, I am sure, have already heard it all before. Regardless of my much smaller financial interest in the company, the fact that I am the source of all the largest of cash and information to get things running once more means I have a valid reason to keep abreast of things. That's pretty good. Were those reject rates expected? I ask, trying to recall if that was mentioned in some of the reports I have read. Roughly, starts my dad, we knew that there would be issues, though I am a bit disappointed in the ferro. Honestly, I had higher hopes. However, the good news is that we are pretty sure we know where the issues are, and should everything go with acceptable margins, we might be able to be at full rate production of both by the end of next year, the spring of the following worst case. I smile at that, playfully rubbing my hands together. Well, we are not the largest plant out there, so I imagine we won't be able to supply everyone out there with it, so what are we looking at as far as production capacity? Fergus leans forward with a grin. Well, with our equipment, and assuming we don't invest in expansion, peak production will top out at around 7,500 to 9,000 tons annually. This sounds like a lot, but to put that in perspective, that's almost able to keep up with half of Defiance's production rate by the time you include the usual wastage and fabrication shrinkage, and the like. We are guessing, best case, that we can achieve about a 15 to 20% share of the market for those 2 materials and maybe a third or so of the market for ferro ALU, since there won't be as much demand there. And if we invested in the expansion of our facilities? Asks Aunt Bridget. Fergus looks over to her. Well, if we are looking at, say, an equivalent-sized orbital facility, and assuming no more largesses will be heading our way, he says, shooting me a glance as he speaks, push back those production numbers by about 6 to 9 months, and shave a few points off of the market share in the near term, with a gain of 7 to 8 points over the mid-long. Don't look at me. I pipe up, I might be able to talk someone into investing in expansion, but that's assuming I get lucky on Guangzhong NI. So far, I have struck out completely and am beginning to doubt things. I tell them which is mostly true, I have struck out there, though I remain convinced that I am correct in knowing there is a factory to be found. They think about that, nodding their heads, though I continue after a moment. I think it wouldn't hurt to plan an expansion, and that expansion be built out there. No need to buy equipment yet, but it's worth thinking about just in case I am lucky once more. At the very least, I will have Michelson's equipment closed up, and their equipment moved out that way. I say, referencing the largest exoskeleton manufacturer that we have bought up, I've gotten some nibbles on something I have had in my back pocket, and building a plant out there would be something I think the people interested in it would like. If it goes well, I would be snapping up a good portion of the production of at least endo to support it. I say, waving off the curiosity as to whom that interest is coming from by tapping my ear and waving it around a helpful way here in the Commonwealth to indicate the secret squirrel types without outright saying it and drawing attention to that fact. They all give me a curious look, though they understand I am not in a position to elaborate on it further. Do you know if anyone is close to cracking some weaponry? I ask. I know Defiance and Narhis have been working on things, but I haven't gotten any word about how they are doing. Hoping to get your lease built, are you? Asks Dad, grinning at me and then nodding his head. Well, unless they get a similar gift of data, we think that they are between 3 and 8 years to getting low-rate production going of the weapon systems that I am sure you are really asking about. He says, and I pretend not to notice the way everyone looks at me when he mentions gifts of data. Well, longer than I hoped, but I did get a pretty large cut of parts salvage. It might be enough to arm the ships I hope to get, I reply, thinking out loud. I do have enough, though it might put too much of a dent in my spares pile. This isn't true, but I had it explained to me by some very serious-looking intel types when we got back from Helm to play down how much supply the LCAF managed to get from there. Considering the news on the Pharaoh, well, I might have to get with Semi or Datatron and let them know it's time to get started. With the other 6 ships being underwritten by the LCAF, I am thinking of 9 mech carriers, a CV, and a pair of combat vehicle transports. Part of me wants to get a cargo version or 2 for the laughs, and should I ever get to the point where I can afford it, I will, but 9 mech carriers will be enough to transport all 4 battalions and the command elements I plan on topping out it. The CV is gravy, and the CVTs will be needed for my artillery park and its escorts. Regarding fighters for that CV, I will probably stick with the Corsairs I have been using, but my old self is a hardcore Phantom fanatic and is a bit of a fan of the Hellcat. But all that is years away at best. They won't be completely stock. I'll need 36 bays tops, not the 40, but that extra tonnage will be handy in leaving room for supplies and some room for infantry down the way. Not about to leave my ships without some ground-side protection dedicated to them. At any rate, I plan on getting the shipping in place so that my usual fight for transport isn't an issue. I did have hopes of getting to full regimental strength, as in a regiment made up of 4 SLDF reinforced battalions, once I hit Helm, but to be honest, that was asking for a bit much. As is, by mech count alone, I am over a stock standard mech regiment in strength, so I kind of did. The conventional forces that I snagged from Helm, though, were focused on 3 missions. First and easiest would be to provide defense for my new land-holding 78 Pollux Ada platforms. Will be a pretty tough cookie to chew, and the 84 volleys I picked up are going to provide for a nice artillery arm both locally and with the battalions. Of course, even though I picked up a small mountain of ammo, getting Aero IVs back into production is urgent for us and is one of the things the people I have hired to investigate the possibilities of setting up some local industries to consider. The third? All those vectors are slated to be the primary rides for my Nighthawk MKXXII equipped infantry. The air CAV is back, baby. Besides, that investigation makes for an excellent cover for what I am really looking for there, and the bonus of setting up some obvious military industry will make for a handy cover. At least, that's my story, and I am sticking with it. At any rate, my father continues speaking. What are you going to do with the ships you already have? He asks as I have those 3 overlords still. Well, right now, keep them. I will probably keep them till I have at least half of the lease in hand, and then I might look at selling them to the LCAF or another large unit that might need them. Might save one for further conversion, but I don't know yet on that case. Well, don't forget about us. Not sure how we could use one, but I am sure we can come up with a few ideas. He says, not at all ashamed about calling dibs. I give him a look, though I don't say much about that. He also has a point to it. The family could find a use for one of those ships, especially if it's the Dumbarton Castle, the new production command overlord. I'll consider it. Those didn't come cheap after all, I say, giving him a grin at the idea of turning 16 of the bays in the castle into some high-end command and control facilities as well as quartering isn't unattractive. He nods to the point, as no one is under any illusions at how expensive ships of that size are to get and how rare they are when they come up for sale. Anything else you can tell us? In some ways, you have better connections than us now. Points out Aunt Bridget, getting curious glances from the other 2. That's a true statement. After all, neither of them has ever had a private meeting with the Archon, much less ministers and generals at the level I have had as frequently as I have. The fact that I have been put on the must-invite list for parties at the direction of the Archon hasn't been ignored either. At this moment? Not sure. While I won't get into the details for obvious reasons, nothing that I am aware of is something we are in a position to capitalize on other than with AMC. The more I think about it, working on aerospace applications more than mech-based might be something that pays off in the long run. Just because TAG is building Achilles and Semir is building or will be building Lees tells me that there is a growing interest in pumping up the space side of things. Fergus nods, looking at my dad as he speaks. I can second that. I've been chatting with people we know in the industry, and everyone is overjoyed at the chance to start providing materials for mech and AFV production. Next to no one is talking about Ferro ALU or the like. We can corner that market pretty well while everyone is looking at the larger pie that is mechs and not seeing the fact that there are going to be so many more people looking for a slice of it compared to aerospace. Dad nods slowly to that and then smiles. Right, then, let's go ahead and focus on that. Though I think you still want an endo-steel production capacity. He asks, looking towards me. Yes, that and possibly ferro-fibrous. I'm not sure yet, and frankly, it depends if my long shot pays off back on Guangzhou Ni. I tell him, nodding in agreement with his statement. Well, if we are going to focus on the aerospace, we might shift a lot of our existing machinery there then. Provided your plans pull through. Again. He says, giving me a smirk. I can't help but roll my eyes at that and then shake my head. Well, regardless, I won't know if it did until I get back there. I left word there that if they can come across anything, they would tell me when I get back and not send a peep unless it was sent verbally only by sending a messenger. Paranoid much? Asks Dad, shooting me a smirk as he speaks. Actually, on this, yes. For starters, if it is there, it's an old rim job facility, which means it was meant for mechs that no one wants to touch. Secondly, the fact that all the evidence I have says there is something there, but everyone is saying there wasn't a thing there despite evidence that the LCAF looted something from the planet as soon as the SLDF left the place. I say, starting to count things off on my fingers. Third, the last thing I want to do is let word get out of a possible refit site at the scale I think it might be and give people ideas that they can do a fast smash and grab and steal it out from under me. I point out. Of course, I don't mention the most important reason, number 4, Comster fuckery. Aside from that, I don't see anything right away we need to worry about. I'm about empty on possible places to track down, so the easy days of running around and finding things are pretty much over. I think I will have to work for things from here on out. Hilton Head, Terra, December 3020. It wasn't a large meeting, primarily himself and several of his more essential people that ensured he got good information from the various departments and the other members of the First Circuit. Alas, Julian Tiapolo thinks to himself, far too often, it all comes down to who will pay all the bills. And the bright side, as given by Prekenter Ram Tojo Jarlath, is that while the hole isn't going to get filled in, it won't at least get deeper. So, you think things have finally settled themselves out in the league? He asks, looking to Jarlath. Yes. He confirms, but like I said, it won't return to where we were 5 years ago. The damage done to our covered operations won't be fixed anytime soon, and I don't have any doubts that should Safe find any of our teams and thinks they can hit them, they will, but I think they are about done with the back and forth as much as we are, as it's been just as distracting to them as it has been us. He adds that during the back and forth covered war, both the Capellans and the Commonwealth have made the most of it and have nipped off several systems from the League. While the Commonwealth settled for taking just Oliver after raiding it a few years before the frankly overwhelming assault that took it this year, the Capellans were far more adventurous in that they managed to retake several former Sarna supremacy worlds, 4 of which were of little import, Kirkbakken, Susano, Ventbren, and Zion. But the real winner of their limited offensive was the taking of Asuncion. It was both Jarlath's and his own opinion that losing both Asuncion and Oliver is the real reason the League is calling time on our little spat, thinks Julian. What of the effects of our attention being pulled to the League having on our other operations? Asks Nathan Forrest, Julian's hand-picked head of financial affairs. Like he didn't already know the answer to that question, thinks Julian, but he can't blame him for asking it, as asking the sometimes obvious questions is the best way he knows not to get caught unawares of something that was supposedly well known. Jarlath also knows why that question is asked, and he knows better than to try and hide bad news by following it with good, so he starts with the positive. The Suns and the Combine have followed along the expected path, mutual loathing and no small amount of raids and attacks back and forth. Frankly, there has been little in the way of change. The fact that the Guards Brigade's tank battalions got a shot in the arm with the addition of the tanks they found a few years back hasn't led to increased effectiveness as far as we know. They haven't been used all that much, and where they have been, the fights were foregone conclusions as they were. He starts, seeing nods of agreement from the others. And the other 2 houses? Asks Anang Sethi, Julian's woman inside the Terran Affairs branch. Well, the Capellans are pleased with how things have worked out for them, but the real problem child is the Lyrans as we have come to expect, Tojo says, seeing Julian giving him a look as he says that. Tojo continues, as this is the bad news he wasn't about to try and hide. For starters, it looks like the program they announced a few years ago, where they were handing out money to various companies to improve their production capabilities, turned out not to be a mountain of corruption and graft that we all expected it to turn out to be. He starts, and while a few are already up to speed on the goings-on with the sea change underway, most aren't, judging by the puzzled looks. We all believed, Tojo starts, and Julian interjects, stating that we all included him giving everyone some cover after a fashion, that it was the usual song and dance, where the various industrialists and their pet politicians put together a program to line their pockets. And to be fair, there was a lot of that. But unlike the other times, and thanks to our own efforts being focused on the League, Rom wasn't able to notice and nip in the bud the occasional instance of someone taking it seriously. At first, it appeared focused on restoring previously damaged facilities and making long overdue repairs, and frankly, if that was all it was, we would just have to refactor our projections of the Commonwealth's manufacturing capabilities, and that's about it, Forrest says, speaking up with an apologetic glance to Tojo, who waves it off as at least it gives someone else for everyone to look at. Exactly, and that's what I thought as well till we started to get more information on where and how the few people who took it seriously were free to do so. Generally speaking, on a broad front, Lyran military production capacity, be it ammo, parts, and yes, mechs and aerospace fighters, have received an overall 5% increase in capacity as far as we can tell. Which doesn't sound like much, I'll be the first to agree. Continues Tojo, who then nods to Forrest. 5% really isn't that much of an increase, but when you factor in that's across the board in their heavy industry, and it came at a very low cost as far as we can tell, it's giving their economy an impressive shot in the arm. But that's all well and good, but it's not the real issue. Forrest says, giving the floor back to Tojo. No, it isn't, and this is the real issue as far as this goes, and frankly, if that's all there was to it, I think we all could live with it. He says, and then after a glance all around, he continues. It appears that they have managed to remake really the breakthroughs in various areas, allowing them to bring online systems that haven't been in operation since the Second Succession War. We know of 2 locations that have just started or are about to start producing advanced materials, such as endosteel and ferrofibrous. And we know Defiance Industries just managed to restart production at a low rate, but we all know it won't stay there of double heat sinks. We have rumors, but haven't been able to confirm, that they are looking at getting some of the more advanced weaponry back under production as well, though as far as we can tell, they are a few years away from that. And to make it worse, interrupts Julian, this work is being done in facilities that are under high guard, at locations that are hard to get to, and are spread out enough that we can't arrange accidents to slow things down or, even better, reverse things. With that, most everyone leans back. They all can see that while the first part isn't a serious issue, the rebirth of advanced technologies is a bad thing, even if they have different reasons for believing that amongst them. And that's not the worst thing. Asks Anong. Oh, long term, it will become worse than what Tojo is about to say, but at the moment, no, it isn't, answers Julian. With that, Tojo starts speaking once more. Exactly. Our favorite Lastek prospector struck again, and she really hit pay dirt this time. He says, and he can't resist smiling as he thinks of the find they believe she made. MacCleary? Asks Forrest, getting a nod in return. Damn, between her and Snord, the Lyrans have the devil's own luck. Julian laughs at that. Oh, it gets worse. Reportedly, Snord is attending the end-of-the-year celebrations at the Triad, and MacCleary, now a duchess, will also be there. Our people say that Snord is hell-bent on meeting her to see if there is anything that they can come up with to try and find together. He says, seeing a multitude of winces all around. Tojo nods, even the dragoons, upon return from their resupply run, seem to have wolfnet digging into her background, and reportedly SAFE and the ISF are also taking a better look at her, especially over the last few months. He says, then he turns on a screen, showing the TONE of the Lyran Royal Guards, all 3 regiments badge prominently displayed. Sometime in the last year and a half, she had managed to crack whatever hidden knowledge there was out there on the infamous helm cache of myth and legend. He starts, another screen coming up with a list on it of equipment. It turns out that the storage facility there was moved from where it was supposed to be and tucked away in a series of caves. This is what kept it from being found by Minoru Kurita when he visited the place, didn't find anything, and nuked the hell out of the planet on his way out. He pushes the list into the primacy of place, and a few whistles are heard. This isn't a complete list, as the Lyrans haven't made official any such thing, but from what they have announced and from what our sources say, there was more than enough there to make it well worth anyone's while to put effort into finding the place. We believe they found around 2 regiments worth of mechs, maybe 3, and twice that in armored fighting vehicles. He says, shaking his head a touch. And I have the feeling and have nothing to back it up, mind you, that it might have been even more. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. He adds, seeing the look on the faces of those that understand what the type designations mean as they read the scrolling list. Most of the gear was Star League standard, and more than a bit of it was of royal grade, as evidenced by what they did with those mechs was assign them to the reborn 4th Royal Guard Regiment, giving them a potent medium-weight formation. And given the numbers, over a regiment of mechs, all 3 different types, its logistical footprint is incredibly light. A few whistles of understanding are made, and Prekenter Sana speaks up. Prekenter Jarlath had me look into this, and I have to say, it's entirely possible that once the unit is formally stood up, it will be the equal to about any other regiment they have, even against much heavier units, as the improvements in firepower, protection, and most importantly, electronic warfare will let them punch far above their weight. And we in the Guard do not doubt that they will focus heavily on ensuring that their manufacturing advancements will be targeted on supporting those mechs. And to make it all the better, the real prize, as far as we can tell, is the fact that they found a literal mountain of supplies there, as we were able to discover the fact that they required at least a dozen mammoths just to move the spare parts and ammo they found, Tojo says. Everyone can do the mental math to get a mind's eye view of what must have been found. And it's enough supplies that they are putting in orders for Semi or Datatron for Lee-class dropships. Most of the initial production goes to MacCleary, and then the Royal Guards are next up in line for them. We guess that they are using the supplies they obtained at Helm to support their building of them. Needless to say, both the Highlanders and the Royal Guard units will be much tougher to stop from making planet fall. Notes Senna. Anong speaks up at this point, and she offers a look that can be best described as don't really want to be saying this, but... and coughs, well, this isn't the first time we have heard MacCleary's name, and usually when we do, it's because she has done something that has been problematic for us at best, and this find, well, just adds to that legend. Have we thought about, well, doing something about her? She asks, not wanting to suggest Rom handle her but suggesting it nonetheless. Julian answers that himself. It's been considered, and frankly, each time we have thought about it, we decided not to, as pretty much every time she has come to our attention, it's been because of things that, on the whole, are fairly mild. This is the first time she has done something that has truly upset the calculus. But even here, she has already done so. Doing something now would be a case of shutting the barn door after the horses already escaped. He says, shaking his head at the idea. Besides, Tojo says as he takes things back over, we are trying to get out of the revenge business. It has a habit of biting people in the ass when they do operations based on outrage over prevention. He says, getting a few chuckles at that and someone coughing Christopher, and he continues, as it stands, I think that she is pretty much going to be less of a problem now. In reward for her find, the Archon made her a duchess and awarded her a planet out in the former Rim worlds. And yes, she asked for a specific planet, and we are sure she picked it for a reason. But, that said, he says, and he brings up a star map to show where it is. Guangzhong Ni is the one she asked for, and as I said, she had to have picked it for a reason, and our sources in the Triad agree. They say she believes that there was a refit facility where the Rim worlds upgraded their mech set when they got access to Star League gear. Frankly, the more I looked at it, the more I believed she was onto something. However, there is enough evidence that the facility was present when Kerensky took the planet and when the Lyrans arrived shortly after they stripped it bare to build up the facilities for the Zeus introduction. Frankly, I think her luck has run out. Finally, says Forrest, getting laughs around the table. Worst case though, since it seems planning for that isn't a bad idea where she is concerned. Worst case is that she does indeed find the facility. But even then, I don't think it will be intact. While I have no doubts, considering her background and how her family owns one of the facilities making advanced material, that she is planning on turning the refit facility into a factory of some sort, it will matter all that much. One additional cobbled, albeit professionally so together mech line won't change things all that much. Any actions we will be taking? Asks Anong. Tojo nods his head, well, with the way things have finally ramped down in the League, we will be doubling our assets in Lyran space to try and get caught up on things. We are used to being ahead of, not behind, and we need to fix that. At this, Julian wants to move on to other subjects, so he closes things down, and that's where I am at myself. Get back on our game there, and when it comes to MacCleary, we know she bought a license to the links a few years ago, so she has had this planned for years, which is why I believe that something in her original find at R-True set this all into motion. Now that she is at the finish line, she will turn her attention to making money and not trouble for us. Besides, she has been looking for the facility for almost a year and hasn't found it. So, worst case, the Lyrans get a medium mech line, and that's all MacCleary appears to be after. So be glad she shouldn't be giving us cause for any more concern. He nods to Tojo, who turns off the screen, and then looks to Anong. Now, speaking of damned Scots, what's this trouble with our own damned Scots I have been hearing about? Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth, Christmas Eve, 3020. So far, the party wasn't all that bad. Plenty of people made sure they bumped into me for various social reasons, such as I met Duchess MacCleary and she. For name dropping and social climbing. Still, the nice thing about the Christmas Eve party is that, for the most part, the invite list was exclusive enough that most of the gadflies weren't there, and those that were there were on the whole house trained. Honestly, I could handle that. The ones looking to climb the social ladder by impressing the new and very single Duchess have been a pain in the ass since I was ennobled, and being here makes it impossible to dodge the ones that had a legitimate reason to believe they had a chance. Oh, I have had dates and the like for the last 20 or so years, and well, canopus for a few years, and I am still in my 30s. So it's not like I am hurrying to settle down, but I never thought I would be in this position. In hindsight, I should have seen this coming a mile away, but still. I always figured I would find the right person naturally, and things would go as they go. Yet, I was stupid or far too innocent. Considering my family and plans, I have no excuse for thinking that way. But yet I did. That is probably why everyone who knew me well, even my family, is taking so much amusement in my frustration over this. To be fair, I would be doing so were I in their shoes. So, this leaves me in the weird headspace of either accepting that my title will go to a relative, not the worst outcome, truth be told, or accepting that I am shopping for a spouse, not a partner. It's weird, let me tell you. I've been here not even an hour and already had 3 shoppers stop by, but thankfully, those present are a bit better behaved about things. And sure enough, as the last contestant in the MacCleary sweepstakes departs and just ahead of the cutoff for my mental bet, Snord himself seemed to have managed to track me down. Frankly, I'm happy for the break. As he walked up, I couldn't help but smirk a touch inside. His uniform wasn't anything crazy or even all that unique, unlike most merc units, but it had its own touch of flash with its red color, and unless I miss my guess, the sheen of the fabric hinting at a bit of flair. But what really got me smiling was that the first thing that came to mind was a bearded Inigo Montoya. He certainly had the Spanish Hidalgo flair going on with the dark hair and beard. "Captain Snord, I heard that you would be looking for me," I say as he walks up, getting a laugh out of him as he nods. "Well, I've meant to meet you for years since you started making all your finds. After all, I'm supposed to be the mercenary with that habit," he says, wiggling a finger at me in amusement and handing me a drink from a passing waiter. "Been getting swarmed, have you?" he asks, smirking as he sees several young men hovering not too far from me. "You've no idea," I tell him with unfeigned relief for the break. "Thought so," he says with a grin, and then he continues, "So, what's your next big find, HRM? You've found bases, dropships, and mechs by the hundreds. What's left?" he asks, the tone mostly joking though showing no small amount of honest curiosity. "Understand you had hoped for something on your planet, but so far, striking out." I give him a look and then shake my head. I still think I am not wrong, but I will admit, I underestimated how hard it would be to find what I am looking for. I tell him, shaking my head at him and getting another laugh. "That's why I don't go for the big finds, give me my art and curios any day. No one cares about that sort of thing, whereas you with your wild finds that I have heard tales told of, well, it brings all sorts of attention, and I don't imagine all of it good." He points out that there is a hint of seriousness to it this time. Coming from him, that's something to take at least a little seriously. True, it hasn't all been wine and song, I'll grant, but managed things all right so far. It probably helps that some who might have issues have been distracted. I tell him, not saying who I suspect would have the most issues, but then, if anyone outside of the Lick, or MIIO for the matter, has the same suspicions that I have, it would be Snord and his old boss. He gives me a closer look and then a slow nod as he considers that. "Well, as long as you aren't stupid," he says, and then turns back to being all smiles. "So, tell me, how did you figure things out like you have?" He starts, and finding it a perfect excuse to be monopolized for a while, I go into details, and in the process, he shares some of the techniques he has used to find things. It's a good solid 5 or 10 minutes or so of sharing notes and telling a few stories, my favorite being the corrupt regimental secure room I found in a raid a few years back in the League when things start winding down. Thankfully, while I have been thinking of all sorts of ways to be a smart ass, I know better odds are it would get me more attention than I want, and knowing that Snord and company are claners, well, the last thing I want them to think is that I am some descendant of the Wolverines. I can learn, after all. Which doesn't mean I don't let out some smart ass. "Well, I do have to make my rounds, Captain," I tell him as we wind down, handing the empty glasses off to a passing waiter. Snord, seeing that we shall be parting momentarily, goes seriously old school by taking my hand and kissing it much like I would imagine an old goat of a Hidalgo doing. "I did want to pass on something I did find out, but haven't seen any reason to follow up on, though you might be interested in it," I tell him, getting a curious look from him. "Oh, do tell," he asks, looking curious and enthusiastic, at least until I speak. "Found out an old castle Brian is floating around, not large, by any means, but reportedly much larger than what others might admit to should they decide to set up a long-term base, and while the notes I have don't speak much on what was stored there, I wouldn't be too surprised that there wasn't something to be found there. I start, and Snord, to his credit, not only catches on but manages to keep a mostly straight face. Might want to do a bit more exploring. Never know what you might find if you dig a bit deeper. I tell him, and giving him a saucy smile and wink, I start to step away, my inner glee at being a smart ass in a way that shouldn't bite me in the ass almost showing. Well, it wouldn't be impossible, he says before I can move off, which gives me an opening to say something that came to mind the moment I saw him, and finally, it's also someone I can spout off one of my old memories lines to that might actually get it. This word impossible, I do not think it means what you think it means, I say, with the best straight face I can manage. And I get the response I hoped for, his flash of worry over what I might know being washed away as he laughs out loud, finally. Someone who has a love for the true classics, he says, and with that, I smile at him and make my way away from him. I feel bad about stealing Fekta out from under him, but not that bad. And it wasn't like I hinted that he still had connections to the Dragoons, though at least there I do have something to base my suspicions off of that isn't my out-of-context memories, those duels they fought against each other on Loxley. But frankly, with all the bullshit he and his unit have pulled, he deserves a bit of a fright there. And I won't lie, I was sorely tempted to make a smart-ass comment or name something that might show I have some knowledge, but so far, I have managed to avoid it and frankly, outside of bumping into Colonel Wolf or Captain Kerensky, this is the closest I am going to be to someone that might catch on. If they did, it wouldn't go well, I am sure. After he left, the sharks swam in again, and I spent the next few hours fending them off. As annoying as it might be, on the whole, there were at least a few with decent senses of humor, which makes things a bit easier. But at the same time, the party was entertaining enough, and I was having fun, I must admit. Outside of the people trying to size me up, I spent more time talking to people feeling me out for social, industrial, and political reasons. Getting to know the new Duchess is always a must-do thing. While I might be a mercenary commander, I'm developing, thanks to my not-so-well-hidden involvement with advanced materials of Cameron, and finally, everyone wanted to know what my politics are. Which is a minefield I am staying well out of as much as possible. And frankly, as I am still the commander of the Highlanders and plan on remaining so, even if I am becoming more hands-off now, I am changing my focus a touch. With Jeffrey running the 1st Battalion on Cameron itself and Macallan keeping the 2nd Battalion here on their CAD as officially an UP4 for the ring, but also serving as a training unit to help get the 4th Royal in shape with how to handle Lestek on a practical level, they are both more or less independent commands, with 2 overlords with Jeffrey, the Castle Dumbarton as my personal ride back and forth, and, well, 2nd doesn't need a lift at the moment as once more, I'm hurting on the lift. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Soon enough, the last carols are sung, and while the party remains in full swing, most here probably won't get home till 3 in the morning at least, the more serious movers and shakers are slowly making their apologies and heading off to small rooms set aside for brief random meetings. And I, expectedly, am one of them, as it was passed on to me that it might be a good idea to wander towards a small library shortly after the end of the official festivities. When I arrived, there wasn't who I was somewhat worried about being present evidently, this something the Archon need not worry about, though Simon Johnson is off in one corner talking to a pair of people I recognize, and in fact, I mainly recognize everyone present, and I understand or at least, I think I do why I was asked to show up. Looking around, it's quite the collection. Duke Graydon Brewer of Defiance, Duke Simon Grantrell of Coventry, Duchess Natalie van der Jam of Bowie, Duchess Yvonne Killa of Trellshire, Duke Michael Olivetti of Olivetti, Duke Grzegorz Brzeziczykiewicz of Iota Galactic, Duchess Rebecca Greer of Semire, Davis Rothschild of Tag, Duke Simon de Grange of Schiphol, Duke Alan Day of Lockmart, Air, Lockheed CBM, and finally, Landgrave Michael Welby of Varhese. And, worryingly, no aides or assistants to be found. I'm wondering why I am here though after a moment, I get a pretty good idea. Currently, AMC is the one company about to start spitting out certain materials in usable amounts. Introductions are soon made, and while I recognize them all, I haven't gotten to the point where I could place accurate names to their faces, not that I am going to turn down a chance to sit down with this crowd after all. Simon is the one that speaks up first once the polite chit-chat gets over with surprisingly quickly since I have met a few before now, and coughs to get everyone's attention. Sorry for bringing business in on such a night, but with everyone here at the same time, it was suggested to me that we all get together and go over a few things that I think some of you are not aware of and something that only 2 of us are. He says, smiling as he looks about, getting a few curious looks from the others. As we all know, Duchess MacCleary here, though her AMC holdings, and yes, she is one of the primary stockholders of the company, if you all haven't managed to figure that out, he says, shooting me an apologetic smile, which doesn't reassure me at all, has managed to crack the production issues of Endo, Pharaoh Armors, both fibrous and ALU, as well as a few other things. According to my people, and if they are wrong, please let me know, he says, once more looking to me and getting a nod in return from me. She will be able to start providing these materials in enough quantity to make the production of proper refits possible. We are still sorting out the new weapons, but we also feel pretty good about some of those. Everyone nods, and though by appearances, most didn't know just how deep my fingers are in AMC, they had a clue about our production status. What you don't know is that the only reason we are where we are, and where we soon will be, is that the Duchess is the source of the cores that have provided us this information. Needless to say, this isn't for discussion outside this room, but we felt it was important that you know about this. He continues, which gives me a lot more looks, and of the sort that is highly approving from them all. I'm introducing you to everyone, Duchess, he says, looking to me, to both make everyone here aware of the debt of gratitude we all owe you, as well as to help you make connections in such august company, since as I understand it, you are hoping to head down the same path as them, to some degree or another. He says, and then he grins at the others. She is convinced there is a refit facility that might be convertible to mech production on Guangzhong Ni and has even purchased a license for the links in anticipation of finding it. Which, as I understand, isn't going all that well. He adds. To this, I can't help but add my own 2 kroner. Oh, it's there, I know it's there. I just have to find the bloody thing. I get more than a few polite chuckles from the others as Simon once more speaks up. At any rate, should she have the luck she has had so far in her life, the Crown would appreciate it that if she would come to one of you for some assistance in setting things up, that you would assist her. Oh, not for free, he says, smiling at me, but at the sort of cost you would give, say, the Archon. He notes, getting a few chuckles in return. Well, won't have to worry about that here, says Brewer. After all, someone that fights to defend my plant is very much on my list of those I owe favors to. He says, getting nods of agreement from some of the others, though a few primarily focused on the shipping side of things, looking curious about why they are there. Something that Simon notices, and as to those of you who are not in the mech business, or are, more accurately, in the aerospace business, I asked you here to let you know we would greatly appreciate it if you would look into upgrades all around for your own production, which I imagine a few of you already are, but still, in your case Grisegoers, I commend to you the 4th material her company is working on. He says, getting a puzzled look from the iota head and a blink from me, as he can't be suggesting what I think he is. At any rate, 2 more things before I leave you all to your discussions. He says, then turns to me, in a few days, a friend of mine will meet you, a nice old gentleman. I would greatly appreciate it were you to sit with him and give him every consideration. He says, and I nod, as someone Simon Johnson speaks of like that would be worth such regardless of him asking me to. I can certainly do so, won't be a bother in the least, I tell him, reassuring him that I won't blow off whomever he is sending over. The other thing is if you get a chance to sit down with Grisegoers, Graydon, Rebecca, Davis, and Alan here before you leave for the night, and if that isn't a politely worded order, I've never heard one, and discuss with them about your party crasher in New Dallas, and what AMC might be able to provide. Late December 3020, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. The discussions we had after Simon Johnson left, after making sure one last time that there was no official government involvement here, went on for more than just a few hours. Of course, we all knew better, while sure, no one from the government was present, we all knew there was no chance this wasn't an official get-together. And if anyone there believed that we weren't there at the government's behest, I had a nice map to an SLDF cache I wanted to sell. Though that may be a bad example. Still, we reviewed what we could provide now and my thoughts on what could be done in the near future. And what Duke Brewer mentioned regarding some of his efforts to get freezers in full production, as well as various weapons programs he had running, was more than I initially thought. Which I wasn't about to complain about in the least. It was agreed that, for the moment, getting older mechs back into production wasn't in the cards. However, it was certainly prime time to start thinking about putting together upgrade packages once the flow of advanced weapons finally started. I did not doubt that they all had plans for other things in the back of their minds, but that's just to be expected. Goodness knows I have all sorts of plans. Especially since the government was so kind as to back my play at turning a refit facility into a small factory, I plan on making the most of the cooperation from at least Defiance, Olivedi, and Trellshire to get a plant up and running for the lynxes that I have the license for. The real question, of course, is just how large a plant I can afford to build, even with the help that I have. In a perfect world, I would love to target 5 a month, and I don't think that's asking too much since this will be a new build facility tailored for the lynx. Of course, the price tag. I make arrangements to sit down with Dukes Brewer, Olivetti, and especially Duchess Killa, and that is such an 80s name, my old memories point out, and hammer out the details and a few other things I am plotting. LBXS enlarges pulses, oh my. The conversation with the aerospace side, though, well, gets everyone's attention when they hear my story. Duke Grzegorz, not even trying to pronounce his last name, points out that if we are lucky, it's a seriously refitted SLDF era ship. However, he suspects it's a new design since while no one said who we think owns it, no one here is a dummy, and we can all make a pretty accurate guess. And add that the one group that can design and build a ship, and keep it secret, is Comster, which makes them all put further things together and understand why the LCAF and the government changed their message handling protocols. It's understood that we are decades away from seriously thinking of laying down proper warships. Still, it wouldn't hurt to start thinking about which ones to build, be it existing designs, and they were pretty impressed that the LCAF has access to the complete designs for the various SLDF ships, changed up versions of the latter, or brand new designs altogether. However, one clear thing is that the aerospace arm is no longer the red-headed stepchild of the LCAF. It's Grey Dawn that makes the most interesting point of the talk when he points out that they learned how to deal with warships already with fighters, and in that vein, as loath as he is to admit it, the Sun's new Certus class might best serve as the basis of a new design for a new day. The conversation went well into the morning, but before we left, I commented in passing about not understanding why we didn't try to make smaller versions of capital-grade weapons that we might fit on larger dropships. They had no idea why not, but I at least planted the bug for them to consider. Okay, I'll admit, the idea of a new Certus covered with subcapital autocannon brought a grin to my face and flashbacks of a truly ancient show lost to time with what my old memories called NBSG's Battlestars. I'm sure the Suns would forgive us for stealing the new Certus design if we gave them plans for the modification that I am thinking of with that much DACA on it. But that was a few days ago, and the bulk of the parties and the like had finally passed for that, only for the ramp up to the New Year's parties to begin. This is the season of the party, after all. What it does do, however, is let me get my breath and wonder who it is that is supposed to be meeting me and about what he is meeting me about. If you asked me the day after the Christmas party, I would have told you I expected a meeting request to come through, and we'd have a nice sit down in my office here on their CAD. This is why I am a little surprised as I sit down at a small cafe not far from the triad that I have taken to visiting often, everyone that was present a small crowd for the time, but not overly so, all gets up and leaves at the same time. What's even freakier is when the staff goes to the back of the house, and as I look about, wondering what the hell is going on, an older gentleman walks through the front door, pausing to lock the door and hanging the "Be Right Back" sign on it before he smiles, and heads towards my table. Needless to say, I am pulling out my piece under the table from my purse, and he chuckles, "No need to be worried. An old friend suggested I talk to you somewhere nice and out of the way." He pauses, smirking as he notes my one hand is still under the table. "Simon did say you were a clever sort," he says, causing me to relax some, but only some, as there is no doubt in my mind this guy is one of those no such agency sorts. I let my piece rest in my lap, not trusting things yet as I give him a better look as he takes a set. He has every appearance of the most kindly grandfather type you could ever imagine, grey hair, wire-rimmed glasses, a perpetual smile on his face, and creases to hint that he spends all his time smiling. A hint of a hunch hinting at his age, which I don't believe for a minute, and dressed in wealthy grandpa chic, suit and tie about 30 years out of date, long wool overcoat with a warm-looking fur cap. And more to the point, the color of the suit and the cap, for that matter, look as if they would blend in with about any crowd. "My name isn't all that important, but if you must, you may call me Thad," he says as one of the staff comes from the back of the place and sets down a small pot of coffee before leaving once more, leaving the two of us the only ones present. Despite what you might hear officially, I am the fellow that is, for my sins, the one that is the final say for my particular branch of the lick, though I admit, some of our reputations really are overblown. He continues, setting a small case on the table, a button being pressed that I am sure is ruining any chance to have anything recorded. If I weren't already worried over who he might be or whom he might represent, hearing the clever way he admits to being the real power running Loki would send my concerns through the roof. I start, "Well, Simon did say someone would be meeting me, though I admit, I wasn't expecting such an interesting fellow." I allow, and then I give him my best smile considering the situation. "So, how might I help you?" I admit, "Can't think of anything I can do for you offhand." He smiles, pulls out a smaller black case, as well as a few business cards, and sets them in front of him as he carefully and very finicky prepares his coffee, setting the cup just so, adding the cream, then pouring the coffee, and then adding one single cube of sugar and stirring slowly before setting the spoon down. Clearly, a fellow who does things in very particular ways. Well, there is, as you are aware, little you could do to help my people out, and yes, while there are a few times we could imagine having a unit of your size stop by to, and then he pauses, sipping at the coffee, nodding to himself, and setting it down. "Remonstrate with," he says, giving me a slight grin. "However, we noted a few things you do have, your history, and yes, even your plans." I nod to him slowly. "Well, yes, we are not the sort of unit well suited to delicate operations," I say, getting a slight chuckle out of him. "And you know what I am looking for on Guangzhong, not that I have found it yet." "Ah," he says, chuckling, well, you know we are not afraid to be less than delicate, though, despite all the press we gather, we don't use sledgehammers when scalpels will do nearly as much as you might think. But the reputation is handy, I will admit. He says, grinning as he leans forward a touch. But I am here for 3 things. One minor, one in line with your established plans, and one that might help with another. I take a sip of my tea, a nod to let him continue, as in this case, the less that I say, the better off I am. He smiles as he notes how I let him be the one to talk, and I am sure he appreciates the caution on my part. Right, for the first, then. He says, and he slides over the 2 cards. We know that you have been looking at establishing your presence in your system, and I can safely inform you that it has been decided at a sufficiently high enough level that we will put in some effort to make sure that there is as little interference from those who might wish things go not so well for you there, domestic or otherwise. I nod at that, as that is good news, as with the things I want to do, having people snoop about was a worry of mine. Well, I won't turn that down, as I am sure I don't have to say I have concerns in that regard, especially with certain organizations, I mention, which is as close as I will get to saying Comstar. He nods, indeed, certain agencies are more of a focus than others, especially with what we have observed in the League. He says, and then he smiles as he continues, and in line with that, we have been watching you work your way through all those that wish to hitch their star to the MacCleary name, and while I don't have a list of those you are looking at least a complete list, I think I have a good idea of who they are. As such, we recommend that you avoid these people. He says, pushing over a list of names on one of the cards, and I can't help but smile at the first one. You needn't worry about him. I say, tapping the card, he's tied way too tight with Sky, and I don't see a Steiner accepting that anyone I do pick is going to become a MacCleary, not a case of me becoming one of them. I say with an amused grin, as Freddy was on my list of names for all of about 30 seconds. If that. He grins and nods, well, thank you for making sure I win a 5 kroner bet on that name. He says with a chuckle. But as to the other things. We know you are looking for a refit facility there on Guangzhong, and we have a good idea of what you want to build there, and it isn't just lynxes. Do go on, I say, smiling as I am curious if this is going where I think it is. Well, we noted your use of Nighthawks on Hesperus. It wasn't obvious, though, that one detachment's decision to grab a lance of light mechs was a bit foolish. He says, laughing as he sees the look on my face. And I see they were right, you didn't authorize that move. Good, that was smart of you to try and keep them secret. He notes, pushing over the other card. I look at it, and it's a list of numbers, and I'll think I know what sort, but I look back to him to see where he might be going with this. Those are account numbers, with more funds tucked away in the same bank you use here on their CAD. We believe you have in mind to restart production of those suits, as you have spent effort buying up exoskeleton manufacturing firms and moving some of them to Guangzhou NI. We would like you to do so and are willing to help fund that, as we would like you to produce them gaiths for our use. We know it won't be a large production as what we know of the suits indicate they won't be cheap, nor easy to do so, but we believe you can manage it, and we will happily buy every one of the stealth units you produce. I lean back at that and rub my chin slightly. Well, I admit, that was my goal on the side. We have the specs and the like for the Gaithius, which don't have stealth systems, but having the base suit will make it at least easier to figure out the rest. I have no idea how many, how much, or how long to start production, as I hope you are aware. He nods his head and then slides over the small black case. Indeed. This is a secure communications module. Once you have things sorted out and wish to contact someone authorized to talk to you about this, you can use it to ensure the conversation is secure and untraceable as long as you are in the same, or close enough, city. Try not to lose it. He says with a slight grin. I nod my head and pull the case towards me. I am about to say something, but he then interrupts once more. We know you haven't had luck finding the facility, and we decided to search our own records on the system. As you might have heard, the LCAF did find some equipment there, and they did bring it back with them. However, that was all there was to it at the time. Since you started working on finding it, and it was, unlike your normal efficiency, taking time, I had some people I know to dig into our files for a bit more in-depth review. We didn't find anything new, other than the fact that the refit facility you thought was there had been found, and we already brought it back. In fact, most of it was sent on to Hesperus to help set up the initial Zeus production. He starts, watching my reaction and seeing that there isn't much of one. He chuckles and nods. You already suspect what we are just now suspecting, aren't you? He asks, then waves his hand to keep me from answering. Well, yes, we ran the numbers, and the numbers don't add up to what they announced they had versus what we saw in the Star League Civil War, and the only thing that makes sense is that there was either a number of these facilities, or perhaps less likely, but something I am no longer betting against, a production line is hidden away there. He notes, then smiles as my poker face cracks a touch. Ah, you do think there is a plant there? he says, congratulating himself. That's why I argued to arrange for Simon's official statement about assistance. If we are correct, you will need help setting things up, and it is in our interest to ensure it gets done and, more importantly, not be advertised as being done. Why we recommend that if you do find it, you claim you found a refit facility and that you are converting it into a small factory. I would recommend on the site of the old refit facility so that there is an obvious bait site, but that's up to you. He notes, and then he takes another drink of his coffee, and then picks up his case once more. At any rate, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, and should you find anything at all about the plant, don't be shy about reaching out. He says, and he smiles, setting down a few kroner to pay for his coffee and my late lunch, bidding me farewell as he leaves. And yes, as soon as he walks out of the door, the staff comes back out, and shortly after, more customers. I hate spy stuff. It's so cliché. I leave the cafe behind, bundling up in the fur coat to avoid the cold, and head back towards a friend's estate, as I have not a date, but a small social event where I plan on spending time with someone on my not-so-short list. I've worked it down to 20 names, and I am not quite ready to present this list to my family just yet, though they have already guessed at half the list, and only one of the names Thad gave me was even close to making my mental list. It wasn't too hard to come up with the list, make the social rounds, all that was easy, even if I knew I was, when you get right down to it, on perhaps the oldest form of the mercenary market, or as the Habsburgs would put it, belligerent alii, to Felix Austria noob. I suppose I need to go into my ambivalence about this whole mess. Frankly, if you asked me when I was 15 about this, it wouldn't be the slightest issue at all. I mean, I knew the odds of my getting married to someone solely because of feelings were slim, but that was just part of the price of our position. This is one reason this shouldn't have blindsided me the way it has, nor the way I have been slow-rolling things and looking for excuses not to deal with it. But 15-year-old me didn't have this backseater riding along. And that has been fun getting used to. Fortunately, and that's how I mentally frame things for my sanity, older memories, while having something of a mind of his own, has been pretty good about staying in the background and letting me do the driving and decision-making, happy to provide knowledge and advice for the most part. And I won't lie, that's been super handy at times, lending me far more maturity than someone my age has any business having, which has been very handy as the commander of a merc unit. But me no buts, as the saying goes. There have been downsides. Me? Straight as you might ever see. I always had a thing for the solid athletic types, and to be honest, if our new pickup Owen Schmidt weren't already married, he would be on my short list. He is very much Elsie MacCleary's type. However, I'm not just Elsie MacCleary, and I haven't been since that summer when I was 16. And my backseater? Also just as straight as you might ever see. And he has been on the good ship Ayako since she first showed up. However, as much as she is his type, Elsie isn't her type, so it sucks to be my old memories. I like the big, buff, strong, and intelligent types of guys. He likes the shorter exotic good-looking girls. Not precisely complementary tastes there. As you can imagine, this has made dating interesting, especially since I wasn't about to let my life be sidelined because of my I guess, multiple personality issues. However, I wouldn't call it a traditional issue along those lines. At any rate, there is enough there that my own tastes have changed a touch. And it helped that when I got to the magistracy, we called a truce of sorts on that issue and decided to let everything go and let what happens there stay there, kind of like his old Vegas. So, yes, not all those on the list are guys. And yes, I know, if I want heirs, well, there are certain requirements. But fortunately, we have modern science, so that's not the issue that it was back when my old memories were running around in his own body. This is what will make this event somewhat interesting, as this is one of the women on my list, the first of the 3 I got with at the Christmas party, and there is a third I want to get with at the New Year's party. Still, those are the only 3 that meet both my own and my old memories' set of requirements. A few more didn't quite make it, but I am being picky. The first was undoubtedly nice enough, pleasant to look at, yes, but well educated and a certified doctor with a minor in law, which was almost a disqualifier, as I agree with the bard, kill all the lawyers first. But she was honestly fun enough to meet. The one I am meeting in a few days is a captain in the 3rd Lyran Guards, a fighter pilot of all things, but perhaps more importantly from the point of view of making a list, is a close relative of Duchess Greer of Semire, so she is more than connected well enough. However, that's not whom I am heading to meet. It's a small dinner being hosted to help raise funds for a charity supporting war orphans, and the local branch of it is headed by the woman I'm meeting, Mother, so it's a handy event and one that I fully support. Saba Hunt is a few years younger than I, having just hit her 30th and having the excuse for still being single in that she spent a few years as a mech warrior in the Tamar Pact and then the years in between then and now getting trained up in the family business, though in her case she is a cousin, not a direct family member of the Duchess with the most 80s name ever, Yvonne Killa. That alone put her on the list, even if she didn't have that last name. But in this case, she stayed on it and made it to the shortlist for many reasons. Of course, social standing was a large part of it. The Commonwealth runs off of who you are and whom you know, after all, and her connections to Trellshire was just as important. Additionally, she had a proper education in the industrial field, lending her to have the talents needed to help me in achieving my goals. From all that I have been able to dig up, she had a solid sense of humor and looked pretty damn good, and was also interested in women herself. Honestly, a large part of those three being on my list is to get my old memories off of my back, though I made sure that for those I picked, I wouldn't have any issues with myself. None of the three couldn't have crackers, as that old saw goes, and they could keep up with me. And let's be honest, they were the best mix of what I like and he likes as I could find. Now, I knew what she looked like the moment she came up in my research, and I have to admit, of three, she stands out the most. Whatever genetics to her background came up with had a cook with excellent taste, a mix of Middle Eastern and Asian, with a dash of Scandi or the like, given that she sported some very long dark red hair, closer to rust in color than red. But in person, she stood out much more than her pictures indicated as she met me as I arrived, my coat being handed off to the staff, and small talk ensuing as I made my way towards the ballroom serving as the locus of the social gathering before dinner is served. The pictures showed a woman who looked as athletic as you could want, without becoming overly so fit, more than built, you could say. But more importantly, or instead, most noticeably, while I was the typical Scots-German blonde who, if I may be so bold, is looking way better than my age says I should, thank you, ancestral genetic tinkering stands barely over 160 centimeters, whereas her, at least 185. And I wouldn't bet against her standing at damn near 2 meters, and given that she is so much taller than I am, I really can't be sure. And very well put together enough so that I was almost getting jealous. Okay, maybe a little jealous. Like myself, she was dressed for a social party that could be considered semi-formal. In short, not court dress, nor even fancy dress. But the sort where you could wear something comfortable as long as it was presentable. I'm wearing a dress that caters to the weather of their cad, as well as pointing to my family background, while at the same time presenting me as best I can without it being obvious I am trying to draw attention. In short, earthy tones and plenty of plaids, but that's not too surprising to anyone. Her? Since she isn't going out anywhere, she is wearing something a bit lighter, a long black dress that goes well with her skin, a bit more daring than I would wear at a party, but then I am still new to the whole party thing, and while there aren't a lot of flesh shown, curves certainly are. Duchess MacCleary, so glad you could make it. She says, a smile on her face as she greets me once I make it to the ballroom, extending her hand to me as I come in. I take it. I'm not sure what to do in this case, given all the things going on and the fact that I have to look up at her and smile. Well, I heard you were hosting this and decided that it was something I should attend, I tell her, and she smiles as she waves me into the ballroom. Perhaps 36 people are already present, and I can tell I am not quite the last to arrive. Still, one of the benefits of my new social rank is that I don't have to be amongst the first to arrive when I am the highest ranked member of the nobility attending. In a party-heavy social arena, that alone is worth the price of admission. I haven't been hiding that I have been looking into matters concerning marital affairs. However, I haven't advertised whom I was looking at, hence everyone on the planet sending people at me, so the fact that once I heard she was hosting this, arranging for me to get on the invite list was sure to raise that possibility as to the reason I wanted to be invited, especially since Saba was being hinted at being on the market, so to speak. I am sure Duchess Killa made sure to pass on the word when I asked her a few days ago to make the arrangements to get the invite and to make sure I could meet Saba while attending when we met at the Christmas party. Possibly something like, "This is your chance to get in with a real rising star, don't fuck it up." Ah, social ladder climbing games. It's almost fun at times. Almost. Of course, I managed to make plenty of small talk with her and the others as I am brought around, being introduced to everyone. I think I had my hand kissed a dozen times easily, though, with the way that Saba capitalized on being the official hostess, I have little illusion as to the likelihood that Yvonne didn't say something along those lines to her niece. Unsurprisingly, there was plenty we could talk about, both being mech warriors, and with my logistical bent and her manufacturing education, there was plenty of overlap there as well. Perhaps the best sign, however. Her sense of humor was just as fucked up as mine. Oh, we didn't tell jokes that had no place being told at this party, but the sense of it shone through nonetheless. Add in the fact that by the time the party ended, she was on my list of hot girls, not just my memories list, and had definitely moved much higher on my potential partners list. And considering I still consider myself, mostly, het, that's saying something. Enough so I asked if she would be free to take dinner with me the following week, which was honestly a first for me. Outside of Canopus, and those cases really don't count, this is the first time I am asking another woman out on a date. I'm finding that it's not as weird as I thought it would be. January 3021, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. The New Year's party was more or less a bust. The fighter pilot turns out to be just that, a fighter pilot with all that comes with it. Oh, Don't get me wrong, if it was a case where I was looking for a good time and not a spouse, I might judge things differently. I was also able to check a few more people off my list, leaving me to meet the two I am hoping not my old memories, as Saba is in the lead there will turn out as good as everything that I hope they are, judging from the background checks and investigations and the like. The two gentlemen in question? Nico Dorn and Fabian Ulrich. They don't look alike, even with my tastes in men, but they have everything one could ask for in my situation. Neither are taller than Saba nor as built as Owen, and they both have a few years on me. Not so much it's an issue, or even noticeable, but still. Nico is an engineer with Mauser and Gray, and everything points to his going places and fast. He is the smartest person on my list, period. While, in many ways, he has the resume of an outright nerd with multiple advanced degrees, published in many more journals than I was aware even existed, he is more than that. Time spent in the infantry, where a noticeable part of his record isn't available even to me, and both impressive and worrying simultaneously. Both Simon Johnson and Thad know of him and let me know I could certainly do worse. Smarts, looks, and brawn? To say he is the front runner is an understatement. My memories make cracks about someone called Gary Stu, whoever that is, but even he is impressed enough that he isn't making too much of a fuss. Fabian might be in second place, but he isn't a slouch, either. A naval architect with Iodo Galactic and closely tied to, well, Duke Grisegors. Still not even going to think about trying to pronounce that last name. At any rate, while he isn't quite as good looking as Nico, his connections to Iodo and cousins with other big industries are second to none. And, well, from my brief interactions with him, he seems to have a pretty solid sense of humor. And that's never unwelcome. As the old saying goes, I could see myself sitting down to eat breakfast with all three, which is certainly going for me here. I'll admit I hit Saba first mainly because I wanted to see if I was catering to my old memories or if there was something I was interested in, and to my surprise, there most certainly was. More than I expected, to be honest, with the brief chit-chat and the like I could get at that dinner party. This leads me to today, which has me a touch nervous as it is a first for me, but then I decided to go all in and see what happens. Of course, I was supposed to sit down with Mom and Aunt Bridget, and since they were delayed with other business, I wound up sitting with them once I already changed to get ready for my date. I certainly get a raised eyebrow or two as I arrive in the library, having spent a few hours making sure my hair is done just so, makeup near perfect, nails and all, trying to present the best impression I can manage. Of course, heels and a sheer strapless little black dress certainly help with giving that impression and helping their eyebrows raise at the same time as I take my seat with a playful look of innocence. So, been wanting to know who is on my short list? I ask, smiling as I am sure I have a surprise in store for them, and I can't help but be that brat at times. They both shake their heads a little as they see that hint of my bratty behavior, but they excuse it as I am heading off on a date after we finish, so it's almost expected. Mother is the first to speak, holding her hand out for my list as she does so. Yes, I am curious. I know I helped find you a few names, and your aunt here did the same, and I think we found some good ones for you. So yes, I am curious about who made your final three. She says, Aunt Bridget piping up from where she is sitting. My guess is that Nico made your list. When I started looking about those that we know who are looking for a wife, and as you set the condition that they accept that they would be MacCleary's, well, I have hopes for him, especially so as I recall he is the sort of person that tended to catch your eye before you left on your career. She notes, smiling as I hand over a few cards. Well, the 3 cards are my final 3, the most likely to the least likely, though, honestly, any of the 3 I would be happy with. I announce, sitting back as I continue, number 3 is my date tonight. Aunt Bridget smirks as she glances once more over my choice of dress, I can imagine. She murmurs and then smiles as Mother speaks. Nico, well, I agree. He is the best of the bunch of names I am aware of. Are all 3 the ones we gave you? She asks before continuing, good connections, not the best, but good but smart, very smart. Would be a great asset to you if you find that refit facility. I shake my head, no, I came up with 8 names on my own, and I was asked by those deep within the lit to take a few off. The last isn't one I think you know, though I think you both at least know the name. I say, having almost said her, and I want to see the look on their faces when they get to it. Bridget nods, good, I hoped you would come up with your own names. Shows you are taking this seriously. She says, and then smiles, ah, one of yours, Sandra. She says, grinning as she sees Fabian's name. He has all the connections, smart, good looking, and as I said, he knows everyone worth knowing, really, at least when it comes to the sorts of plans you have. I nod my head, smiling, and yes, there is a distinct wicked tinge to it, my arms outstretched as I sit there, watching them nod to themselves as they review my notes on Fabian, and then they flip to the next card. As I mentioned, I was always het as far as everyone knew before I left for the periphery, in fact, I was very, very het. I didn't quite go after the entire football team in school, nor was I the stereotypical cheerleader, but then I always had dates every weekend. Both while I was in school and as much as I could get away with in the ring. And the name on the card certainly never crossed their minds when considering the sort of guys I was bringing home. Especially since they both know her, as it turns out, and never considered her a possibility. The look on Mom's face is priceless, Aunt Bridget's nearly so. They both look at me carefully, the fact that I am dressed as I am taking a new meaning, Aunt Bridget giving a slight snort of amusement as she listens to Mother. Saba Hunt. She asks, the tone of one checking to ensure she got the right name. Yep, tall, strong, busty, stunning good looks, smart as a whip. I confirm, smiling as the notes on the card mention all that and the more important information. Yes, that one. Mom confirms, shaking her head, and then she can't help but let out a small chuckle. All right, I can see you are serious about her being on the list. She pauses and gives me a patented concerned mother look. Is there something you want to tell me? I am your mother, and I never thought you would be interested in girls. In school, college? No, I wasn't, but I admit, when I made it to the magistracy, I decided to take full advantage of the place, and what happens there stays there. I tell them, which is true enough. Knowing you, you didn't do things by half. Asks Aunt Bridget, trying hard not to laugh at my mother and how wild I might have gotten in Canopus. Just how much so, not details, no, but, well, I admit, always wanted to visit the place myself. She says, getting a double take from my mother as Aunt Bridget never admitted to letting her hair down. Well, on a scale of 1 to 10. I ask, getting nods and then smirking. 11. But that's none of your business. After all, you all never hammered in on Alan after all the things he got up to on his vacation trips. I say, getting a loud laugh from Aunt Bridget and being rewarded with seeing my mother's facepalm. Finally, revenge is mine for all those embarrassing talks about my dates. Am I being too flippant? I'm probably not acting my age in many ways, but I never did take things too seriously, and I can't help myself when it comes to getting a little bit of my own back for all the ribbing they have been giving me over this. Well, Aunt Bridget says, smiling at me, you could do much worse than Saba. Know her mother well, she is a good person from a very good family. If she were male, she would rate just as high as Nico. She says, giving a firm nod of approval. Though you might have to adjust some of your outfits to be more interesting to other women than just men. She says, causing me to roll my eyes as I first see my account balance taking a nosedive and my closet getting even more stuffed. Mother gets it together at this point, and she smiles at me, a warm, reassuring one, which, as much as I didn't want to admit it, I was worried a little about how she would take this. I was sure it would shock her, but I was even more certain she wouldn't be distraught about it. Dad certainly wouldn't be bothered, as his aunt, after all, had a wife, not a husband, and he has had nothing but good things to say about the two. Well, if she made your list, she made it for a reason. Just, well, I never expected it. She says, shaking her head lightly, then gives me her best mom look. But you do know you have to produce an heir if you want to keep your duchy in the family, right? Do I need to explain the birds and bees again? She asks, the last, I am sure, tucked on to get at least some of the same reaction I gave her. Which, it didn't do too bad as I groaned a touch. No, Mom, you don't. I say, and then give her my version of the same look she gives me. Science has advanced, you know, and there are ways to get around the lack of a certain something, and yes, I pause, looking at them both and becoming very serious. I know full well that in this case, I can't fob off the having an heir by surrogacy or adoption, I need to take a personal hand in it, and yes, the idea, well, it's both terrifying and electrifying. So, let's not go making plans till I decide what I am going to do. She is third on the list, after all. Well, when you return, we must sit down and have a long talk. I can see that you haven't mentioned more than I thought. She says, giving me an arch look, shaking her head lightly. I love you, Elsie, but please try not to give your mother a heart attack, all right? She says, a mock sternness to her voice, even adding in a wiggle of a finger. We take another half hour discussing the names more in depth now that the shock has passed, and as we do, I realize that, after a fashion, I just came out to my mother. But it went as well as I could have hoped, so when it was time for me to leave on my date, I had quite a smile. Evidently, I picked the right sort of outfit. Oh, I knew the place I chose, a supposedly authentic Italianesque place called Emilio's. And being fair, their rep is well deserved, even if the food isn't as authentic as they claim. I knew the dress code would be perfectly fine for it, and Saba picked a dress that was much in the same theme as mine, though with her build, she certainly carries it far better than I. While mine is undoubtedly in the category of a sexy little black dress, it is still fairly respectable. Hers? A mix of wine and black, hemline high, neckline even lower, and while it isn't quite a second skin, it is certainly a second skin, as I am sure, to the best of my ability. it's tight enough to give me some interesting mental images. She isn't quite falling out of it, but it's the sort of dress I would, and I have, wear if I were putting on a full court press to score with my date. Frankly, I am not even mad, she looks fantastic in it. We are shown to our table, getting plenty of appreciative glances as we do so, and we sit at a discreet booth where we can speak freely yet still be seen. It's that sort of place, really a place for the well-to-do go to be seen and yet discreet enough that they don't have to worry about being overheard unless they want to be. As we sit, she smiles at me, a curious look on her face. I must admit, Elsie, when I heard you were investigating things and was told you were looking for an invite to that party I hosted, I dug into you and your background, and looked forward to seeing how you handled it all. But, she pauses and gives me a playful smirk, I never expected that you would approach me of all people. She says, the booth leaving her sitting not quite next to me, but she isn't all the way across from me either. A waiter comes by, taking our drinks order before I can respond, and as he heads out to fetch our drinks, I smile. Well, honestly, I wouldn't have when I was 12 or 15 years younger. Frankly, my attitudes have changed over the years, and some people make it far easier to consider that. I tell her, smiling at her as I compliment her. She gives me a smile and a slight laugh. One of the problems I have always had in finding partners is that I am so damn tall. Most women that catch my eye look up at me and feel intimidated, and the guys, well, even more so by and large. She says, shaking her head slightly, and I can't help but laugh in agreement. And the ones that aren't bothered are most often than not trying to check off a box more than anything else. I ask her, getting an emphatic nod. Oh God, yes, very much so. She says, rolling her eyes, it gets to be a real pain in the ass, but then, I imagine that you might have an idea yourself. She says, getting another chuckle out of me as the waiter returns and, with a slight degree of showmanship, pours our wine and leaves the bottle. Oh yes, it was bad enough in high school, but the last few months, with everyone knowing I was the most eligible woman on the planet, it got nuts. So yes, I get you. I assure her with a seriously emphatic nod of agreement. Besides, I actually like the tall and built look in guys, and I am glad to find out it carried over to women as well, I admit, getting a soft snort of laughter from her. At least I don't have to remind you where my eyes are. She says, rolling her eyes and eliciting laughter from us both. Though, to be fair, with her height, they at least have a somewhat actual excuse. Not that I am dumb enough to point it out. It isn't like I have to ask her anything about her type since, if I wasn't, no degree of position, wealth, or reputation as a listed prospector would convince her to entertain the thought of me in my hunt for a spouse. Frankly, the idea of going about it like a business transaction disturbs part of me. And not just my old memories, but myself as well. My memories came from an entirely different mindset, where you got married for love, not position. And even then, I grew up reading all the silly romance novels and watching all the holodramas tailored to young women and girls that teach us it's all about romance and love and all that goes with it. And here I am, dressed as I am, on a date with another dressed much the same, if perhaps even more so aimed at scoring, and looking at each other less as possible romantic partners but more as ways to ensure our futures in one way or another. I sometimes hate neo-feudalism, but I can't deny that it does, perversely, make things easier after a fashion. Part of me wants to let out my inner smart-ass, and if this weren't a first date, even knowing her sense of humor, I would be happy to do so in full. Well, mostly, as I can't help but at least let a little slip out. Well, Mark, that is one of the reasons I am glad we are seated then, I say, getting an amused shake of her head. Well, I admit, I did pick this dress, so I guess I can't blame you. She admits as she leans back just so, and yes, I look, and she smiles. But before we get too outrageous, I admit that I am really curious, what convinced you to pick Guangzhou Ni out of all places? She asks, attempting to change the subject for the moment, and I am more than game for that for at least a little while since a large part of why I am with her is to get a much better feel for her. Well, there is the refit facility that I am sure is there. I start, getting a snort of laughter out of her as she wiggles her finger. There is more to things than just that, you don't pick a planet for just a facility such as that one, no, there has to be more there, and if you are sizing me up as you say you are, I think I would like to know what I am getting myself into. She points out with a grin. It's a fair point. Well, no, that isn't the only thing I am looking for, but it makes for a decent cover, I say, not sure I want to get into details in such a public place, even with the precautions that Emilio's is well known for. She arches an eyebrow, and I can tell she is curious, so I throw her a bone. Well, you have heard about the request made regarding assistance for various things from your aunt and some others of a similar station. I ask. She isn't a dummy, and she nods as she gets what I am saying without actually saying it. You think the odds are good for that? She asks, and I decide to get a little cocky. 100%, I state, smirking a touch as the waiter comes over with a plate of appetizers. No need for us to pick anything, as one of the things that this place is well known for is that they serve what they want to serve each night. It's up to you to note what's posted on the door when you enter, if it's to your taste or not. Presumptuous of them, yes, but it does add to the experience rather than detract from it. I behave as I take up some of the finger foods presented, something with a fancy high-class name, but in reality, it is a simple mousse stick, as does Saba, though she smirks. First time on a date with another woman? She asks, causing me to roll my eyes a little, and I stick my tongue out at her. Yes, at least outside Canopus, and the social rules there are somewhat different, but even then, never on what you would call a date, plenty of parties that became, well, those kind of parties. But I am behaving, I will have you note. I say, getting a smile out of her. She smiles and nods, indeed, and doing so well. She says, a touch of playful sass being offered as she speaks. I can almost see exactly what you would be doing otherwise. I can't help but roll my eyes, but I am smiling before I start speaking again. Well, for starters, what I would be doing is aimed at a guy, but if I don't need to behave, on your head, be it. I tell her, getting a rich laugh out of her. Oh, this I have to see. She says, taking a few bites of her half of the plate, grinning as she waits to see how I take that. I give her a grin as this turns out to be more fun than I thought it would be, and I give her my best innocent look. And here I was, thinking you were more curious about what I brought to the table, not other places. I tease her, getting a rich peal of laughter out of her, and I make a last attempt to be serious about things by not letting out all of my sass. But to your earlier question, I have quite a few plans for the place, the line you heard of, as well as another that isn't as well known as the first bit but will be obvious enough soon enough, I tell her, seeing the grin on her face as she listens. Ah, so it's not just the one thing, and hoping it pans out. She says, and I nod in agreement. Tied into your other holdings back on Cameron? She asks. I nod in agreement, yes, in fact, there is some consideration of building a smaller but duplicate facility out there to support the production of some of the other things I have in mind. And some other projects are a more distant idea in the back of my head. I tell her, and she nods her head thoughtfully. Still curious, but not going to go into details here, I take it. She asks, smiling to ensure I understand she isn't being too pushy about her curiosity. She sees me nod in reply, and then she leans forward, an elbow on the table, her chin resting in her hand, chest thrust out just so, the pose one that I have taken many a time when I have been, well, advertising to a date I was with, especially when I was wearing a dress as low-cut as hers is. Of course, it didn't help in the least as I felt her hand on my knee. I can't help but smile, as it's pretty clear now that she is very much pressing her case, taking the not unreasonable position that she isn't my usual type as far as anyone knows, and wanting to make sure that she is given every possible consideration. I'm used to me doing this to guys, not being the recipient, and aiming to have success for a night, whereas, in this case, she is making the play on me for a longer-term prize. It's weird and kind of fun at the same time. Though with that obvious interest shown, I decided to enjoy the moment and see where things go. Sure, it's another woman, and not a guy, that I am sitting across from, but let's have fun with it. And it doesn't hurt that coming out to Mom and her being pretty cool about things, not to mention Aunt Bridget, did wonders for my confidence and loosened me up to be more open than I would have otherwise been. So, I played right back, letting her keep her hand on my bare leg, and I smiled, giving her a theatric look over the new arguments she was bringing to bear in her play to win out. I'll admit, it's usually me who is pulling off those looks and poses. I tease her and then grin as I pick up another stick, offering it to her to take a bite. But I do love the show, I say, winking at her as I let my eyes roam again. Well, she says, after taking a bite, being as nice as you are, I think I might forgive you if you forget where my eyes are. She says, and I give her a grin. Occasionally. I laugh lightly at that, feeding her once more, and she grins as I continue, well, you know what I am looking for, and to be honest, the one issue I foresee being an issue at least with the other two contenders, is that whoever does win out becomes a MacCleary. I tell her, seeing the grin stay in place. Oh, so you insist on wearing the pants? She asks, tilting her head a touch. I'll admit, while I am a grade A alpha bitch when it comes to my business life. She starts, and I can't help but give a delighted and throaty chuckle as I interrupt. You prefer to be somewhat opposite in your personal life? I can see how that has been a problem to sort out with your position. I agree, and while I am not all in on some of the who is and isn't in charge sort of thing, I'll admit, I've always preferred to be on top more often than not, so this is a huge plus in her favor. She laughs and nods. Oh, not that far, no, but you have the general idea. She says, shaking it playfully as our dinner arrives, a veal piccata that smells heavenly with more than enough capers to be a proper piccata. One of the other downsides to being as tall as you are, is everyone thinks Amazon and then puts you in that mental role. I ask, smiling as while I even thought that a bit, I was more open-minded than most, and considering the pressure I was under when it came to finding a spouse, I could see how someone would love to toss the stress away and just let someone else drive, so to speak. She nods emphatically and repeats herself, again, "You've no idea," she says, smiling as she relaxes, since it is clear I am not putting her in that mental category. "It gets very old," she admits, and I give a bit more of an internal smirk as my understanding of her position seems to encourage that hand of hers to drift a little upwards. I don't stop her, and after a moment, she pulls her hand away to start to eat her dinner as I do. "I probably don't, but I certainly can understand. Unlike most people you have met, and most that have taken an interest in you, while I am a local, I've been around enough to have a different point of view on such matters," I admit. "Your time on Canopus?" she asks, smiling as she catches me in a blush as she slides a foot over my leg, certainly doing her best to ensnare me. "Well, that is a large part of it," I admit, taking a bite of my dinner as she listens and breaks out her inner smart ass. "Like those really fun parties you alluded to?" she asks, smirking at me, watching me turn red, picking up the glass of wine, and taking a solid drink before I can answer. "Yes. Like those, but that's a subject for somewhere other than a place such as this," I tell her, a fierce but mock look given as I wiggle a finger at her, watching her place a hand on her chest, and yes, it had nothing about looking innocent and everything about drawing my eyes there, as I often have done the same thing myself. "Perhaps when we are finished, I can take you back to my place, and you can tell me all about it," she asks, giving her best innocent look. Inwardly, it takes all I have not to laugh. She is putting it all out there. Clearly, her family wants to get her married off, and she is looking at me as the best of her options, and with how she looks at me, I can tell it's also a case that she finds me quite attractive. So I lean back, and this time it's my foot that moves up the inside of her leg, and I smile. "Your place, is it?" I say, considering things for a moment. I mean, like I said, she is pretty hot. My old memories are cheering me on, begging me to take her up on it, and I'll admit, I'm honestly thinking about it myself. She nods, a mix of playfulness and sageness both, a hand sliding under the table, and thank God this place has long tablecloths allowing people to play footsie without being obvious, and sliding over my leg that is playing with her own. "Yes, after all, I did my own study of you and your background," she starts, getting a nod from me as I was pretty sure that anyone taking this seriously would do just that, "and I know your preference is for men by and large. The fact that I made your final three is quite the sop to my ego, I'll admit," she says with a smile. "It is earned," I murmur politely and honestly. "After all, I do have a taste for those taller and better built," I admit, though usually by better built, I mean nice and burly, but in her case, well, it's not quite the same. She knows this as she smiles in return for the compliment. "So yes," she says, her hand still stroking my leg lightly, "which is affecting us both, is just enough to let us both know we are reacting positively to things. Besides," she says, leaning over towards me, and speaking softly, an evil grin on her face as she speaks, "wouldn't you like to know if we are compatible sooner rather than later?" Part of me wants to roll my eyes at her coming on strong, but honestly, that's half me and half my old memories. But I can't lie to myself, I am getting turned on by her. I usually do the courting, after all, and having someone do unto me as I have done unto others is a pretty powerful thing to do to the ego. It certainly isn't helping that she is very much my old memories type in everything but height. He considers me on the tall side, but even I find her looks exotic and, yes, hot, and as I mentioned, tall and built is very much my type. And as I think this over, I get even more into it, for while I am not all in on certain things, I admit the idea of having my way with her is almost as attractive as she is. But in the end, I cannot blame her for coming on strong as I thought earlier. Her family must be pushing hard for her to settle down, and if I was in her shoes? Yeah, I could see myself doing the same. Oh, it's too early for me to move her up or down the list, but maybe she does have a point. It might be best to test that compatibility sooner rather than later, after we both invested a lot of our valuable time. And with the purely mercantile nature of this sort of thing at this level, it's not an unreasonable take. Once more, giving me plenty of reason to hate neo-feudalism and its effect on old-fashioned romance. But it isn't like the first time I got lucky on a first date. "Well," I say after a moment, a decision being made in my mind, "let's see how things go over dinner, and we can see about breakfast," I suggest, getting a warm smile of joy and relief from her, and I can't help but smile in return. Did we do breakfast? No, I needed to get home before then, but yes, we were very compatible. Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth, 3021. The next few days after my date with Saba were fuller than I thought they were, with meetings and the like, though I made sure I took the afternoon the day after to sit down with Mom, and later, Dad joined us to have that talk she wanted to have. Oh, she wasn't upset or anything. The worst part of the whole thing in her eyes, if I read things right, is she wants more grandkids, and my brother Alan, while he got married years ago, only managed so far to have a pair of sons and no more. And in her eyes, 2 grandkids are decidedly inferior to more grandkids. As expected, Dad was more than fine with it and looked forward to the good-natured ribbing he was sure to get from his sister and sister-in-law. One of the more amusing parts is that while my family was well aware of this, I didn't internalize that while my dad was a landgrave, I was now a duchess, which means I outranked my parents from a social perspective. But, boy, did I ever win the lottery with my family this time around. My old memories family? Yeah, the less said, the better. Sure, he loved them, and they weren't serious jerks or the like, but there were lots and lots of issues. Of course, Mom and Dad poked a bit more on just what I got up to in Canopus now that the cat was out of the bag. And to be fair, the concern about what sort of negative effect it could have on the family from the point of view of scandal is valid, though not as much as they think, in my opinion. Oh, I didn't spill everything. They now know just how well I got along with the current magistracy ambassador back when I knew her before she left for the Commonwealth a year before I left the magistracy, as well as some other, let us say not so detailed details. I mean, seriously, I was in my 20s and single in Canopus. Does anyone really expect anything else? Still, they were satisfied that I wasn't about to bring too much scandal, and well, in that regard, being the most famous Lestec prospector of the past 100 or so years overtakes anything that does flow from there. Speaking of Canopus, though, I did get a chance to chat briefly in passing with Nicola. The data made it back okay, and to say they are thrilled with what they have is an understatement. They still don't know about the core as far as I can tell. I ensured that the team was only away from the massive pile of supplies and the like, but they are perhaps the one nation with an accurate scale of just how massive a find Helm was. They think it will be a decade before the information on it can measurably improve their factories, as they don't have the economy to push it as hard as we can. Still, they are looking forward to making it happen. As to the new designs, they think they might get plans up for those by the 40s, though how much of that is the truth and how much of it is padding for foreign consumption is up to debate. The surprise out of it, however? The data I put on there on the SLDF Neuro helmets. At first, it was just the math looking at it when a bright captain had the idea of bringing in some of their best neurodocs with tech savvy. After about 3 months of kicking it around with them, they basically said, when asked if they think they could make any, even if a small quantity, small. Hold my beer and watch us go. From what I have seeded out and what the LCAF has, we might get some serious production of the things in the next 2 or 3 years. From the sounds of it, the magistracy will beat us, and by a lot. Good for them. The meetings I did have were, by and large, administrative. While I have a certain amount of grace time to sort things out, I have to address my many new responsibilities. Guangzhou never really had much of a garrison. Right now, with me parking a solid proportion of my equipment parked there, if not the truly active part, it just might qualify as being the most well-defended planet, a fact that was pointed out to me in passing, if somewhat amused passing, but it was pointed out to me nonetheless that General Grand was planning to soon be heading back this way, and was looking to have a meeting with me on that subject. I would want to have a talk with myself, too, if I were in his shoes. The taxes that were due for this past year and this year have been waived to allow me to get to grips with things, but after that, I was on the hook for them and had been sitting down with several people to make sure all my ducks were in a row. I concluded that I would either have to hire someone to run things for me or retire from the blow things up field. Frankly, I was probably mostly out of the merc business myself with all the plans I made for my goals regarding the factory I had yet to find. Still, I didn't want to get all the way out of things, so I am setting things up so that Jeffrey runs things on a day-to-day basis and leaves me nominally the colonel in name only. I've already started making arrangements for some of those plans to begin, above and beyond the search for the facility. My funds are significant, but there are limits, so I have decided to establish my plans in basically tiers. Tier 3 is the top end, and while I want to achieve that production level, it may be challenging. But it's an excellent target to aim for. Tier 2 is where I think I can easily get to over a certain amount of time. How much depends on how soon I get the factory online. Tier 1 is where I think I am beginning to roll forwards, and Tier 0 is just about getting funds moving inwards to at least some degree. For the most part, T0 is more a case of planning and surveying the various sites where I can build facilities, but there is one facility I will be building out the gate. Nothing large, no, and nothing overly fancy tech-wise. And only 2 advanced techs are involved, ferro-fibrous armor and small pulse lasers. The ferro is easy. We are already cloning the AMC facility for movement to Guangzhou NI. Small pulses will be tricky but not unreachable. Between Helm and New Dallas, the people I have looking into this say they might be able to start small-scale production as in 300 or so a year within 18 to 24 months, 36 being the worst case. Since I don't plan to have T1 starting for at least 3 or 4 years, that's within targets. The product? The Vector Troop Carrier. A simple but well-made and decently protected VTOL, and even better, it's not so fancy it would be stupidly expensive. Oh, I could charge a bit of a premium thanks to the FF and the pulse laser, but from what I am seeing from the people I have looking at this, I could sell them for about 850k to $1 million a pop. with a profit factor of about 30 to 40%. It won't pay for everything I want to do, but moving to T1 is making the vector plant larger, and then again at T2 and T3. And it will pay for that and leave a bit left over, I think, that I can push into other things. Namely, my notional vector 2, upping it from 22 tons to 25, which uses the much more common 160 instead of the 125 power plants, and then tucking in a few other ideas. I have them looking at the concept, but I am giving them a year or so to sort things out. The only other T0 effort will be the Nighthawks. Since the lick is paying for me to get started on this, I plan on having a small facility set up to get the ball rolling there and build up like the others over the following tiers. What I am thinking about doing with this is to have a small line, roughly 75 suits plus spares, dedicated to the MKXXI, and having that tucked into a larger plant producing Gaithius, with approximately 160 or so plus spare parts being pumped out of the plant. This is the project I plan on having Nico run. Well, that in the vector plant, since the vector 2 is being planned to allow it to deploy 2 10-man PA.L. squads in the fashion of the classic RCAV mold. And that's assuming Nico will be around to run it as while he is in the notional lead, even if he doesn't win, and that's not the way to bet. I hope to entice him with a job doing just that. I think I stand a pretty good chance of pulling that off, to be honest. The Lynx project is the last of the 3 surface projects I have. While in T0, I don't plan on doing much other than laying out the spade work. T1 is getting a small line started on the mech, with T3, should I be able to afford it, getting me up to the desired 1 mech a week. First, my target is a more reasonable 1 a month in T1, with T2 roughly doubling that. Of course, the submerged factory is its own issue, but without knowing anything about its condition or size, I am not even going to think about planning for it just yet, other than the rough outline of what 3 mechs I want to build there. I'm still debating the heaviest mech, as part of me has one idea, and the other part wants to go with a theme to suit my inner smart ass, though thankfully, that mech in question can undoubtedly pull its own weight. But the other 2? Well, for starters, the easiest will be the Royal Thug. If the lines are of not equal size, it will be slated to run in the largest of the 3. The other? An updated Warhammer 6RK, updated as in crossing a touch of the Davian and Royal specs into it. I plan to ditch the machine guns and ammo and swap out the standard peepers with ER versions. The idea is to build the last 2 battalions of the Highlanders with these mechs, the assault mech that I eventually decide on forming the Anvil, the Thugs as the main battle line, and the Warhammers as the screen of doom. I can hear it now, some poor guy in a Shadow Hawk, discovering the screen is a lance of Warhammers, telling his lance mates to book it out of there, and going even screaming, "What do you mean they are keeping up?" Yes, I am easily amused. While I have been planning out what I wanted to do with the plant for years, I have come up with all manner of frankly silly ideas of what to do while waiting for the time to move on it. Usually, it is some flavor of devoting the entire facility to one mech or another and then start churning them out, cheap lights and mediums being a frequent idea, as while I have no idea just how much production capacity there is, the information I do have indicates it is a pretty sizable amount. After all, the idea of kicking out, say, 300 or so Royal Mongooses a year is amusing and will go a long way to getting rid of the whole Steiners can only do assault mechs thing. Otherwise, things are not all going as smoothly as I had hoped. I did arrange to go on that date with Fabian, and while I still think he could be a true asset to the duchy, he really does know everyone and their skeletons. It seems for some reason, I don't click with him in the least. Handsome? Yes. Smart? Very. People skills? Loads. But I don't get the right vibe from him. Please don't ask me why, I really couldn't tell you. And it's not like I am sitting there going he actually is a nice guy, a bit smarmy perhaps, but a nice guy. But it tosses him out of the running and pushes Saba into second, and while neither Saba nor Nico themselves knows where they might be on the list, I'm sure she would be happy if she heard about that. Of course, all these meetings take time, and one of the reasons Nico, as well as Fabian and Saba, for that matter, are on my list is that they are also hard workers with their own goals they have set for themselves. No scrubs are good enough for me, after all. This means it takes a few weeks between the first date with Saba and when I can finally arrange one with Nico. And the timing I have to take these dates well, date/meeting is that my parents had to head back to Cameron for business reasons, and I need to be leading that way myself shortly, no more than in 2 or 3 weeks. And in addition to getting time in with Nico and Saba, I still need to sit down with StarCorp about licensing the Warhammer, which shouldn't be an issue considering they seem happy to license that out to everyone that asks nicely. My basic idea was to take both leading candidates to Guangzhou and probably Cameron, to give them a chance to see for themselves once I have had a few dates/meetings/whatever you want to call this whole thing. But we finally got a time, and unlike the last 2, which were at high-end restaurants, he suggested meeting at the Museum of Art here in their CAD city. He said there was a show of art that was inspired by the 20th century. This shows he has done his research on me, as while I haven't hidden my taste for that part of history, I haven't made a big deal of it either. And I had meant to spend a few hours there anyways. I haven't even gotten to the date, and he is already winning points. Besides, this way, I don't have to go crazy in picking an outfit either, wearing something comfortable and yet something that makes me look damned good at the same time. I meet him at the agreed upon point, the entrance to the series of halls dedicated to the exhibition, and I smile as I see him. He is taller than me, big shock there, but he isn't as tall as Saba, he stands about 185 centimeters, and though he is dressed in a conservative but clearly bespoke suit, one that even would almost fit into the London scene during the mid-20th century, it is clear he hasn't slacked off in his physical fitness. He is not some muscle-bound meathead but a balanced sort that can lift, run, and do both for a long time. He has a well-trimmed short but thick red beard, bright blue eyes, and a slight grin as he takes me in. Me? I dressed reasonably well, of course, the required warm coat and fur hat were left at the door, but heels, a moderately long kilt dress, and a light heather-colored blouse under a loose dark jacket. Ah, glad you didn't get caught with all the traffic out there today. He says, smiling as he takes my hand, as I extend it greeting, kissing it in the fashion of someone more old-fashioned than most, or well, those that aren't of the current crop of idle and useless nobility. Well, I expected there to be some chaos, so I made sure I left early, better to be so than late, after all, I don't want to start with a bad impression, I tell him with a grin, knowing that with me being the prize, I'd have to really work at it to make a bad impression. He laughs politely at that, knowing that fact just as much as I do, and he offers his arm. I did my own look at things and saw you had been planning on coming out this way, so I thought you might like some company. He says, and I can't help but laugh at that. Well, yes, I did, and this has always been a favorite period of mine, I tell him as we enter the first of the galleries, one set aside for pop art, which, to be honest, wasn't ever something that I was a fan of. Warhol is so overrated and a schmuck, per my old memories. What caught my eye, though, was that they had his soup can painting. Hey, didn't know that one lasted this long, I mention, nodding to it and getting a chuckle from Nico. Yet, from what I read when I did my research on the exhibition, it's one of two of his that has survived the march of time, the other is still on Terra. He says, and I turn to look at him. Which one is that? I ask him, curious which of the many he has done has survived. The one with the 9 versions of a classic actress, I can't recall her name, I am afraid. He says, giving a slight shrug, as the period isn't one he has gone into as deep as some other things. Ah, the Marilyn Monroe piece, I say, nodding slightly as I see his curious glance. One of the most famous actresses of the period, and had quite the sad story as well, as all too many did in that time. He defers to my knowledge and smiles as he moves through the exhibit, a slight smirk as I see a pair of Jordans. How they have survived as long as they have, I have no idea, I would have thought they would have slowly fallen apart after 1,000 years. Seeing that, I look around to see if there is a Twinkie, it might still even be edible. Alas, no Twinkie, so instead, we make small talk as we move along, the next room more to my taste, an extensive collection of landscapes. Ah, now this is more to my taste, I tell him, smiling as I look about. While I have no idea how many are originals versus copies, there is a broad collection of landscapes dating from what I know to be the late 1800s to the early 2000s, but after so long, I will not throw stones. Like these better, HRM? More a fan of classics, I see. He says with a chuckle, and I stick my tongue out at him and shake my head. Pretty much, there is a lot to be said for modern stuff, but there is just something about this age that just hits the spot for me, well, that in the 1800s, especially the latter half when technology took off, and there was a desire to mix the new and the old both, I say, and pause to smile at a painting of Victorian-era London, particularly the Whitehall area. Why do I get the feeling that when you build your own government buildings there on Kwangjiang, it will look more like that than what is already there? He asks, laughing as he nods to the painting I am looking at. I shake my head a touch as I grin up at him. Well, won't be much of them, they already have their own buildings and such. It isn't exactly an unpopulated middle-of-nowhere planet after all. I point out with a smile. Indeed, and I am assuming that you are planning on taking a few of us that are interesting enough out there to see if it's a place we can live with. He asks as we start to stroll through the room. I nod, yes, after all, I want to be sure that regardless of everything, things are as comfortable and desirable for everyone. No point in agreeing to something you don't know all that you need to after all. I point out, getting a pleased nod from him. Good, I expected that would be the case after all, while, as I understand things, you are going to be the one, if you will excuse the phrase, wearing the pants. He asks, giving me a playful smirk. Well, call me old-fashioned, but not a fan of pants compared to skirts or dresses, but yes, I admit with a laugh. Not that I can blame you, it's your duchy, after all, and all that was done to bring it about was done by you and yours. He says, which is quite reassuring, as while I was pretty sure he would take it that way, else he wouldn't be on my list, it's nice to see nonetheless. Well, yes, and with my plans for the place, I want to be sure they get carried out. I tell him, pausing by an excellent copy or an original panel of the water lilies. Thinking large, are you? He asks, smiling as he sees my nod. Anything you are sharing yet? He asks, guiding me into the next room of art. Oh, starting with some conventional vehicles just to get the money flow heading in roughly the right direction, then I have a plan for something, well, I would say new, but it really isn't. But that's not something I can talk about at this time. I tell him, as, after all, though he doesn't know it, he is the one I want to run that program. Oh. He asks, glancing toward me as we walk through the exhibits. He grins, waving it away, his curiosity there, but considering it's something I didn't want to go into here, he drops it as soon as he starts it. So, what conventional vehicle are you looking at? The Vector, particularly, at the start, just the troop transport version. I begin, seeing him nod as he thinks back on what that is, and with his background, he does indeed know it. I have plans on using those as the primary transport for a few select infantry units. Consider it a page being taken out of the pages of history, particularly this period. I start, waving my hand towards the displayed art, and continue, if you don't already know about it, you might want to dig into the old Air CAV model, a very fast rapid reaction infantry force. He tilts his head a touch, thinking on that, and while he seems to be aware of the term Air CAV, he isn't too up to speed on it judging by a lack of direct comment about it. Well, I will have to do some more research. I see you are already coming up with plans for the future beyond your ability to find things in the most interesting places. We make small talk for the next half hour or so, wandering through the exhibit, at first, about my plans for both Guangzhong and, subtly, for whomever I pick to be a spouse. I am not too surprised he picked up on it, as I told Mom when we discussed him, he is smart as they come and not about to dive into something without being sure that it is something he wants to dive into. The chat moves from business to personal, and I am glad that what I found about him and his tastes are correct. And better yet, entirely compatible with my own. In fact, by the time we start winding things up, he is in complete flirt and seduce mode, which is cleverly timed to be coming on at the time we should be sitting down to dinner. The date went every bit as well as the one with Saba, and while Saba climbed up the ladder from third to second, Nico still managed to make sure he was still very much on top, and he makes a pretty mean breakfast of steak and eggs. But even though it was a few weeks till I had to run back to Cameron, I made sure that both Saba and Nico were free to take the said trip and with the possibility of heading to Guangzhou and I afterward. Unsurprisingly, they both told me that all I needed to do was give them a date of departure, and they would be ready. But first, I had to sit down with StarCorp and make the final arrangements for the Warhammer. I already had managed to get the agreement in principle for the license. Having the Archon quietly saying play nice with her to the various significant players certainly didn't hurt. StarCorp wasn't what it used to be, as the last 250 years haven't been kind to its plants, with the ones in Steiner space being too close to the border to keep them intact, and in the case of Lauberg, wasn't originally in Steiner space. They produce a trickle of Warhammers and longbows and small quantities of spare parts for other mechs that they can no longer produce. Frankly, I'm more than willing to do a bit of horse trading to get the Warhammer license, but thankfully, with the aforementioned assistance, I haven't had to do much of that. StarCorp, at one time or another, either built or had the license to make far more than that, but with the passage of time, they focused on what they could. Frankly, I've already used them to pick up the odd, unique Highlander part that was cheap enough and simple enough that it made more sense to buy than to pull out of my until I hit Helm limited stocks. In this case, the head of the StarCorp LC office is actually on their CAD, and even better, so are a few other senior officers from the Suns. While each national office works more or less by itself due to the politics of the inner sphere, they often see eye to eye with other national branches. I'm meeting with Nolan Quinn, the head of Sun Hoa's facility and to whom the head of the Lauberg reports. We arranged to meet at my family's estate, and for the first 20 minutes or so, we spent it in polite small talk. But we did eventually get to the business side of the talk. So, he starts, setting down his glass of scotch, the agreement all but settled, but a bit of face-to-face is always needed. We agree in principle that you'll be receiving a license for the Warhammer, though as I understand it, it won't be the stock 6R. He asks, smiling as while I haven't said what version I plan on looking at, and as far as everyone else is concerned, I am merely looking at options to do some low-rate production to make up for losses, not building a proper factory. Indeed. I say, picking up one of the lemon tarts set out, as you have no doubt seen, the version of the Warhammer I use a lot is the old 6RK, and I like what it brings to the field. That's the old combine version, right? Could hit 80 plus kilometers per hour. He asks, confirming his observations. Yes, and what I plan on doing, if I do build a few, is cross the 6RK with the 7A, I announce, and that's a version he knows of. The more advanced Royal is it? Have you already figured out how to put something like that together? Building Royals, as you probably know, is more than just putting in some advanced weapons, structure, or engines. Yes, mostly in the electronics, and I agree, I start after swallowing the bite of the tart. But, that being said, I do think I have a line on that. As you have been made aware, I have managed to source some data that is proving useful for bringing things back online, though mostly, at the moment, certain construction materials as I understand it. That was the real interest from you to allow this deal to go through. I say, making sure I get past the question of royal-grade electronics packages without too much attention. Which mostly works. Well, I hope you have a plan for building up the basic infrastructure for the electronics, but yes, the Pharaoh and Endo supply is the key two things we hope to get back in our bag of tricks. He says with a chuckle. Frankly, I am surprised you are not asking for the Highlander license. Oh, I start, unable not to laugh a little. I have seriously considered it, and even now, I still debate myself over trying to get it or not, I admit. But, let's be honest, building warmers alone is a stretch with what I think is there to be found. Turning a refit facility into a factory is certainly doable, but there are limits to it. I agree, and if that were all there was to be found, it would be accurate enough. Fair point. As it stands, I am happy with the deal. After your own internal use and the demands from the LCAF, placing us at the head of the line since Defiance hasn't come to an agreement yet for both, those is very much in our favor, but I admit, I think more would be nice. It's not that they have first call on what isn't called for by ourselves and the LCAF, but they get a chance to buy before others do. They won't always buy, but it's still a pretty good deal. More? I ask, giving him a bit of a grin as I lean back in my seat, crossing my arms as I give him a look. Yes, a bit more. Oh, nothing too outrageous, at least I don't think they are, but I would like AMC to build a facility on Sun Hoa to produce Pharaoh armor locally instead of shipping it in. By preference, even Endo, as that would possibly allow us to bring other of our designs back online. He says, and it makes me think a touch as there are several possibilities, as if I recall right, not only were they one of the companies that built the Highlander, but they also took over the Emperor from Quarry. I always thought that was odd since they both filled the same fundamental niche and even weighed the same. Oh? Do tell. I ask, curious as to where they are going with this. Before I do, I have a question that needs a bit of an answer. He says, placing his cards on the table. You can ask, but if I can't answer, I can't answer, I say, allowing him to ask his questions. How much information have you managed to acquire? Not in general, but in particular, I am curious about information on certain systems. Namely, this shouldn't be too much of a surprise, Artemis, but in addition, anything used with the Emperor, Warhammer, and the Highlander. He says, clearly looking at grabbing any chance he can to get information to help bring his company to where it was before everything was destroyed. More than you might think actually. While I can't go into details, as I am sure you are aware, I start, after leaning back and thinking on this for a good long minute, I did manage to get my hands on the full production data package on certain mechs. In the case of the 6RK and 7A, well, technically, I already have the data, but building them without a license is just rude. Well, that and Star Corp is pretty easy going about license fees and are hard on those that don't do things the right way. He points out with a slight grin. Indeed, and yes, I even have the Highlander data, I admit, shaking my head. So, what are you thinking? Well, I can and have already arranged the permissions with the other branches to offer a trade to build on what we already have discussed. He starts, leaning forward, in exchange for building a full AMC facility, providing both armor and structure, and providing all the data you have on those mechs, and yes, we won't be doing anything with the data that the LIC won't approve of. Star Corp is willing to not only extend the license for the Warhammer, but the Highlander as well, and will even write in an agreement that we won't produce the already established Royal or Kurita version of the Warhammer, and won't reintroduce the Highlander for a period of 25 years, so if you do decide to put together a facility, you will have time not just to build the facility, but have a few years of having the sole production. I consider that for a long moment, as that's an interesting offer. The Highlander isn't the finalist for the third line's production, but this might change how I view things regarding that. As is Warhammer, Thug, and finally, what I call the Super Warhammer, the Devastator, is a pretty solid trio to form the basis of a proper heavy assault battalion. We will retain ownership of the facility, I assume. I ask to ensure I am clear on this, and seeing his nod, I smile. Well, that isn't a bad offer, after all, it's data that originally you all had, so it isn't like I am giving you something that you never had. Your company just lost it by and large. I say, getting another nod of agreement. Exactly. Even then, the data is incredibly valuable, but so is offering you the chance to have a sphere-wide monopoly on the Highlander design. He counters, and I can't argue the point, though, to be fair, with what they know, it's not that valuable. Of course, knowing that a turnkey factory is waiting there to be found actually undervalues the worth of the Highlander part of the deal. Tell you what, I decide after a moment, still not sure I will make the things, as much as I love the Highlander, I have to look at the broader view of what is and isn't smart for me to field in numbers, make the exclusivity last till 3050, just to make it an even number, and the royal versions of the Warmer and Highlander remain perpetually exclusive to me, and not just in local production, but sphere-wide as well, and we have a deal. The second plant is already slated to be built at Guangzhou NI, and will be located at Sun Hoa for the dedicated use of Star Corp's Lyran branch. If he bites, I wonder if I could trade away data to get the same perpetual exclusivity for the other royal upgrades. Pointless? Sure, but it still feels right to keep those designs out of the hands of the great houses as much as possible. Or at least, so says my inner Star League loyalist side. Nolan thinks about that momentarily, considering the options he has been given to negotiate with and what he can use and pass on. I have no doubt there will be some intelligence operations to pass on some of it to the other branches, but still, he takes a moment to think. On the condition that if the LIC permits, we can share this data on the mesh to our Sun's branch. I know they would never permit it to be passed on to our other two branches, but the Suns have never really been an issue for the Commonwealth. He adds, and I nod, knowing that the Fedcom would be a thing not too far down the road unless I butterflied it away. Actually, that's given me an idea. And if I decided to subcontract the construction with a third party, be it here or, if the LIC lets you export the information to the Suns, a rebuilt factory somewhere else? I ask, chuckling as he sees exactly where I am going with this. As long as they are not made under the Kozara branding, as I think I know exactly the system you are thinking of, and I admit, the idea of it is well worth it by itself, but yes. I smile and offer my hand to him. Well, in that case, let's have our lawyers draw up the agreement so we can sign off on it. I tell him as the deal is made mostly what I want, plus some extra for me to play with and consider what options might be brought to the table that I didn't consider too strongly. The Triad, their CAD, Lyran Commonwealth, January 3021. Welcome back, Commodore, it's been a while. Says Nandi Steiner, rising from her seat as she welcomes Lieutenant Commodore von Luckner into her office. Besides herself, Simon Johnson was present, as well as Duke Davis Rothschild and Duchess Rebecca Greer of TAG and Semir Datatron, as well as a pair of lower rank, though in this case both of them were only mere commandants, and a nondescript woman serving as Johnson's aide. Indeed, 9 months each way just to make the trip. He says, smiling as he takes the seat he is shown to, setting down his noteputer and then plugging in a small cable for such a thing. You get plenty of time to work on your paperwork. Why, I actually got caught up with it all just before we jumped into their CAD. He says, getting a round of laughs from everyone. Honestly, I am not sure that long of a trip is worth even that. Admits Nandi, getting chuckles from the military officers before she moves to the point. So, we have all read the summary you sent as soon as you made landfall, and Johnson and I had briefings from the first trip back from the site and what they had found. It appears the initial review was accurate enough, but there was a lot more to it. She says, looking to Luckner and seeing him nod before he starts up. I won't go into detail, as everyone here has my report, but the site is as good as the first inspection indicated. He starts, pulling up a file and then shooting it over to a large screen set in one of the walls. The surface facility is pretty much as expected, mostly a support site for the orbital facility, with some light industrial capability built into it, but that capability was focused on what was needed to keep things running as far as the survival of the staff assigned to it and the infrastructure present. Food, water, various consumables, and the like. He says, smiling as he indicates the central computer core. The core that runs the place wasn't all that special by Star League standards, but by our current standards, it's pretty good. Per the plan, it will be pulled and brought back here, not an absolute priority, but a priority nonetheless. He then brings up another file. As far as the yards go, they are as it says in the tin, a repair and refit facility capable of handling ships up to 750,000 tons, with several small facilities capable of handling dropships up to 50,000 tons. Highly automated, and with the site being established on the back end of nowhere, there were several support facilities to build subcomponents that it was felt would be better suited to local production rather than be brought in as cargo. What sorts of things did they consider worthy of such? Asks Duchess Greer. I imagine that anything they put there would be better than what we have now, but I am curious as to what they are. Electronics mostly, computers, sensor systems, targeting systems, and the like makes up the largest proportion. They decided that the raw material for the chips and the like is easy enough, and they never did require exotic materials to make, so it made sense to them to build up the local capability there on site. Makes sense. Rothschild says, I hope they are modular enough that we can bring them back this way should we decide to do so. He asks, already seeing how such equipment can do wonders for the Commonwealth's naval construction industry. Even better. Says Luckner, having shot a glance to Nandi Steiner and getting a nod of approval from her, we brought back the first tranche of systems already. And we will be bringing as much of it back this way as possible. While it would be nice to have the facility as is, with where it is, it was decided that it would be better to bring it back here and use the equipment here in this system to upgrade our facilities. We never got hammered like Ioto and our other yards did, but there was enough sabotage and the like over the years to use the equipment to regain a lot of our lost capacity. Rebecca nods. It's not like we ever lost yard space or even the number of slips, it's been more a case of losing the ability to feed those slips with the more complex sub-assemblies. Davis nods, but if he were about to speak, it doesn't happen as Johnson speaks up. Exactly, our idea here is to take as much as possible from that site and use it to get tag and semi-air back up to where they were back in 2750. Naturally, we would ask for certain concessions, but we can all agree that this is good for everyone. Both Greer and Rothschild both grin and nod. Well, starts Rebecca, getting a nod of agreement from Davis, as long as you don't get too outrageous on those concessions. I think I can speak for Davis as well as myself in saying we would be happy to make reasonable concessions in exchange for that sort of windfall. With that, Nandi smiles and beckons for Luckner to continue. At any rate, the other facilities that we are pulling back include machinery for the assembly of drive units and the manufacture of some of the components used for them. Also, some equipment was installed to construct weapon systems and ammo, mostly small secondary scale weapons used in mechs, as well as capital missile launchers and missiles. The latter is also located in the cargo ships I brought back. He says, getting nods of approval at prioritizing those. The yard facilities themselves? Asks Davis. Well, the raw facilities are not a priority, as building a yard is something we can still do, but the plan is to strip down as much as we can carry when the last convoy leaves the place. Unless there is a schedule change, it will be the end of next year. Says Luckner. That's what, 2 more convoys if the schedule I read is correct? Asks Rebecca. Yes, in a few months, another will be leaving and heading back this way. At the same time, I will be taking one back there to link up with the stay-behind forces that are keeping an eye on the place and taking things down as we make out trips. My convoy will be the last to leave, and we will bring back everyone with us, leaving nothing behind. Any idea on the benefit to our production? Asks Nandi. After all, I think you have had more time than anyone here to think about it, and we did pick you because of the time you spent supervising our service yards. Well, by itself, it won't get the yards here over their CAD back to 100%, I am sorry to say. However, it will, I think, and if I read the improvements I am seeing across the board in the industrial field and what might be happening soon, well, I think we can get there. He says, and then he turns to the 2 industrialists. I think, based off of what I have with me now, and what I know of your yards, which, due to his background, is a pretty good idea of what they have and don't have, I think it is safe to say you will notice a significant upgrade in throughput of the existing designs, and I think the project you have going with Duchess MacCleary and her lease will become much easier as well. I think, and I admit, I would have to dive deeper into your facilities and their actual capabilities as they stand now, that you could easily reach a production of 3 to 4 a year by the end of 23, and I wouldn't rule out 4 or 5, though I think that would be a bit of a reach. And my facilities, Commodore? Asks Davis, seeing Rebecca smile as she looks forward to the ability to up the production of her existing ships, not to mention the Lee project. More or less the same, a noticeable increase in production rates, and based on what ships were thought to be seen at the station needing service, your intruder and mule lines will see the bulk of the improvement. He says, pausing, you might get back to pre-succession war numbers of the mule, but that's a guess at the time. I would have to look closer at your mule line to see if that's true. And at any rate, we might be having you build a new design for us as well. Says Nandi, getting curious looks from Davis and his friendly competitor. Did you ever wonder what the logic was behind the Lee when the Overlord was also going through development at roughly the same time? Asks Nandi, getting a shake of the head from nearly everyone, though von Luckner tilts his head a touch as he pours himself a glass of water as he had considered it and thinks he knows where Nandi is going with this and even agrees mostly with her deductions. Can't say that I have to be honest. Says Davis, getting a nod of agreement from the rest. Well, there are 2 rules of thought regarding military dropships. It comes down to under which conditions they are expected to operate. With the SLDF, and oddly enough, the last 100 or so years, the idea was that while a dropship had to be able to protect itself on the way to a planet outside of light combat, it would be assumed that it wouldn't be outright targeted by the defenders under most conditions, if not to the same degree jump ships are protected. Still, people are more interested in seizing, not destroying them. She starts, seeing everyone paying attention to what she is saying. And even then, speaks up Luckner, most of the time, dropships are used mostly for administrative moves, not combat. Exactly. Says Nandi, smiling at him, I am sure we have all heard of Landgrave's MacCleary's personal colossus? The one he got from his daughter that has a magical touch for finding Lustek. Seeing nods from everyone, she continues, that's a perfect example of an admin dropship designed to move large numbers of troops in a pretty permissive environment, with enough firepower and armor to allow it to deal with a threat level more in line with pirates than proper militaries. The dropships we use these days are the same, though with a bit more armor and firepower, capable of surviving entry into the battlefield under conditions that are at least neutral, but I wouldn't want to be in one if there were no friendly cover to ease the way. she says, getting a few chuckles, as everyone knows what happens to dropships that go in unescorted to heavily defended worlds. At any rate, the SLDF felt that they would always have naval supremacy and never need to be worried about fighting their way into a system, at least till the Civil War, when they discovered that smaller dropships were exceptionally flimsy, and massive admin movers like the Colossus was just asking to get focused down on as easy kills. But, fortunately, they had another design handy. The Lee, says Rebecca, getting a nod from Luckner and Nandi. Exactly, while it might have gotten its start as a bit of a controversial program, it was designed from the ground up to be a proper assault ship, just one that also handled a full battalion of mechs. It has the armor and firepower to fight its way to a target and the speed to keep up with other assaulting elements. Its size made it a target in the various assaults on hegemony worlds, but its capabilities made them take a lot of killing to get rid of them. A perfect raider, if you were raiding with battalions, which was something the SLDF would do with its size. Says Luckner. If it's that good, why didn't they build other versions meant for smaller formations? Asks Davis. My guess? The Civil War killed any projects before they could get off the ground, and as mentioned, it was controversial in itself, so there wasn't much interest out there. Says Nandi. Makes sense that, but if I am reading between the lines correctly, you are thinking of having a company-sized Lee designed and built. Asks Davis. Exactly. There will be more demand for those than the Lee itself if they are easier to build and cheaper for no other reason. We are also considering a Lance-sized version, but the Leopard does well enough in that role. Nandi says, then slides a small drive down the table towards Davis. This is the basic concept we are thinking about. We would appreciate it if you could have your people review things and flesh them out. Like Duchess Greer's Lees, we will buy as many as possible once she finishes the Highlanders' orders. Not every last one, as I imagine that we will let you sell a few on the open market, but most, yes. And with that, Davis gives a slight grin, and let me guess, the Lees and this company-level ship will go a long way to pay off the assistance you are giving up to upgrade our yards. Indeed, it's a win-win for us both. We all get something we want, your yards return to full health over the next decade or so, and we get newer, tougher dropships. What more could anyone ask for? Asks Nandi with her best winning smile. An hour later, the meeting drew to a close, several issues were discussed regarding the equipment being brought back, and nearly everyone left, leaving just the Commodore, Johnson, Nandi, and Johnson's aide. Everyone sits down again after the departure, and no one speaks as the aide quickly looks for anything that might have been left behind with a scanner she had tucked out of sight. After waiting a few minutes to confirm things, she nods and then departs, having found the office still as clean as General Steiner's should be. So, what you were sent out there to bring back, first and foremost, is it as intact as we all hope it is? Asks Johnson. Yes, sir, it is. Don't get your hopes up too much, though the machinery and equipment were designed to service and repair, not build. Which, I will admit, is much more than what we have now and can go a long way towards pointing us in the right direction, but it is a repair facility, not a production. Still, like you said, more than we have now. Says Nandi. You saw that data that was brought back from New Dallas. If it weren't for that, we would be setting things up out there as a perfect place to cause the snakes all sorts of trouble, but since we now have to deal with a reality we haven't had to do so in over 100 years, well, it's more important to move as much of it as we can here. Perfectly understood. Do you have an idea of where you want to set it up? Or is that still need to know? Luckner asks. Not yet, we have had discussions about this for a while, and while the obvious answer is Ioto, the question is either Gibbs or Ilarion. The latter makes the most obvious sense since it is the larger facility, but Gibbs has the positives of being so close to their CAD. Says Nandi. Though Ilarion might be too obvious a choice, everyone keeps an eye on the yards there and establishing that equipment there might not be missed. Points out Johnson, getting a slight nod of agreement from the Commodore. Gibbs is so close, though, that while it sees more traffic, no one will expect anything really sensitive happening there though. Suggests Luckner. That's one of the arguments being made. There is also the argument of building a completely new facility, but the expense of it makes that an outside chance. Notes Nandi, and that's not getting into just where to set it up since you would have to build up a large degree of general infrastructure to support it. I don't think putting it in Gibbs is the best idea, though I can't argue against it because it's so close. My primary reasoning is that the increase in their facility's overall size will be impossible to mask. Ilarion at least has enough there to hide it pretty easily. Johnson notes. Well, we are not going to rush things, let's take a deep dive into Gibbs and Ilarion and some of our more reasonable candidates for a new facility and take our time. I think we have that at least, enough to come to a decision around, say, sometime this summer. Makes sense to me, and by that time, the next convoy should be reaching Commonwealth space. We can have a command circuit set up to bring back word on what's coming back on this run and what they believe will come back with me a year later. Asks Luckner. That sounds about right. We will hold off on making a final decision until we have that information," says Nandi, and with that, they start to buckle down into the details of the actual prize that was brought back. Guangzhong Ni, Lyran Commonwealth, February, 3021. Dr. Adams, Marine Explorer Extraordinaire, at least in his mind, sits in the chair set aside for his use on the bridge of the survey ship Cousteau, sipping on a fresh mug of pitch-black coffee as he takes in the fresh sea air, not a hint of land in sight. The nearest piece of land is hundreds of kilometers away and little more than a collection of pleasant islands. "Sir, we are getting a signal from Calypso. They have a reading on some wrecks on the seafloor they want permission to check out," says the head of the submersible team, the Calypso being a manned deep-sea exploration submarine. "Did they say what sorts of wreck?" asks Dr. Adams, perhaps the only person on the team to know precisely what they are looking for, the public story being rumors of a supply cache or a refit facility being tucked under the waves. "No sir, the best they can say at this range is several metallic readings. They can be there in about half an hour to get a better look at things if permitted," he says, watching the head of the expedition consider things for a moment. "Go ahead and let them, they might just be a wreck from bad weather or an amorous ship that got stepped on by the SLDF when they showed up, but it's worth checking out," he says, then turns back to nursing his coffee and reviewing the latest paper on deep-sea exploration. It's closer to an hour later when the head once more comes up to the bridge, coughing to announce his presence to his boss. "Yes, James, they find what it was?" he asks, setting down his reader and turning to face him without getting out of his chair. "Yes sir, not a shipwreck, well, at least surface shipwreck, it's a bit odder than that," he says, looking somewhat puzzled as he speaks. "Well, do go on," he asks, arching an eyebrow, not getting to put out with the reluctance of James to speak up on things he is perhaps the most laid-back explorer he knows of. At least, in his mind, that is. It's even true, but he has been considered the most pleasant egotist in the business to work with those in the same field. As one person once said, he thinks he is the only one in the room with a working brain, but he is incredibly polite about it and even assumes that those working for him will need more time to keep up with him. Worked with worse sorts. "Well, sir, they look like large cargo submarines from the look of the wreckage. They haven't gotten close enough for a detailed look. They were sailing in formation back towards the industrial spaceport where Duchess MacCleary is basing the bulk of her people at. The only thing that makes any sense whatsoever is that all three of the subs suffered catastrophic failures of some kind, all at the same time. It's really weird for that to happen after all. Accidents happen, sure, but never simultaneously on multiple ships. The only thing that makes sense is that they were self-destructed, and the only way that makes sense is these ships belonged to the Rimmers military, and someone didn't want them to fall into the SLDF's hands." Dr. Adams lifts an eyebrow, as that's probably exactly what happened, not that James has any reason to know that would be the likely reasoning, still, he thinks he reasoned it out well enough. "Excellent work, and you are most likely correct. Have the Calypso approach the wrecks and see if there is any sign of its cargo and report back," he says, turning back to his reader as James heads off to do as told. It's an hour later when James returns, puzzled as it appears the subs didn't have cargo but a large number of passengers, judging from what little remnants of the bodies were there, usually the synthetics of various items worn by them. But it was enough for Dr. Adams to decide that Duchess MacCleary had filled in inside straight once more. He hasn't found that suspected factory, but the wrecks are all pointing the same way, and judging from the debris field, they were traveling at speed when they blew up. Which means he has an arrow pointing right toward his target. At any rate, it's time to send out that prep repard message indicating they are about to find things. Not that the message says that in the clear. Even if MacCleary didn't think ahead of time to come up with a proper code system to indicate such things, he sure would have. It just shows that it's nice working for someone with a good head on their shoulders. MacCleary Castle, Cameron, Lyran Commonwealth, February 3021. The last 3 weeks spent on their CAD was plenty of time to take care of business that needed doing, primarily little things that, while I could delegate and most likely will in the future, I felt I needed to have a hand in. It also gave me time to ensure that all the T's were crossed and I's dotted with the StarCorp deal. While I am sure they won't be building the Royal Warmer, I have no doubt they are considering introducing a more advanced version as soon as possible. And more power to them, as I am sure they won't be lacking in customers. Nico and Saba were more than happy to accompany me to Cameron, for while there was some family business to be handled, there was also company business. Not to mention General Grind was a few weeks out, and he was more than happy to meet me on Cameron, as it keeps him away from the court on their CAD. I can understand that. Of course, it would slip my mind that the Dragoons were present. Well, more to the point, I knew their dependents would be present, but I never thought that the brass would be there. At least, that was my thought before. When we were halfway to Planet Fall, one of the Dragoon jump ships popped into the system, with an overlord flying the IFF saying it was the Chieftain, soon starting its burn to Cameron. Entering orbit, we all had a chance to admire Hephaestus Station, all 1 million tons of it. I mean, AMC has about 1 million tons of orbital infrastructure. Still, Our largest single station was made up of several larger factory platforms cobbled into a single unit weighing in at about 275,000 tons. The good news with Jamie Wolf being a few days behind me is that any plans anyone had upon my arrival were promptly tossed out of the airlock, which allowed Nico, Saba, and myself to settle into our lodgings at the castle and take a few days to relax and settle in. Well, mostly, as there were some light meetings about a few things, but compared to their cat, it was almost a short vacation. We did extend an invite to the Dragoon Command team as soon as they made planetfall to the castle for a small social affair, where we found out that in addition to Col. Wolf, Col. Fancher, Shostakovich survived Hesperus, but only just. It turns out you can survive a headshot from a Gauss rifle with a bit of luck, but in his case, it led to his early retirement, of Beta, Col. Polakov Zeta. Evidently, he also survived Hesperus, as well as one Captain Kerensky. It should be an interesting evening, I am sure. And one thing I am bearing in mind when it comes to the production rate of the Lees being that high eventually is SDT by themselves, went from producing one fortress every 4 or so years to pumping out almost 4 a year for 6 years running, and 2 a year after that. Which tells me the basic facilities are pretty intact. The hold-up was always the subs, which makes sense as Thakid was never really hit hard, but I could see FWL/DC/CS running sabotage missions against the softer parts of things, making for huge bottlenecks in production. MacCleary Castle, Cameron, Lyran Commonwealth, February 3021. The party that everyone is invited to, including those I didn't expect, is in a few more days, the chieftain having made planetfall early yesterday, with Col Wolf no doubt being stuck in meetings much like every other officer upon arrival to a planet. This gave the family time to set up for the party and the rest of us time to finish a little of the business we originally came for. That was mainly about seeing how AMC is going and letting everyone know we are expanding to Sun Hoa in conjunction with Star Corps. No one is upset with that, as getting in with one of the larger corporations is never a bad thing, even if they are not that big of a player here in the Commonwealth. The fact that I provided them enough data to sort out issues, as well as restart production, does show that's something that will pay more and more over time. In the last talks I had with them, they were speaking about putting the longbow into proper production volume, and they are already talking about starting production of a new variant that makes the most of Endosteel and Artemis fire control systems, since they are confident they can get those back into production quickly. I am all for this, as I only have so many Artemis kits left to supply my mechs with missiles. But more interestingly, I got the to-be-hoped message from Kwang Jong Ni that I had been waiting for what felt like years. Okay, it hasn't been years plural. Damn close, though. As of the time of sending the message, the team hasn't found the facility. But that's alright, it's why there was this coded message they could shoot out to me once they were sure they were on the verge of it. I have no idea why they felt it was time to send it, but I am sure they had a reason. I haven't told anyone what it meant. All they knew is that they were strongly suggesting I return to the system to handle some issues with the governmental setup, as well as they needed me to make some calls on the industry they were setting up, that they felt I had to be the one to make those calls while there. At the moment, I am busy overthinking my plans for the future, not so much with the factory but with the ships I have slated to start delivery next year. In itself, nothing too unusual in that. What is unusual, however, is I am doing it in one of the more secure meeting rooms in the castle. Considering the provenance of the place, it is pretty damn secure, since it still has all the bells and whistles from the Star League and Hegemony grade ones at that. My family knows this fact, but some of the guests I invited are not. But the first to arrive is Saba of all people, not a family member, and literally 2 steps behind her is Nico, which, unless I miss my guess, means the rest of the family taking part in this probably isn't long in coming. Needless to say, I had already managed to convince both her and Nico to join my nascent industrial firm, using not just subtle alright, not so subtle encouragement in what I am bringing to the table, a few hints at some cards I am holding back still, and of course a few careful comments from those high up in the lick to point out that they felt I was going somewhere. Hard at work? Asks Saba, moving to take a seat with Nico doing the same, taking advantage of being early to pick their seats, though they both avoid the seat at the head of the table and the ones next to it out of simple good manners. Of course, I am at the other end of it, so they wind up on either side of me. Looks like she is plotting about her lees, says Nico as he steps behind me on the way to his seat, and I can't help but chuckle. Well, yes. Overthinking things, sure, but I had a few ideas and took some inspiration from other ships and some ideas I had while running around in the periphery. I note, then spin about the pad where I have sketched a few ideas. They are both Lee-class dropships, though it's clear that there are some changes made in the armament of the one and the hatch layout on the second. Are those long toms? He asks, glancing at the nose of the one, and I grin. Yeah, I like our command ship, having those facilities has proven worth their weight in gold. So, I was thinking about how I would make a command Lee. And then I saw that unit that ran around with a half-dozen fortresses last year, and it reminded me of the Great White Whale and its arrow system. I start, and Saba nods as she sees where this is going and takes another look at the Lee. So, traded mech bays for weapons, as I am, if I count right, 6 tubes that are the long toms. Yep, I say, and I grin. I stripped out most of the mech bays, added back in some vehicle bays, and have penciled in a modular troop bay. It's basically a command post / fire support base. The other is a riff off of the idea of having a support facility following along. That wouldn't be the cargo version? Asks Nico, and I shake my head. Not quite. Sure, the concept is based on the cargo, but it added a pair of small craft bays and a handful of vehicle bays, all used for recovery vehicles and support vehicles but still retaining half its cargo. Basically, it is a ship that can serve as a base of operations and provide ammo and repair facilities. What's the point? I can see it being moderately useful on long-duration assaults but not so much for raids. Says Saba, taking a look at the specs, and she smiles. 4 of the bays are sized for those Waylands, makes sense. She notes. Well, yes, not a lot of call for it, no, but it's an idea I was bouncing around in case there was ever a call to provide that level of support on a major attack or counterattack as part of a larger campaign, I tell them. Honestly, it is a silly idea. But having a few of them around for some of the deep raids against the clans in 30 or so years would be very useful indeed. So, not going to ask for them, just a thought exercise. Asks Nico. Not quite. Once I have the first 8 standard dropships delivered, I will have the next 3 be the command version and the last be the forward supply base concept. Might never see another made, but it might come in handy. I announce, and then I pause a moment. Well, I might ask for one of the commands early, but I have to send the concept info to SDT and see if they are not totally outlandish first. With that, the first family member arrives, Uncle Fergus hearing the last and shaking his head as he heads for a seat. Busy plotting once more, Elsie? He asks, smiling as he settles in place. Goodness knows you always seem to have some plot on the burner. A bit, I admit, grinning as Uncle Fergus has grown on me a lot since he acknowledged I was right in heading out the way I did and has been one of my better backers within the family. I didn't get much chance to go into detail because I didn't want to review it twice and because the rest arrived a few moments later. In addition to myself, Saba, Nico, and Uncle Fergus, my dad arrives, along with Aunt Bridget and a few of the more senior members of AMC. In addition, and to the curious looks of everyone, General Grind was also invited. As everyone takes their seats, I hit the controls by my place at the table and lock the room into full lockdown mode. I don't want a hint about what will be talked about in here leaking out. As everyone makes quick greetings with everyone, I put away my busy work and pull up the files I had prepared for such an eventuality. With a light rap on the table, my dad calls the meeting to order and grins at me. Since you asked for this, I will cede the floor to you. He says, waving my hand, and judging from your reaction when you got your last message, I feel it's going to be a fascinating discussion. I smile and nod my head. Indeed I do, as you are all aware, and General, you and I have already talked a little about God's own artillery park that I have parked on Guangzhong. I have been operating on the presumption that there was a significant refit facility present there on the planet, and it was just a matter of time before I found it, I say, getting nods from everyone, though they all lean forward as they assume that the message I got is a coded note saying they found it. I pause and then smirk a touch, and Uncle? You owe Dad 250 kroner. I tell Uncle Fergus, getting momentary looks of puzzlement from him, Aunt Bridget, and Dad before they both blink and lean forward as they think back on the bet that was made roughly 7 years ago. However, the others look at me curiously, wondering what that has to do with anything. Wait, what, seriously? Asks Dad, more than a little surprised, and I push on before any of my family members can say anything more. My initial assumption, and why I picked the planet, I start, giving the 3 on my side of the table a bit of background they don't have, is that it was always assumed there was some refit facility there since the Rimjob's rampages had to come from somewhere, and they were never able to figure out where. I start, and I get slow nods from the 3 of them, though by the look Saba is getting, I think she is putting 2 and 2 together nicely. But the more I dug into things, the more I became convinced that this was where they had the production facility. The fact that there were never any records of the scale of facility needed to produce the numbers of rampages convinced me that I was onto something. I continue after a moment's pause and see some nods starting. And as I dug into it, over the last year, a few others I have consulted with have started to agree that I might be onto something. This is why you had us explore ocean survey teams. Says Aunt Bridget, you think it was underwater. Exactly, and not a refit facility, but a proper factory, I say, smiling at her, and I note the way I have everyone's full attention now. But when I was out there setting things up, I tasked the person I selected to run the surveys with what I was thinking and what to look for. And gave him a list of messages to indicate various degrees of success and where they stand, for him to transmit the status to me without letting on to what's happening there. That makes perfect sense and shows some foresight. Says the General, nodding his head. And to what degree was his find? Well, the message indicates he found the last bit of information to lead him to the site itself, as I assumed they would hide it as well as they could. But the conditions would indicate certain things based on guesswork and my hopes. Judging from the message, he found enough evidence to support the idea that he is on the trail of a significant production facility. Frankly, in this case, the conditions were, first, it had to say where it was, and second, and this is a little morbid, but when you consider how Amaris and his goons operated, to be expected, a large number of bodies to make sure the location stays secret. Everyone nods to that, with a few leaning back to consider things a bit. So, you think you have found, or are about to find, the Rimmer's primary rampage production facility? Says my dad, tone level, much like he is confirming his thoughts, not judging them. Yes, and I think it is intact to one extent or another. Judging from the exact message sent, large numbers of staff were killed to silence them, indicating they had plans to return to the site at some point in the future. If they destroyed it, they wouldn't have pulled them out, they would have killed them on site or not bothered to kill them in the first place since it wouldn't matter at that point. That makes perfect sense from what I recall reading of the Amaris SOP. Says the general. He then looks at me. I assume you have only guesses about the size. Guesses? Yes. But I think I have a solid idea of scale based on known numbers of rampages built over how long of a time. And if I had a guess, 75 to 100 of them a year. I have nothing concrete to base that on, but it's an educated guess based on numbers believed to have been built by the SLDF and the believed introduction date. General grinned, whistles lightly. I understand why you left so much metal behind. It's more a storage facility while you staff up, but it makes much more sense now. Saba says, now I also see why you were hot on getting Nico and me on board regardless of how things shake out, having some people with our backgrounds would come in handy getting that plant back online. She says, and I nod to that in agreement. In your case, yes. In Nico's case, more because of the Nighthawks. I tell her, getting a slow nod of agreement from Nico as that's right up his alley, though he looks puzzled as to why I am bringing those things up and even more puzzled that I even know what those are. Everyone looks puzzled, well, everyone but Nico, who is already aware of them from his services in the LCAF Special Operations. What are Nighthawks? The general asks, and I nod, and seeing the puzzled look from the rest, I smile. The Nighthawk was a set of powered armor the SLDF was playing around with at the tail end of things leading up towards the Civil War. They had a couple of versions, the base infantry version and a stealth suit designed for getting into places they shouldn't. Armored to resist firepower, infantry has no business resisting, and mobility they have no business having. I start with. Nico nods, with the rest nodding as they ponder what they can bring to the table, and I continue. The Highlanders have a bit more than a company's worth of them. I start, getting a muffled sound of shock from Nico as if I had to guess. The LCAF, on the whole, might have 3 or 4, and even better, enough data to make production a possibility. You want to put these things back into serial production? The general says, and I nod in agreement. Yes, I already have a contract of sorts with a certain intelligence arm of the Commonwealth to build up the capability, and Nico, that is something that I hope to have you in charge of, both for limited production of the stealthy Mk21 and series production of the stock infantry Mk22. I want to get to the point where I can equip truly large numbers of troops in them. I tell Nico, getting a nod from him. I then look to the others and smile, but that's getting away from the point. Once things get settled here, and I think it might take a week or so more, I hope to head to Guangzhou. I have arranged for Lok Tula to arrive at the end of next week to take me out that way. If you want to ride back, General, we will have the collars, and if you would like to come out as well, Dad, we have room for the whale. Dad nods his head in agreement while the General agrees as well with a chuckle. This I have to see for myself. I've already passed word to Loki about my find, or rather, what we are about to find, and passed on my intent to head out that way. So, I do not doubt that some interested parties will have arrived when we arrive. Right, well, while I have certain hopes about what we will find, I am not about to get greedy. Frankly, even if it is just a small plant, having the capability in hand is a game changer for the duchy, the family, and even the Commonwealth, I think we can all agree. I ask and get nods all around. I grin a touch, so, yes, I think we should look into making that plant at Guangzhou as we originally thought about doing, though I would focus on Sun Hoa for the moment since I think they will be able to make use of it sooner than I am going to on Guangzhou. I say and then lean forward, moving into details and discussing what I think we have, which takes another few hours. I would say the time between this meeting and the party where I would wind up face to face with the dragoons went smoothly, but that would be a lie. There were several discussions regarding the bombshell dropped in the meeting, and I have to say, General Grimm seems positively giddy knowing that his march might be getting a nice boost in effectiveness. Not that there is much in the way of threats from other houses, but pirates are still a thing. Perhaps the most interesting development was something I suspected would happen but didn't know when it might. We got a message from traffic control that Duchess Killa was inbound. Evidently, she is doing her best for her family to win the MacCleary sweepstakes. Finding out that the Dragoons salvaged some of our mechs from Hesperus wasn't too shocking. However, it appears they put all the former SLDF gear into the Widows, making that company even nastier, having 2 thugs, a rifleman 2 and an Atlas 2, which, when you get right down to it, is pretty nasty when you consider the skills of the pilots that are no doubt in them. At least we pulled one of our down thugs with us when we bailed, so they don't have 3 of those. Considering that I know already that Kerensky claimed one of the thugs, surprising me, since I would have said she would have tried to grab the Atlas and made sure it was painted up much like her old warmer. She was dangerous enough in the warmer, put her in a thug with the heat sinks and armor to fire all day long and take all you can toss at it. Nightmare fuel. Worse, that's just the first lance, which doesn't get into the rest of the company. Fortunately, they are working for the Commonwealth, and their next employer, if they play to form, will be the Drax, leaving the Sons to deal with them, not us. I'll take my wins where I can get them. Of course, with Kerensky being present, that means the rest of her gang of troublemakers are present as well, and in addition to the assaults they grabbed, it looks like they were able to get a pair of the Hussar mechs up as well as a couple of the Griffins we had to leave behind. To no one's surprise, they are asking if we would sell some parts to them to get the Lynx and the other Griffin. The last Hussar we left behind was just too shot up to bring back online. And to be honest, I'm leaning toward providing them with the parts. Keeping them on our good side isn't a bad idea, and if I can get them to give us some more training in heavy engagements over raiding that we are already good at, that's a good thing. A few days later, I was getting ready for the party, and Saba stopped by my apartment to see if I needed a hand, as I would be dressing up to the nines as a duchess and a member of Clan MacCleary. Which means, thanks to Aunt Bridget, fancy is a must. Long, heavy dress, all the things you would expect, plus an Irised in the Clan tartan. Fortunately, I didn't need much, but a bit of support with the final touches is never amiss. Besides, seeing the smirk on Saba's face as she walked with me toward the ballroom made me all sorts of suspicious. You, Saba, are plotting. What's up? I ask her, giving her a grin as I wonder what she has in mind, as both she and Nico haven't been shy about pressing their case in the MacCleary sweepstakes, as I have started to call it between myself and the family. Oh, it's not me that is plotting. She says, laughing. It's Duchess Killa who is doing the plotting. I am not a niece, but I am close enough that she considers me and my family part of her larger family. And she is trying hard to ensure that whoever you pick is the one she wants to win out. Namely, me. She says, shaking her head in light amusement. Oh, do tell. Not going to spoil the surprise. Besides, I don't know the details, but from what I see, she will bring more arguments. Saba says, and seeing her smirk, I am making some guesses, she will try to bribe me. Oh, nothing so gauche as bringing a case full of kroner, and frankly, I don't think anyone would see it as a bribe, probably something more along the lines of a rather impressive dowry. Huh. And how large of a surprise should I expect when she gets here? I ask, still thankful she won't arrive for 2 more days, give or take. That I don't honestly know. Knowing her style, she probably doesn't know exactly herself, probably has a list of options and will pick whatever it takes. Says Saba, shaking her head as she does so. I don't say much to that as we come up to the ballroom, and I shoo her off to join Nico as they arrive before me, what with protocol being a thing in this neo-feudal universe. Thankfully, I am not the host, so I won't have to stand in a receiving line. This means I get to be the last to arrive officially and make my rounds, meeting and greeting everyone. Locals I already knew, though, for most of them, this is the first time meeting me with my new title, which means some are looking at me with fresh eyes. And to be fair to them, back when I was here before I ran off to the Nagel ring and before I came into the knowledge that led to all my good fortune, I was your typical blonde, more than happy to use her looks to get what she wanted, though thankfully, I didn't go overboard with it. Mostly. It didn't take long till I bumped into Col Wolf, with CPT Kerensky in attendance, with Kerensky giving me a smirk as she sees how dressed up I am, and while they are both in uniform, Kerensky is only barely just, as she hasn't been shy about modifying it to her tastes. It was still a proper uniform, but she managed to up the sex appeal nonetheless. My type? Well, the older me residing in the back of my head? Absolutely. Original me? I wouldn't kick her out of bed, except that both parts of me agree that she is just too damn dangerous. Colonel MacCleary, we finally meet face to face. Says Colonel Wolf in greeting. The talk of the town for a while now with your habit of finding all sorts of things in all sorts of places. I am still waiting for you to find something big. Interjects Kerensky, and I can't help but smirk a touch. Wait a bit, and you might find out what I found recently, I tell her, getting a raised eyebrow out of her, and then smile at Wolf. The official announcement of Helm hasn't been made, but there is more than enough information out there that something massive has been found mech-wise, and both of them are smart enough to read between the lines and give me another careful look. But they don't speak to that now, instead addressing older issues. Understand we have one of your former people to thank for giving us the heads up on what we were dealing with a few years back. Says Wolf, and I nod to the comment, as I understand that it's probably a conversation that isn't one wants to dwell on, but I can see why he brings it up. If this is about what I think it is, don't worry about it, I'm just glad it allowed things to not turn into an even worse disaster for you, I tell them, getting nods from them both, with Kerensky speaking up. Yeah, as bad as it was, and it was bad, it could have gone so much worse if we did not have the heads up. She notes, then gives a slightly sheepish look, understand the gentleman that spilled the beans on things was who was originally in one of the mechs we salvaged. It's not the most tactful thing to talk about, but then you don't expect the widow to be tactful at any time. Unfortunately, yes. But we all agreed that something good came from how things went, he was always glad you could act upon the information if not as much as we all would have wished. Wolf and Kerensky both nod to that, as it's undeniable it didn't go as well as anyone would want, but it did go better than it had any right to. Wolf moves on from the subject, though, so, what is your next plan for your unit? As I understand it, you have the goal of building up to a regiment in size, but on the old SLDF reinforced battalion model. You are what, halfway there? About that, though not yet to the equipment quality I would desire. I agree, to which Kerensky snorts. You would desire. She starts, shaking her head, you have the most concentrated force of Lastek mechs and many of them are of royal grade no less around, and you are worried about tech level. She asks, smiling. Must be a good problem to have. That's fair. Well, okay, that does sound a bit silly, I admit, but I do love that it simplifies my logistical needs by focusing on a few separate designs. Kerensky seems to wave that concern away, though Wolf, for his sake, nods. Not a bad idea that makes things easier, at any rate. Cheaper after a fashion as well. Exactly. I think that's why many new merc units go bust so often, they don't realize that performance on the battlefield might be important, it's no less important than making sure your expenses don't bankrupt you. That is why you focused on a narrow specialty when you got started out in the periphery. Asks Wolf, a curious look from Kerensky joining it. Pretty much, I figured a small unit trying to get started in the inner sphere would get swallowed up pretty quickly, while the same small unit, specializing in recovery and support, out in the periphery where things are not as intense, would buy us time to get rolling and stabilized financially to make it over the long term. And then R2? Asks Kerensky. Well, honestly, we were in pretty good shape by then. Company-sized, plenty of qualified people, our own transport, we didn't need R2 to be successful at that point. I start, getting a nod of agreement from Wolf, as it seems he has done his homework on us, though I admit, R2 was a pretty nice score. I wish I had more lift then, as I had to leave a few lances of Black Knights behind for the TDF to inherit. I admit. If those were of the same quality as the rest, I can see why the bulls like you so much. Laughs Kerensky. I shoot her a grin, oh, they were I wanted to keep them, but their parts situation was pretty scarce. I figured it made more sense to take the mechs with the best parts to support them. They laugh as they see why I chose it and how it killed a few birds with one stone. But what are your plans now? Wolf asks once more. Well, right now, getting settled into things with my duchy, chasing down what I am sure is there, just a case of finding it and seeing what I can do with it. Once I have that in hand, then I can make proper plans. As to the Highlanders, one battalion is serving as training cadre, the other is being hired out to the LCAF for various missions, nothing beats an oversized battalion of our quality for making a point in a raid. Staying away from the straight-up in-your-face combat? Asks Kerensky. Pretty much at the moment, and I have hopes of changing that I don't have the supply levels to support high-intensity combat with my mechs. So, raids are more sustainable. Frankly, being on Hesperus wasn't part of my plans, and as you might have noticed, while I would like to think I did all right, I could have done a lot better. For someone new at command at that level, for that kind of fighting, you did not do too bad. Says Wolf. You should have stuck around a bit longer, it wasn't a bad position, and you could have easily knocked another battalion out of the fight. As is, Beta is still rebuilding. I wiggle my hand a touch, that's what more than a few others have told me as well, as I saw it, you had the rest of Beta arriving, and Zeta, according to my scouts, wasn't far behind. Since the mission was buying time, and not wanting to see more of my high-end mechs get clobbered, I left. Though I think if I bought more time, I might have been able to recover more of my downed mechs, but I might have lost more as well. 6 of one, half dozen of another. I say, shrugging. They both nod to that, but Kerensky speaks up, it might be true that, but you need to start thinking more aggressively. You have one hell of an asset. Defensive mindsets like that have a place, but if I were you, I would look at getting a name for yourself as a shock troop formation, busting the door open for other units to exploit. Your equipment gives you a massive unfair advantage there. I nod, as that was part of my thinking over the last year or so. I've considered that, but I'm originally trained up in supply. If you all are up for training other units, however, I can have Jeffrey, my second in command, jump on anything you can offer regarding that sort of mission. Well, since we do owe you after a fashion, starts Wolf, with Kerensky nodding in agreement, arranging for that sort of training will not be an issue. If you can have one of your battalions form up here, I can have Beta handle that sort of thing while they rebuild. We spend a few minutes talking over the deal being made there, and once settled, I make my way through the rest of the party. I've been looking for more training and better training than most for other sorts of missions, and while I could get it from the LCAF, we all know why the jokes about the LCAF's tactical acumen exist. The party lasted well into the night, though I managed to make my excuses and depart before things went too late, as I still had plenty I wanted to get done. There was sitting down with Wolf's people to set up a training program, a few little tweaks to the gunnery range so I could check a suspicion of mine, and leave plenty of time to ponder what it is the Duchess Killa has in mind, as I am sure that it will be quite the doozy. Cameron System, Lyran Commonwealth, February 3021. The old saying about irons and fires is certainly in force with how many things I have on the burners. We have the elephant in the room with the factory that we appear to have finally found, along with my desire to start up a factory on the surface to serve as the known and obvious facility. The addition of the suit production that I am looking at doing, and even having an order of sorts from the Lick, well, more like Loki, but still, and my desire to equip infantry units with them is another iron. Then you have the whole duchy and its issues. Forming it, working up a plan, and what I've come to call the MacCleary's sweepstakes jokingly. And to make things even more entertaining on that issue, Duchess Killa arrived a few days ago and has promptly been talking with Saba about whatever plan she has, but she hasn't shared what she has in mind with me yet. So, I have that shoe about to drop at some unknown time. My guess is, without letting on why, as Killa hasn't shown any sign about what I really found, just the story of the refit facility may have been found. I guess she is waiting to see what is there if she must adjust her plans. And that doesn't touch on the regiment either. I have shot the proposed ideas off to Semi or Datatron, and I will hear from them once I arrive at Kwangzhong Ni. With the ability to organically grow thanks to the future factory facilities, I need to start thinking about what I want to do. I could grow fast with finding the last big find I have in my back pocket, but I want to hold off on that. I'm already drawing too much attention, as there is no need to add more reasons. But I need to decide what to do, nonetheless. My original plan was to build thugs, and I just got word that I should have that license in the next month or so, and Warmers as the first two and the third line, if that's how the facility works based on those memories my other self has, being devastators being something of a theme between the three. But with the deal with Starcore, the idea of going heavy on Highlanders is very attractive. I will hold off on that now as I want to work on a few other things. I am sure that building Mk21 Nighthawks won't be easy, to say the least. Sure, I have the plans, sure, I have some examples, sure, I have some financial backing. But that won't be enough the more I think about it, and from my talks with Nico. We both have concluded that we need to invest in the IT side of the house seriously. I've informed him of the 5 mechs we found earlier, if not where we found them, and let him know which exact versions, and that the idea of making more of them was an idea in the deep back of my mind still. Their specific electronic warfare fitment ties into the Nighthawks systems nicely. This leads to the little side project I think I might have any team we gather, and we will have to collect one to work on high-end electronic equipment such as the Nighthawks stealth systems. I grabbed a few select systems from the Helm supply cache on the outside chance of making something of them. They are, after all, known to be the best examples of their kind, mainly as a way to help figure out how to build up royal-grade electronic fitments. As the Star Corp rep said, there is more to royal-grade mechs than just the weapons, materials, and heat sinks. As I said, I have a lot on my plate. The worst bit of all is that I accomplished one thing before I left regarding the Dragoons. I lucked out in figuring out they were nosing around, trying to find out who I was, and I figured out that some of their stuff wasn't stock. I'm not too worried about the former, as I know my family's past is pretty locked down, so I don't have to worry about hitting any of their exterminate buttons. Why is this the worst bit? Because I don't know what they would do with what they find out. I do know my family's background, known it for a while, and it's not something we publicize all that much for obvious reasons. It's not all that different than the public story. In fact, you could say the public story is even 99% true. Well, maybe 98. Still, it's a thing to wonder about. The other part that makes me wonder is that those butterfly wings have indeed flapped. For starters, Wolf still has most of his family, unlike the memories say happened. They will be with the Commonwealth for 5, not 3 years, and when I brought up training units to increase their effectiveness, they seemed to be down with the idea more so than what reports said they were when they were with the first 3 employers. And then you have the last bit, the thing I was able to pull off, the results of which I am watching on my screen as a video of the Widow Company's run through the newly opened company-level gunnery range. 1. Kerensky is just that damn good. 2. She is cheating like you wouldn't believe, and only I have the knowledge to know it. When others looked at that run, they saw CPT Kerensky smoked the course as expected. And that she was very picky about her firing solutions when she used her SRMs. Ayako, for her sake, suspects that she must have stripped armor or something from the mech, as she thinks she tied 3 streak 2s together on one trigger, they all fire, or none of them fire. When I saw that firing, I thought she might be correct, but I was leaning more toward perhaps her tossing in a pair of Clan-Tech streak 6s. When she hit stage 13, however, I became convinced that she Clan-Teched the hell out of that thug. Stage 13 was designed as a trap stage. It's one thing to train people to be the most aggressive mech pilots around, but sometimes, it's better not to take the shot, and stage 13 is such a stage. It's set up so that the path between stages 12 and 14 is apart from the official firing position for the stage. In fact, the time it would take to move to the firing position and then move to the exit leading to the next stage is deliberately set up so that the time penalty for missing the target is less than the time it would take to slow down, fire a pair of shots, and speed up to the exit than it would be to keep trucking at 50-60 km per hour from 12 to 14. Not obviously so, but it's a fact. Further, the target is set at the very limit of the reach of a standard ERPPC. You can hit it from the firing position, but it's barely within reach. Frankly, if you don't stand in just the right spot, it's just a hair out. It's that closely tuned. Before I left, knowing that they would be running it, I had the target plate replaced. Usually, it's a thick piece of armor plate, able to take the abuse of PPC shots for 100 runs. In this case, I had it replaced right before they were scheduled to make the run with a plate explicitly designed to withstand a standard PPC bolt, but a PPC bolt 50% stronger would punch through it. And the Black Widow fell for the trap. She not only engaged the target, shooting right through it, but she engaged it while outside the firing point, which should have been just out of range. Not obviously so, no, but with me knowing what I was looking for? Those were Clan ERPPCs, and the only way she hit that target while walking up to the firing point was with an advanced targeting computer. My old memories ran the math for me. I try hard not to think about the whole game thing, it's the only way I think I stay sane at times, and said that made perfect sense as the numbers worked out. She is such a dirty cheater. But I still want that thug back, just even more so now. At any rate, in addition to my ship heading out to the jump point, the Great White Whale is flying in formation, as well as General Grimm's Fortress and Duchess Killis Union. Which, I admit, is no doubt causing her to wonder what it would take to get her hands on a better dropper for her personal use, as the company that lowly Command Union is keeping shows it up spectacularly. If she is nice, I might sell her my Command Overlord once I get a Command Lee. Maybe. Before we jumped out of Cameron, I did get a message from their CAD, letting me know that the long trip that I recommended for vacation turned out to be every bit as nice, if not more so, than I billed it, and they would be showing me their thanks next time I dropped in. Of course, that wasn't from the low-level functionary the message said it was from, nor was it about a vacation trip. It was a pretty good way of telling me that the shipyard I pointed out to them was coming up roses, which is always nice to hear. If nothing else, it means I had plenty to smile about as I started the long trip out to the hinterlands. One of these days, though, I swear I will have a grav deck installed on the monolith with the amount of time it takes to go between the systems I spend most of my time in. Kwangjeong Ni, Lyran Commonwealth, May 3021. I shouldn't have been surprised that certain agencies prepped by a messenger sent to their CAD from Cameron made it here before me, but I admit I was a little salty. We landed a few days earlier, taking time to get used to real gravity and letting some folks take a close-up, in person, look at my modest artillery park. Okay, not so modest. But to say otherwise would be bragging. Besides, letting everyone play tourist for a few days allowed me to sit down with the fellow I know only as Thad, not that he ever admitted that was his actual name or even has a last name. But when dealing with spooks from Loki, you don't ask questions. So, you think you have it? He asks, sitting in my planetside office, where I had taken steps with the assistance of his people to make sure that it was as secure as anyone could ask. I didn't want to get in bed with Loki, but I'll play along since Simon Johnson pointed him at me, and I know who else Johnson works for. Which makes me wonder just how much either side of the secret intel back and forth that goes on in the Commonwealth is known, and controlled, by both sides. Yep, I talked with my people, and they located a debris field a few months ago that matched what I thought might be seen if I was a rim job looking at hiding evidence. They followed it up, and on seeing they found the motherlode, headed back without checking anything out. The less that they see themselves, the less that can leak. I tell him. He nods in approval. After all, he would be the sort that would take security seriously, and this way, we are still determining what we found, save for 2 or 3 of the team that did the looking, who might have a few suspicions. The head knows exactly what I am looking for, but Johnson vetted him, so I am not too worried. That's good to know, so no one has been out there yet? He asks, and seeing my nod, he smiles. Well, I guess we all have something to look forward to then. Surprises are always nice when you are almost certain they will be pleasant ones. That's an understatement, I say with a laugh, then move on to another issue I needed to talk to someone about with a high enough clearance. But then we do have an issue with the Nighthawk program that you are helping out with, I tell him, which helping out with is one way to say they are paying for mainly. He tilts his head, lofting an eyebrow as he beckons me to continue. At any rate, the issue is the higher-end electronics. For a MK22, I think we can sort out most of the issues easily enough. However, the stealth systems in the 21 are a step beyond what is typically possible now. Hell, even in the heydays of the League, only a handful of companies would have the chops to pull it off. This isn't to say we can't, but I need you to help pull some strings to get our hands on some very high-end equipment and researchers. Since I can't just come out and say what I need them for, well, best that I hand that side of things off to you. He nods to that and chuckles. Well, honestly, I was curious about what you might find to be the speed bumps, but I am glad you saw them before you hit them. He says, then leans back a touch as he considers the request. But yes, I can see why you want us to lend a hand. Saying what you are looking for in the open is just asking for trouble. Since we want to keep the stealth systems both on the Nighthawks and the mechs you haven't admitted to having yet as secret as possible, it just makes sense. I can't help but snort a touch as he lets on he knows about the Spectres and Exterminators I picked up at Helm before I headed to Hesperus. I don't know what you are talking about, I tell him, though my smirk reveals that I did indeed have such mechs. He laughs and continues to speak. Not my problem at the moment, to be honest, but they are something we are interested in as well, though I assume that part of the reason you want such people is to look at those particular systems in those mechs. I nod my head, and I stop playing games about having them or not. Exactly. The mechs are not quite operational, they can move and fight, but the stealth systems are a bit more flaky than I would like. So, getting some people trained on both fixing and building such systems is a goal of mine. He nods to that, as that seems to be something he has already dug up. Let me reach out to some people when I return to their CAD. It might take some time, but I should be able to get that particular ball rolling. He says, and then grins as he leans forward. So, what is it that you think you found? He asks. Best guess. I ask, getting a nod from him. Well, as I see it, the Rimmers had to have a certain amount of production of rampages to fill their needs, build up their catspaws, and fill up storehouses and replacement depots. We also have no known record of such facilities being found or destroyed except for whatever they found here and took with them, which we all agree couldn't have been large enough to account for that. He nods as I run through my thinking and beckons me to go on as he sips his coffee. With that being the case, I want to say the facility here probably had a production volume of about 100 mechs tops and no less than 75. By the era's standards, which is not the largest facility, but today? Quite the nice find. He snorts at that and nods his head. That's something of an understatement. If you can put out that many assault mechs, I think only Defiance would have a larger production volume. I nod, indeed, though I have no plans on putting the Rampage back into production, as I think it is safe to say no one wants to be painted with that brush. He laughs at that comment and waves his hand for me to continue. So, what I do have in mind is 3 designs, first up being the Warmer. We already have production of them here in the Commonwealth, so sneaking in some more would be easy. Sneaking them in? Yes, I think that since no one knows about this facility, it makes sense to keep it as secret as possible, both for the protection of the facility and not to let on to our neighbors that we have this production volume coming online, I note. He nods to that and smiles. I think that would be very easy to arrange, as that has come up in discussions in-house regarding a possible refit facility being converted over. But the thing that was shooting it down was that people know I am looking into Lynx mechs and the production of. He nods his head, and I smile at him. I'll get to that in a moment. But the other mechs I want to produce, if the facility supports 3 lines, if not, I'll adjust, is the Thug, which I will produce on the largest line if multiple lines exist, and the Devastator. He arches an eyebrow. Don't think I have heard of that mech before. You wouldn't have. I don't think it was a very late Star League design, with the first and only prototype being ready after Amaris was killed and before Kerensky deserted. It's, and I speak loosely here, like a 100-ton Warmer. 2 PPCs, sure, but also 2 railguns. I tell him and see an arched eyebrow as he considers that. A Super Warmer then? He says. Yes, but on to the Lynx bit. I say with a smile, that's a mech I really want for my forces, but no one makes it. So, I went ahead and got the license. I plan to officially use the supposed refit facility as a production site for them. The obvious factory that people will know about, and if someone comes this deep to hit it, they will hit that and call it a day and a win. A bait site? He asks. Well, yes. Though less bait first and foremost and more production, but bait is a fair statement. I note. In fact, I hope to hide the suit works to start within the infrastructure being set up for that facility. At least until we get going, and then I will revisit that. And the VTOLs I am hearing about. Oh, That's easy. That's just me creating jobs building conventional vehicles. No one should blink an eye on those sorts of facilities, especially since they are hellos. I say with a grin, and he once more arches an eyebrow as he suspects there is more to it than that. Though, yes, they are an old league design, and once I get the kinks worked out of the production facilities which will serve as good training to get the other ones up and working, I will make an improved version that is suited to transporting 2 squads of 10 Mk-22s. The old air CAV model that I have heard of you speaking about? He asks. Yes, supporting mech forces in the advance, a rapid reaction force, and a good screening element when it's time to pull back or go on the defensive. With them being almost immune to most infantry weapons, they will take a lot more effort to get them out of position, which makes it all worthwhile, I think. I say, explaining the official reasons. The unofficial being is getting the sphere used to thinking about how to deal with battle armor regularly. He thinks about that a moment and then nods his head. Well, all this makes some sense to me, and I even agree. Walk me through all the details, and I will send a messenger to see what I can arrange for you. He says, and with that, we both start getting into the nitty-gritty. A week later, we all fly out to where one of the 2 verns I took as my share of the spoils awaited us. We ensured no one was around, and the survey team was reasonably small and tightly vetted. Of course, I had to come, and I brought along Nico and Saba, Thad, my family, and even Duchess Killa. After all, if it's what I think it is, I will need help from an already established player to get things running. By this time, she is beginning to suspect what the rest of us already know: she never was a dummy. We submerge, and since I am no dummy either, it's planned that the trip will take most of the day. After all, I don't want anyone to get more of an idea of where the plant is as much as I can help it. Is it paranoid of me? Sure. But then, unlike everyone else here, I know what the phrase Holy Shroud is, what it means, and how I am sure if they thought that they could arrange an accident to happen, Comstar would be happy to arrange it. Since we left in the very early AM, it's, by the clocks on the bulkheads, not long after lunch when Dr. Adams comes into the wardroom we are using and announces that they arrived, as well as he had already sent over a smaller sub that came with us to dock and check the actual conditions. I'm not about to rush things now, we are so close. At this point, what's another hour or so, after all? First report is back, Your Grace, there is a large docking bay for cargo handling and a pair of smaller bays for use by personnel. The team checked all 3 out and, at this point, has made entry at the primary administrative bay. He starts, and I lean forward from where I am sitting. There is still Atmo in there. I speak up, arching an eyebrow. I would have thought that best case, the air there would be so stale it would be useless as air. Sort of. Dr. Adams says, nodding as I show that I did my homework, which he didn't expect. This ties into the arrogant but deservedly so mentality I have read about him. We sent them in wearing what is fundamentally spacesuits just in case, and it turns out they flooded the place with nitrogen gas. Of course, over the last few hundred years, it's no longer pure, but they say the areas they have accessed show no signs of flooding or damage. But there is a catch. Asks General Grin from where he is sitting, a half-eaten plate showing the signs of a late lunch. Yes, General, there is, which is to be expected, as I think we all can guess. He says, getting a chuckle from me, and then he continues. There is only a trickle of power, mostly from what appears to be some tidal generator. Not enough to power up the plant, nor enough to power up the main systems. But they think it should be enough to restart the fusion plant. They are looking into that now. Are they able to speak about what they found exactly? I ask, which really is the million-kroner question. Not entirely, no. They can confirm it's a large facility, much larger than I thought there would be from the debris field we discovered a few hundred kilometers from here. He starts, which is a nice way to say there weren't enough bodies found to justify a place as big as he is hinting about. He then continues, at any rate, it appears, from what information they have been able to gain, your guess as to the production rate pans out. He says. Everyone present who is aware of what I was thinking can't help but smile, with General Grin seeing images of yet another Defiance-level assault mech production facility opening up. Of course, Duchess Killa looks confused, though Saba is clearly enjoying being in the know when Duchess Killa isn't. At the risk of sounding ignorant, she starts, shooting me a look at being kept in the dark, though I can tell there are no hard feelings as she knows there is a need to keep these things secret. What might that be? I take that question and smile at her. Well, I assumed that this system was where the Rim Jobs had set up the primary Rampage production facility, since there was no sign of one set up anywhere else, and evidence indicating something along those lines was located here. At worst, I had this system pegged as the primary refit site. I start and then smile. However, if my assumption proved to be the case, I projected that to supply the number of mechs they had to supply to meet their demands, there had to be anywhere between 75 and 100 of them being made here. And that takes her aback as she leans back, giving me a look, as I have just announced that if everything pans out, I have just come into possession of almost as much mech production capacity if not slightly more, than she has with Trellshire Heavy Industries depending on how you count things, be it total tonnage or numbers of mechs. I think rifleman spam doesn't count, but then I think it's an awful mech outside its very narrow niche. Of course, there is more to her duchy than just a mech factory, as she also has facilities that produce armored vehicles, small arms, and so forth, not to mention her land holdings and control over several systems, not just Trell itself, though Trell was the crown jewel. To say I upset a few apple carts with her plans is an understatement, I am thinking to myself. At this point, I speak again, so, how long do you think before we can get power to enough systems to see how much damage there is that needs repairing and what the actual scale of things is? Dr. Adams considers that question momentarily. Right now, it's hard to say, but no earlier than tomorrow, maybe the day after. I guess you also planned for that since you had one of the cargo bays set up for berthing for a while. He asks, chuckling. Yep, which means your team can take their time and do things right. The last thing I want to have happen is something to break beyond repair by getting into a rush. If you can have them continue transmitting anything they find back here as they go, that would be great. I tell him, and then nodding his head as he takes his leave, I can't help but smirk a touch as I turn back to the others and give Duchess Killa my best innocent look, as I probably just shot her plans for Saba winning out to hell. I think it's safe to say there is a good bit we need to start thinking and talking about, I announce, smiling with no small amount of smugness. Guangzhou Ni, Lyran Commonwealth, May 3021. It took the better part of a week before my people would allow us to set foot within the facility, but it didn't mean we didn't know what we had found here at the bottom of the ocean. Frankly, it was as good as my older half memories indicated. Modular? Check. Automated? Also check. Large as I hoped? Indeed. A turnkey, hit the button, and start shipping out Mech's place? Not so much. While the place was shut down with the intention of it being untouched for a while, 250 plus years probably wasn't what the shutdown plan had in mind. There was some minor flooding in some areas, but the automated systems had just enough power to lock down, and thankfully, they were primarily located in storage and living areas. Amaris and company evidently felt the plant facility deserved the most protection. In the math of the late succession wars? I can't say he was really wrong there. My people don't know how long it will take to get everything up and running again, but they all say it will take over a year at least, assuming all goes well. And that's just if I wanted to put the existing mechs back into production, which seems to be split 2-1-1 with the AUG Rampage, Rampage 4G, and the 5 Guaranis. Frankly, this facility is insane. It's large, for starters, my estimate of 75 to 100 of them a year turns out to be on point, depending on the version being turned out, and it is indeed configured with 3 lines. It's easily reconfigurable, and in addition to mech assembly, there is just as much volume set aside for component production, if not more volume. It won't be easy to reconfigure things from what we are seeing, but as it stands, the current thinking is that we stand a good chance to get at least one of the lines set up and running by 23 or 24, with the other 2 by 25 or 26. Possibly sooner should we get a pile of funding to help grease the skids. But to say I'm rather full of myself is something of an understatement, though, for the most part, I manage not to be too large of a pain about it. Good on you for not rubbing it in everyone's face more than 3 or 4 times daily. Says Nico with a smirk as we stand in the central control room, leafing through various systems. Sure, it might be a Rimmer facility, but the computer hardware was equal to what you would find in most Star League facilities, nothing but the very best for facilities as crucial as this one. I stick my tongue out at him and lean back in the chair I have taken over. In addition to myself and Nico, pretty much everyone else is here, though the General and his staff, Saba and Duchess Killa, are touring the production facilities. I've been pretty easygoing about all this, at least, I think I have. I start and grin at him as he stands there. After all, I think no one would blame me for being so considering what we found here. He nods his head and chuckles. You have, mostly. And to be equally fair, I think most would give you a bit more slack even if you did get full of yourself. He notes with a grin. He then takes a seat next to me and hands me a pad. So, the first look about to see what we have tucked away in the storerooms, on the lines, and standing by to be shipped. The techs we brought along believe that we should be able to, providing we finish the machines on the lines that are far enough along to be worth the effort, to have on our hands just over 2 companies of Rampages, 15 3GS, 7 4GS, and 5 5GS. They think they can finish the incomplete ones, even without the fancy machinery, in about a month or 2, provided we throw enough techs at the problem. I nod my head, and while 2 companies of assault mechs is no small thing, there are the good kind, the bad kind, and then you have this kind, the kind that most everyone wouldn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. I imagine the idiots running von Strang's world would be happy to buy them, but I doubt they have the cash to do so. I might still look into that, but the point remains no one with any sense wants anything from Amaris if they can help it. Have to see what we can do with them, as I won't be using them in the Highlanders, I tell him, which isn't surprising since this has been discussed before. But at any rate, I am pretty sure that the original plan of 3 matches is on, start with the Warmers, then Thugs, and finally Highlanders, is my thinking. Have the license, might as well make use of it. Makes sense. I was wondering if we could convert this all over to suit production. This would be a nice place to do some projects we don't want anyone to know anything about. Nico says, and I lean back as I consider it. That's not a bad idea, to be honest, and don't think I haven't given it some thought. I start, tapping my chin as I consider the option, not as if I haven't given this much thought already. Not sure how many suits we could make in this place, a few thousand a year at least, but not near 5 digits, I am thinking. Yet, we would have to do a lot of looking and calculating to find a real number, but I would say, off the top of my head, no more than 4 or 5,000. Frankly, if that's the number that comes up, I can see why you want to keep it to matches. He says, thinking aloud to start and then nodding slowly in agreement. Of course, he has no idea just how much proper battle armor will change things, but I can't fault his reasoning with what he knows. Well, that's the plan for now, like everything else, though, I am more than willing to adjust as needed should things change, I tell him, and he chuckles. One of the many things about how you operate I can't help but appreciate. You have no idea how many people I have dealt with that get married to an opinion or plan, and no matter what might happen, stick to it even when they shouldn't. He says, passing me a compliment in the process. I shake my head, a hand idly playing with one of the braids I am currently favoring, and grin at him. Why Nico, I'd think you were flirting, I tell him, getting a laugh, and then I continue. But you aren't wrong, I dealt with more people than I'd care to think about whose scratch pads are only a centimeter wide. He laughs at that and nods, yes, exactly so. He says, and then grins as he leans back. So, knowing you, you have been thinking up plans for this place long before you were sure of what we had. So, spill, what other crazy ideas have you? I give him a look and smile. Well, nothing concrete, no. I protest, though I don't protest too hard, and besides, from the look on his face, he isn't buying that. But seriously, yes, expanding to at least a full regiment based on the reinforced battalion model I am using already. So yes, to do the math for you, 288 matches in the regiment. He nods, considering that. Pretty much what I expected already, but there is more, at least more than just equipping infantry with suits. Yes, that's part of it. Over in the Suns, they are playing with the regimental combat team, a regiment of matches, 3 of armor, and 5 of infantry. While that's a bit unbalanced in my mind, the idea of the RCT is sound. The SLDF did a somewhat better version, 4 regiments, complete with transport. But with that, I'd have to get more jumpers and dropships in addition to matches. I point out. He nods to that, thinking, so, combined arms, though, I would assume, since you favor the sorts of formations originally used by the SLDF. Yes, not sold on any particular flavor, but a large part will be suits and VTOLs to move them about. One of the upgrades I want to do with the Vector is to allow it to transport 2 10-man squads of Nighthawks to serve as the basis for infantry formations. The jury is still out if I want each infantry company to have its own helos, which would increase the need for transport capacity, or go with enough lift for 1 company per battalion. Nico leans back in his chair and considers the options for a moment. Well, the optimal option is the first, but I understand your point regarding the lift issues. Fortunately, the suits give more options as they inherently have more mobility than standard infantry. So you are leaning to the latter. Tentatively, yes. Though only tentatively, as the ability to have an entire regiment on the move at the same time is something that I wouldn't mind seeing. He notes, and then after a chance to think for a second, he continues, and for armored formations, if you are going with them. Up for debate still, I tell him, wiggling my hand as I speak. Arty is going to be a big deal, as I believe in it, and all too often, the only people that have it are the defenders, and I don't like being outgunned. He laughs at that and gives me an eye. What, your artillery park isn't large enough as is? Nope, I say, even popping the P. I'll admit, I have plenty, but getting near total uniformity wouldn't be bad. He gives me a look, as I have a plenitude of platforms, and they are even made up of volleys by and large. So, it's perhaps not the most convincing argument I have ever made, but that's beside the point. But at this point, our conversation went into deeper detail about what I had in mind, filling the rest of the day. We couldn't stay there forever, as much as some wanted, but we left behind a large team and supplies to start working on the facility while the rest of us headed back to where I had set up my offices and residence. The trip back took most of a week, as I didn't want to spill the beans by popping to the surface and flying out, but it served well enough to keep things quiet, which meant when I did get back home, plenty of messages awaited me. First and foremost, I had to have a bit of a laugh. While Defiance has been content only to make small minor advances in its production while it sorted out what it wanted to do with the advancements the cores allow, Star Corps stole a march on them. And it turns out the first true advanced mech to be announced is a longbow of all things, the LGB-7S, as they call it. I like it in many ways, but I'm not certain in others. Sure, they nearly maxed its armor protection thanks to ferrofibrous, something that AMC can provide easily enough until we open the plant on Sun Hoa, but they didn't leave it there. The medium lasers got pulled, and they are putting in a pair of medium pulses, which surprised me as I didn't know anyone was far enough along to start production of them yet. The other positive, as I see it, is the addition of Artemis 4 systems to all 4 launchers and, finally, case. This is a very good thing, as they really upped the ammo load to a point where even I am not so sure, and I'm an avowed LRM spam fanatic, 24 salvos for each 5-pack and 20-pack. 10 whole tons of ammo, the thing is a walking bomb. Admittedly, it allows one or a lance of them to pour on the fire far longer and far sooner than other platforms. It has the ammo endurance to take more low-probability shots than an archer or bombardier. They admit that, for the moment, they won't be able to increase production from the 14 or so a year they currently can produce, but they hope to increase volume over the next decade. Frankly, it's probably how they can toss in the medium pulse. 30 ISH a year isn't too far of a reach for a cottage industry scale production run. They might have even been able to stick their fingers in the massive pile of spares the LCAF has gotten their hands on over the last 5 years or so. One thing that caught my eye was that they even discussed an Aero 4 version once they get more capacity. Personally, I find it amusing that Defiance got beat out. I have no doubt now that they will be announcing something soon. My money is on the original Flashman being put back into production, but that's a guess on my part. Semir Datatron did send back a message, saying the suggested modifications were, as they put it, interesting. I guess that's a polite way of saying they aren't all that good for one reason or another. However, they also subscribe to the saying the customer has a say, and if I did desire such ships, they would be happy to build them. Still, making the modifications above and beyond our existing deal would cost me no small amount. The quoted price is perhaps 10% of actual costs and 90% of pain and aggravation costs. That's fair, and I guess it is a way of them saying, yeah, it's doable. But it is also dumb, and we really don't want to waste our time on this unless you pay through the nose. From what it sounds like, they think both are too overboard primarily due to their speeds. I will argue that the command version should keep up with the rest of them, but needing a ship like the second to pull 4GS is a stretch. I think it's a good idea, but almost everyone else doesn't seem to agree. I'll freely admit I have a fetish for the Lee, and I am a massive fan of the commonality of parts as much as possible. I've even managed to pull enough spares from the pile from Helm to unify all my weapon systems to just one make per system. Silly? Perhaps, but it does make the supply overhead much more bearable. One thing that I did figure out on my own, though both Thad, my parents, and Duchess Killa all said more or less the same thing, is that I can't stay here over long. Once I have a solid idea of what we are dealing with, I would need to head back to their CAD, as this is the sort of news you have to pass along to higher, and even Thad agreed that sending this via HPG was a bad idea no matter how good the encryption. However, I made the point that people expect me to find something, and the rumors of me looking for a refit facility were already out there. If I chimp everything down regarding information flow, they would assume what I found is much larger than the original theory. He couldn't argue with that point, so we made the announcement that we did, indeed, find the refit facility that we thought was here. However, it was in deplorable shape, not as large as expected, and might take a decade or more to get it to the point where it might be able even to assemble, much less produce anything of value. To add to the act that we are putting on, in a highly encrypted portion, we mentioned that we found 2 companies of Rampage mechs in various states of repair and were considering what to do with the things other than use them as targets. One thing I am sure of, however, is if I can get the facility back to 100% production once more, and if I manage to get the suits, the VTOLs, and yes, the links line up and running, this system would have a production capacity close enough to Hesperus that we might wind up having to close this system much like Hesperus is to civilian traffic. I'm of 2 opinions of that naturally. Part of me is all for it. If we lock it down, it might be easy to encourage other companies to set up shop in the system and diversify production to other items I don't have to do myself. The downside, however, is that if we lock it down, then people will know that there is more to what I found than I have announced, and the system will once more be on people's radars for visits involving lots of shooting and explosions galore. I like my planet, I don't want to see craters shot into it. Frankly, the more I think about it, the more I like the idea, but it won't be something I can do alone. This is something that I believe will be addressed in a meeting I have scheduled with Duchess Killa, as I think she has finalized her plans for Saba and how she will manage to come out ahead in things by now. Nico and I both agree that it will be a doozy, as it's become increasingly apparent that it will be Nico that I pick, not that Saba has made it easy for me. Frankly, if it wasn't for all that I have done and become responsible for and didn't have to look out for the nobility has to have heirs thing, I could easily see Saba and I becoming quite the terror together. I never would have thought this possible with my tastes 20 years ago, but that shows people, even myself, can and do change over time. Of course, Nico made the to-be-expected jokes about 2 girls, 1 for each arm, but I forgave him because he was male, and that sort of thing is almost to be expected. I've been both dreading and eager to see what she has in mind. I know what Nico's family is offering, and frankly, it's nice, but nothing genuinely obscene. His family is tied in tight with Mauser and Gray, and they are offering to let me buy into the name, so to speak. They will officially start a factory to produce small arms, not knowing that I have Mauser 960s in mind for Nighthawks, and other weapon systems that I deem worthy under the Mauser name. In this case, I am considering introducing mech-scale weapons to the Mauser line. Something tells me that they won't mind expanding into that field. Of course, unless I miss my guess, they never expected me to fall into what I did, but then, if they didn't, I doubt they would be able to match whatever Duchess Killa is plotting. It sounds mercenary as hell, but that's a large part of what I have to deal with in this modern age of neo-feudalism. At least we have advanced enough as a culture over the last 1,000 or so years to make sure it's me in charge of making this choice. Duchess Killa spent the first 20 or so minutes discussing random things that had little to do at least directly with what she was here for, but then, I expected that would be the case when she asked if she could have a sit-down with me, as this sort of thing is all but expected. The odd bit was that she was curious about my time in the periphery, with a slight focus on my time in the magistracy. It was clear that she had been researching me, which made me wonder what she was thinking about that time in my life. At any rate, to the point, I suppose, she finally says as she winds down from all the preparatory chit-chat, eliciting a slight smile from me as she speaks, "You and I both know I have been putting off why I originally wanted to speak to you about, not that I had planned on being away from my usual schedule till all this came up." She admits. "Well, you didn't have to come along, but I figured you would be brought into this at some point, so there was no reason not to invite you," I say, setting down my mug of tea as I settle into for whatever it is she is about to spring on me. "And don't think I don't appreciate it. It isn't every day you get to be on the ground for a big find such as that, even if it's not something you can talk about to just anyone for that alone. Thank you very much," she says, and I wave it off, as one of the reasons I invited her along was to provide some consolation prize, as I had concluded that unless something out of the ordinary came up, it would likely be Nico that I would pick. She continues, "But I also admit that coming along has required me to adjust my plans a bit, as I no doubt assume you would be aware of," she says, giving me a slight grin, and I can't help but laugh. "Just a little, yes, but then, in my shoes, I would say you would do much the same," I point out with a smile. "Oh, without doubt, just common sense, and it does make for a better understanding of all the dynamics at play, such as how tight you are with the lick from what I have seen so far since we came out this way." I can't help but laugh. "Well, not as tight as all that, but yes, tighter than I thought I would be 10 years ago. At any rate, I was planning on making a decent offer, and I would think, though, from what you now have and the obvious future potential, that offer needed adjusting. As you no doubt are aware, as I am sure Saba has mentioned this to you several times, I would like to have the MacCleary family, both in you as Duchess MacCleary and your family as Landgrave MacCleary, as a close ally, and the best way for that to happen is, of course, familial connections. Not to mention the business aspects, as I was, to be frank, hoping to get access to what you have found to help improve the quality of Trellshire's product lines. That's pretty much what I assumed, and I won't lie, that possibility was part of why Saba made my shortlist, as I could see a use for such for my ends as well," I point out, letting her continue after my comment. Killa nods as she sets down her drink and leans forward. "I can even see that while I believe you haven't made a final decision, you are certainly leaning one way, and it isn't towards her." I nod in agreement and give her a slight smile. "Yes, this is true. Don't get me wrong, if I were just another mercenary colonel, I would probably be looking to scandalize half of polite society with her, but considering the practical issues I am facing as a brand new duchess, one with no clear line of succession. At the same time, I have found female company to be as fun as one could ask. I still prefer men when it comes down to it." Killa smiles at that, and she nods understandingly. "I can see that, and on the whole, I tend to agree, but there is what one wants on a personal level and what one needs to do at this level. While sometimes they can be the same thing, there are times we have to accept that it isn't. Doesn't mean that I can't hope to get both," I tell her, a touch of my snark peeking out, though with a good-natured tone. She smirks a touch without commenting and then speaks once more. "My original plan was to offer the loan of a number of my people and even allow you to poach some of them, well-qualified ones, to help set things up and help run the plant. And yes, that's people, knowledge, and backing with spare equipment and some funding." She notes, and I can't help but nod, as that is a pretty noticeable offering for someone looking to build a few dozen mechs and not much more. "But your opinion has changed with what you have seen so far?" I ask. She nods, leans back in her chair, and gives me a considering look. "Yes. For starters, I underestimated what you were hoping to achieve and not just what you were thinking with your unit. From what I have heard rumblings about in your look at those two possible Lee variations, I never thought you would think less Highlander regiment and more Highlander brigade. She says, chuckling as she looks at me. And I like to think I managed to keep a straight face, as yes, that is a long-standing goal, not that I know yet if it's possible in the first place. Then, she continues after a slight pause, we get to your industrial plans. With the addition of that facility, which shall not be named, and I agree with you to the utmost that it is best to keep it a total secret as long as possible, your plans for combat vehicles both near and mid-term, your desire to build Lynx mechs in a more obvious location as something akin to bait, and then you get to those suits of yours, and yes, I can figure out there is more to it than you are telling me. I know a spook when I see one, after all. She says, and I can't help but laugh. You might very well think that, but I couldn't possibly comment, I tell her, getting something of a muffled laugh out of her. At any rate, she says, shaking her head at me, with what it appears that the facility can handle, which means we can make a rough guess at how fast you might be able to expand, you have a chance at becoming one of the big 3 mech producers in the Commonwealth, and if you factor in all the other non-mech plans you have the potential to stand out. Frankly, it's entirely possible your company, whatever you decide to call it, will wind up being larger than mine and maybe even compete with Defiance, though that might be a bit of a stretch. That is something I have been considering, and while I agree competing with Defiance is a stretch, I think I won't come close, but I believe I could become one of the top 3, with Defiance, myself, and Coventry being the 3. I don't think that will happen before 35, but it's possible, depending on what sort of assistance I might get from the state or, if I am reading Killa right, from Trellshire. Which leads me to think your consideration of what might serve as a proper dowry has changed, as I imagine you hope to become much more closely tied. I ask. Exactly that. She says, and she then leans forward. As I said earlier, I know you are leaning towards Nico, and from what I know of him and his family, I can see how he could be very useful for your plans for these PA.Ls of yours, and to be honest, there is nothing I can offer to help out with that. However, there is an awful lot I can do to get you into the top 3. I know I can't keep my position there as much as I would like, nor expand enough to compete with the top 2. There is no chance I can stay there with you coming online. If I can't be there, at the least and to hold off Olivetti and Narhis, it behooves me to come to some arrangement with you. I nod, as that makes sense, and it sounds like she is thinking of some sort of partnership, not an outright merger, which is something that, yes, would help a lot to speed things along but isn't something that I want to do. I want to be the one in control and not have to cater to outsiders from the family. As she continues to speak. What I wanted in return is obvious access to your knowledge base so I don't have to wait for the government to hand them out, as I know full well you had to have kept a copy for yourself. Well, obviously, that's the case, but I agreed to keep things pretty close-held. I think I could certainly justify some release of information, after all, I have with StarCorps, and I even have a few ideas of what packages of info. My original thought was to try and convince you to alter your rifleman line. I note to her. Killa nods to that, as she didn't expect me to be already thinking of my assistance to her, especially for that particular line, but a moment later, she starts nodding and gives me a grin. Alter, as in, switch out to the rifleman 2 that you use. I nod my head, and she starts speaking once more. Before this find of yours, I would jump all over that deal or no deal so we can talk about that outside of all this. She says as the idea of offering the LCAF an assault class rifleman is something we can both see them going nuts over. But she then continues. But my original plan, as noted, needed changing. You don't need as much help as you might think to get that plant back online, as I have no doubt the Archon will pull out all the stops to make sure it comes back online sooner rather than later, and I would probably get drafted along with the other companies to support that in one fashion or another. So, I had to come up with another idea. She says and smirks as she makes sure to drag things out and build up suspense, or at least, an attempt to. So here is the deal. I'll lend the full support of Trellshire Heavy Industries to get the Rimmer facility up and running and your surface facility, be it mechs or combat vehicles. In fact, some of my shareholders have been telling me I needed to expand to other systems should the opportunity arise, be it money or tech, to avoid one deep raid putting an end to us, even if it's just combat vehicles. We can call the surface facility the MacCleary's Killa mech plant or something, as I will if you allow, she says, knowing full well that anyone would allow what she next says, build my own facility as part of it. Since you mentioned Rifleman 2, I think closing down the Rifleman side of my plant and moving it here wouldn't be amiss. It isn't like the Rifleman is the highest demanded mech out there. So I think I can forego a few years of production. Not to mention, possibly riding on the coattails of the possible investment the Archon might point this way. I ask, smiling at her as I can tell she is trying to have her cake and eat it, too. Well, of course, why, it might be possible, if the Archon decides to black hole this system, she might even provide the materials and funding to let me keep the line at Twee Cross. She says, all but admitting it. That's a pretty big incentive, I have to say, a bit much after all, just for deciding to tie our families together. I point out. Of course, it is, by itself, it's stupidly generous. That is, if I thought there wouldn't be any advanced tech being used in that factory, and if it is being used there is no reason I can't upgrade all my existing lines to build better mechs. As I recall, your deal with StarCorp gave you perpetual licenses to the royal grade versions of their designs. She asks. I nod, as while it wasn't quite all of them, it's close enough. And I know you just got word you got the license for the Thug, and you made the same deal regarding the royal grade version. Which tells me you are trying hard to scoop all those licenses to yourself, for whatever reason. I continue to nod, having an idea of where she is going with this. So, as part of that exchange, you would provide the specs for the Royal Stalker, or Battlemaster, your choice, so that I can build it on Twycross. Now, this made much more sense. Building an updated Stalker, or Battlemaster, would be a marketing coup in and of itself, unless I miss my guess, she already had some penciled in designs for upgrades to those two mechs. Factor in the ability to offer one of those as a near-mythical royal grade? She couldn't build them fast enough. I leaned back, taking a moment to consider things, as that was, truth be told, an incredibly generous offer, and as I joked, it was pretty much an outright bribe on her part. She didn't want to be left out in the cold as a major manufacturer. Factor in what I only knew, Twycross wouldn't be in Lyran hands in 30 years' time. Nor would Sudaten or Carer, in 30 years, her duchy and her company would, for all intents, be no more. Having an inn to pick up what pieces remain wouldn't be a bad idea, and besides, I could spend some time encouraging relocation to Quangjong-ni as well. That would have caused the original deal she had in mind to be weaker than she thought, at least if it wasn't for her offer to build a plant here on Quangjong-ni, but factor that in, my return on that deal would last a bit longer. Especially if I can come up with ways to increase Trellshire's presence here, if that is, I decide that's a good idea. Obviously, she continues, you have to think about this for a bit, talk it over with your people, and yes, probably Saba, who I told this morning, and probably Nico. So don't expect an answer right away. And just as obviously, I am not ignorant of your preference for men, though I did talk to Saba enough to know that you and she have enjoyed your time together. She says, smirking as she sees my expression, and picks back up. So, the questions you must answer are simple. Is this offer worthy enough? Is Saba someone you can live with? And yes, I agree that her becoming a MacCleary makes obvious sense. As to the issue with having an heir, it isn't as fussy as you think, though I admit it often can look that way for a first heir. As long as you, and she oh so casually points at me as she does so, have the first two, preferably three, and I recommend that number, take it from old aristocracy yourself naturally, then it isn't that big of a deal. She watches me nod as I consider that, and then follows it up with one that makes me glad that I wasn't drinking at that moment. The final question is, just how much of Canopus rubbed off on you? Quangjong-ni, Lyran Commonwealth, May 3021. She said, what exactly? Came one flabbergasted voice. Is that even? Asked the other. This is about what I expected to hear once I presented what happened to Nico and Saba once I was finished talking with Duchess Killa, as, to be perfectly honest, I needed to do a bit more talking with her, if for no other reason to be absolutely sure she was suggesting what I thought she was suggesting. I mean, I made jokes about scandalizing polite society, being the sort of duchess who isn't taken seriously by anyone who doesn't know exactly what I have done. And to be honest, I love doing just that. Yes, in partial answer to Killa's question, Canopus rubbed off on me. Not to the point where I am a practicing new hedonist, but to be equally honest, if I had stayed there a few more years, I most likely would have. Knowing that I would be asked that question when I broke it to Nico and Saba, Killa planned ahead by checking herself. However, we already were pretty sure of the answer, which is yes, but then, it hasn't been done by polite society at our level in living memory. And considering my family is the beneficiary of some lasting effects from Terran hegemony genetic fun and games, I might be in my late 30s by the calendar. However, my body is still physically in its 20s and will stay that way for a bit, thanks to the side effects of the really good treatments from back in the day that pretty much arrested aging for a few decades before it kicked in again. Back in the day of the Star League, it was typical for hegemony citizens to get these treatments, and by and large, they didn't pass down through the generations. However, a small percentage of people got some carryover through the generations. While there haven't been any studies or the like on this, everyone is preoccupied with staying alive through the succession wars to figure out why. My guess, based on those that I know have some of it still running in them, is that they were initially in the higher strata of Star League court society, they got the good stuff, and my family, being a September of the Camerons, and very quietly, running one of their primary bolt holes, we got the very good stuff. But that's beside the point. The reason I bring it up is that so far, whenever I have been to one of the various parties held on their CAD, I have polished the vapid, not quite dumb blonde appearance as best as I could, wearing things that perhaps a proper person wouldn't, showing every sign of having spent too much time in the magistracy and the like. And people knowing that I am not as young as I look is another layer of that. Killa, for her sake, at first fell for it like many others, which is why her solution to her effort to ensnare me into her own family's plans for industrial domination sent Saba my way, and when she saw that it was more a case of her family hitching its ride to my star, hoping to guide it aimed at my obvious corruption caused by my time in the magistracy. Of course, as she got to know me and was brought into the various secrets regarding what I have been really doing, she discovered she misread me a lot, but it still didn't quite overwrite her initial impression. If anything, it redoubled her desire to pull something off. And to be fair, she isn't totally wrong. As I said already, I am not quite a new hedonist, but I could have been in a few more years. Which makes her idea attractive in its own way. And it does make the decision much easier. The conversation with Saba and Nico is taking place in my apartment. I am sitting on one of the large stuffed sofas with my feet kicked up on an ottoman and slouched far enough back I'm almost lying down. Nico is standing there gobsmacked, with Saba flopping beside me on the sofa. Since it's well after working hours, we are all dressed down, nothing fancy and the utmost in casual, though neither Saba nor Nico had any clue of what I was calling them over for, just that I waited till they had finished spending some time in the gym. If anything, I was the only one that was so-called properly dressed. I look over to Nico and grin. Yes, it is she. Made sure it would be before she sprung the question. If I had to guess, she looked into it before she even left Thurcad months ago on the off chance the option might be needed. Not for nothing, she is known as a sharp operator who almost always seems a step ahead. I tell him. Saba nods her head as she sits there. I still can't believe she suggested that. You are a Lyran, not a Canopian, even with the time you spent over there. To be fair, I did a pretty good job giving the impression I took to it a bit more than most. I point out, smirking a touch as they both nod, looking a hint abashed as they, a few years ago, would count themselves as those thinking that very thing. But yes, it's legal, just rare within the nobility. It's more common among various cultural groups on various planets within the Commonwealth, and because of that, it's not banned or the like, though some of the more snobbish sorts might look down on it being allowed. I think that's one of the reasons we haven't seen such in court in ages. I add. Saba and Nico nod to that, and Saba speaks up again. Yeah, if a noble wants to have more than just a wife or husband, they hire a courtesan or have a mistress. No matter what they might say for public consumption, no one cares about that. Yes, starts Nico, but that isn't what she suggested, is it? No, it isn't, I say, speaking up and patting the seat next to me for him to sit down, which he does, leaving me in between the pair. What she suggested is a straightforward solution to my choice. I don't have to make one, but then it adds its own complications, I say, chuckling as I wink to Saba and hitch my thumb at him. He even joked about showing up to court with a girl on each arm, I say, getting a snort of laughter out of her. Marrying the both of you is an elegant solution. I certainly like each of you enough to feel that while, yes, right now, this whole thing is being driven by the demands of station and family dynamics of power and wealth, which I call total bullshit on, by the way, but feudalism is what we are dealing with. But there are the seeds for more there, I think we would all agree. I say, getting a nod from each of them. Before they can speak, I continue, seeing them thinking about it now more calmly. Most of our time has been me spending time with each of you, making sure that we won't have issues crop up. After all, as one person a long time ago joked, you have to see yourself eating breakfast with them in the morning no matter how much you might have aggravated each other the night before. And frankly, I have no worries about that with either of you. They both acknowledge the point silently, and Saba grins. To be honest, I was wondering how you would want to handle things once you did pick. I think it was pretty obvious you were looking at Nico and you haven't led me on in the least. I reach out with an arm, pull her against me, and smile. You know full well it wouldn't be an easy choice. After all, I say, and then pull in Nico as well. It isn't like I can't see the two of us causing all sorts of hell if it wasn't for all the duchy this and that. I tell her, and she laughs, as we have both joked about how we could scandalize everyone if given half a chance. Nico also laughs at that, as he has seen some of the dresses we have worn and is entirely behind witnessing that sort of thing happening. And I won't lie, you both can eat all the crackers in my bed, I say, getting laughs from both of them from that ancient saying. I shoot a smirk over to Nico and then lean into Saba as I continue. Besides, for as much as I do prefer guys, I lean a touch closer and whisper something into her ear that gets her to blush and laugh at the same time as I wink to Nico, not about to stop wanting to spend time with you as well. Though, usually, it's the guy trying to have a mistress, not the wife. Nico chuckles, and you didn't lead me on about that either. Hell, I wasn't about to stop you, as I pointed out a few weeks ago. He says that it has come up in discussions, and Saba has also been involved in those discussions, as I was working under the assumption that I would be picking Nico and having Saba as a live-in girlfriend or something like that. But the new question before us is if you two can do the same as yourselves with me? After all, everyone has to be happy, not just me. I point out, shaking my head and laughing at myself in my mind, as this was so far down my list of possible outcomes that I didn't make any actual plans for it. Nico nods and looks about to say something when Saba smirks and beats him to the punch, and think with your other head. She says, getting laughs from both of us before Nico wiggles a finger at her. Believe it or not, I was. He says, doing his level best to look prim and proper, but then he lets out a small chuckle. Well, mostly. Saba and I both laugh at that, as, in a way, this is probably most guys' dream, tiny busted blonde and a taller, even more busty Indian/Arab woman both at the same time, with both of them perfectly okay with it. But if you will forgive me that slight bit, he continues, it's a good point. I think we would be fine, as so far, I think we have gotten along well, especially as it became more obvious where you were leaning. I nod and glance over to Saba, who nods in agreement. He isn't wrong. At the same time, I don't think we were thinking of things in this fashion, and while I don't see it being an issue, it probably is for the best that we are sure. Does she understand this will take a little time for us to work out? I nod, she does, and she also thinks you are right, it shouldn't be an issue, but she understands it's worth checking to be sure. We all sit there in companionable silence as we think it over well, they mostly do, as I have had a few hours to do so already, and to neither mine nor Saba's surprise, it's Nico who speaks up first after what feels like 5 or so minutes. If it's up to me, I think it is perhaps best if we take the next month being sure of it. I know the teams are going to take that long just to figure out what we can do out to sea, so we have the time, and unless I miss my guess, we would desire to have the ceremonies on Cameron or their CAD. Saba looks at me, curious as well, and I nod. By preference, Cameron, though I understand there would be a lot of desire to have it happen there in their CAD city. However, with our fairly unique nature, that might push for or against it happening there. Have to play it by ear, I think. Nico stands up at that point while Saba speaks, makes sense, though, she says, giving both of us a playful smirk, in this situation, who proposes to whom and how? She asks, giving me a reason to laugh. That's an excellent question, I tell them both, but I can't help but chuckle after a moment. But it shouldn't take too long to be sure of it, and I'm feeling optimistic. Their CAD, Lyran Commonwealth, late August 3021. We didn't stick around too long once the reports came back, and after collecting a few more bits of information and settling on several plans contingent on what level of support we get and from whom to have in our pockets. We managed to keep the actual find locked down pretty tight, but I wasn't too surprised that when I arrived, I didn't even have time to send a message through the chain before I got word that I was wanted at the Triad to discuss what I had found. I guess Thad brought along a fax machine by the sounds of things. I suspected that he might have, but that is a secret that is so far buried it isn't even funny, and I wasn't about to even hint about having a suspicion of its existence. Of course, I am not summoned right to the top after all. Ministers and the like want to get briefed on what I found and what I think I can do with it so they can form their own opinions to present along with mine. These meetings take most of my third day back on their CAD, the ministries being kind enough to give us a couple of days to get used to being on a planet again and clear up their schedules, no doubt. One thing I picked up on right away was that, for the most part, no one suspected anything of this sort being there. However, I get the suspicion that the Minister for Industry might have had a clue it was possible, be it because he read up on the history of the place once it got out I was looking for a refit facility, or because I seemed to have a particular reputation. I did, however, get to check in with General Regis once more. It's been a few years, and we had a lovely lunch at one of the nicer officers' messes I have seen. He agreed with my thoughts that while, yes, usually, the LCAF would be happy to get their hands on a few dozen zero-hour assault mechs, they would rather pass on these if they had their way, which doesn't stop him from asking me about my plans for mechs in general. Are 3 lines, is it? He asks, the small talk about various things having passed as he gets to the meat of things once we arrive back in his office. I nod and start fixing myself a tea as he nods to the setting, giving me permission to make one. As it stands, yes. Right now, it is configured with about 50% of its space set aside for 4GS, with the rest split between the original and the 5 Guaranis. If I had to guess, they had just certified the 5G line for only a few months, as there were signs they were getting ready to convert the 2G over to the 5 Guaranis. And are you sure about the volume? He asks, still a bit skeptical of the raw numbers that it appears the plant is capable of. 100 assault mechs a year seems like a massive amount. Oh, that number is accurate enough based on what we can figure from the files and facilities. But yes, that's a massive number, no lie. But that's by today's standards. I start and then offer a shrug as I take my seat. But you forget this was built in the days of the Star League, where you could run to the corner store for a new armor fabricator near enough. I point out, and then he nods as he thinks it through. I can't blame him, as until I kicked the apple cart over, about every plant out there was running at a fraction of its original capacity. Everyone has started to take that production level as a given. But then I can't help but add a little bit after a moment's thought, and you know what the scary thing is? He looks at me curiously, shaking his head, and gives me a look. No, but I feel you are about to tell me. From the records, when it manufactured just the 2G model, they could punch out almost 200 of them a year. He leans back at that and nods. Yeah, that is scary, but it does explain how there were so many of the damn things in units and storehouses being used for years after the Civil War. I nod. Yep, imagine a lot of them got sent out to those former Rimmer units that signed up with us in time for the First War, and replacing losses soaked up the supply. He agrees. Yes, not exactly the sort of thing we were proud of, I imagine, but considering the circumstances, those units helped. Some are even still around after a fashion. I nod, recalling the exploits of the Stealths and its reincarnated homage formation, Winfield's regiment. Are you thinking of giving them updated equipment? Considering things a touch more, I then ask. After all, they have been pretty much the best mobile force in the LCAF by most reports. We are, though, to be honest, we pirated many of their people to help form the 4th Royal, to give it a core of experienced medium-weight mech warriors and officers that know how to use them. The Dragoons have also been pretty useful at getting the 4th up to speed and honing the edge of Winfield's. I smile at that, as it seems that the Dragoons are taking Ward's orders more seriously for one reason or another. However, if I may be a bit smug, it probably helped that I suggested letting them pay me back for the new Delos favor, at least the favor they think they owed me, by getting the Highlanders up to snuff. So I take it they have been getting into the training mission more than direct combat. I ask, honestly curious. Yes, they have. The contract was for a force primarily used for working against the DCMS, but they appear to be more than willing to run training commands. As it turns out, it appears that will be their 2nd Regiment's primary mission, with them playing as a P4, as well as when they are not being used for special missions. Kerensky's company of misfits are joining in when a visiting unit gets too ambitious. I laugh at that, knowing what she did to her thug and that she has another 4 or so low-tech mechs in that company. Oh, I bet they have been having loads of fun with that. They have, in fact, some of the units that visited are saying she is cheating. He says with a chuckle. The mechs she salvaged on Hesperus. I ask, not pointing out that those were originally my mechs. That and she has tacked on another mech in each lance now and then, which has caught several units out. With that, I can't help but raise an eyebrow. Of course, General Regis doesn't know the exact reason, but the idea of her running extra mechs is unique enough to serve as a handy excuse. Of course, I know that they may be trying to sow the seeds of thinking about dealing with stars, not lances, but there is no possible way I could even hint at knowing that without causing no end of issues. That's interesting. You think she is doing that for training, or is she taking to the field with that? I ask. No, mostly because trying to tuck 15 mechs in a union is a lost cause, and there is no point tying down an overlord with a half load. I suppose they could modify a fortress a bit, but they only have the one that I know of. The general says. Which, well, is a good point. But then he continues. But that isn't what we were talking about, which is what you have in mind now? He asks. To be honest, I have only nebulous ideas at the moment, I tell him, which is partially true. I know what I want to do but am unsure how to pull it off. Heard some talk about expanding past a regiment? He says, smiling as he watches me. Well, yes. Right now, the goal is to get to full regimental strength, and yes, I know I am already there if I go back to a more traditional format, but I want to stick with the reinforced model. I start, grinning at him as he fishes for information. But the next thing after that is to form up, with a little luck, a regiment of air CAV, equipped with the vectors I hope to put into production if I can get the lines set up, as well as the PA.L.S. And how long do you think that will take? It's what, how many of those suits and hellos? He asks. Depends on what we settle on when it comes to the birds, do go with enough lift for every unit simultaneously, or one company per battalion. So, either 140 ISH or 40 ISH, plus specialty birds. Suits are easier, including spares, their establishment will be 3,000. He considers that and taps the top of the arm of his chair as he does so. The birds probably won't be that large of an issue, as they are a known thing. But how hard is it to produce the suits? I honestly don't know. We have come up with ideas, and going without the stealth systems makes it easier. It's our guess, and at this moment, it's a guess it will be at least 5 years before we can get that many suits produced, perhaps 6 or 7 at the worst case. And how long after that to ready them for deployment? He asks, clearly thinking of the future. Well, that depends. My current target is 2 regiments of mechs and an air CAV regiment. I honestly have no idea how I will get another regiment, as something tells me I can't devote the full production from the plant for my use alone if for no other reason, I can't afford it. Assuming the worst case? A decade, not including the 2nd Mech Regiment. He nods, not unreasonable. I would say it shouldn't take 3 years to get an infantry formation ready for deployment, but with as novel of a unit as that is, it stands to reason. And that's including the difficulty in finding the right people to man it. Exactly. No one has any experience with this, so we will be making it up as we go. Unfortunately, that probably means the first few years of combat with them will be expensive regarding men and equipment. He winces at that, but he nods, as it's an unfortunate reality of combat. New units tend to have significant casualty rates until the doctrine to use gets correctly sorted out. Yes, I can see that. I would assume then that you would be devoting the production of suits to be used as replenishments. Yes, that's why I give it a decade to have them ready. I might be able to game it a bit by starting early as unarmored, and with the nature of Guangzhong, plenty of island chains would provide an easy excuse for having a highly air-mobile garrison unit. I note with a slight chuckle. That would cut some time off of things, yes. He says, nodding. But then he grins, but what of Mechs? You have a factory, or rather, you soon will. That while isn't as big as Defiance, it is in rather better shape, relatively speaking. I wouldn't go so far as saying in better shape. It was shut down properly, yes, and prepped for long-term storage even, but it was for a decade or two tops, not roughly 250 years. How so then? Well, while water damage was shockingly minimal to the core machinery, it was pretty hard on the life support systems. We can provide air and climate control for repair crews, but not enough to support full production. None of the systems are Trulistic, but they are advanced enough that they are not commonly available. And the same goes for more of the ancillary production lines than I would like as well. So how bad, or rather, how long? I wiggle my hand a touch. Out of my own pocket, and with what funding am I arranging? I ask, seeing his slight smirk as rumors of something truly odd will be announced soon regarding the duchy must have gotten to him. I might be able to restart some of the existing weapon lines present within 2 to 3 years, and since I know you are curious, that would be the Gauss rifle and LBX line, maybe the large pulse. Well, won't say anything bad about having those re-entering the supply chain. He says, and I laugh. Yeah, I thought that myself, save that production for replacements, not new production. And what Mechs are you thinking about? As you know, we are looking at the links on a surface facility, and we already talked to Blue Shot about the ruins of their facilities on Loxley. It was ruined when that facility and Kongs were trashed in the First War, and while it's been picked over already, they were happy to sell me the rights to scavenge what I could from the ruins. It won't be much, but with our new ability to bring old systems back online, I hope to get at least a year cut off from building that facility, thanks to it. Actually, I hope for far better. I do recall that North Storm was founded there in about 15 years or so thanks to a find, and since Kong is still around and feeling muscular, it makes sense they dug up Blue Shot's facility, particularly the bits they thought was gone for good since they were buried under all the rubble of the plant. Makes sense, and the Rimmer plant? Well, while I am still debating what I will call it, I want to touch on the other plan that has come up, I say, and he looks at me curiously. As you know, Duchess Killa and Trellshire have been looking at getting a piece of what I have to get them to a higher level. We have come to an arrangement where Trellshire will be assisting in bringing the main facility online and helping with the surface facility. In addition to the links, the plan is to produce between 15 and 20 riflemen too, built in a Trellshire Heavy Industries plant that will be co-located with the links plant. I tell him, and he chuckles. Ah, the LCAF would be all over that, assault mech version of the rifleman. Just the ticket. He says with a chuckle, as the joke about the LCAF and its love affair for heavy metal is one that even we make. But as to the plant in question, I am looking at 4 possible designs. Depending on the assets I can marshal, I will start with the 6RK Warhammer, though it would be based on the 7A, not the 6R. Then, the Thug on the largest line, and finally, either the Devastator or Highlander. Though I am leaning heavily toward the Devastator, I have plans for both and a proper license for the Highlander that can be very profitable for me, which is why I am still debating the latter mech line. He nods. I heard about your deal with Starcore, so I was half expecting you to build nothing but, especially with the theoretical volume you have. Oh, I am tempted. You have no idea how tempted I am. I say with a laugh, but I would probably siphon off a large part of it for my use and have at least a battalion, one of my battalions at that, equipped with nothing but. Ah, and here I was, picturing an entire regiment of Highlanders falling from the sky. He says with a laugh. Well, I won't say no if you want to pay for it, I reply with my own laugh, and he shakes his head. Now that I don't see happening. As much as it might be worth seeing the look on the treasury's faces. He pauses and then shakes his head. But the idea of what, 288 Highlanders all at once falling upon a Drac or Merrick regiment is lovely. He isn't wrong, as I have thought about it a lot, to be honest. But as I said, there is no way I can manage to afford it. And frankly, while I don't think I won't get some benefit from the Archon for this plant coming online, it won't be as large as Helm, as after all, I will be benefiting tremendously from the plant as is. I'll be happy with them offering help getting it online. And I am not stopping at the Lynx and Rifleman 2 on the surface either. I plan to try to convince Trellshire to move or expand to Guangzhong the Battlemaster line, as I have ideas with the 1GBC. I don't want all that production on Tui Cross to go to waste when it's lost. About that, yes, and yes, it is, I chuckle. But again, unless someone else pays for it, it won't happen. All too true. But that aside, your pointer to that facility out back of Beyond has been paying off, he says, getting a lifted eyebrow from me. While I can't get into detail, for obvious reasons, to say it has been a gold mine for us. It isn't a fabrication facility, as you mentioned, but it was a significant yard nonetheless, and I can say that we are pulling it out of there and bringing it back here. What I can share, and have been told I could, is that we are going to be buying up what's left of Henderson and using part of that and a portion of what we are bringing back to get IOTA back on Gibbs back up and running with its merchant jump core line. They claim they have a plenitude of cores left, but they say that with the current rate of production they would be running out in the 50s give or take. I nod as that makes sense, as getting IOTA's merchant line back to production, not assembly, would go a long way into getting jump ship production back up and running. Makes sense, and what, if you can tell me, are the plans for the rest of Henderson's old facilities? That I can't get into, though more because I don't think there is a solid plan for it yet. He says, and then I chuckle as my inner avarice speaks up. Well, if you want to build a new facility, I know of this system out in the back end of nowhere. It already has orbital foundries being built, I tell him, getting a laugh out of him. He shakes his head, smiling at me. Don't think you aren't the first to make a case for their various systems. Though I admit, you might be more clued in regarding some of our mid to long-term plans. I nod my head, getting serious for the moment. This is one reason I think it might be a good idea now that I have a moment to consider it, I say, getting a look from him. One of the things I was debating and was planning on bringing up in one of the conferences I am scheduled to attend is if we keep what we found secret, open, or something in between. Thinking of turning it into a closed system like Hesperus? He asks. Sort of. I don't think we can go that far, and there is already word out that I was looking for a refit facility. But I think it might be a good play to arrange for a leak that Trellshire is building some facilities out there, and that's why we are locking the system down. Which, by itself, wouldn't be out of the ordinary, which might allow us to keep the existence of the primary underwater facility to remain a secret. And you think we could keep a yard in the black by tucking it into your system? I nod to his question. Yes. One thing everyone will figure out soon enough is that we have some mechs coming out of there, and they already or would find out soon enough that I have been looking at building the Lynx for a while. Trellshire collocated the Rifleman 2 line with it, so why bother looking for anything else? Especially if we establish it on one of the outer planets instead. He leans back, considering the point, and gives a slight nod. Well, it's not a bad point or idea, but I couldn't say one way or another. But I will forward it to the people making that decision. All I can ask. And as to the other point about locking or not locking the system down. I am in favor of locking and securing, but that is more from my desire to keep all our plants as well defended as possible, but that isn't my call either. He notes. With that, we go into some of the other things that have built up over time, including the contract state of the Highlanders and some of the things they would like to use them for. That's been pretty much the entire first 3 weeks, meetings after meetings, both at the Triad with the various ministries, some dealing with issues with the Duchy including a discussion of how having a mech factory will affect my tax burden as well as other incentives that are offered to significant defense production systems and finally with some of my side hustles of sorts I have been looking into. The good news is the work I set out with years ago about mech warrior combat suits is panning out in spades. I'm making a pretty penny as my cut of the action with the company I picked to work with back then, enough that they are looking to expand production. Even better, the magistracy came through as well, having decided that they still owed me a favor for the package I sent their way and sent their own data package back to me. Namely, how have they figured out the tricks to get advanced neuro helmets in production? If I had to guess, they probably can't build them as fast as they would like. Their industry isn't bad, but it isn't as good as it once was, and they are a relatively small state. However, the Commonwealth has all the industry and is catching up in the medical fields, which gave the Canopians the advantage they needed to sort it out before us. Add that into the meetings that I had to get some high-tier IT industry to move out to Guangzhong, and I might be able to start turning those helmets out within a few years and, perhaps even better, might be able to sort out the production of royal-grade electronic packages. The more I had thought about it on the trip back to their CAD, the more I decided to hold off on the Highlander till I had the royal-grade electrical fitments sorted out. If I were going to do it, I would do it right, hence the order I am planning on building the 4 core mechs I have in mind for the main facility. But needless to say, things are finally falling into place. I have a Duchy, which, while not a goal in and of itself, I knew that providing the helm core would probably result in it. I managed to get both the helm and New Dallas cores and got them in a way that benefited the Commonwealth the most. I managed to win friends when it came to the Suns thanks to Bristol, with Northwind thanks to the gift of Mechs, the Magistracy, and finally, the Concordat. I have also pointed people at the 2 other sites, the supply base inside our borders and a naval base way beyond them. I'm known to the powers that be, the good ones by my knowledge, and probably by some I rather didn't know who I was. Being a duchess, sure, I had to have found a spouse, but I am getting to, and even better, they are people I can actually see myself coming to proper love instead of being a purely mercantile and political sort of marriage. Something that was absolutely not on my bingo card and something all my senior people are making no end of fun of in a good-natured way. But at this point, I have reached the realistic goals I had set out initially 20-ish years ago. I can now take a look at some of the pie-in-the-sky ideas I have had and see if I can reach them. Sure, we have the issues down the line, with the first signs of things running the way I recalled with the development of ties with the Suns, which means in about 7 years, I need to be ready for Hansa goes to Xi'an. Still, I think I have time to get at least the regiment up and running, and probably the regiment of Air Cav, though if I had my way, I would keep that in my pocket for the moment. After all, I do recall that the original 39 plan was meant to kick off earlier, and who knows if it will. Having a surprise in store might be helpful since the original 4th was such a one-sided affair. All in all, things are looking pretty good. Let's hope I didn't jinx things. February, 3029, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. To say the previous years have been interesting would be an understatement, possibly even reaching levels not seen since the days of jolly old Victorian England. It's not all bad, in fact, for the most part, it's been pretty good. Even moments that will be cherished for as long as I live. Naturally, some of those moments are rather obvious. A fancy wedding on Cameron, with an audience made up of a virtual who's who of Lyran society, and even some people I worked with when I was in the Suns, and some friends I made out in the periphery. Naturally, considering the marital arrangements I was making, someone just had to announce she was running the bachelorette party, at least mine. One of Saba's friends was running hers, and to absolutely no one's surprise at all, Nicolete, the Magistracy's ambassador to the Commonwealth, made sure that everyone knew that was her mission. The less said about that party, the better. Trust me. You really don't want to know. The wedding was the wedding of the year, leading to the aforesaid who's who, and while there were more than a few scandalized folks in high society, it wasn't as much as I would have expected. The most senior of the Steiners that showed up were Nandi Steiner and Morgan Kell, along with some of his people, who did so as well, which was nice of them. The plans to get the subsurface factory up and running took up a lot of the time between the wedding and now. In fact, we got the 3rd line up and running only at the beginning of last year, with the Lynx line being up for all of a year as well, though we are projected to be up to a dozen a year by the start of next year. Still trying to expand, of course, but the original model of Lynxes, with ERs, freezers, and the like? To say there is a line for them would be an understatement. Vector production is well underway, building those lines was a snap, and the first birds rolled out the door in 23, and production of what I call the Vector 2 started 3 years ago. It is slightly heavier and uses the more common 160 series engine, as well as a few changes, notably, a suspiciously larger troop bay that is a bit more than what is needed for standard infantry. The Dragoons took one look and offered to buy any I wasn't buying myself. The battle armor project wasn't going as smoothly as I and a few others would hope. They are in production now and have been for the last 3 years, but only at a rate of a few hundred a year. The good news on that front is we cracked the things keeping us from going full bore on production, so by the summer, we will be breaking ground on the MK22 line, so I can officially let the cat out of the bag on them. The downside is that I couldn't use them over this past year other than really beefing up my scouting abilities. I'll get into that in a moment. But the subsurface facility? Mech production didn't get going till about 3 years after we got the place drained out and aired out, and even then, only the one, smallest, line. At my instructions, we are sandbagging our production rate for the time being for mechs. However, we are opening the spigots on the bits and bobs, such as the weapon systems the facility is already set up for that we are not repurposing for other use. Kicking out about 150 Gauss rifles and 250 or so large pulses a year and selling them to the LCAF has made me really popular in some circles. Not to mention the Artemis kits I am turning out and selling to StarCorp for that lunatic longbow upgrade they are offering. The first mechs we made rode off the extreme hyper-focus we placed on getting the stealth system sorted out for the Nighthawks and getting my headhunter mechs I snuck out of Helm fixed up. Oddly, it wasn't the stealth that caused the roadblocks on the power armor line. The Lick wanted a mech that they could use. Why an intelligence agency wanted a mech was a question I wasn't about to ask that could sneak about unseen. It was the brand new Wolfhound but tweaked into a design they called the Greyhound, same basic weapons load, ER large, 3 mediums, but also including a host of advanced systems. MASC, Nullsig, Chameleon, and Guardian ECM. Endo steel bones supported a larger XL, pushing the speed to about 127 kph. It's not the mech I would pick, but I can see a few of those tucked into a batch of standard Wolfhounds to blend until it's time to drop out and disappear. Building these at cost was the price of the assistance from the Commonwealth, which is a fair trade. As the other lines came online, they also went into building them to get the contracted numbers supplied. As it turns out, it will be timed perfectly to deliver the last ones with the reduced capacity I am pretending to have in a few months with some of my other plans. This means we also had time to sort out the electronics issues behind the project I set up with those systems I had kept from Helm, taking the very best systems, coupling them with the data packages I had on Royals, and putting together a package that will allow me to build mechs with the very best electronics fitment ever seen. It took 8 years to get here, and I cheated like hell by using every last bit of information I could get from the Dallas and Helm cores, but we have prototypes of the systems I want to use, and if the tests check out, we can put them into any mechs we make past this summer. So, as soon as we are done here on their CAD, I need to be getting back out there to sort out our production targets and trying to rebuild something we need to get on thanks to the Battle of Tamar. Trellshire has their Battlemaster line about to open and start low-rate production this year. By the end of the year, they will reach a dozen a year and top out at 18. And sometime next year, they will be opening the line for Riflemen too, and, depending on what sort of interest they get, will be starting with a cap of 18 being the target unless, of course, the LCAF goes, take all my money. Assault Rifleman. Or some such. What I am thinking, it's the LCAF, they have a thing for assault mechs. Of course they will. But all that is professionally very satisfying. My duchy is on track to be much better off than anyone expected, and I won't be shy about sharing the wealth amongst everyone on my team, as well as the citizens of the system. Personally? Even better. Nico didn't wait very long before he started addressing his half of making sure there were heirs to the duchy, though I admit, a heads up on twins being in the family would have been nice. Before a year was out, he gave me 2 sons and, in 23, a daughter with another 2 years later in 25. By that time, Saba decided she wanted kids as well, so our youngest daughters were born within a month of each other. Ian is the oldest son, with Simon being right behind him. Thankfully, they and my daughters Anna and Elizabeth, with Saba's Sarah, all get along very well, with a minimum of sibling fun and games. A father, 2 mothers, and a large staff ensure they are raised well. Simon is a serious bookworm. Ian seems to think big stompies are the bee's knees, while Anna is all about spending as much time in the water as she can. We are looking forward to seeing what Elizabeth and Sarah lock onto regarding personality and hobbies. While I am not about to keep Ian from following the mech warrior path, I am making sure that he and the rest of our children, for that matter, are getting the most comprehensive education possible. One thing I have seen more times than I care to count is the social butterflies that infest the courts here, and there is no way in hell our kids will be one of them. Private tutors all around, and yes, they are going to the Nagel ring if I have anything to say about it. Maybe NAIS, since that seems more attractive to Simon. But that's a maybe. That's only possible since I have been informed that as part of the Fedcom Accord, the sons are getting a full, unabridged copy of what I am being told is the MacCleary course. I'm not sure I like that they are being called that, but since it's still a tightly held secret, I can't complain about it. However, I have heard rumors that SAFE copied a university core last year, not that anyone is overly upset at that since it was an abridged copy focused on the sciences and the like. Sure, it will be helpful for them to get other things in production science, after all, but it will be years before they can start catching up to us. The funny part is that everyone is concluding that over the last few years, SAFE has pulled its head out of its third point of contact and has started to become something approaching good. Of course, that's also a bad thing from our perspective, but it is funny. It seems the last of the old school idiots was amongst those who backed Duncan in 25, and as part of the latest if small civil wars clean-up phase, a lot of the chaff that made up the higher echelons of the Merrick's government started getting cleaned up. With the Cappies being opportunistic idiots that they seem to have become with the illusion of the free world's weakness, they managed to attack the League from the Tikhanov region, seizing the majority of the former hegemony worlds that the League snapped up in the First Succession War. The new Captain General Therese Merrick, who it has been said is unamused at being pushed into the position, isn't happy about the situation, but with the chaos of Anton's rebellion still being tidied up after when Duncan's fit of stupidity came about, wasn't in a position to do much of anything about it for the time being. I am being told that it looked as if they were targeting a general offensive to take back those worlds later this year or next, at least, they were till we decided to kick the Fourth Succession War off ourselves last year. And unfortunately for them, they lost the chance to take them back on the cheap from them when we took them from the Cappies. Well, those and a few others right from them directly. However, Therese Merrick wasn't about to attack the Commonwealth during the Fourth, as the capabilities of the LCAF were starting to become known. However, it didn't stop them from swinging into Capellan space along the Andurian border. It would take almost 24 minor systems from them, plus Asuncion was returned to the fold. But that was the front that I had nothing to do with, to be honest. While I knew the war was coming, I was never informed of it till the year before to take part in planning where the Highlanders would come in. After all, no one would believe me if I let on that I knew, and saying that I knew would cause me problems. So, I made sure not to let on what I knew. It was not that hard, as the plan presented to me was nothing like what I recalled from my old memories. For starters, they weren't going all in on the Cappies, no, half of the goal seemed to be to reduce the border gore, as the saying goes, looking at you, Tantara and Goshen thumbs, as well as to build up a zone between the two halves of the new Fedcom. And the other half was focused on taking worlds that formerly made up the Terran hegemony. In fact, during the planning stages, I found out the idea was mainly from Hansa, for as he saw it, regardless of what they said for public consumption, the Fedcom alliance would be seen as Star League 2.0, so they might as well grab the core of the original. Well, a bit more than that, as this is the succession wars after all, the Cappies would be weakened incredibly by the war as they would lose everything north of a line from High Spire to Hunan, and from there to Styk between our attacks and the Leagues, they would lose about 100 systems, including industrial powerhouses in Nanking, Styk and Takhanov. My part? My part was the second wave attacks to distract the Combine from the attacks that were going on in the Diran military district and, before that, act as a mobile reserve. By then, I ran 3 full battalions and was about 80% fully upgraded in Lastek mechs or weapon systems. In addition, I have completed the switch to Lee-class droppers. Their speed, coupled with our monolith, made us ideal as a quick reaction force to go where needed to put out any fires. As it turns out, something that came in handy, as this is why I was recalled to Thurkat and not back home with my family. All in all, despite the beating you took, you and your people did a hell of a job on Tamar. Says General Regis, once I have concluded my brief on what we did and what we saw while on Tamar. And he isn't wrong to say so, either. Well, we did get a little lucky in that they didn't take time to ensure they hit us at a steady pace, giving us time to breathe between waves was huge, I note. And it's true, the 3 Ryokan regiments did come in piecemeal. They gave us time to get out of the spaceport and seal the gap that led to it from where they were making their landfalls in that whole mess. Having half a day between wave 1 and 2 and a day and a half between 2 and 3 was key for keeping it together. I add. The others at the table, several LCAF generals of the more competent sort, Nandi Steiner, Regis, and a few senior spooks to round things out, all not in agreement. Of all the systems I would have picked to host the largest and most chaotic battle of this war, Tamar wasn't it? Said Nandi, getting a few nods of agreement and a slight chuckle from Regis. Indeed, I was thinking Diran itself would be the big fight, and it was, make no mistake, but that debacle on Tamar. Regis says, shaking his head slowly as he speaks, I don't think even the snakes saw that one coming. No arguments from me either, I agree. From what it looks like, and the mopping up is still ongoing as we speak, the snakes took advantage of the moment to hit the place in the first place, coupled with us sending reserves as fast as we can scrounge them up, gave them the thought that if they poured in reserves faster, they might grab the system. As it, both sides just kept throwing units into the maelstrom and hoped to come out ahead. One of the other generals laughs, fustest with the mostest. He says, getting an outright laugh out of me as he quotes an ancient for them at least Terran general. Exactly. Sometimes, we can make all the plans in the universe, and it just breaks down to who is faster at finding units and dumping them onto the battlefield regardless of having a plan or not. All of those present not in agreement, as we all have seen cases like that before this one. So, how bad is the damage? Asks Nandi. We have the official reports, but no one has come back here yet to give us details. Well, most of the units there managed to keep things together more or less, and that's mostly because the Highlanders and the 10th managed to blunt the worst of it, in my opinion. By holding the battlefield at the end of it, while I lost roughly 1 in 3 mechs, thankfully, my pilot losses were far less than that number indicates. And even then, that we were left holding the battlefield means that we can salvage things to the point where we ought to regain strength within a year. Right now, I wouldn't want to go on the offensive as even the mechs we didn't lose did get beat up, but it could be worse and isn't as bad as it looks on paper. And the 10th? Asks Regis. Fate decided that they were going to be the speed bump of speed bumps, I say, though part of me recalls what my old memories said about the unit and how they were initially sacrificed for political ends. They were key in relieving the units on the planet at the time of the original invasion, and they paid the price for buying times for more reserves to show up, such as us. Frankly, they got mauled badly enough that I think it might be easier to use what's left to get other units up to strength than the other way around. And Frederick? Alive, but he will be in the hospital for a while yet. His Zeus got singled out early, and the snakes did all they could to ensure it would never get up again, nor would its pilot. I don't know what shape he will be in when he gets out, but I was told that they would be moving him off of Tamar once they feel it's safe to do so, probably leaving within the week, given the time delay in getting myself here. Regis glances at Nandi, who thinks about it momentarily and then nods. Well, we probably will do that, use what is left to shore up the other units present. But we will need to reform the 10th, if for no other reason than domestic politics. One of the other generals present speaks up, and you said you would take about a year to get back to regimental strength. No, just where we were before the battle, 3 battalions, but with our TONE, regimental is 4 battalions. He nods, evidently asking to make sure the others understand the difference between what they see as regimental strength and what I see. Regis looks over curiously. What do you think it would take to get you to your idea of full strength? Honestly? With the salvage to get a solid chunk of our existing mechs back up and running, and assuming I can afford to buy from my factories, 2, maybe 3 years, give or take. I state, pausing to think about that. And it's a good point many people miss. Just because I have a pretty large factory doesn't mean I have a bottomless cornucopia of mechs. I still have to pay for the labor, the raw materials, fuel, power, you name it. Sure, I can probably buy them at zero profit, but I still must purchase them. Makes sense. You decide what you are going to be building? Regis asks, smirking as he knows full well that I have been going back and forth, overthinking things as is my wont. Have it narrowed down. Waiting to see how a few last things work out to decide on path A or B. I tell him as I have 2 options, depending on what I can afford and how much time I have. The briefing then descends into the minutiae of the running battles, going into what I did, what our people did, and what we think the snakes did. The intel types were curious about how my Nighthawk-equipped suits performed and seemed, at least to me, to be as interested in how much massless tech changed the game as they were in what actually happened. Not that I can blame them, as the growing amounts of such equipment have been an enormous multiplier and one we can no longer hide, having exposed how much we are starting to have of it in the fighting. The war is about over, save for the singing at this point. All the primary objectives were taken, a decent amount of the secondary objectives as well, and we are starting to hit the point of diminishing returns and eating through our stockpile of parts and ammo. Oh, not as much as it looks. It was decided a few years back that we would keep a certain level of parts and ammo in reserve for truly critical cases, both not to be caught with our pants down but also to try to maintain a certain degree of secrecy to just how well our production chains are working out for us. And alas, it isn't the only meeting. Being the first commander of a major unit committed to the conflict back on their CAD, it seems everyone wants to hear me go on about what is happening on the battlefields, even though I was only committed to the one. I would be the same if the situation were reversed. But that being said, we are in the consolidation phase of things. Call it butterflies, call it people getting smart, call it what you want, but it seems Fedcom High Command had a dose of reality hit it. They set goals, decided on the forces to achieve those goals, and it looks like things are ramping down now that we have them instead of going, hey, let's see how far we get. There is still some fighting in the various worlds we have seized. In addition, we did, to be fair, lose a few on the Sun's front. Our forces managed to grab all but a few of the old Terran hegemony worlds, which makes this probably the first time they have all been under one banner since 2765 or thereabouts. It warms my heart to think about what Comster must feel right now. I recall from those old memories that they had a fit and interdicted the Suns, which didn't happen this time as they didn't head towards Xi'an or Sarna as much as those within the Suns wanted to. But the forces they would have dedicated to such a push were sorely needed on the Combine front, as it was all they could do to keep the border more or less the same. Even then, they did wind up losing a handful of worlds, with the significant loss being Marduk and its factory on it. But, considering what the Fedcom gained out of what I know as the Fourth Succession War, and what I assume others will soon call it the same, it was a fair trade. The good news about Marduk is that it hasn't been upgraded with anything that counts as low tech, so that it could have been much worse. But the good news is that after about 3 weeks of meetings and briefings on how things were going, I was told I could head home and link up with the rest of my regiment. I only had the one last sit down. Considering who that meeting was with, I expected things to get a little interesting. So, a few days after the last batch of meetings, I was led deep into the triad. Simon Johnson met me to arrange for my passage through the various security checkpoints, making me wonder what I was brought in for, since we weren't heading to the usual places where I had met the high and mighty of the Commonwealth. Now that I think about it, I think I have been led to this part of the triad before, and then it makes me wonder just how deep into things I am getting, as that time was when I discovered the phone company had warships. This means I will be asked to do something, informed about something, or go over details of what I am building for the Lick. The latter makes sense, but that sounds too easy. As it turned out, a bit of all the above. When I am brought into the briefing room, to no surprise, there are multiple Steiners present. Nandi was to be expected, but seeing the Archon herself, well, I'm not surprised, but I am at the same time, if that makes any sense. Of course, Regis is present, and so is Johnson, but a few unexpected faces were present as well, Admiral von Lowe being one of the 2 biggest surprises, the other being a general in a Federated Suns uniform, a General Leclerc. Greetings are offered, as well as drinks, and soon enough, we are all settling down at our seats at the table, and noticeably, all the aides and the like have left. Before we begin, I want to thank you personally for how you and your regiment were able to hold the line on Tamar. Doing so as well as you did was the key to allowing reinforcements to arrive with little trouble. The Archon starts, and I make the to be expected denials of it being a big deal, though yes, it was. She then continues, accordingly, from what I understand, you were selling your share of the salvage taken from the DCMS to the units that needed it, the Commonwealth will allow you to shift funds that would head to us from your duchy towards paying for the rebuilding of your regiment, and yes, to your idea of regimental strength. She says, smiling at me as she fully knows my idea of a regiment. Besides, we are all curious about what you will make in your factory. Of course, that last gets me a few curious looks from Von Lowe and Leclerc, and she glances back toward them. Those rumors of a secret Rim Worlds facility turned out to be true and an understatement as well. She says, and they both nod as they lean back. Of course, I wonder why she is dropping that info bomb, but I suppose it isn't too shocking since we will be one big happy family. Ah, starts the Admiral, and also, she is the one that showed us where to find a few things in the deep black as well. He says to his son's counterpart, chuckling as he sees me look to the Archon and Simon, who nod towards me. Well, I start, waving it off. It wasn't like I could do anything about it, as I wasn't about to head out on a year's voyage on the assumption. My budget wouldn't ever allow that. I point out, getting laughs, as everyone has seen budgets dictate what they could and couldn't do. I get chuckles all around at that, as no one would willingly go off on a trip like that. In fact, the only reason I think I could convince the Archon to authorize that trip in the first place was my then established track record. Indeed. Says Von Lowe, but we went out there and took stock of what we could find, which was more than we hoped, to be frank. As you no doubt are aware, we have started fixing up a number of the shipyards here in the Commonwealth and, soon, in the Suns as well. And he is right, as I am aware of how things have changed. In Gibbs, they are finally building new jump ships instead of using up their stocks of stored cores, and Iodo's monolith line was becoming much more efficient enough so that with my dreams of expanding, I started sending out feelers on getting a new one. The answer? They would love to, but I had to get in line and it was a very long line at that. Seeing my nod, he smiles. One of the key things we found was a repair and refit facility there, capable of building many of the fiddly bits of jump ships and warships if you pardon the expression. Not to the point of building interplanetary drives or jump cores, but they could repair them, even when damaged, to repair the ship from nearly non-functional. And you brought back the equipment here? I ask, assuming that was indeed the case. Exactly. Oh, only some of it was able to be plugged into existing yards as is, but we can use some of the fabbers to build some of those smaller things that have allowed us to refresh our yards, and, nodding over to Leclerc, the Sun's yards as well, particularly Galax and Panther. And with that, options start to come forward, especially with the other bit of information you could find out and to do so in a way that, as far as anyone knows, no one has figured out. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out where he was going with this, Comster and their warships. Exactly. Says Leclerc, his rank tabs indicating that he was part of the AFFC Navy, and he continues. We don't know how many warships they have, nor what types. The tonnage estimate that was made from your data is frightening to us, not just because it makes it obvious that Comstar has them but because the tonnage doesn't line up with warships that would have been left behind from the Exodus as far as we can tell, which means they have one of the large yards in the Sol system up and running, and have done so without anyone being aware of that fact. Not that I mind hearing about this since I was curious, I have to say, do I have the need to know about this sort of thing? I ask, as I am sure a shoe is dropping on me, and I haven't seen it yet. Technically, no. Says the Archon, however, some arguments indicate your awareness of this in order for us to go on from where we are will be useful. We are not about to start making warships of our own soon, but we are putting in place plans to work on such sooner rather than later. She starts, and I nod to that as it makes sense to start planning before you need it rather than the last minute. No one interrupts the Archon, and she continues. So two factors involve you, the first is the key one. Your AMC company and the materials they make. Particularly your armors, as you have been experimenting with all the types you could, including ferrocarbide. We want to use that material on any ship we make in the near future, so having you start to think about what it would take to ramp up production on it is a good thing in our eyes. With the pause that comes with that, I glance around and then speak, that makes sense. If the expense has been considered worthwhile, it might as well incorporate the best armor. Based on my memory of the production costs, the cost penalties from standard armor and the carbide won't be that noticeable of an increase in the total cost. At this point, Von Lowe speaks up, nodding his head. Exactly. A few percentage points at worst is what we figure would increase the costs by, essentially, a rounding error, as one of our accountants put it. And the other reason? I ask, glancing back towards the head of the table. The other, and this isn't a done deal, but we have to decide where we want to build them. Building them in an existing yard would be advertising what we are doing before we are ready for it to be known. The longer we can keep this secret, in our eyes, the better. The Archon says, and I start to get what she is about to say. So, of the systems we are looking at, Guangzhong Ni is on the short list. You already have the orbital facilities present to build advanced materials, and from what our people are saying, have been busy working on putting together a top-notch electronics industry as well. I nod, that's true, had to, so we could build some of the equipment I have been contracted for. We have had to put a lot of emphasis on that, and it's paid off. As we said, we are not saying we would build a small yard there, but we wanted to make you aware of it so you can start to look into building up the capacity of AMC over the next 5 years, not that we expect to use excessive amounts of it, just having the ability to get what we need as we need it. The Archon finishes. I nod my head, and I can't help myself but ask the obvious question. What ship is being looked at? With this, Von Lowe speaks up with a nod from the Archon. For us? The Mako. It's a simple enough design and was highly rated by everyone that crewed them. An easy ship to regain the skills needed to build warships again, he says, and then Leclerc chuckles before he speaks up. Which, I will admit, is a bit more sane than what we have in mind, but then there is some logic to what we are doing. Since you here in the Commonwealth are far ahead of us in this regard, we are letting you work out the kinks and build up the infrastructure for further development of our fleet. We are looking at once we see the first Makos enter service, we will start up our program, he says. I nod to this, as that makes sense, and why not let us spend the money on false starts? What we are looking at, judging on how we dealt with warships during the early succession wars, we don't think we need big gun cruisers and battleships. Eventually, yes, we will, and we will explore that later. Especially from what I understand, there are plans for other ships in the cores we have access to. So we will go with the new Certus, a proper carrier better suited to deal with the battle space we have now. I agree with that to a point. From what we know and expect, carriers make more sense than, say, a fleet of McKennas. However, that doesn't work so well with what I know, in that if things work out according to the schedule my memories have, the return of big gun warships is only 20 years away, and if they arrive and see warships, they won't be so shy about using them as they were then. Well, being the paranoid sort that I am, I start, leaning back as I give some thought to this, and then lean forward. Probably won't hurt if there were plans in place just in case things don't go as we think it will, I state, which is perhaps as close as I can get, without saying I know more than I should. Everyone chuckles at that, and I am glad there wasn't a point in bringing that up. No issues there. While we start to push our focus from the Mako to the new Certus, we will be looking at a new ship on our side, as by that time, the cat will be out of the bag, and there will be little point in hiding the fact that we are working on these ships. The Archon says, and then she grins the admirals. Now, as to what design, or perhaps a new design, that's still being discussed. And even then, adds Von Lowe, we are already altering the existing Mako and new Certus designs to have a much larger and much more powerful anti-fighter element. I can't help but laugh, don't want to risk the chance of some fighter jock deciding to crash into the bridge or the like. Most look at me oddly, as they can't place the reference, though Admiral Leclerc wins all the points as he speaks. Don't worry, we won't have to intensify our forward firepower, he says with a smirk, which causes the Archon to speak up. What in the world are you two talking about? April 3029, Guangzhou NI. The trip back to Guangzhou was as uneventful as you could ever ask it to be. Since I wasn't using my jump ship, my drop ship could bounce from one jump ship to another for the bulk of the trip, allowing me to take it in just over 2 weeks. Not quite command circuit fast, but I wasn't about to complain about it, as it's been the better part of a year since I had been home. And yes, while there was business to be seen too, I spent the first 3 weeks with the family and handling as little business as possible. Frankly, I needed the vacation and certainly made the most of it. And even better, my people are all people I picked who had a head on their shoulders and managed to keep from bugging me for anything once the initial wave upon arrival was worked through. But all good things must come to an end, and I managed to time things right so that the rest of the regiment could get back, and they had a few weeks of downtime themselves. The security situation of the system was something that I didn't worry about much, at least since the first year I was here, and a small band of pirates thought it was business as usual and discovered the largest artillery park in existence. I've always said that the pirate rumor mill was the only other FTL communication system out there, and it proved to be the case since not long after we started hearing that word was being passed around that Guangzhou was not a healthy place to visit. Sure, the stories overstated the firepower on hand. Still, the video of one of the pirates who managed to escape, and yes, we let a designated survivor run to get the word out, wouldn't give that impression. But the meetings I started having once my vacation was over hit upon the subject because as I brought word back that we might have a new customer for our AMC facility, we might want to consider defending the orbital facility a bit better. Of course, we didn't start with that, as for the first few minutes, we covered the tooling plant, which is what we have leveraged to help build up our factories and allow other companies to build or rebuild factories of their own. So, any reason we can't just shove more guns on the things? Asks Robert Brady, the head of AMC security here and the one more or less responsible for site security on many of the surface facilities as well. Well, for starters, standard weapon systems can only go so far against dropships, and if you are in range of them, they are in range of you. Points out Captain Davies, who has moved up in the world to be the commander of not only our command Lee, but the head of the regiment's dropships as a whole. Any reason we can't work up to capital scale? I ask, as the ideas that I have bouncing around are along the lines of proper defense stations and not just guns bolted on. Matt MacCleary's, the head of weapons development who is more into getting weapon systems into production from our plans and either resetting the existing facilities to produce or securing new facilities, speaks up, yes, but also no. He starts, and seeing my look, he chuckles. When I was still with Mauser, this conversation occasionally arose. Yes, capital scale systems are just scaled up versions of what you would see otherwise, it isn't that simple. It never is. He starts, getting a nod from me. After a moment's pause, he continues, with larger systems, there are larger power requirements, propellants, cooling, and so forth. If we really wanted to, I suppose we could start to work towards that, but it won't be fast, and it won't be cheap. That's a fair point, nothing ever is, even if we have the cheat sheets. Points out Nico. Crawl, walk, run. I ask, and getting looks, I can't help but chuckle a touch. Right now, we are at the crawl stage, we already make, or can make, all sorts of standard scaled weapon systems, right? I ask, and seeing nods, I continue. And we all would agree that capital scale would be the run part of that equation. Something in between? Asks Matt. Exactly. Everyone everywhere seems to have some kind of gun project because, let's face it, everyone wants a bigger gun. Usually, it's for a better artillery piece, but why not tap that middle ground towards the intermediate step, the walk step? I ask. People start to nod, seeing where I am going with this, and Matt once more speaks up. All right, I can buy off on that. It won't be nearly as good as capital scale, though. He points out, and I nod in agreement. Even if it's a fraction, and a small one at that, as long as it's longer ranged and much heavier hitting than standard systems, it should be good enough against droppers. So, I pause, making it like I am thinking out loud, a sub-capital weapon makes some sense. Cannon, to be sure, laser? PPC? Missile? Don't see why we can't develop something we can use, either on board the existing platforms or, better yet, new ones. That worried about the orbitals? Asks Jeffrey, who, along with his wife Nehemite, is sitting in as the representative of the regiment. Yes and no. In the near term, not at all, but eventually, if it hasn't happened already, the fact that this is one of the systems making Pharaoh and Endo will get out there, and if we have learned anything over the last 250 years, nations all too often have the mantra of if I can't have it, you can't have it either. I point out, getting grim chuckles from everyone. And if we do make a workable subcapital system, it might fit in dropships, and I can think of a few places that would be happy to buy them off of us to make a new version of the Achilles or Avenger, notes Davies. That too, after all, one of the things that I think would be worthwhile is looking at producing arms for export. I know getting a partnership with Mauser might be in the offing. As I recall, they have looked at producing weapons for mechs off and on again. I say, though, it's more of a question aimed at Matt. They have, but they never really looked at it seriously, and there is only so much saturation you can deal with and still be profitable. He answers. Understandable, I say, thinking momentarily and then looking towards him. Tell you what, here in the next few months, I want you to head back to them and sit down with them to see if they are game to enter into a partnership with us to make Ultras and LBXs. Maybe even other systems. I know we have kept the two lines producing them from the old Rampages, and those have been very profitable lines, but with the changes we are looking at for the mechs, those lines will have to be repurposed soon enough. Having them as partners might be a good way to keep that money flow going. He nods and notes on his pad, and then I look at Jeffrey. Which gets us to the part you were looking forward to. I tell him, getting a chuckle, and I continue, what mech, or mechs, are we going to produce once we are done with the Greyhound contract? With this, everyone leans forward, even Davies, setting down the glasses of water they might have been sipping at, as well as setting down the pens they have been using to take notes with, as I have been playing very cagey with what my plans are for a while now. I have been considering many options, and you all know the mechs that I have been looking at and what mechs we have licenses for. I start and smile. Lynx is the obvious one, but we are already making those at the main facility shoreside. I see nods of agreement and continue. The other obvious one is the Highlander license we have, especially with the way we have 21 more years of sole production rights. It would be crazy not to make the most of that, right? Seeing nods, I smirked a touch and pushed on. That's very high on my list of things to be aware of, I assure you, and finally, we have the three mechs we have been bouncing about, the Devastator, Thug, and Warhammer. The answer is yes, I say, getting a few chuckles as they don't say it, but I can see them saying that wasn't an answer in their minds, and I continue. But there have been developments that will play out here. First of all, as I understand from an earlier meeting, we won't be done with the Greyhound contract for a few more months, and we won't be ready to build the new mechatronics package until about then, correct? Mechatronics isn't perhaps the perfect word for it. Still, avionics doesn't work either. Until this point, in the common lexicon, all people have gone by is TDS, comms, etc., pointing out the subsystems as subsystems, not as a complete package. With the project we have been working on for the last 4 years, basically taking some of the best examples of various systems and melding them into one complete package, there aren't subsystems, it's just one big mass of integrated electronics. This is a bad and good thing, good, in that it's more compact to integrate it all as one system, allowing us to add those extra features without increasing the mass penalties of the package. Bad, you will be forced to replace it all if you take a hit anywhere in the system. But then, let's be honest, if you are getting weapons fired inside the head assembly, you will be replacing them all anyway. I see nods, so push on. So, considering the options and working out the benefit we got for our stellar service on Tamar, we won't be looking in the sofa for spare change to rebuild. In fact, we will be doing a full rebuild from the ground up and will even build back up to full strength with all 4 battalions. Full up from the ground up? Asks Nehemite, and I nod. Yes, new mechs across the board, save for those we already have that are of the right model. Existing mechs that don't will be sold or transferred to the local militia. Funding isn't going to be an issue. I continue and then smile as I decide to stop drawing it out. So, we are looking at a command company and escort company at the regimental level, but the 4 battalions will be an assault battalion, 2 line battalions, and 1 hussar battalion, I say, holding up my fingers. I've already gotten permission to keep the Greyhound in production for a bit, as 1 company will be in the hussar battalion, along with the usual percentage of spares. A company of our fast warmers and 2 companies of lynxes will be rounding it out. The 4th battalion, as I am designating this battalion, will be the first to be filled out as the Greyhounds are already in production. We will incorporate our advanced mechatronics packages into the ones we build for ourselves and in all future mechs we build for ourselves. Can see why you call it more of a hussar than a scout or recce battalion, notes Jeffrey. I shoot him a grin and then move along. Right, 2nd and 3rd battalions are the line battalions, as the name states, they hold the line and make up the core battle formation, I announce and give Nehemite and Jeffrey a grin as they lean forward. 1st company in each will be made up of devastators, 4th company the fast warmers, and the 2nd and 3rd will be thugs. The fastest battalions out there? No. But tough nuts to crack, absolutely. I'd say. Speaks up Nehemite, imagine the devastators will be the direct fire support company, the warmers screen, and the thugs are the solid fist that smashes into whatever. I nod, as that's about how I see it as well. And that's what we will focus on first. Once we complete the contracted Greyhounds, we will start on what we need and get the hammer line going. As soon as the Greyhounds are done, we will get the devastators and thugs under production as well and continue them until we have our units finished and a solid supply of spares tucked away. And then? Asked Davies. And then, we build up the 1st battalion, which will be nothing but Highlanders and of royal grade. Once we have all we need, we will swap out to the standard Highlander, with standard electronics, and offer them for sale to whoever which, let's be honest, will be the LCAF by and large. Not Northwind? Asks Jeffrey. They will be offered what we can, and depending on whether it's for their militia or the Northwind mercenary regiments, I may or may not offer royals or standards. I'm sure they will buy all they can, offers Nico, getting chuckles of agreement. And the infantry side? Same as we have been going, once we get the suits sorted out, I want to build up at least 1 regiment of them, preferably 2, I point out, as I would like more, but 1:2 mech to infantry isn't a bad mix. Can we afford it? Asks Saba. The mechs? Yes. I announce, the reward for a job well done is another job, as the saying goes, and I was informed that we could use some of our tax obligations to the Commonwealth to rebuild our regiment. They didn't specify exactly how, which is why I will make the most of it and use the sales of our now surplus mechs to pay for the infantry units. At least, I pause, and everyone smiles. They all know how this all works, that's the plan. And to be honest, the vectors aren't that expensive, all things considered, so as long as we can build the suits and pay for them, I see no reason we can't get them up to the numbers we want by the time we stand up the last company of mechs. But the job? Asks Nehemite, catching the job bit and not letting go. I wasn't told anything, not even a hint, but it is pretty obvious to me that the Archon, or perhaps the first prince, has something in mind, and having us up and ready to go plays a part. Since they are willing to let me use those taxes to build up, I am certain it's going to be messy, so as we rebuild, I want us to train hard and train for anything, though, I pause and think about it a moment, if I had to guess, they would stick us in the Terran corridor, probably on one of the key systems, to serve as the garrison where they expect a lot of attacks on to take it back. I get nods to that, as that makes a lot of sense. With that, we start sorting out the particulars of the plans and how to go about it and, more importantly, how long it will take. December 3029, Unting, Draconis Combine. The rumble of dropships lifting off has been steady the last few days as the Wolf's Dragoons pack up and get ready to move on as the contract with the Combine draws to a close. While there was a significant degree of desire within the Combine to keep them employed, the Dragon seems to be content to ensure that they won't be pointed back at them when they take up their contract with the new Federated Commonwealth. They even managed to arrange for a battalion of them to stay behind to serve as a training cadre as they assisted in rebuilding the Ryakan regiments to their prior size. Jamie Wolf looks over and sees Natasha Kerensky walk up to where he is watching the chieftain load up the remaining few mechs. Looking forward to getting out of here? He asks, knowing that while Natasha loved the fighting, she hasn't been the largest fan of the Combine, ranking them even worse than the Capellans. Very. She says, shaking her head as she looks over the spaceport. So, they agreed to give us outreach. They did. And even managed to get one of their Lestek hounds to scour it looking for anything they didn't already loot, just in case. He says with a slight chuckle. Natasha laughs at that. Which one? Snored? MacCleary. Jamie shakes his head. No, we got lucky, it was Snored. If it was MacCleary, there is no telling what she would or would not find. I am still certain there is more to her ability to find what she has than she is letting on. Oh? She hooked up with the phone company or something? She asks. No, and nor is she connected to the other reasonable possibility. From what Wolfnet has managed to pick up, it is scarce, to say the least, that she has a paranoia towards Comstar that is only topped by Hansa Davian, and from what scarce information they have dug up, with just as much reason. With that, Natasha looks back towards Jamie with an eyebrow raised. Really? That is what Blake has turned up. He has no idea what it might be, but from what little he has dug up, it might be easier to dig up the Archon's personal comm code than the reason she is that paranoid. Are we going to try and find out more, or just chalk it up to things? She asks, honestly curious. Dig into it more. She reportedly pegged onto what you did to your thug. He points out, smirking at her. Wait, what? She asks, she knows about. And then sighs with relief as she sees Jamie shake his head. No, not the particulars, but it seems that while we were still in Lyran space, your desire to top the charts on every range bit you in the ass. Oh. With that, Jamie smiles, walks over to a side table, and pours himself a drink before taking a seat on one of the sofas in the office space overlooking the spaceport. Yes, oh. It turns out one of the stages was a trap stage. Natasha looks a bit concerned towards him but lets him continue before speaking. Station 13, evidently, the goal of that stage is to determine if the mech warrior understands that sometimes it's better not to waste time shooting than taking a shot. In this case, the targets that popped up for you were at exactly the maximum range for a PPC from the firing position. You engaged it before you got there, which twigged her onto you using ER PPCs, which is no surprise since the thug had them originally. The problem, on the other hand. He starts and looks at her. The accuracy. Yes, but also no. The target was thick enough to stop a PPC blast but just thick enough that if the PPC did, say, 50% more damage, it would punch through it. And your shots did. While on the move, at maximum range. She then noticed the way your SRMs have been used. She thinks you just had 3 Streak 2s daisy-chained on one trigger, but she has commented internally that something does not add up, and you should not be able to fit all that in regards to weight or space. Crap. She says and then thinks a moment. So, she thinks we have either lighter Streak 2s or more compact equipment. Or both. Adds Jamie. Or both. It hasn't been obvious since no one else has brought it up. They just chalked it up to my, if I may say so, truly unmatched skill. Jamie laughs at that and continues. Also, for what it is worth, it appears she finally has those Nighthawks into production. I expect we will start to see battle armor on the battlefield before too long. What are we going to do about that? She asks, finally moving to flop into a sinfully luxurious chair opposite Jamie. Well, you know our orders and how we have been leaving training establishments in Combine space. We will continue along those lines. I believe that the goal they have in mind for us is to look towards the Confederation and make sure they do not try to take their systems back. While we are at that, I am getting the impression they hope to use us as a training cadre as they have been unpleasantly surprised at how well the Ryakan has performed. Yes, we did do a good job there. She smirks, but that doesn't address the suit question. No, but on that, what we will do is help sort out tactics with them, I am hoping. We will reach out to MacCleary and see if she is open to letting us do so, and from what we have heard from Schmidt, she might be favorably inclined to allow for that, as she has high regard for us. The fights to be one of the ones picked to wear them should be entertaining, Natasha says, laughing softly. Blake is already laying on odds for who will win the trials to be the unit commander, Jamie says with an equally soft laugh. And what about her background? Natasha asks after a few minutes of companionable silence. Blake says he has dug into the publicly, and some not so publicly available sources, and thinks most are legend more than fact, but he will work with others and see if he can build a more complete background report on her. Legend? Not fact. Well, you know how clans can get about their background and how serious they take who may and may not claim membership in them. He says, getting a snort of amusement from her. In this case, the MacCleary's are a September of the Camerons and close enough, and evidently, loyal enough that they use the same tartan. How close is a matter of debate, and plenty of them moved to the Cameron system including her family from Terra as soon as the SLDF retook it. Once they arrived, they were senior enough in the clan that they pretty much took over things there. But no more details than that. I can see why Blake would want that cleared up since she seems to have a way of finding old facilities. She points out. Exactly, but then, she hasn't found anything new recently, so maybe she ran out of things to dig up. January 3030, New Avalon, Federated Sons. The corridor is still a mess. Says Arden Sortak, who is sitting on a sinfully luxurious sofa in Hansa Davian's office, a tumbler of whiskey in his hand as he looks at both Hansa and Melissa. Sure, there are plenty that are happy to be out of the realms they have been in for generations, but for those same generations, they have been citizens of other states. That's my take as well, starts a pregnant Melissa, who is currently snuggled up to her husband and shakes her head. Deciding to make it a region that is under the control of our heir wasn't a bad one, but getting everyone on the same page and supporting the Commonwealth is proving to be more of a chore than I think we expected. Hansa nods slowly as he considers, as the original plan to have eventually the heir to the Commonwealth to be in charge of the march is still on, it's a good plan and a good place for someone to learn how to rule before he takes on the mantle of leadership of the Fedcom as a whole. However, their firstborn isn't here yet and something does need to be done. What are your suggestions? He asks, knowing he will no doubt have to run everything by Katrina, as is proper. Arden glances over to Melissa and shrugs. Well, there are no good answers, but I think for the short term, we need someone who isn't just another military governor and can appeal to the locals, regardless of what nation they were originally under. He says. True, but who would someone from the Combine, League, and Commonwealth back? Hansa says, chuckling, please, someone like that could be more useful in so many places I can't even count them. He adds with a laugh. I'll share it, and Melissa says, well, don't look here. I don't think we know anyone like that back on their cat. However, as she does so, she starts to think about something that was said, and while Arden doesn't pick up on that, Hansa does. You are thinking of something, aren't you? Maybe. Melissa says thoughtfully, something is twigging my thoughts, though I can't put my finger on it, don't let that stop things. Hansa nods and then speaks, perhaps we need to pack the march with some of the systems from other marches to help leaven the nobility and planetary leaders to keep things under control. That's not a bad idea, Arden says, seeing Melissa nod in agreement. If you can manage to peel those systems from Aaron and on the Lyran side, Margaret Aiden. I don't think it would be too hard to peel some systems from Margaret if we present the reason why correctly, muses Melissa, still visibly trying to think about why something she heard is sticking in her mind. Aaron would be more problematical but still doable, again, it depends on which systems and why. Hansa thinks out loud. Right, starts Arden, a regent, whose job it is to keep things stable, do the day-to-day duties, make sure the march won't be invaded, or rather, when it is and it will be, he starts before being interrupted briefly by Hansa. I give it 3040 before the Combine moves, 38 at the earliest. Arden nods, privately agreeing, and given the job of building up a march militia that can provide enough strength to make it harder to pull it off and loyal enough actually to put up a fight. Melissa blinks, and she grins, got it. She says triumphantly, and I know just how to make this work, as you were wrong, Arden, the Combine? The Confederation, the League? They weren't who they were originally part of. She says and then leans forward as she gives out the first hints of her plan, smirks and smiles show on the faces of Hansa and Arden as she starts to go into detail. March 3030, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. Well, that's something I never considered. Says Katrina, leaning back in her chair behind her desk, and then glances over to Nandi, General Regis, and Simon as she thinks about it momentarily, it is an elegant solution to the problem, a two-step process. Get them to develop a unified loyalty that they once had, and then flip that back to us, instead of trying and failing more often than not to flip it directly to us. Arden Sortek nods, and with Melissa soon to have her first child any day now, it was obvious she couldn't travel to their CAD, so it, as it often does, fell to him to present the plan that the three of them hatched a few months ago and spent no small amount of time digging around to figure out if it was even doable before presenting it to the Archon. It is out of left field, I agree, and it will slow down the integration of those systems into the Commonwealth, but once they are, we all think they would be very well wedded to the Commonwealth, as they would be united and under their local control for the first time since Richard's Christmas party. We would have to give up systems from the Federation. Nandi points out to Katrina. True, but they are getting a few even still, and I don't think Margaret would mind all that much as it would lessen the load she has to deal with. The bigger question in my mind is the Sandovals. Katrina says, looking at Arden as she does so. Already in hand, Hansa is offering some concessions, and to give Aaron full credit, he too sees the benefit to the Commonwealth here as well, and one thing you can freely say about the man, he is as loyal to Hansa as you could hope for and trusts him that this is a good idea. What about his mania about taking on the Combine? From what we hear, he is still agitated at how they lost a few worlds in his march. Asks General Regis. Publicly, nothing is being said, but privately. Plans are being put into place to take back Marduk and several surrounding systems once the current peace breaks down. We don't plan on being the ones to break it, but we are pulling together plans to take advantage of it. Those present nod their heads as that would serve to soothe the loyal, if mercurial, Duke of Robinson. Though Simon Johnson can't help but smile, though I imagine he is still in the happy afterglow at how well things went over the last few years. Arden laughs. Yes, there is that. Losing Marduk wasn't in the plans, and it is a pain in the rear, but what we got in return. He is quite happy. So, starts Katrina, moving to the real heart of the affair, who is it that my daughter and her husband have in mind for the role of regent? Arden tells her, and they all blink as the name offered isn't what they expected. After roughly half an hour of back and forth, submitting other names all anticipated and with counter-arguments ready for them, they all decide that it is for the best, and there are advantages to be had as well. A point that General Regis makes as he starts chuckling and shakes his head as he thinks back to a party where he saw the woman in question wearing a certain brooch, though now that I think about it, I wonder just how true the stories of her family background are, and how much of it was edited for their own safety. Let's unite indeed. May 3030, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. I got the idea that something was up pretty early. What it might be, well, that I haven't a clue. When you get a message from the Archon, who included that it was at the behest of the first prince, even if he wasn't going to be there, is a sure sign that something is up, and it's bound to be interesting. At least the message suggested that she would love to see the family again and that I bring along my usual escorts. This means it probably won't be a case of her asking me to go off on some suicide mission. Still, the fact that she included the family ups the curiosity factor and heightens my surety that a figurative shoe is falling on me. Of course, there are a few days of settling in once we get there, plenty of time to show the kids the sights and discover that my parents were invited over as well, which heightens my paranoia over the fact that there has to be a shoe about to drop. I have, however, discovered Arden Sortek is in town, so that is probably why the first prince bit was added to the summons. I'm not being brought into the meeting that I was called here blind. General Regis made sure of that as I am shown into his office the morning of what I am being told is the main reason I was brought back to Thurcad, and with not just himself or Simon, but Nandi, Arden, and even the Archon herself. Whatever is in the works is larger than my regiment and what I will do with it. For the first little while, it's more or less a case of going over where we are and where we are heading as far as rebuilding goes, and to be honest, there is good news to be had there. We completed the lick order for the Greyhounds, and as we sit here talking about it, the Warhamers should be walking off the line, and we will be getting ready to convert the others to the other designs. But you are right, he says, as we wrap things up on our mech production, some of our people did get a chance to look closely at those Rifleman 2s being made out there. I know you plan on having a few in your escort company, but we don't need to worry about making sales on those. More than a few people say that the design fixes much about what they don't like about the existing design. You think? I ask, laughing. More firepower, better heat management, and even better, it's 80 tons. I point out, getting a light laugh out of him as well. Point, and you know full well how things are in the LCAF. The Steiner Scout Lance gag might be a gag, but it is all too often based on fact. True enough. I admit and cheerfully grin, not that I helped matters back when I showed up on Northwind all those years ago. I point out as I recall the comments that were reportedly made when my Lance of Atlas IIs marched into battle. And that seemed to be the best way for him to change the subject, as it turns out, as he gets one of those butter won't melt looks and leans forward. So, ever considered heading back to Northwind, or at least that corner of the sphere? I give him a curious look, wondering if that's all this is about, moving my garrison contracts to that region. Don't you mean, center of the sphere? It isn't exactly a corner. I point out, buying a little time and trying to fish out what he and clearly others are thinking. Point on the center bit, but seriously, we are considering how we can utilize your regiment as it gets back together there in that region. He says, leaning back as he picks up his drink, watching me with a poorly disguised look of I know something you don't as I have ever seen. Oh? Move my battalions over as they stand up once rebuilt. I ask as that makes some sense. Something like that, yes, we don't think there will be any major military moves in the next 5 to 6 years, maybe as many as 10, as the Combine needs to rebuild pretty seriously. The Confederation is having problems staying in one piece, he says, getting a chuckle out of me, for much like my older memories point out, St. Ives is a thing, and we don't think the League will do anything for a while as they are still trying to sort out the after effects of their last 2 civil wars, much less cleaning up what they took from the Confederation. That's how I see things, though I admit I don't have access to the same intel you all here have. I agree, though if I was, to be honest, I wouldn't put it past someone doing what they could to help the Combine quietly, as leaving us in the position we are in, without a counterweight that matters, might scare them a bit. This is about as close as I can get to saying that Comster will be happy to have a few things dropped off the back of a dropship. He nods slowly and smiles, not the only one thinking that, though with the most vocal members being sidelined because their worlds are no longer in the same nation, some think the odds of them doing that is reduced. That's not a bad way to say Waterly got screwed over when her position was made redundant as Diran was no longer in the Combine, which put her out of reach of the big seat when Tiapolo officially and what they have released for public consumption retired. Of course, getting Tojo Jarlath, the former head of Rom as Primus, is a mixed bag at best, as I haven't the slightest clue where he falls on the whole wobbly scale. Not that I can ask that question for obvious reasons. I'll take it as a win that Waterly is gone, especially since she was reassigned to Grand Base, which tells me she didn't come out on the winning side of whatever internal fun and games went down inside Comster. Well, it is something to keep an eye out for. The last thing we need is a Combine version of me showing up and pulling a brigade out of thin air, I note, getting a laugh. He laughs and then leans forward. At any rate, he says, setting his drink down, besides going over what we have, I know you are incredibly curious as to what brings you back here. You could say that. I agree, giving him my best and now well-practiced stern, motherly look as I lean back. He chuckles at this and doesn't take the bait. Well, details will have to wait till later. However, that being said, while we have our grand meeting later, I am giving you the heads up so you can pass along to your people about a movement of forces. This gets my full attention, as while we talked about moving units, this sounds more serious. The entire regiment? I ask. Yes, once you have it up and running. What we would like is, as your battalions stand up, to push them into the core. We are thinking Northwind, but that might change at the meeting later today, depending on what is decided. Also, he starts, chuckling as he sees my look. Yes, the entire regiment, and yes, as you stand up your cavalry regiment or regiments, as I hear you are thinking of 2 eventually the same will also be required. You'll still have command, of course. He adds, though I tilt my head a touch as I consider that. Why wouldn't I? Well, the answer to that is complicated and will be talked about later, but I assure you, I think you will like what they have in mind, but on that subject, I do have a question, a personal one I'll note, but one I would like to ask if you don't mind. I think about that, leaning back and finishing the drink I poured when I got here, and as I set the glass down, I nod. Well, you can ask, but I don't promise an answer. He chuckles at that and nods, that's fair. He agrees, and then he leans forward once more, a curious look on his face as he speaks. Anyways, it's been touched on here and there over the years, but how tight was your family's connection to the Camerons? I laugh at that, and he tucks in another reason for his curiosity. I recall when you showed up with the new Dallas Corps, you were wearing a brooch that would have been at home on the shoulders of, say, an Ian or Simon Cameron. Or, for that matter, Anna and Elizabeth, all names that were very common in that family, as I recall. I can't help but wince, as while yes, I did mine our family history, I didn't think it would be so obvious. Yes, well. I start, leaning back as I consider the question and what and how I can answer it, then lean forward after a moment. Well, as I have said before, our clan is September to them, and to be frank, they always have been and known to be amongst the most loyal and useful seps back to the days before spaceflight. Regis nods, waving his hand as if to encourage me to continue. So yes, we still look at them as who we as a clan owe allegiance, and yes, I suppose perhaps a bit more than some others, but we always took it seriously, and to be honest, if you dug around enough, you'll find some Cameron cadet branches hiding out there. When the Civil War ended, some families far enough from the core of the Camerons fled Terra and wound up on Cameron, so that's a thing. Far enough out? He asks. Yes, Amaris was pretty careful to kill anyone close enough to the throne, but he could only get so far down the family tree, and to be honest, more than a few would wind up hiding within the MacCleary's and other clans at the time. This is mostly true, of course. There is the matter of the MacCleary's who came to Cameron and took over the clan once the war ended, but that's not something we talk about outside the family, especially since they are indeed my ancestors. You know, some call you and your family Cameron cosplayers, much like the Light Horse because of that. He says with a chuckle. True, and we are used to it, but even if a Cameron snuck into our clan, enough time has passed, I doubt you could call any descendants of them a Cameron. He nods to that and chuckles, probably a good thing. The last thing anyone needs is someone trying to stir up things regarding certain seats in certain stuffy palaces. We wind up chatting about other things for another half hour, nothing of importance, and then it's time to grab a bite and head into the deeper parts of the triad for the big meeting. After lunch, I was brought into a large office, and while my family wasn't there, I had no clue what I was walking into. Of course, the other suspects were already there, including the Archon herself, and to no surprise, they all had a look on their faces that convinced me that they were up to something. The meeting starts with small talk, drinks being offered and accepted, and then dives into a more in-depth briefing of what is happening in the Hegemony March than I have been able to figure out on my own before, enough so that I wonder why they are ensuring I am so well briefed if I am going to be garrisoning a few worlds. Well, I have my suspicions, to be honest, but even those didn't do things justice. Once the background briefings are done, they go over the idea that they have decided that the actual ruler of the march will be the heir, and to be honest, that isn't a bad idea. A training ground on running things before they actually have to run things isn't ever out of order. This brings things to a head as to why I am here. Recall the background on the stealths? Asks Katrina, smiling over at me as she leans back in the chair she has been sitting in since we started. I nod, as while it isn't something I am an expert on, I know their general story, which makes me feel as if the shoe has finally dropped. They were initially a mercenary unit before they were bought out by the Commonwealth, which makes me wonder what the whole story is since, if memory serves, they offered the commander a duchy, and I'm already a duchess. I start, as I recall, they were mercenaries and were then bought out, which makes me wonder if you are eyeing my unit up similarly, I say, making sure that my tone is more amused than anything else. She is, after all, the Archon. I get a few chuckles from those present, and Katrina nods, exactly, and yes. She says, confirming my suspicions, and then continues. We indeed are looking at offering to buy the Highlanders off of you, however, not perhaps as you might be suspecting. I arch an eyebrow but decide this is the time to let others and not myself speak. Seeing she isn't getting a verbal reaction from me, she then offers me a grin. Oh, it will still fall under your command, which I am sure you won't mind, and even then, you will still be able to refit it as you desire using your resources as well as those of the LCAF and AFFS, rather, the AFFC, as it starts to get itself put together. You'll have a lot more resources to build it back to the strength you want, as well as other units. I was about to say something about that first half, but the last bit got my attention. Lot more resources? I have the one system to build off, even though it's a rather nice one, all things considered. I get a few chuckles, and Arden says, bit of an understatement, a mostly intact Star League era automated factory, and 3 other lines on top of that entering full-scale production, if not getting larger in the case of your Lynx line. To be fair, 2 of them aren't my lines. I point out that the Trellshire lines pair are not in my control. Arden nods to my point and then looks back to the Archon. True, she starts and then smiles, but you see, with the issues facing us in the march, we want to address as many of them as possible as economically as possible. We have issues with making the residents of those worlds loyal to us, which we admit is more on us than them, as well as recovering from the damages caused by the war, and not just the last one. As you well know, the heart of the sphere was at one time a heavily industrialized heart. I nod, and I start to see where this is going. With how I have focused over the last 5-6 years on industrial growth and the companies I am tied in with, you are hoping to leverage that towards getting the old production plants up and running again. Part of what we are looking for, yes, another part is, of course, building up the March's ability to defend itself, as I think we all agree that while the Confederation won't be in a position to do much in the near future, and the League is busy with other things, the Combine is sure to want to take those worlds back. She answers. Makes sense, as I was figuring that they might move towards doing so in 10 years, give or take. I note, thinking out loud. Pretty much our thinking as well, interjects Simon Johnson. Exactly. Says the Archon as she takes over the conversation once more. So, there are several goals we are looking at achieving. 1. Bringing production back online. 2. Securing the march in the long term, and 3rd, fixing it so that its inhabitants look to us as the legitimate rulers, not those that have taken those worlds over the last few hundred years. She notes, giving me a look as she says it. Of course, I fell for this trap. Just the last few hundred? I ask, unable not to let out a touch of my inner smart ass, though I recognize I made a mistake the moment I see Arden hand Regis 100 kroner note. Exactly, says the Archon, smirking as she too saw the handover of the bet, those systems, and we are including all the former hegemony systems, even those within our own borders, that make up the old hegemony into it. And as you have let on, and we have looked into it ourselves, your family has always been something of old Star League. She pauses, well, not loyalists, but certainly fans of, and supporters of. I know the shoe is dropping hard now and it's one-sized for an atlas at that, but I am not sure what they are thinking. I mean, I have a pretty good guess at this point, but there isn't a chance they are thinking about doing that, at least, I hope there isn't. Seeing me playing the seen not heard card a touch more, she grins at me with a wicked smile. As we said, the march is going to be the realm of the heir to the throne, but as it stands now, that's Victor, and he is only a few months old, clearly not in a position to do so. At this point, I see the shoe for what it is, and I give her a nod. And I assume then, based on what I have heard so far, you see the need for a regent in place till he comes of age, and availability being that he has to serve in the military for a few years first to take over. Exactly. She says, and who better than someone that is known to be connected to the Camerons without being one, a known highly successful Lestec prospector, and budding industrialist that given another decade might become one of the big four, if not three, mech producers in the Lyran Commonwealth. Well, shit. This most certainly wasn't on my bingo card. So, to be sure, I say, glancing over to Regis a moment as I do so, you would like me, someone that has known ties to the old Cameron family, and I assume that was the point of the questions General Regis asked me earlier, to take over what is, for all intents and purposes, the old Terran hegemony. Well, more like Regent 4, but yes, basically, that's the plan my daughter and her husband have come up with, and I admit, it's an elegant solution to a host of issues, not the best for any one single issue, but you hit them all to some degree. I can't help but nod at that because, from a certain point of view, it certainly makes some sense. Enough that I don't have a handy counter-argument. And while I never planned on this sort of thing, as my plans were all based on getting to where I am now and preparing for the clan invasion, I suppose this could be handy. Well, I am not going to say you are wrong, I can see how I would fill all those holes. But to be fair, I didn't think I would be high on the list. I say, agreeing without actually saying I do. Oh, you weren't, starts Katrina, but then she smiles to take the sting out of that, but then, no one had the breadth of achievements that you do, and on the whole, I was convinced that you were indeed right for this. So, what say you? I pause, thinking a moment. I will say yes, I'd be a fool to say anything else. But I can't just jump on it as fast as I can. I let it drag out a moment and then nod. And to think, my brother said I would never get anywhere, unlike him, I say, agreeing to the offer. The others laugh, and Katrina smiles, shaking her head, excellent. In that case, Duchess, we have many more meetings ahead of us. She says, getting no small amount of glee at the look on my face at the mention of even more of the dreaded meetings. I even have an idea of how to have a spot of fun with my parents by asking them, so, have a new job, Director General of the Terran Hegemony. Though I think using that title might be something of a bad idea, all things considered. Though, is it all that wrong of me to have some internal glee at the thought of how well this will go over in Hilton Head? September 3030, Terra, Northwind. Of course, just because it was decided doesn't mean it was going to be quick. Case in point, it took a few months to go through what I referred to as my education on how to do what it is I have been picked, and don't think I won't find a way to give Melissa some crap for picking me to do here in the former hegemony. Briefings on what sorts of budget I could be looking at, what sorts of military forces were being left in theater as part of the new march, what sorts of forces I was permitted to raise, hopes and desires about what industries they would like to see brought back online. I even had to pick a slew of people who would handle the day-to-day work of running a march, from accountants to public affairs. Of course, I had some of this for Guangzhong, but not on my current scale enough bureaucrats to fill up a regiment of crunchies. This isn't to say I haven't thought of ways to have fun with this, even if I never even thought I would be in this position. Perhaps the most interesting bit that I was told when I accepted this job is that in addition to the regular AFFC units, all units assigned to the march would be known as AFFC, as they think a fresh start in a fresh march isn't a bad idea. A noticeable number of mercenary commands would be assigned as well. The biggest is the Dragoons, based out of Outreach and tasked with keeping an eye on the League/Confederation border. I would have asked for the second if I hadn't already been told they would be assigned before I did the Eridani Light Horse. I made the command decision right away that while they would be committed to the Combine border, one regiment would remain on Carver V, which would serve as a home base for them, and ensured that they would be based out of Quantico, which would receive plenty of attention to rebuild it as a proper base like it was 250 years previously. The Northwind Highlander mercenary regiments were also not a surprise. For the moment, one would remain on Northwind, and the others would array on the Combine border as well, at least until my old regiment finishes standing up on its new equipment, something I am penciling in at taking roughly 3 more years. The surprise unit, and one that I should have seen coming? The Blackhearts. Sure, a singular regiment, and while most don't know of their background, I do, and apparently, just recently, the Lick figured it out as well, and they decided that having them assigned to my march would be rather appropriate. Not exactly wrong, and the more I think about it, the more interesting the ideas I am forming regarding them. At any rate, when they arrive in a month at Terra, I can't wait to see how they react when they see my Nighthawks, Exterminators, and Spectres, though, to be honest, I still only have 5 of the latter 2. No one was all that shocked, to be honest, when I announced what symbology we would be using to represent March forces, SLDF olive drab with the old hegemony insignia. Of course, I used the argument they used to draft me into this position, which meant it was remarkably easy to get away with it. Speaking of Nighthawks, we got the bugs out of the production chain, and they are finally into series production. I kept one battalion and my battalions are, to no surprise, 4 company 1s in the 21s, but the rest will be in the 22s, and all my shipboard marines. Most of my 21 production is spoken for by the LIC and MIIO, but I managed to keep a small percentage for my own use as replacements for my single stealth battalion or trading should it prove needed. I already have 1 company of the 21s set aside for Wolf and 2 more companies of 22s to build out their battalion should I be able to make a deal with him. Schmidt, who has been steadily promoted through the ranks to become one of my guard platoon leaders, is joking that there will be lots of fun to be had over there to decide who gets those slots. He doesn't say why, trying to keep their background secret, but the fact that I do know makes me agree with him in full. But to say my plate is full is something of an understatement. I hope to get the essential get to know your staff meetings and the primary goals and agenda meetings out of the way before Christmas, as the sooner I get those out of the way, the sooner I can focus on the projects I have in mind. I've had the idea of building a plant to produce Highlanders here on Northwind in the back of my mind for years. Still, with the backing of the powers that be, an attack space much more massive than anything I have seen, there are options and perhaps working to bring other facilities back. Kosara, Maltex, Deplan, those 3 are at the forefront of my thinking. Kosara because it's right here on Northwind, Maltex because I can get thugs from them in theory and convert my thug line to say, Highlanders or the like so that I don't have to swap lines to support the mechs I want to use, and Deplan because they made the mongoose, and that's a solid as hell light. Azaa was not only the home to Deplan but Viridian as well, and I do love those Valis. Rebuilding and converting the old Mather Techno facility to produce Highlanders alone would buy me a mountain of goodwill here on Northwind. But that's for later. Right now, I have a slew of meetings and then Christmas parties to plan and attend, and I am making the most of that by having all the key players in the march attend, which no doubt will leave the spaceport seriously packed. But hey, who doesn't love a good party? May 3030, Thurcad, Lyran Commonwealth. I got the idea that something was up pretty early. What it might be, well, that I haven't a clue. When you get a message from the Archon, who included that it was at the behest of the first prince even if he wasn't going to be there, is a sure sign that something is up, and it's bound to be interesting. At least the message suggested that she would love to see the family again and that I bring along my usual escorts. This means it probably won't be a case of her asking me to go off on some suicide mission. Still, the fact that she included the family ups the curiosity factor and heightens my surety that a figurative shoe is falling on me. Of course, there are a few days of settling in once we get there, plenty of time to show the kids the sights and discover that my parents were invited over as well, which heightens my paranoia over the fact that there has to be a shoe about to drop. I have, however, discovered Arden Sortek is in town, so that is probably why the first prince bit was added to the summons. I'm not being brought into the meeting that I was called here blind. General Regis made sure of that as I am shown into his office the morning of what I am being told is the main reason I was brought back to their cat, and with not just himself or Simon, but Nandi, Arden, and even the Archon herself. Whatever is in the works is larger than my regiment and what I will do with it. For the first little while, it's more or less a case of going over where we are and where we are heading as far as rebuilding goes, and to be honest, there is good news to be had there. We completed the lick order for the Greyhounds, and as we sit here talking about it, the Warhamers should be walking off the line, and we will be getting ready to convert the others to the other designs. But you are right, he says, as we wrap things up on our mech production, some of our people did get a chance to look closely at those Rifleman 2s being made out there. I know you plan on having a few in your escort company, but we don't need to worry about making sales on those. More than a few people say that the design fixes much about what they don't like about the existing design. You think? I ask, laughing. More firepower, better heat management, and even better, it's 80 tons. I point out, getting a light laugh out of him as well. Point, and you know full well how things are in the LCAF. The Steiner Scout Lance gag might be a gag, but it is all too often based on fact. True enough. I admit and cheerfully grin, not that I helped matters back when I showed up on Northwind all those years ago. I point out as I recall the comments that were reportedly made when my Lance of Atlas IIs marched into battle. And that seemed to be the best way for him to change the subject, as it turns out, as he gets one of those butter won't melt looks and leans forward. So, ever considered heading back to Northwind, or at least that corner of the sphere? I give him a curious look, wondering if that's all this is about, moving my garrison contracts to that region. Don't you mean, center of the sphere? It isn't exactly a corner. I point out, buying a little time and trying to fish out what he and clearly others are thinking. Point on the center bit, but seriously, we are considering how we can utilize your regiment as it gets back together there in that region. He says, leaning back as he picks up his drink, watching me with a poorly disguised look of I know something you don't as I have ever seen. Oh? Move my battalions over as they stand up once rebuilt. I ask as that makes some sense. Something like that, yes, we don't think there will be any major military moves in the next 5 to 6 years, maybe as many as 10, as the Combine needs to rebuild pretty seriously. The Confederation is having problems staying in one piece, he says, getting a chuckle out of me for much like my older memories point out, St. Ives is a thing, and we don't think the League will do anything for a while as they are still trying to sort out the after effects of their last 2 civil wars, much less cleaning up what they took from the Confederation. That's how I see things, though I admit I don't have access to the same intel you all here have. I agree, though if I was, to be honest, I wouldn't put it past someone doing what they could to help the Combine quietly, as leaving us in the position we are in, without a counterweight that matters, might scare them a bit. This is about as close as I can get to saying that Comster will be happy to have a few things dropped off the back of a dropship. He nods slowly and smiles, not the only one thinking that, though with the most vocal members being sidelined because their worlds are no longer in the same nation, some think the odds of them doing that is reduced. That's not a bad way to say Waterly got screwed over when her position was made redundant as Diran was no longer in the Combine, which put her out of reach of the big seat when Tiapolo officially and what they have released for public consumption retired. Of course, getting Tojo Jarlath, the former head of Rom as Primus, is a mixed bag at best, as I haven't the slightest clue where he falls on the whole wobbly scale. Not that I can ask that question for obvious reasons. I'll take it as a win that Waterly is gone, especially since she was reassigned to Grand Base, which tells me she didn't come out on the winning side of whatever internal fun and games went down inside Comster. Well, it is something to keep an eye out for. The last thing we need is a Combine version of me showing up and pulling a brigade out of thin air, I note, getting a laugh. He laughs and then leans forward. At any rate, he says, setting his drink down, besides going over what we have, I know you are incredibly curious as to what brings you back here. You could say that. I agree, giving him my best and now well-practiced stern, motherly look as I lean back. He chuckles at this and doesn't take the bait. Well, details will have to wait till later. However, that being said, while we have our grand meeting later, I am giving you the heads up so you can pass along to your people about a movement of forces. This gets my full attention, as while we talked about moving units, this sounds more serious. The entire regiment? I ask. Yes, once you have it up and running. What we would like is, as your battalions stand up, to push them into the core. We are thinking Northwind, but that might change at the meeting later today, depending on what is decided. Also, he starts, chuckling as he sees my look. Yes, the entire regiment, and yes, as you stand up your cavalry regiment or regiments, as I hear you are thinking of 2 eventually the same will also be required. You'll still have command, of course. He adds, though I tilt my head a touch as I consider that. Why wouldn't I? Well, the answer to that is complicated and will be talked about later, but I assure you, I think you will like what they have in mind, but on that subject, I do have a question, a personal one I'll note, but one I would like to ask if you don't mind. I think about that, leaning back and finishing the drink I poured when I got here, and as I set the glass down, I nod. Well, you can ask, but I don't promise an answer. He chuckles at that and nods, that's fair. He agrees, and then he leans forward once more, a curious look on his face as he speaks. Anyways, it's been touched on here and there over the years, but how tight was your family's connection to the Camerons? I laugh at that, and he tucks in another reason for his curiosity. I recall when you showed up with the new Dallas Corps, you were wearing a brooch that would have been at home on the shoulders of, say, an Ian or Simon Cameron. Or, for that matter, Anna and Elizabeth, all names that were very common in that family, as I recall. I can't help but wince, as while yes, I did mine our family history, I didn't think it would be so obvious. Yes, well. I start, leaning back as I consider the question and what and how I can answer it, then lean forward after a moment. Well, as I have said before, our clan is September to them, and to be frank, they always have been and known to be amongst the most loyal and useful Seps back to the days before spaceflight. Regis nods, waving his hand as if to encourage me to continue. So yes, we still look at them as who we as a clan owe allegiance, and yes, I suppose perhaps a bit more than some others, but we always took it seriously, and to be honest, if you dug around enough, you'll find some Cameron cadet branches hiding out there. When the Civil War ended, some families far enough from the core of the Camerons fled Terra and wound up on Cameron, so that's a thing. Far enough out? He asks. Yes, Amaris was pretty careful to kill anyone close enough to the throne, but he could only get so far down the family tree, and to be honest, more than a few would wind up hiding within the MacCleary's and other clans at the time. This is mostly true, of course. There is the matter of the MacCleary's who came to Cameron and took over the clan once the war ended, but that's not something we talk about outside the family, especially since they are indeed my ancestors. And even then, there are things about us that we won't ever really talk about outside the family unless something pretty universe-shattering happens. You know, some call you and your family Cameron cosplayers, much like the Light Horse because of that. He says with a chuckle. True, and we are used to it, but even if a Cameron snuck into our clan, enough time has passed to the point where I doubt you could call any descendants of them a Cameron. He nods to that and chuckles, probably a good thing, the last thing anyone needs is someone trying to stir up things regarding certain seats in certain stuffy palaces. We wind up chatting about other things for another half hour, nothing of importance, and then it's time to grab a bite and head into the deeper parts of the triad for the big meeting. We had enough time to have some lunch and go through a few short meet and greet sorts of meetings based around getting me up to speed on what's been happening over the last year, particularly with the situation within the newly secured areas. I still needed to figure out what I was being called in for, though I was starting to get an idea. The original plan was for me to regain my strength, and then it would be decided where we would be assigned. So, I was thinking about where they might be sending me in the Hegemony March, and I was confident that was what I was looking at. When I arrive at the place designated for the meeting, it's once more in the Archon's wing. It's not the office she keeps for close-held meetings amongst her closest confidants, but one that is used when there needs to be more room or better facilities for presentations. More meeting room than office, though there is certainly more attention paid to comfort as is usual for meeting rooms set aside for the use of the highest of highs, natural woods, leathers, real stone, recessed lighting, the works. Frankly, as lavish as everything is, it's also tasteful and practical at the same time. Money doesn't usually buy taste, but when you spend enough, I guess it does. In addition to myself and General Regis, there is Nandi Steiner, Simon Johnson, the Minister of Trade, as well as the one in charge of the purse, and a small collection of generals and suits to fill the place out. Polite greetings are made all around, drinks are offered, and a touch of small talk is made. A few moments later, the Archon herself arrives, with Arden Sortek in close attendance, signifying that we can get on with things. For the first few minutes, it's the usual polite chit-chat as everyone settles, and then we get into the meat of things. To my surprise, it doesn't go right into why I am here, though, since the briefers go into more than a bit of detail about the current situation and, more interestingly, from a political as much as military standpoint. This part of the meeting lasts about half an hour, and knowing I will somehow be involved, I make sure to pay attention and, even better, ask smart questions. I might not know how I will be, but I better ensure I know everything. Knowledge has, after all, served me well so far in my life. Frankly, most of it I have heard already in earlier meetings, but ensuring everyone is on the same page is always good. Eventually, though, things get more or less to the point. So, all that being said, there have been several arguments made in how to handle the running of the march, some better than others, though my daughter offered the final solution, and frankly, it isn't a bad one. Starts the Archon, looking over all those present. From the looks everyone has, it appears I am the only one who doesn't know the solution. Yet, a shoe is being dropped on me, I don't know what it is. The concept she came up with, and we have agreed to, is that the Hegemony March will be held for the heir. Essentially, as the heir finishes his or her time in the military and the ministries, they will step in as the official March Lord. We see it as a case of making it a neutral lordship, neither Lyran nor sons, in which they can learn what is expected of them in such a position. She adds on. I nod, as it is a good idea, and the following comments reinforce my agreement. Secondly, she continues, one of the issues, as pointed out, is getting the populations to the point where they are full supporters of the Federated Commonwealth. The issue is that they have been members of the League, Combine, or the Confederation. The League isn't the core of our worries, they never had to deal with the sorts of internal security the latter two were more than happy to bring to bear, so we are concerned there will be plenty of cells spread amongst them, or at least supportive of them, to cause us issues for a good long while. She pauses, looking about for those willing to offer comments. I nod my head to that, as it's also been a worry in my mind, so I take that unspoken invitation. Worried about it turning more into a chaos march than a stable and productive one. I get a few arched eyebrows at that, as the phrase seems not to have come to mind, and more than a few nods. Chaos march, I like that sound, but yes, we are trying to avoid that. Says Arden before the Archon takes over once more. Yes, let's avoid that, shall we? She starts, basically, the idea that was given, and I won't lie to you, I didn't see you as being the person I would suggest, but hearing the arguments, I can't help but agree. She says, causing me to pay much more attention as my old memories call up some line from an old show. I'm in danger. Agree to what, might I ask? I offer up. Well, while the heir will be the nominal March Lord, they won't always be available, or, in this case, not even old enough to consider the role. She says, getting a few chuckles as that is the case, Victor isn't even a month old. She then continues, so, we would need a regent of sorts, someone to mind the store for the next 25 to 30 years, and to be equally honest, even beyond, as the heir will eventually move on to the Archon Prince position, and the next heir will take over. She says, and then pauses, seeing me nod in response, but otherwise, leave it to her to tell me what they have in mind. So, she continues. So, the position of a regent of sorts will be needed regardless, and we can't just pick one of our more established members of the nobility either here in the Commonwealth or the Sons, being where it is, the March will take a larger role in the affairs of government than most, so selecting one from one realm or the other may cause issues. True enough, Kelsway is still in bad odor here, though the PR machine has managed to mask the disaster that was barely avoided there. Margaret Ayton is too new in her position after Lestrade pulled his various stunts and was killed by parties unknown. Well, it's officially unknown, as I suspect his end match is the one I recall. I don't think any other senior and trusted members of the Lyran nobility are in a position to take up the post, so that I can see the issues. And the less said about Ryan Steiner, the better, as I have been keeping a close eye on what he has been up to in the hopes that I can nip the problems he will cause in the bud if possible. As to the Suns? I haven't a clue as I haven't followed too much what was going on over there. I'm already trying to stack the deck of sorts, as the last thing I want is Sky to blow up in our faces as it did before, so I am making sure to lend Margaret what support I can, including gifting her security team a dozen Nighthawks to beef up her personal security. Some of the other high nobility have asked about getting them, and while hell might freeze over before Kelsway gets some, I will probably relent and make some deals for such. In fact, I was working on a few ideas with Duke Brewer before I was called to these meetings. Especially since we decided that getting someone that can encourage the people living on those worlds to switch their allegiances to us rather than the realms that they have been part of for more than a few hundred years, Katrina notes, trying to fish for a reaction and frankly getting it. Just a few hundred. I comment, smiling, as, by and large, they all weren't originally in the Combine, Confederation, or League. I point out, tactfully leaving out the Commonwealth and the Suns from that collection. And, of course, I knew it was a trap the moment I said it, and it was reinforced as General Regis happily took possession of a 100-kroner note from Sortek. Exactly, says the Archon, smirking as she too saw the handover of the bet, those systems, and we are including all the former hegemony systems, even those within our borders, that make up the old hegemony into it. And as you have let on, and we have looked into it ourselves, your family has always been something of Old Star League. She pauses, well, not loyalists, but certainly fans of, and supporters of. I take it then you are considering me for that post? I ask. I'm pretty sure, however, that is precisely what they are doing here. Yes. And there will be a lot we will be asking of you in it, but then, what you have accomplished in the last decade, give or take, tells us you should do reasonably well, and then again, there is the advantage you have that most don't. She points out. Considering my conversation with Regis, I'm pretty sure where she is going with that. And the fact that my family is known as something of hegemony, and through that, Star League, for the lack of a better way to phrase it, loyalists at heart. Exactly. She says, and who better than someone that is known to be connected to the Camerons without being one, a known highly successful Lestec prospector, and budding industrialist that given another decade might become one of the big four, if not three, mech producers in the Lyran Commonwealth. Well, shit. This most certainly wasn't on my bingo card. So, to be sure, I say, glancing over to Regis a moment as I do so, you would like me, someone that has known ties to the old Cameron family, and I assume that was the point of the questions General Regis asked me earlier, to take over what is, for all intents and purposes, the old Terran hegemony. Well, more like Regent 4, but yes, basically, that's the plan my daughter and her husband have come up with, and I admit, it's an elegant solution to a host of issues, not the best for any one single issue, but you hit them all to some degree. I can't help but nod at that because, from a certain point of view, it makes some sense. Enough that I don't have a handy argument. And while I never planned on this sort of thing, my plans were based on getting to where I am now and preparing for the clan invasion. I suppose this could be handy. I pause, thinking a moment. I will say yes, I'd be a fool to say anything else. But I can't just jump on it as fast as I can. I let it drag out a moment and then nod. And to think, my brother said I would never get anywhere, unlike him, I say, agreeing to the offer. I get the expected laughs out of that, and then she leans forward as Sortek speaks up finally. To be honest, it's a lifetime appointment for you and your heirs. As we see it, the heir would be the official lord of the march. The day-to-day running and ensuring everything works will fall on you. And it won't just be the administrative functions either. Katrina speaks again, and as well, your reputation as a budding industrialist specializing in Lestec also serves well here. The hegemony used to be the industrial heartland of the sphere, at least till all of us successor state blew it all up. One of your missions will be to start rebuilding it. For once, we have the technology and know how to do so, and while I don't see anyone making a real military push to take those worlds from us in the next decade, we have a window where we believe it can be done with minimal issues. She isn't wrong, as I have a building name for that. And while secrecy on the cores has held so far, we know the League has managed to get a copy of one of the cores we seeded out to a few universities. This means we don't think the League will try anything until they can get something out of that to help narrow the qualitative edge. Simon Johnson says, and General Regis speaks up next. The other tasking we have for you is to rebuild the local militias and the sort to defend the march from the Combine. We don't think the Confederation will be a serious threat outside of raids, but we know the Combine has to think very hard about taking as many of the worlds they lost as they can manage. But, as mentioned, we don't see anything happening for about a decade. I look over to him as he says that, and given the curious look I have on my face, he continues. There were various arguments on how we would do this. One argument was following the path set up by the stealths, but there was a plenitude of arguments against that. He says, and I nod, as while that isn't something I would want to do, I have to admit to at least myself that the Highlanders have been a means to an end. But instead, we are thinking of having our cake and eating it too. Katrina speaks up now, in essence, your regiment, and yes, I know you have been thinking about expanding to 3, though be it 2 mech and 1 infantry or vice versa, you haven't publicly let on, we would like to use it as the core of the premier brigade at the least for the march. How large do you want such a brigade or larger to get? There have been any number of brigade formations throughout time, after all. And just the singular brigade plus militia? I ask. Right now, we don't have anything in particular in mind. We know you prefer the base 4 formation, and we don't have a problem with that. As General Regis says, sometimes being a little different can be a multiplier beyond what the raw numbers say, answers Katrina. I lean back a touch, and that's a pretty open-ended mandate that I am not leery of taking advantage of. I can work with that, though, as usual, funding is an issue. We understand, Katrina says, though with the smile on her face, I can tell she indeed does. One of the things we are doing is accepting that the march will drain our budgets regardless of what we do for at least 20 years, give or take. Though, we hope that will change for the positive. For starters, speaks up the Minister for Trade, one Baron Lang, we, and by we, I mean us as well as the Sons, will be budgeting for a heavy investment into rebuilding the marches industry. While we are under no illusion that we will restore it to pre-Amorous levels, we do hope that it will get to the point where it becomes a powerhouse nonetheless. Won't be cheap or fast, but we believe it can and should be done. And that's where my experience comes in, I take it. I ask as I look towards him. Indeed, while many industrialists in the Commonwealth have greater experience, few have any in building from scratch with Lestec baked in at the core of it like you do. While none, except Duchess Killa and we suspect Duke Brewer, know of your underwater facility, they have seen your efforts to build the lines for your vectors and links, as well as the updated Battlemasters and Riflemen 2 Trellshire is building on Guangzhong. This brings up a point, and I interrupt to bring it up. Indeed, and point well taken on the Lestec experience. But that brings up Guangzhong, how will this posting affect things within my duchy? Minimally, we think. Says Katrina, we knew you would ask this, as I would in your shoes. You are not being appointed the Duchess of the March so that you would retain your title as the Duchess of Guangzhong NI. While your appointment to March will be lifetime and hereditary, officially, it will be just an administrative, for lack of better terminology, from the point of view of your administrative and military roles there. Okay, I smirked a touch, and a few noticed. Given the grins on the Archons and General Regis's faces, I think they knew why I was smirking, but she pressed on. The idea of it all is that if we successfully get the March's economy running at full steam, the March will become one of the larger and more influential ones, one that can have an outsize effect within the halls of power, which is why no one was pleased with the idea of dealing with political drama if we picked a March Lord from one house or the other. And no local nobility that isn't painted with the brush of one or the other successor states. Simon says, while you are a known Lyran Duchess, your family background is such that it has just as much history within the hegemony that you might get a pass on that, especially with how you are just an administrator. The Archon nods her head, don't get us wrong, you will become quite influential once you have things running there, but as long as you are publicly seen as a regent, not the Lord, fewer toes will be stepped on, and there will be, we think, less political drama for myself, my daughter, or Hansa Davian will have to deal with. And, she says, pausing a moment to see if anyone else wanted to comment, to get back on point, one of the ways we will invest heavily in the March's rebuilding is by keeping all the taxes raised inside the March to stay there, as long as they are used on building the March, and its military, up. And I have a free hand on that. Within some limits, yes, starts General Regis. We know that you will be focused on hard by the Confederation and the Combine at the least, and we are going to be taking a heavy interest in setting up some proper treaty with the League to help keep that front as quiet as possible as long as possible. With the way they need to sort out all the chaos from their rebellions and the way they grabbed all those worlds rimward edge of the Confederation, the fact that Therese Merrick is less martially minded than her predecessors, we think it's possible. But those limits? I ask, smiling at him. Well, in some ways, unlimited, but as you build up units, we may take some of them away to beef up other formations in other regions. We view the possibility of using the March as an incubator for building new units or rebuilding units, both from personnel recruited within the March or those coming from outside it. Well, I would insist on March Militia and the Highland Brigade, or whatever we call it, be recruited from and stay within the March, though I don't see any reason we can't build other units within it for later deployment outside it. It wouldn't be the first time units were raised and trained outside the realms they would wind up deployed and used in. I point out that if I am going to build it, I want to keep it. And I am getting ideas. We see nothing wrong in that, and we will even let you build up another albeit reasonably sized for the role unit to serve as a garrison for Guangzhou Ni. Says the Archon. We will even allow it to be built out of March funds. I am sure they are thinking about a battalion in size, plus conventional forces, and to be honest, that would be about the right size. I pause, thinking a moment more, and they let me do so as I consider things. I then nod my head, leaning forward. So, to sum up, and the devil will be in the details, I will serve as the administrator of the march and be in charge of its revitalization from an economic and industrial point of view. Further, rebuild the local militias so we can easily defend the march from attacks from either side. I'll have, more or less, carte blanche to make this happen as long as things are all in the drive of the march's revitalization. Everyone nods, and the Archon speaks again, more or less indeed, and there will be various other details, as while you won't officially have any real power as a mere regent of sorts, you will have a great deal of soft power. I nod as that goes without saying, but sometimes you have to. Sounds about right then, but provided the details are what we all agree to, I see no reason to say no to this, though perhaps we might have to come up with some sort of official title, if for no other reason than to make our lives easier, I add with a grin. Of course, General Regis has to let out a touch of snark, considering the hats you will be wearing, not thinking of Director General, are you? He asks, getting laughs out of everyone. With this, we dive into the details, though yes, that title did come to mind, something tells me that trying to use it might be too much on point. I might use it anyway. September 3030, Terra, Northwind. Of course, just because it was decided doesn't mean it was going to be quick. Case in point, it took a few months to go through what I referred to as my education on how to do what it is I have been picked, and don't think I won't find a way to give Melissa some crap for picking me to do here in the former hegemony. Briefings on what sorts of budget I could be looking at, what sorts of military forces were being left in theater as part of the new march, what sorts of forces I was permitted to raise, hopes and desires about what industries they would like to see brought back online. I even had to pick a slew of people who would handle the day-to-day work of running a march, from accountants to public affairs. Of course, I had some of this for Guangzhou, but not on my current scale enough bureaucrats to fill up a regiment of crunchies. This isn't to say I haven't thought of ways to have fun with this, even if I never thought I would be in this position. Perhaps the most interesting bit that I was told when I accepted this job is that in addition to the regular AFFC units, all units assigned to the march would be known as AFFC, as they think a fresh start in a new march isn't a bad idea. A noticeable number of mercenary commands would be assigned as well. The biggest is the Dragoons, based out of Outreach and tasked with keeping an eye on the League/Confederation border. The second I would have asked for, if I hadn't been told they would be assigned before I did, was the Eridani Light Horse. I made the command decision right away that while they would be committed to the Combine border, one regiment would remain on Carver V, which would serve as a home base for them, and ensured that they would be based out of Quantico, which would receive plenty of attention to rebuild it as a proper base like it was 250 years previously. The Northwind Highlander mercenary regiments were also not a surprise. For the moment, one would remain on Northwind, and the others would array on the Combine border as well, at least until my old regiment finishes standing up on its new equipment, something I am penciling in at taking roughly 3 more years. The surprise unit, and one that I should have seen coming? The Black Hearts. Sure, a singular regiment, and while most don't know of their background, I do, and, just recently, the Lick figured it out as well, and they decided that having them assigned to my march would be rather appropriate. It's not exactly wrong, and the more I think about it, the more interesting the ideas I am forming regarding them. At any rate, when they arrive in a month at Terra, I can't wait to see how they react when they see my Nighthawks, Exterminators and Spectres, though, to be honest, I still only have 5 of the latter 2. No one was all that shocked, to be honest, when I announced what symbology we would be using to represent March forces, SLDF olive drab with the old hegemony insignia. Of course, I used their argument to draft me into this position, which meant it was remarkably easy to get away with it. Speaking of Nighthawks, we got the bugs out of the production chain, and they are finally into series production. I kept 1 battalion, and my battalions are, to no surprise, 4 company 1s in the 21s, but the rest will be in the 22s, as well as all my shipboard Marines. Most of my 21 productions are spoken for by the LIC and MIIO, but I managed to keep a small percentage for my use as replacements for my single stealth battalion or trading should it be needed. I already have 1 company of the 21s already set aside for Wolf, and 2 more companies of 22s to build out their battalion should I be able to make a deal with him. Schmidt, who has been steadily promoted through the ranks to become one of my guard platoon leaders, is joking that there will be lots of fun to be had over there to decide who gets those slots. He doesn't say why, trying to keep their background secret, but the fact that I do know makes me agree with him in full. But to say my plate is full is something of an understatement. I hope to get the essential get-to-know-your-staff meetings, as well as the primary goals and agenda meetings, out of the way before Christmas, as the sooner I get those out of the way, the more I can focus on the projects I have in mind. I've had the idea of building a plant to produce Highlanders here on Northwind in the back of my mind for years. Still, with the backing of the powers that be, an attack space much more massive than anything I have seen, there are options there, as well as perhaps working to bring other facilities back. Kosera, Maltex, Deplan, those three are at the forefront of my thinking. Kosera because it's right here on Northwind, Maltex because I can get thugs from them in theory and convert my thug line to say, Highlanders or the like, so that I don't have to swap lines to support the mechs I want to use, and Deplan because they made the mongoose, and that's a solid as hell light. Azaa was not only the home to Deplan but Viridian as well, and I do love those Valis. Rebuilding and converting the old Mather Techno facility to produce Highlanders alone would buy me a mountain of goodwill here on Northwind. But that's for later. Right now, I have a slew of meetings and then Christmas parties to plan and attend, and I am making the most of that by having all the key players in the March attend, which no doubt will leave the spaceport seriously packed. But hey, who doesn't love a good party? December 3030, Northwind, Terran Hegemony, Air, Federated Commonwealth. Since I got here to Northwind, which I picked to be the capital of the March as a sop to those from the Sun, since I am from the Commonwealth, I had to constantly remind myself not to refer to the March as the Terran Hegemony. Something that wasn't made easy, as in the build-up to the current time, General Regis had been incredibly cheeky about it, and the powers that be in the Suns and the Commonwealth, seeing how it got me sputtering at times, latched onto it for the laughs. Well, for the laughs in private. Publicly, everyone took things seriously as you would expect, with the exception that in the build-up to my taking over, no one could agree with the official title, so I put my foot down and played to the PR aspects of this whole thing and suggested seriously for once Director General, though it hadn't been made official yet. It took a bit to get agreement for that title, but since it was the least bad option everyone disliked equally, the sign of a perfect compromise, it was selected. The biggest fans of the selection of Terra being the de facto capital for the near future? The Northwind elders themselves. And not just because of pride of place or the like. They knew full well what my remit was on the whole, if not perhaps details, as they could see the writing on the wall that I would be rebuilding factories both on the surface and in orbit. This was further made evident when I bought out everything possible of Mather Techno, the land, the name, everything. Which made it obvious I had plans in the works. Add in that one of the first industrial meetings I had when I arrived was with Kosera, it was obvious that there would be some booming business in the March, and word started getting around. Saying Kosera was happy that I was not only able to meet with them but also more than happy to agree to lend a hand with the revitalization of their facilities would be something of an understatement. The fact that there would be far more funding for this added to the energetic agreements to take things seriously and honestly figure out what would be needed to get their plant back to where it was in 2750. They didn't even mind that Advanced Materials of Cameron would buy into the company in exchange for providing tooling assistance and incorporating the machinery to produce ferrofibrous locally. Of course, the real reason I was putting all my marbles in pushing for AMC to expand to Northwind was for my own plans, but allowing them to have easy access to it without any of the drama they might have to deal with other companies is never amiss. What they didn't see right away, and later on, when they did, they accepted with reasonably good grace, was the restrictions I placed on them regarding Royal variant mechs. Honestly, it didn't shock me at all that they accepted it, for, after all, why would they see it as an issue since the capabilities of the Royals are as much in their electronic fit as anything else? Especially with the distraction I gave them of asking them to look into what it would take to build a 75-ton crab, preferably armed with at least one Gauss rifle. Which worked even better once I said that I was funding the construction of a plant here on Northwind capable of building M7 rifles, with an eventual target of 500 a year by the end of the decade. Yes, I want the Gauss rifle to proliferate like naught else. Since we found the Guangzhou facility, I kept the section building the Gauss rifles for the 4G Rampage up and running, which made sense because the designs I was planning on building would use them. But because I did, even when I wasn't building those particular mechs, I have been able to provide over 1,000 M7s to the LCAF, which has led to a large number of mechs getting field refits, on top of solidifying the spare part situation for the mechs and tanks that currently use them. In fact, I am beginning to wonder if I might be better off reducing the mech production rate in that facility to produce the more expensive and more complex components that have proven to be exceedingly difficult to produce otherwise, such as EU gear, Gauss rifles, pulse weapons, and perhaps more importantly, XL engines of one size or the other. But that's a thought for later. By the time the various units within the Fedcom got their marching orders to stay, leave, or come to the march, it was indeed December. Considering the orders went out in early September, it isn't a bad turnaround time. So, come the first week of the month, having made sure I timed things just right, jump ship and with it drop ship traffic blew up as command elements of various units started arriving at Kolar Spaceport. It must have been a sight indeed, as the first ships to arrive was a pair of overlords from the Eridani Light Horse, who was assigned berths next to the 5 Lees I had present here on Northwind, a wall of olive drab, with the Eridani ships sporting the Cameron star still, and mine freshly repainted as well, from the original marking of the Highlanders, though still olive drab, but with the hegemony armed forces insignia that I selected for the march units. Of course, since the regiment was still mercenary, I didn't have to paint the Fedcom insignia, but sometimes it pays to interpret things creatively. The dragoons landed the chieftain a few hours later, and just before nightfall, 2 more overlords from the Highlander regiments arrived, joining a third that was already here as we assigned, the 1st Carney, followed by a fortress belonging to the Blackhearts. The surprise of the bunch was that the Sons pulled out some of their regular units and dispatched the Lexington Combat Group to replace them, so the last ship to arrive was one of their overlords. Add in the assigned dropships of the 5th Deneb and miscellaneous others from other LCAF/AFFS commands, the spaceport is getting pretty darn crowded. Oh yeah, the whale is also here, so yes, all the heavy metal. What, think my parents wouldn't want to spend Christmas with the family when the eldest daughter just became, for all intents, the Director General of what was once the Terran hegemony? Please. And yet, suck it, Alan, you said I would never get anywhere, and look at me now. As much as I look forward to spending time with my family, I have plenty of work ahead of me. And I just thought being the commander of a mercenary regiment and later Duchess would be the high end of the endless stream of work. It's perhaps good that I made arrangements with the Highland Royal Hotel, so I have plenty of room for myself, my family, and the mountain of staff I have with me now. Not to mention the endless meeting rooms secured by the best of the LIC and MIIO. I've discussed what I was thinking regarding deployments with AFFC High Command over the last few months, so most of the heavy lifting has been done, and it's just a matter of handing out assignments and getting to know each other, which is the official reason for the meetings here. Of course, there are a few meetings that are more important than the others, and this one I am arriving for is one I hope to use to nip a problem in the bud before it becomes a larger one. I arrived at the small room I had set aside for the smaller, more private meetings and smiled as I saw Col. Sandra Johnson of the Blackhearts. I was fully expecting the petite redhead to be looking at me with no small amount of curiosity. Still, it turned out to be a bit more than I expected as she gave me a friendly but stern look as she spoke first as I took my seat in one of the large and overly stuffed leather armchairs after making the usual pilot greetings. "Where did you get Nighthawks?" she asks, the look and tone making it sound like she wants to know and isn't likely to take a lack of an answer as an end to things. But then, I ensured that Schmidt was standing guard outside when she arrived in a MK21, so the question is fair. I expected it and deliberately ensured she would see him in it. "That one?" I ask, glancing to the door as I pour a mug of hot chocolate, offering one to Johnson, who, after a pause, nods in acceptance. "Didn't find it, it came off my production line a few months ago." I point out, making sure that I said that before I handed the cup of chocolate to her. After all, no one wants chocolate abuse. It was a good thing, as the look I got from that answer was frameable. "Not as many as I would like, I'm up to about 150 a month, 1/3 MK21s, the rest MK22s, and hope that by the end of the coming year, I will have at least doubled it at that production site. Looking at setting up a line here as well, but that won't come online for 5 years." I give it a moment to get a reply from her, but I continue after that moment. "Frankly, I had the suits in low numbers for a while, the first time I used them was to screen my units back when Wolf's people visited Hesperus. Building them? Only for the last year and a half, give or take." She finally shakes her head. "I won't ask where, as you won't tell me, and you better not tell anyone. But surprised you knew what they were. Back in the days of the Star League, we had them lost the last of them about 50 years ago, though we still know about them and the doctrine. But using them as a stealthy screen for units? Clever, though they were designed for counterinsurgency and the like. And that is how I plan on using you, not that it comes as any surprise," I announce, getting a nod from her as I continue. "Officially, your mech units will be stationed in battalion strength in the worlds formerly held by the Confederation, and the other 2 battalions will be on Diran." "And unofficially?" she asks, curious about what I have in mind. "Well, I am something of a historian when it comes to old Star League units, and I recall that you all were formerly the 77th Special Ops Group, and while you are a regiment in strength in mechs, you have always kept up to strength as best as you could some special operations types. I have a job for them." "Makes sense, what's the mission?" "Ryan Steiner. We can't do anything about him, but anyone with a pulse knows he has been up to his ears in various schemes to stir up trouble. Though this is just a personal suspicion of mine, I think he is very tight in the Free Sky movement, and if he keeps on keeping on, well, trouble is sure to follow." She nods to that, as she hasn't been blind to the stories and the like about the Lestrange affair and how everyone is sure he was involved, and not as the loyal scion of the house bringing light on it. And, well, obviously, we are not going to harm a hair on his head, but I want to know exactly what Free Sky is up to within the hegemony borders, and I have permission to be proactive on that group. I start, but first, well, as you know, you must have intelligence on what they are doing. So, I am going to offer you all a deal. "A deal?" she says, tilting her head as she sets down the half-emptied cup of chocolate, after all, that sounds like it's well within the parameters of our contract. It is, but I posted Schmidt outside, I start, setting my empty cup down. For a reason, and that was to let you know that I not only know about the suits but that I am quietly building them. It's been a pretty well kept secret, rumors of stealth-equipped troops are out there, but not the details. And what does that mean for us? She asks. Well, your contract ends in 3040, I want you to extend it to 3055, in exchange, I am willing to offer a sweetener, one that will go far in the unofficial mission I have for you. I will hand over 300 Mk21s, and 5 mechs to you for use by your special ops unit. That's a hell of an inducement, I can't argue that. She says, leaning back as she gives me a curious look. And the 5 mechs? A pair of exterminators and a trio of specters, and yes, they are the stealthy versions. I announce, and then smile, and if I can get permission, I might be able to offer you the right to purchase a limited number of greyhounds. I'm somewhat surprised that her jaw didn't hit the floor, as that is one hell of an inducement. Greyhounds? She asks, never having heard about those mechs. Familiar with the wolfhound? I ask, seeing a nod, and I continue, take the wolfhound, swap out the engine for a larger XL, and add in Beagle and Guardian, as well as the same Nullsig and Chameleon. Fast, stealthy, and very dangerous indeed. I have a company of them here on Northwind. Get in touch with Schmidt, and he can arrange for you to take a discreet close look at them. Frankly, with your unit's skill set, I would like an independent appraisal on whether they are good or not. We can do that. She says after a pause. Though from your unit's makeup, as I see it, is it more of a forward recon screen? I nod and smile. Exactly, I have other uses for my suits, though they will continue to do that mission, but I do want a mech screen. She nods, considers things, and then leans forward as she starts on what she sees as a way to use specters, or their equivalent, as a screen. The discussion took about an hour more, and it was shockingly educational since I haven't been very good at using lighter elements, so anything I can learn is positive in my book. Especially once she says she will arrange for a coder to arrive to help get that company up to snuff. At least I now have some hope that some of the things my other memories seem to be warning about might get put down, never a bad thing to avoid chaos and the like. I have another meeting that I need to have in private, but the best time I can manage is in a day or two, which gives me time to overthink how I will ask what I want to ask of them. That isn't to say I don't get in meetings with the various players in the March, AFFC, Merc, and government. Hilton Head, Terra. Becoming the Primus wasn't on his short list of goals 20 years ago. Still, Tojo Jarlath isn't about to complain about the posting since he took it over from Diablo when his health took a turn for the worse, having a heart attack just after receiving word about the full-scale attack that both the Lyrans and Sons managed on the Combine and Confederation, but frankly, no one cared overly much about the losses they took compared to the utter disaster that befell the Combine. At least he didn't die, he thinks, though Diablo admitted he couldn't keep the reins and helped arrange for his own ascension to Primus. Though if he was suspicious, he would be worried that he is the 13th Primus, and that number has always been unlucky. But it isn't without some upsides, he managed to get rid of Waterly and the worst of those who follow her particular brand of fanaticism. Granted, most of them were banished to dead-end posts, with Waterly being sent to take over Grand Base and the most loyal of her supporters sent all over save for Mori, who was smart enough early enough to see where the winds were blowing to arrange to come to an agreement, one that kept her on Diran and even promoted to be the Precenter of that HPG. Unfortunately, any positive feeling he might have been having, considering that the last 15 years can best be summed up as moderately to noticeably bad, is rather fleeting. The shadow war with the Merrics, the fact that technical knowledge is apparently on the upswing, not that they know the exact reason for that, though he has his suspicions, and then you have the results of the previous war, which for all intents led the recreation of the Terran hegemony. No, as bad as all that is, and it is bad, the fact that Precenter Vandal and the new head of ROM, Emma Reardon, ask for a private meeting in his private office screams that the news will get worse. He sits at his desk after welcoming them into his office, leaning back as he gives them both a look. The fact that Vandal is on Terra and not New Avalon doesn't bode well. So, what fresh disaster brings you all the way back to the home world? As they take a seat, Vandal speaks first, and thankfully, he remembers that Tojo used to hold the position of Precenter Rom not all that long ago. It's NAIS, I know it has been something of a problem child in the eyes of most everyone in the Order, for some more than others, but I am afraid it will be a lot worse than we expected, but we at least think we know why now. Tojo arches an eyebrow at that, and Vandal continues. As we always suspected, the Davians have been very serious about getting themselves back to where they were before the fall of the Star League and have spared no expense at making sure that happens. As it happens, we have always tried to minimize the advances they would manage to achieve, but we have always been worried that their efforts to recover lost data and caches would bear fruit. At this point, Reardon says, and what happened in the League has proven to point out something that we all have missed, and if my suspicions are correct, for the better part of a decade at least. What does the League have to do with NAIS? Asks Tojo, though more a case of eliciting the point, as the tone of the question indicates that he is starting to have a nasty suspicion himself. The diminutive redhead continues as she answers that question, in itself, everything and nothing at least, from the League to the Suns. As you may recall, Safe obtained a copy of a university data library from Sky a few years back. As you determined, it was only a partial copy and lacked anything directly linked to any particular military application. It had far more information on it than any university we knew of: Star League medical sciences, water purification, atmospheric systems, and civil applications that have seen a significant loss of knowledge over the last few hundred years. Not hearing a comment from Tojo, Vandal leans forward in his seat and picks up, to gauge things. I asked Prekenter Reardon here to provide me a copy of what she could of what they obtained to both get an idea of how much might have made it to NAIS, or, as I thought at the time, from NAIS. And that's what's got all this started. At first, Reardon says, I suspected that the information gains were made by both just from a hard effort from the scientists within the Commonwealth, backed by quiet support from the Suns, but then, I recalled that a lot of forward progress has kicked off before the agreement to join into one realm happened. So you think this is all interconnected? Asks Tojo. Yes, but I think it's worse than we thought. Says Vandal. What we found when perusing the data files obtained from the League was artifacts in the data that referred to the original source of the files. And then, when we compared that data with what little we could get out of NAIS, we found the same signature. And the original source. It referred to a storage site where it was placed as a backup one located in the Free Worlds League. At first, it made me double-check things. Was it a case of a smaller university inside the League not knowing what they had? But the more we looked into the data fragments, the more obvious it became that it came from a library core placed inside a Star League storage complex inside the League. Reardon says. It was on Helm, wasn't it? Asks Tojo, sighing as he leans back. There was more than just mechs and supplies there. We think so, yes, says Vandal, and with it being in a Star League Defense Forces facility, there is little reason for there not to have been purely military data on there as well. The only good news, if there is any, is that at least in the Commonwealth, signs of them picking up those particular technologies have already started before the raid on Helm, so we think they didn't get much more than they already have. But it's bad enough, starts Vandal as he takes over from Reardon. At the least, it explains how the LCAF have been able to put so much so-called Lestec back into service, between what supplies they got, and I think we may have underestimated how much they got there, plus the early efforts to kickstart things. It makes more sense. Reardon nods in agreement. Fortunate for them, they were already working on solving those issues when they found this core. It was quite the lucky stroke to have laid the foundations for getting things up and running before they got the last information they needed to get things back under production. She says, looking over to her fellow Prekenter as she does so. As they spoke, Tojo's sinking feeling had hit crush depth, and he quietly called up an old file on his computer and then sighed as he reviewed the notes left on it. It wasn't luck. Vandal and Reardon then look back towards Tojo as they have turned to discussing fine points as Tojo leaned into his system to look something up, and Vandal gives him a curious look. Not luck. How so? Tojo takes a moment to read the notes he left on that file and then turns back to them both. It wasn't just a core that they found at Helm. She found one somewhere else as well. He says, giving them a look as he sends a search request. She? Asks Vandal. Reardon looks about to ask the same question, but then she adds things together and winces as she thinks she knows whom the Primus is thinking about. Tojo is about to answer when a soft beep sounds and Tojo looks back and winces. What I thought. He mutters and then looks back to the pair. Well, more like what I was afraid of. But yes, he says, sighing and pulling out the bottle of aspirin Tiapolo recommended that he keep at hand. He takes a moment to take them and then looks at the pair more intensely. Yes, she. Our fearless Director General. He says, and then laughs. Elsie MacCleary. We know she was behind the Helm find, but as you said, the work on tech started before that find. But, as I just refreshed my memory, one of the first plants to start to produce advanced materials was Advanced Materials of Cameron. As it happens, it is owned by the MacCleary family, with herself holding a majority stake in it. They both win CE, though they both get a sense of morbid humor out of the title they had bestowed on her even before she made it official, and to be fair, thinking it might serve their interests, they have been quietly making sure it gets out in the public sphere to hopefully make the powers that be in the developing Federated Commonwealth think she has ideas on taking more power. But there is more. Asks Vandal. I think that might be the case, yes. Says Tojo. He then looks to Reardon. New Dallas. Seeing her look back at him curiously as to why that dead world matters, he smiles. Not long before AMC started sorting out the issues with Endosteel and more, she was present there. In fact, she was on the outskirts of Cato City. She then found an, until that moment, unknown militia supply bunker. She left behind a few hundred turrets taken from Merkava tanks and a lance of Mackey's. Still, she took the time to blow up a computer mainframe belonging to the Terran hegemony intelligence. With this, Vandal and Reardon lean forward, seeing this is more serious than they thought. At first, Tojo admits, I didn't place much thought to it. After all, the hegemony intelligence got folded into Slick, and all signs pointed to that facility being shuttered, even found in the records that survived Amaris, that it was indeed shut down, though with no information on what was being done there. And other things about that whole escapade made us all want to not think about it. He says and then looks to Reardon. I want you to dig into what was done there in Cato City and that facility. The timing of everything is suspect, especially when you consider she would later find Helm when so many before her couldn't. We are missing something and need to know what we are missing. He says to her and then looks to Vandal. There isn't much we can do to shut the door on this, it's out, and there is no going back. However, please start thinking of things we can do to slow them down. Work with Reardon here to see if there are things we can do outside the usual tricks. Vandal nods his head and then blanches a touch as something comes to mind. Seeing Tojo's curious look, he speaks. Well, the bulk of the fighting is already over, so it isn't something that will help with the tail end of this war, but we know the Combine is already looking at finding a way to get their worlds back. He starts, getting speculative looks from the other two as the LCAF pretty much on its own decided to go ahead and grab the last former Lyran systems within a jump of Tamar before calling an official end to what some call the Fourth Succession War. Tojo nods in agreement, curious as to where this is going. Well, much as I am loath to suggest this, considering who originally proposed this, the idea of arranging a few formerly lost SLDF storage facilities to be found within the Combine might not be a bad idea and would go a long way to helping them recover from their losses, and help address the imbalance in tech levels. To that, Tojo can't help but agree, and yes, it was Waterley's idea, and at the time, a bad one, but under these circumstances, there might be something to it. Tojo then nods and looks to Reardon. Go ahead and put together a team to determine what might be able to be found and how much. If it's workable, we might try that. Reardon agrees, making a mental note, and leans forward in her seat after a moment. And I might have an idea to get them to start looking away from the center of the sphere as well. One that I am sure will get their attention in full, in fact, the more I think about it. She says, a particularly shark-like smile on her face. Vandal and Jarlath look at her curiously, and she shakes her head. After all, they did sell a bit more than a company of interesting mechs a few years ago, and the customer is so very taken with them. Vandal looks between the other pair with confused askance, while after a moment, Tojo smiles, a predatory smile appearing on his face as well. Now, isn't that an interesting idea? Terra, Northwind, Federated Commonwealth. Jamie Wolf is sitting inside the Spartan office he uses when aboard the Chieftain, having decided to get the touchier work done while aboard their dropship rather than risk working somewhere they might need total information security. He leans back from his desk, looking at the time and deciding it might be best to call it a night, as so far over the past week, several meetings have been running relatively late, deciding who would be responsible for what. Per the contract, they wouldn't be facing the Combine, which left the Confederation and the League, and considering how those contracts went, he didn't foresee him taking another contract with either of them. Add in that as part of signing a 25-year contract with the Suns, they got possession of Outreach as a base of operations as well as a permanent landhold on the planet. Oh, not total, as much as they would like that, but large enough they are the tail that wags the dog in planetary affairs. Especially since the plan has them putting 3 of their regiments on frontline worlds against the Confederation, 1 in reserve, and the last on Outreach itself to serve as an UP4 for forces from the Hegemony March. Though he has to smirk a touch, as in one of the meetings, MacCleary suggested in passing that they cheat somehow in their TONE, if not a 4th lance, then a 5th mech in each lance. The Eridani will face the League, based out of Quantico on Carver, which he has to admit is a nice touch, considering the Light Horse's history with that base. Finally, the Lexington Combat Group and the Highlander regiments will face down the Combine. He's also convinced that MacCleary at least knows the background of the Blackhearts, as the missions that they have been given are tailor-made for them, especially since Wolfnet has already picked up they are getting a noticeable number of Nighthawks in exchange for a contract extension, not to mention the rumors of stealth mechs. All in all, things are looking up. They are getting everything they need on a silver platter to build up for the inevitable invasion and getting the chance to train units within the AFFC. Thanks to that offhand comment in that briefing, they will even have an excuse to reform one of their regiments quietly into a small galaxy. Hearing that MacCleary has instructions to kickstart the industries in the region, there is a strong possibility that they might even be willing to assist in helping out with his plans to start building Marauder 2s on Outreach. After all, he thinks, she has been more than willing to help upgrade Hephaestus Station to produce limited amounts of endosteel already. As he considers the possibilities, he hears a knock at the hatch, and he hits the button to open it, smiling as he sees Blake enter. And just when I thought I might be able to call it an early night, Jamie says, lifting an eyebrow at the serious look on Blake's face. What do you have for me, Stanford? Stanford doesn't answer right away. Instead, he walks over to the other side of the office, picking up a bottle of whiskey that was a gift from the local lords, and casually pours out 2 glasses. As he hands one to Jamie, Jamie can't help but snort a little. That good or bad is it? He asks. It depends on your point of view and what we want to do about it. Answers Blake as he finally takes a seat facing the desk. Of the many things you have had us looking into, one of them was MacCleary, as you may recall. Jamie nods, holding his drink and not sipping from it as he is sure there is something more to things. He lets Blake continue. Well, we were able to get a better read on her. As you know, she has her family present, though in this case, I refer to her parents. He starts, getting a nod from Jamie. Blake takes a sip of his whiskey and then gives the glass an appreciative glance before he continues. Well, between excursions to the gym and the like, we got enough material to do a complete in-depth full DNA test on her and her parents, and we got the results. Not named, they are not that, no, that will not be the issue. Jamie finally takes a sip of the whiskey and nods. I did not think it would be, so what did you find? Since you are here at this time of night and phrase it in that fashion, what will be the issue? With that, Blake reaches into his pocket and hands him a piece of paper. And as Jamie takes it and reads it, he is glad he didn't have a mouthful of whiskey when he did so. January 3031, Terra, Northwind, Federated Commonwealth. The Christmas parties, the meetings, and the low-key drama of making sure that all the various units have their marching orders and are all happy with them have all managed to conclude. Only some people have left. The Dragoons are still around, as I have arranged for them to do so, and I am interested in cutting a few deals with them above and beyond their assignments. I have big plans for the region, sure, Kosara here, Azaa, Array, and Outreach, with the last because of the Dragoons sure to be wanting assistance in setting up the Marauder 2 facility, which I have no doubt will be used as the basis for a quiet low-rate production facility for things that they don't officially have. But it's Northwind I have the plans for, and sure, Kosara and I will be trying to be sure that they manage to learn from history and see what they can do about the issues they had pumping out crabs back in the day, but mostly those plans are for myself. And I am thinking big. Thanks to the orders from on high, I have a decade where I can dump all the region's tax base into revitalizing the industrial strengths the region used to have and building up organic forces. As to the latter, that means 2 things. First, I can build up my unit to the degree I want. Usually, that would mean a limit of 1 regiment, 2, if the powers that be like you. In this case, I can build up 3 mech regiments because of where I am, and everyone knows that the Combine, League, and Confederation will be gunning for me with a passion. The rules don't say anything about infantry forces and armor, the same rules, 1, maybe 2. Since the powers that be like me, I'll keep things from going too crazy. Besides, I always got a kick out of history, and back in the 20th, there was a rather famous unit that got a name for itself in the 2 world wars. Not only from their performance, which was mostly solid, but also from their habit in the Second War of leaving their insignia everywhere they went, earning themselves the nickname of the Highway Decorators. But this does mean that the plans for the Guangzhou facility have to change a touch. Oh, still building the 3 mechs we already decided on, but diverting some of the facility to add a 4th line for the Highlander instead of building some, then shutting down and resetting to build another, and doing it all over again. It will mean that from the production from Guangzhou itself, it would take about 6 years to build enough mechs to equip us fully, which is a luxury, to be sure, one that most units can't even imagine having. And if it weren't for the state bankrolling this, I wouldn't be able to do so. Eventually, I plan on converting the plant to produce just 1 or 2 mechs and sell them directly to the AFFC or select mercenary units, but that won't be for a while yet, and let's be honest, when I do so, it will be a license to print money. And that doesn't get into what I want to do here on Northwind. I already bought out the old Vulcan factory and the land it was on, plus a good deal more, so I have the space and foundations to build on. Sure, I want to build Highlanders here, but it won't be near the scale I can build on Guangzhou, maybe a couple of dozen tops by the time I am done. The real focus here will be armored vehicles, though perhaps another line for power armor and vectors. But mainly a basic tank design for militia use, as well as a family of armor for use by my unit as well as others, particularly the Alicorn and the Chevalier, as well as a new armored car, basically, the Typhoon that Jolistar will eventually build, but now, by me. Of course, those designs will be tweaked to suit my ideas, but I think they won't be too outrageous. Says the person that thinks 288 mechs is a regiment and not 108. At the moment, I am giving in to my inner megalomania. I am not ignorant that basing the Highlanders here, especially one's full strength, just isn't practical around Terra, as nice as it would be. So, a new base is in order, and my thinking is a core base for the Highlanders, somewhat separate from a secondary base for guest units, if perhaps as large as mine. And that isn't even getting into the number of dropships we would have to handle to support the unit. People often forget the logistical support needed for a unit, including the dropships, and while fewer larger ships are better from some points of view, they have their downsides. Frankly, I find all this plotting quite fun, but I am trained to be a supply geek more than a high-level commander. I arranged for a survey to be run to confirm some things I had in the back of my mind from the last time I was here. It sounds like those memories were reasonably accurate, as the engineer I sent out to check things who shared my tastes in ancient movies shot me a message that I had to see the area he is at both nearly perfect for the role and that I had to see what he is seeing to believe it. Which is why I am out here and not back at Terra. Wolf wanted to delay our meeting a few more days as he was waiting for something to arrive before speaking to me about his desires for development, and when I arrived here, he requested the meeting occur. Of course, since he delayed, he is more than happy to head to my location. That is why he found me standing under a large open-walled tent, and while Terra is in the midst of winter, here in the southern hemisphere of Northwind, it's pretty lovely weather-wise. The view? Spectacular. I am not sure of its geological reasons, but a spur of mountains lances into a pair of vast floodplains one to either side of the ridge and ends in a pretty impressive mount. The ridgeline is relatively steep to near wall-like, with the head of the ridgeline having something of a shoulder sticking out with a flat spot about 600 meters or so over the floodplain before cutting into a set of sawback ridgelines reaching a couple of thousand meters within a few kilometers, and continues that as it connects to the central mountain range on this part of the larger southern landmass. It's different from what Engineer Roberts recalled from the movie we were both thinking about. Still, I can see the possibilities, if for no other reason, that the plains would make for an excellent spaceport, and I can dig into the head of the ridgeline and make something of a baby Castle Bryan. The tent is richly appointed, to be sure. I like my little luxuries within reason, and they are not full on social general level of rich. But it is nice, several comfortable camp chairs, a few side tables, a large table that can do multiple duties currently serving as a map table and even a set of chests that serves as a mobile wet bar. I am speaking with Roberts when I hear the arrival of my guests, and Roberts steps out to give me our privacy as Jamie Wolf and Sanford Blake step into the tent. Pretty impressive for a tent. Jamie starts, looking around as he steps in, getting a chuckle from Blake as I am soon left alone with the pair, well, alone if you don't count SGM Cop standing outside along with one of his assistants providing security. Well, I am from the Commonwealth, some of it is bound to rub off, I admit, and wave the pair to the camp chairs. I still think I haven't gone fully native in that regard. Wolf waves it off. No, you are far more tasteful than most I have dealt with, so you need not worry about being thought of as one of them. He says with a laugh, and then he looks out over the view and arches an eyebrow. Pretty view, looking for a vacation spot or base. Why not both? I ask, offering a long since forgotten mimetistic shrug, and then offering the pair a drink, which they take, and taking a seat myself. One of the things that makes social generals so dangerous is that sometimes, they have a point effort put into making a duty station comfortable can pay dividends. They just often take it far too far. They nod in agreement, both taking a sip of the whiskey, an arched eyebrow from Blake as he seems more of an aficionado of fine drink than Wolf, and I continue. So, yeah, base built into the mountain, a spaceport in the fields before it. Be sizable, I think, but there is plenty of room here. Wolf agrees, then moves to the meat of the matter, never one for beating about the bush. Well, as you are aware, we have been granted a land hold on Outreach, and we are looking at expanding our support infrastructure to the point where we can meet some of our own demand for equipment, be it parts, ammo, or even mechs. You are aware of New Valentia and what we are doing there, I have no doubt, and considering your own efforts back on Guangzhou NI, we are hoping we can come to some agreement to get your assistance in setting things up. Blake speaks up at this point. We are also aware that the Fedcom government has given you a mission, and I cannot lie, I find the title you have taken to be ironic and amusing at the same time, to which, they want you to restore as much of the industrial capacity of the region as you can. We have heard of your talks with Maltax, Kosara, Diplan, Viridian, and others, and we hope we can convince you to assist us in establishing our own line. I nod, as that covers the companies I talked to in the Suns region, that doesn't cover those on CAF and New Earth that I will see shortly. I could probably be talked into that fairly easily, depending on if the plants in question are for your sole use or will be providing access to the AFFC as well, and that doesn't even cover the point behind the industrialization in my mind, and that is providing both jobs and an overall improvement to the economy in the process. I point out, and while there is some school of thought out there that says industrialization is the key to economic growth, I am not all that sold on it, as it seems simplistic, and it was often championed by those whose politics I wish not to follow. But it doesn't hide the fact that it is the easiest and fastest way to go about it here in the aftermath of the Fourth Succession War. I have to ensure that its ills don't follow along with the positives. They lean forward in their seats with a serious look as they nod in agreement. That is, to be honest, expected, and while we can manage what we want to do out of our own resources, we would be foolish not to make some effort to gain assistance, especially if it means we can accomplish more than our original plans. And yes, we agree, if we were to receive assistance, it would be crass of us not to permit the AFFC, or select others, access to our products. As you have already guessed, the main product we hope to produce is our Marauder 2, for starters. For starters? I ask, glancing between the pair. While Jamie offered the last bit, Sanford spoke up next. Depending on our assets, we might also look into building our Archer, but that is in a perfect world. I have to consider this a bit as if they are coming to me for assistance, they are looking into building either big or, more likely, using the knowledge my other self has, following my example in hiding one facility behind a show facility to draw attention. After a moment, I nod slightly, all right, let me consider that a bit. I'm tempted to agree out of hand, as I don't see many downsides to the idea that we can obtain, even in small numbers, either of those mechs. I start and cross my hands before me as I consider things a touch more. We can touch on that later today, as I have to consider it. But I recall we also wanted to discuss the suits. I state, though, that it's partially a question as I say it. Jamie speaks up again, we do. We are very interested in what you mentioned earlier, in that we would take delivery of a battalion of suits, mixed 21s and 22s, to equip our forces and help develop suit tactics with them. Exactly. I have been using them as both a scout screen and pilot recovery. Still, I am sure there is more we can do, especially since right now, I am setting them up to serve as basically enhanced infantry. They can truly trump existing infantry formations, but they are not, despite what some say when they first see them, baby mechs. They both laugh, no, that they are not. Says Blake, and then Wolf speaks up once more. You are going to want more than just training and such, and we are curious about what it might be. He asks, arching an eyebrow as he and Blake give me a curious look. I lean back and consider my options, tapping my chin thoughtfully as I ponder to move to what I want and if I can get away with it. Asking the weather is right out, to ask for what I want, I have to have some reasonable excuse why I think they have it. Thankfully, I have too, Kerensky's thug and my other memories and my own opinion as I considered the facts as known on what might have been going on behind the scenes of the Great Desertion. They both look at me curiously, wondering what I am thinking and what I might have in mind, and I do not doubt that they must be thinking I am thinking of something pretty impressive. I take a moment to savor a sip of my drink, giving them time to do the same, and once that moment has passed, I lean forward and speak. As you might imagine, everyone out there has wondered who exactly you all are, and I am not about to demand an answer as the price, it would be rude, and further, that you haven't spoken to it so far means that the odds of you speaking of it remain south of nil. I start, offering them both a smile. To which they nod, an arched eyebrow on Blake's face as he appears curious where I am going with this, and Wolf at least seems to have a far better poker face. I'm one of those that have been curious myself, and I have my theories as to that, and to be honest, the Black Widow herself has managed to convince me that there might be something to them, thanks to something she has done with her mech. I start, and get interrupted by Blake. I told you she caught on to something odd about that run on her range. He says to his superior, and Jamie can't help but laugh, Natasha is always far too cocky for her own good. Jamie smirked but waved me on, please, go on, you have my curiosity now. Well, I start, leaning back once more as I start, not sure how much of my background you know, I start, though the looks on their faces as I say that give me a hint that they think that they know more than I am giving them credit for. Regardless, I press on without a hitch, but our family has always been something of Star League loyalists, enough so that the Cameron family frequently used our estate as something of a vacation spot, and after the fat bastard had his fun, a notable number of people fled Terra to Cameron and set up a new home. Amongst them were several SLDF personnel. I start and wait to see if there are questions. Seeing none, I take a sip of my drink and push on. What most, in fact, I would dare say near none, don't know is that General Kerensky had a family, that in itself would be no surprise, but he had 2 children as well as his wife on Terra during the time Amaris had free reign over it. I consider it the largest reason he was so careful about handling things and keeping it quiet, as the last thing he would want happen is that bastard to know about his family and try to do something about them. Surprisingly, it's Blake that shows the most reaction, albeit minimal at best, but again, neither speaks. So, with that, I continue. My source was an SLDF Medical Corps officer who was part of the team that handled the reintegration of dependents with their families once Terra was freed. In the general's case, the focus was on his 2 kids, Nicholas and Andrei. The latter was 2 years younger, and it made all the difference in the eyes of the officer in question. Both kids were affected by the siege, but, in her eyes, Andrei handled it better. She was worried and those that she consulted with agreed that the elder took the wrong lessons from the experience, in that Amaris was evil, yes, but his methods about making things happen was to be emulated but for a higher goal. They were worried that as he got older, he would take after Amaris more than the Camerons, and to be honest, with Richard as an example, it's hard to blame him. With this, I am very much poking the bear, but so far, they haven't said anything or even showed how they are taking it. My worry, and my guess, is that when the general headed out on the exodus, he faced several problems. First, he brought little more than an army with little support, especially regarding terraforming and colonization. Second, while I have no doubt that while he and his close circle were alive, the SLDF would stick together, as soon as that wasn't the case, I am sure that the fact that the forces themselves hailed from all the nation-states the League, including no doubt, the periphery ones as well. I can't see that ending well, to be honest. I could see that being the case under those conditions, yes, agrees Wolf, showing off the poker face that impressed Takashi Kurita. The worrisome part in my mind is what happened after no one knows, I say. However, I give them both an eye as I speak, but I worry that when, if my suspicions are accurate, the general died, something of an SLDF-flavored First Succession War would go down, and seeing what the counselors who interviewed the Kerensky children said, which is why she stayed as she said she could see the direction it might go down, is that the eldest would let it go, and follow the example he learned from as a kid in how to show strength, and given his name, I could see him and his faction winning out, reforming what survived into a regime that had more in common with the Rimmers or perhaps a modern Mongol horde than anything else. I wouldn't even be shocked if he framed some of his followers after his victory with something to give him an excuse to rid himself of those he didn't think was loyal enough, I say, shrugging. They continue to stay silent, though after a moment, Wolf nods and speaks, and this has what to do with Kerensky's mech. Well, my thinking is, and you don't have to tell me how accurate I am here, is that what I think happened, more or less did, and that you and yours are perhaps a group of people that have been pushed out of whatever society that has formed there. It makes sense, even if I am off in what happened in the first 100 years. And the thug, as I said, I think is evidence of that. I state, and with this, I lean forward once more. For starters, one of two, if not both, things have been done to it. Either her PPCs are lighter than normal and they are much harder hitting, I have discovered, or you all have found a way to make missile systems much lighter, as well as either daisy chain 3 streak 2s to function as a streak 6 or developed a streak 6 outright. I state, and finally, I start to get a reaction. Frankly, I am banking on the fact that they did get the orders to get us ready for the clans, and the evidence of them doing so by training units is a good indication that is indeed the case. And if my other self's memories are correct, they got a pretty nice going away present. After all, they were able to build a few dire wolves, and the wolves, if memory serves, didn't get the rights to those till right as the dragoons had their last meeting with the wolves. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they got a nice data core with all sorts of goodies. It's not Wolf that speaks, but Blake. That is, not a bad assumption. He says, thinking fast and not seeing any way to counter that argument without looking like it's an obvious case of denying the obvious. Indeed, and one that I am feeling particularly confident on. And frankly, it also makes sense. After all, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that things went more or less as I suspect. It makes sense that without the constant back and forth of the succession wars, the SLDF in exile, or the society that followed it, would be able to further the military sciences. The Star League was on the verge of expanding the range of extended-range weapons as it was, and I wouldn't be shocked if they found a way to reduce the weight or space requirements of various weapon systems, notably if my math is right, the missile systems. Wolf remains silent, though he spares a glance to Blake, who then speaks up again, assuming for the moment your logic is accurate, I could even agree with that being the case. He admits. But after another glance, he continues, but then, you would have a better idea of things that went on at the end of the Star League considering your family is more Cameron than MacCleary. He states. Well, that is a shocker and something I was well aware of. Our family keeps quiet for good reason. But before I can say anything, he continues. Which, I must admit, makes your appointment as the Director General quite appropriate, though I imagine not something that you advertise. He says, which could be interpreted as blackmail, but I don't get that vibe from him. But, considering that I just poked a wolf pretty hard, I think it's best to do some defusing. Well, not wrong, but not entirely right either, I start, taking a moment and diving right in. When Amaris struck, he and his goons went after the Cameron family fairly hard, and not just the immediate family either, second, third, even fourth cousins. Frankly, if you were a clan member, you were in for it. The MacCleary's, however, held true to the oaths, and we managed to hide quite a few within our clan, and when Amaris fell, no small number left Terra. Amongst them was perhaps the senior surviving Cameron family. Being that we were, and are a paranoid bunch, I start, then pause as Blake speaks up again. Which is not unreasonable, all things considered. I give him a nod and continue, they changed their name because it was felt that things were starting to fall apart, it was too risky for one of the House Lords to know this and try to bolster their case for the position of First Lord. Over the years, however, they have become just as much true MacCleary as they were Cameron, and being that they were the senior family, well, I say, pausing as I hold my hand out. Wolf himself speaks now, they took over the Cameron system and the MacCleary family there and have gone native for all intents? And that family is yours? Indeed. I agree, since you all have already figured that out, and I suspect you managed to get samples from me and my family to confirm it. There is no point in pretending, but I would appreciate it if you would keep that close to the vest. Given this position, that information getting out is a matter of time, but at best, it will be a time of my choosing, not someone else's. After a few moments, Wolf nods and thinks, agreed, though I would ask that you would do the same with your suspicions on our origins, as while they are not accurate, and I will not lie to you, they are far closer than any I have heard yet. I nod in agreement and then smile, but that gets us back to the initial question, what can you offer to get the assistance to build up as you wish? Indeed, and you are also correct that there has been some advancement in technology, though I agree, we haven't made it hard to deduce that because we have some mechs that were only seen at the very end of things. Wolf agrees. Exactly. What I would like in exchange, and yes, this is for the suits and the assistance in building up your industrial base, as mentioned a few minutes ago, is whatever information you have that will allow us to sort out the issues with bringing our weapons up in quality. I am sure it won't be so easy as handing us a data core with the instructions, plans, and schematics, but what you can provide, we will take. I say, wondering just how far he will go. Wolf pauses a moment and looks over to Blake, who offers up a shrug as if leaving it up to him, and then he looks back to me. We do not have much in the way of proper developmental information, but we do have some examples, and even some data, on some of the systems. Namely missile systems. You are correct, they are lighter and have developed streak 4s and 6s. What we have brought back cannot be turned into working technology anytime soon. Still, between our data and the handful of examples, we think if you give it a decade or so, you might be able to build some missile systems that would shock your enemies. Blake speaks up, as to the PPC, you are right, they do hit harder, but those are pretty much the only examples of them we were able to steal and bring with us, well, a few spares, but you would have to fight Natasha for those. They were able to create ER versions of the medium and small laser, but we do not have any examples or data about them that we are aware of. Now, isn't that interesting? They are admitting they have the information without admitting it. And while I am not getting those juicy ER peepers that can shed a ton of armor per hit or those equally insane clan spec mediums and what I would give for the long-ranged pulses, they are willing to provide me with enough information and examples to possibly, maybe, sort of even, put clan spec missile systems into production in a decade or so. I'd take that and be quite happy about it. Hell, think of that inane ammo boat that is Star Corp's upgraded longbow, but with twice the LRM spam. Or hell, I'm using 6 packs in several mechs, swapping for streaks or saving weight with standard 6s would be huge, not to mention another 5 tons to play with on a Highlander if I went for the streak swap, 6.5 if sticking with a standard 6 pack. But with all that, one thing worries me: they are taking my comments on their fearless leader rather calmly. They must really want what I have to offer, especially since I all but called him Amorous 2.0. Periphery, spring of 3031. You understand, of course, that anything we agree to won't ever be acknowledged, says the diminutive man as he sits at the table in a private dining room at one of the better dining establishments in the system. The man sitting across from him is dressed rather well for the region, not a hint of pirate about him, though he has the large, nearly 2 meters and built like a mech, though, to be honest, he isn't a pirate. And as much as the smaller man might want to argue otherwise, his realm, such as it is, does straddle that line between a pirate nation and a one-system legitimate government, with a heavy emphasis on the latter. The larger man waves his hand dismissively. Of course, when has this sort of thing ever been acknowledged by the so-called lordy powers, particularly those not from your realm? He says, and then he smiles, while you have never been friendly, I must admit, the dragon has never been an outright enemy either. So, I have to ask, why? The smaller man, dressed as inconspicuously as he can, though not so much that his origin from the Draconis Combine isn't hard to decipher if you know what to look for, smiles. Well, you are right, we are not, in truth, friends, but we have mutual enemies, and as we see it, a small favor is owed. The actions of your ancestors allowed the dragon to take what was rightfully theirs, and we respect that debt. As to the rest, he gives an eloquent shrug, smiling as he pauses in his discussion and gives a nod. The serving staff, staying out of earshot, comes over, taking the remnants of the meal away and leaving a desert course that both at the table privately agree is one of the best in 100 light-year radius. After all, it is one reason they picked this location. Once that task has been completed, the staff moves away, and the man speaks again. Frankly, in a way, it is a surprise to me as well. The equipment we are offering, I feel, personally that is, better used to rebuild our forces, but I am a man who knows his place, and my superiors have given me my orders. You know how it is, he says, shrugging and smiling as the larger man laughs. We hope that you take this equipment, rebuild, and retake what was once yours as much as possible and practical. You are not placed in a position where you will likely be a thorn in our side, so encouraging you to get at least some of the capabilities you once had is nothing more than a net benefit for us. He says, pausing as he takes a bite of the tiramisu, giving a slight sigh as it is that good, in my superior's eyes, they are looking at it from the point of view that you can be useful, giving your more powerful neighbors pause to worry. Oh, to be sure, they hope you will be rash enough to start a fight, drawing forces away from their border with us, but let's be honest, if you and your superiors were that stupid, we wouldn't be sitting here now, would we? The large man nods, laughing out loud at that. Indeed, and one of the reasons I have always liked working with you, unlike the others, is that you are honest about how you and your employers see us. He says that while he isn't happy that they see him and his nation as they do, he can understand why. As he said, at least they are honest and upfront about things, unlike others. Of course, there are problems with what you propose. He points out, the smaller man nodding and letting him go on as he takes a moment to enjoy his dessert. For starters, we are also honest, they have bought and paid us fairly, even given us mechs, for us to leave them be, and yes, cause problems as best as we can with your nation when possible. And we agreed to do so for another 4 years, we are not about to break that agreement, as lucrative as your offer might be. After all, if we get the reputation as untrustworthy, what good would we be then to anyone? Not to mention a vastly reduced desire to send money and goods and yes, on occasion, mechs, their way. After the smaller man takes the last bite, he nods. Agreed, and we accept that the short-term pains of your actions are unfortunate but understandable. As you say, your ability to, as some of those here would put it, stay bought is one of the reasons we picked you. We do not expect you to do anything that might put your arrangements with your current benefactors in question. All we are asking is that your next ones be us and that you roughly speaking take the path we suggest. We know that even if you started today, you would not be ready to take any concrete steps towards causing pain to our mutual enemy until the mid-40s, at the soonest, mid-50s at the latest by our estimates. And probably not even then, after all, we are but a small fish in a larger sea. The larger man notes. Ah, but then, are not sharks also fish? The smaller man asks, getting a nod of agreement from the man as they dined in the finest establishment in Amorous City. Summer 3034, Mount Davion, New Avalon, Federated Commonwealth. The last few years have been busy, for the most part, my plans for the hegemony have gone more or less per plan, with the largest difficulty being not from the Combine but the Confederation. So far, it's been primarily raids of moderate size, a company here, a company there, and they even sent a battalion of House Lu San troops to Nanking, which didn't end well for them. But the low-key raiding has been a distraction, and it isn't like the Combine has been laying low either, though they haven't raided nearly as much as the Cappies. From the point of view of the economic affairs of the March, things are looking up. The raids haven't caused too much trouble and, if anything, have encouraged others to invest in the region, which I won't turn down, as I can't rebuild everything myself. None of the plants have gone online, it's another 2 years before we see the first major ones come online, though Viridian claims they can get the volley up and running by the end of next year. But once those few years are up, it's on. Guangzhou has been on schedule as well as I could hope. Saba has pretty much focused hard on the mech/AFV side of the family business, and between her and Duchess Killa, they are slowly turning the system into a true competitor to Hesperus in size. The output of the subsurface facility is as expected. The surface facilities are still getting up to full strength, though frankly, they hit the original plans, and well, I can't help but expand even now, though I think I might start shifting the surplus resources into Northwind. The Rifleman 2 production wasn't a surprise, however, the LCAF, as expected, has fallen in love with the thing and is buying every single one Trellshire can pump out, and if the last batch of expansion plans pan out, by the end of next year they will be kicking out a touch over 2 companies worth a year, and the order backlog is impressive. Frankly, Killa was hoping that the Battlemasters would be the one most in demand and they are, but how the Rifleman 2 stole the show has led to the focus on getting that line up faster than initially planned. As far as my Air CAV model goes, things are looking very good indeed. I've already got 2 regiments formed, the 3rd is looking at possibly the coming spring at the latest, and another 18 months for the 4th. Sure, the suits are expensive, but infantry regiments are cheap when you get down to it. And once those 4 are done, the rest will equip independent battalions that, if all goes well, will be assigned to every system in the hegemony. The Highlanders? It depends on your point of view. I have over a regiment of mechs now, including my original stock, and that's my scale of regiment at that. To get all 3, I am still looking at a few more years. The goal is to get it all done by 37, but if I want to replace all of the old mechs with new ones, it would be late 38. Of course, I am assuming some losses from petty raids and the like, which, being a pessimist, probably isn't a bad idea. When planning how to make everything happen, I let my eyes get a little big. I didn't quite understand just how much of a pain it would be to get XL engine production going from scratch. But, as mentioned, we think we can get our tank lines on Northwind running in a year or 2, and hopefully, by late 37 or early 38, I can get the 2 armored regiments I have in mind done and dusted. Which leaves shipping. Drop ships are easy, with my budget and the favors I have banked, getting the lift for the units I am assembling for what I am calling the Highland Division won't be a problem. Jumpers? Yeah. That's a problem. I am making arrangements for more jump ships. Sure, I have a massive budget, and the permission to use it has allowed me to jump in line for the ships I have in mind. Still, the costs are extreme, and I am still determining if I will get enough lift by 38 to move the entire division in one bounce on organic lift alone. Maybe by the mid-40s, I will have it, but nothing assures it. But hey, I'm not alone in scrambling for jumpers. Even with the way the production speed of jumpers in the Lyran half, and now starting to show in the Sun's half, of the Fedcom has improved, they haven't improved that much. This is what brings me to Mount Davion. Hansa and Melissa have decided to have a conference where we are after a few years of work and what we can start to think about planning for the future. And no doubt, there will be a few curveballs tossed to push things off the rails. There were several lower-level meetings already, the sorts of meetings that decide what later meetings will be all about, going over the basic lower-level things that have to be worked out before the main course, so to speak, so it's a few weeks before I get into a meeting with the power players, at least outside of parties and the like. This little event is happening in one of the better rooms in the palace, and it is in the palace proper. It's all stone, wood, and leather, with thick windows overlooking Peace Park. It's well lit, and to be perfectly honest, it's as if the place is designed to make meetings last longer, not to make them shorter. Surprisingly, Nico was invited to come along with me to the meeting, but knowing what I know about what he has been up to regarding our industrial and R&D empire building, it shouldn't have been as surprising as it was. The meeting started covering the basics, who and what, where and when, and we began to get into the more interesting bits we would be covering. So, starts Hansa, smiling as he pours a new cup of tea for Melissa, we got all the housekeeping done, what exactly are you planning on moving on next? You appear to have the first steps locked down. I set down the cup of tea I was sipping and looked between the pair. Well, we are not yet at 100% for the Highlanders, but that's for my current plans. As it stands now, we are well beyond where we were before the last war. To be fair, I don't think anyone expected you to peg the strength of your rebuilt formation as an entire division, not regiment or even brigade, but a proper division. Interjects Colonel Sortak, shaking his head. Formations at that scale are few and far between at least, built around being a proper division, unlike accidental sorts. He isn't wrong, though. It isn't a battle mech division, it's a mechanized infantry division by the book, 3 brigades, 1 of mechs, and 2 mixed brigades of 2 infantry regiments and 1 armored regiment. Hansa laughs, no, you forget she runs off of a base 4 format, it's more like 2 divisions. He points out, and Sortek concedes the point by lifting a finger in the age-old fencing fashion. I can't help but speak up in my defense, also, to be fair to myself, it isn't as if I hid that fact nor suggested that I wouldn't. Besides, you all agreed having the Highlanders as the March's Fire Brigade, scaled to match the demands of the theatre, would be a good idea. I get laughs from all those attending. In addition to myself and my husband, there are Hansa and Melissa, Col Sortak, Quintus Allard, and a small collection of generals and administrators, the latter to whom we have been introduced, but they are primarily present in case they are needed for one thing or another. Melissa says, and it isn't like you are ignoring the rest of the militia you are setting up, so we can't complain, but we have to admit, some of the staff here are looking at your formation and getting ideas. I can't help but chuckle and decide to nip some ideas in the bud. I can't blame them, but then the formation is primarily defensive, even if it's an aggressive defense. Get in front of an invader and make them kick you off the planet sort, but if you were looking at using the Highland Division more aggressively, then I would want to swap out one of the infantry brigades with mechs, and you are looking at a lot of mechs to do that. The idea does seem to get a little dampened when I point out that the bulk of my forces are infantry, but then I counted on that when it came to getting away with building such a large force. Not to mention, it's a heck of a lot cheaper. And even with the sorts of budgets I was working with, it made a difference. If they are willing to pay for swapping one of the infantry brigades out with a mech brigade, I won't say no, but let's be honest, that isn't going to happen. Well, I don't think anyone could afford to build another brigade your size, so I don't think that will happen. Says Hansa with a slight chuckle, not that I won't say the idea does have something going for it, but I don't think anyone could afford the outlay to make that happen. And that's not even covering the lift, I helpfully point out. I managed to swing the contracts to get the droppers I need, but the jumpers? I'm looking at the mid-40s to get enough organic capability, assuming I continue to arrange for a March pool of jumpers in addition to my own. One thing I am making sure of is to pay attention to the rest of the March. Having a pool of jump ships that can be used within the March makes too much sense not to focus on taking care of that. Fortunately, the pool is made up of relatively more available smaller jump ships. I see them all more or less agree, and then I address the real reasons I was brought over, the reindustrialization of the hegemony. We are doing reasonably well in the primary goals of getting the old industrial base up and running again. Kosara says they can start producing mechs within a year or two, and Duplan thinks they can get going a little faster than that. Being able to start production of Jenners ought to put a finger in the eye of the Combine, what with how much they love the design. New Earth and Graham are looking decent, though due to the damage done to the facilities, I don't think they will be able to turn out anything before the end of the decade, and to be frank, they are not on the top of my list of facilities to bring back. However, I admit, getting Newhart up for the Hussar is something I considered. I start, pausing to check my notes for a moment. Good news is that Maltex says that thanks to AMC's equipment, they believe they can beat their initial estimate of being back online by the end of next year, should they focus on just one line at a time. The question is, of course, which line? My preference, and I think everyone would agree, is to focus on the Thug. However, I pause and look at the generals, it wouldn't be amiss to have some lighter designs. In my opinion, their lighter designs, the Assassin and Wyvern, aren't all that good. My recommendation is to go ahead and have them focus on the Thug and, for the time being, ignore the other two lines in favor of bringing the old Thug line back to 100% capacity. How many was that? Asks Sortak, honestly curious and no doubt having visions of the mystical days of Mechs walking off lines by the dozen. Not as many as some might dream of, I start, getting laughs from everyone. Another reason I am pointing out a focus on the Thug is that I may be able to introduce something in a few years that can be a shocker to our enemies, and or rather, Nico here, I say, smiling to my husband, will be happy to go over shortly. But to answer your question, Colonel, at peak production, Maltex was putting out 2 a week, and while they considered expansion back in the days of the Star League, they decided to license the design out to meet demand. So I am sure there are reasons they never built more. Still, says Hansa, give it 3-4 years to get to 100% production, being able to get a regiment, and he gives me one of his trademark smirks, that is, a normal regiment, of them a year isn't to be sneezed at. No one is about to argue that point, both because he made it and because it is correct. I haven't looked at the shipyards to any real degree. I know we would all love to expand our ability to build dropships and jump ships, but frankly, the orbital facilities are so far gone, we might as well build anew or put those resources into already existing yards. I start once more. There are a few things we have been able to salvage, but frankly, there is little point, as over the last 250 years, the ruins have been picked over pretty well. So, that's my recommendation on that. I looked about, and no one was contesting the point, so I continued. That said, outside of military production, we've also been working on getting production of civilian goods back up as well. Fortunately, they have never been the focus of raids or attacks to the same scale as the military industries, so it's been more a case of creating demand and letting them have at it. I'm happy to say that while they won't be to league levels anytime soon, they are recovering nicely and are more limited by the markets open to them than anything else. Creating jobs in other industries creates wealth that is poured back into the local economies, and we get that lovely cycle going. So, unless people start tossing WMDs about once more, I think we are good there. I look around once more and close my binder. I have plans of building an HQ facility on Northwind, as well as building a fairly impressive AFV factory there as well. As you already know, I've broken ground on a small factory to build Highlanders locally, with the target audience of the Highland regiments of Northwind and myself. Everything on this is in the files I transferred over, so you all can pursue them at your leisure. I announce, which ends my presentation side of this briefing. Thankfully, most of the questions have already been asked in the process, but since they blocked out more time than we already took, I know there is more to come. And more does indeed come. Excellent. I'm sure I am speaking for everyone that we are happy with how you have measured up to every challenge so far and appear to have things well in hand. Hansa starts, and then he and Melissa appear to share a curious look of mixed amusement, curiosity, and a hint of concern. To which it's Melissa who speaks up first. What we want to ask about, and honestly, we need complete answers to, is the stories about your family's background. We picked you for this position because of your family's loose ties with the Camerons, but we never dug into it, we saw no need. But we have been hearing that the connection is more than that, and we are curious. While we have no doubts about your loyalties, we need to know to be able to deal with anything that might arise from those questions others might have. I can't help but chuckle. It's been a few years since the Dragoons cornered me, so I knew it was a matter of time. They are worried that I am some secret Cameron, cleverly sneaking back into the hegemony to take it back over. I ask, getting chuckles from most of the people present. Hansa nods, that's what some are saying, yes. But again, we don't have those concerns. He emphasizes. And I can't blame him for dancing carefully about this. In any feudal society, accusing a vassal of secretly plotting these sorts of things is problematic at best and usually doesn't end well for anyone more often than not. Well, I assure you, I have no plans of taking the hegemony over and restarting the Terran hegemony, I say, smiling, and I can't help but smile a touch, as it's true, I really don't. But if the Fedcom civil war looks to be a thing? Oh yes, those plans will be made. Sortek gives me a wry grin. Well, that's the latter half of the question. Well, yes, but the first half? It's, depending on your point of view, true after a fashion. I say, shrugging a touch. And oh boy, that got a reaction. Point of view? Asks Hansa, giving me a curious look. Yes, it's as good of a way as any to say it, I start, wiggling my hand. I can go into details if you like, but the core of it is when Amaris took control of Terra, he hunted down the Camerons pretty hard. Being loyal as we are, the MacCleary's on Terra managed to hide some of the more distant members of the family. I start and spend the next few minutes explaining what I told Wolf a few years ago. So, Cameron, but also not, Melissa confirms once I tell our family's story. Nico already has heard it, so he isn't surprised. After all, we named our children what we did because of it. But I can see why your family hid that fact back then, as much as I hate to admit it, their fears were valid. She admits as Hansa nods in agreement, as I would guess the sons would have tried the same thing by the look on his face. Right, oh, depending on how you view things, we could claim the name easily enough and even legitimately so, but I think that's a bit of drama we all don't want to see, I say, getting more than a few chuckles out of everyone. Oh yes, though I admit, starts Hansa, having a Cameron officially in change out there once more would assure the loyalty of the taken worlds like little else. I agree, but only mostly. True, but loyalty to who? That's why I have gone out of my way not to make a big deal out of things. And that's the 600-pound gorilla in the room, to whom would the new hegemony citizens look to? Hansa can't help but grimace, as that is a very good point. Well, I agree with you on doing so and we would greatly appreciate it if you continued. He asks, which, let's be honest, isn't a question, it's an order. Obviously, if we are thinking along those lines, sooner or later, someone else will, so we will deal with it then if we have to, but we will start thinking about it. Things pause for a moment as almost everyone starts to think about the situation, but Sortak, as expected, recalled the comment about the thugs. While everyone considers that issue, what were you discussing regarding the thug? He asks, which returns everyone's attention to the earlier comment. It's not me that speaks up to answer, but Nico, as we planned. Well, we have been investigating numerous ways we could improve the quality of the mechs that we produce, as well as develop innovative ways to leverage the tech we already have or have recovered. He starts, then passes over a small chip to Sortak as he speaks. Several years ago, before we were picked for the hegemony, we were brainstorming various ideas in which we could manage a few goals that we desired or could see ourselves making the most of. One of which was that it was pointed out that since there were Ultra and LB class cannons of one size, there was little to no reason they couldn't be the same in the other classes. He starts, which gets everyone's full attention. He smiles and leans forward slightly. Now, while it might not sound like it, heat management is the largest issue with the Ultra series. Sure, on the whole, an autocannon runs very cool compared to an energy weapon, but energy weapons don't have tons of highly stressed moving parts that have to function reliably every single time. He starts, and he gets nods from the uniformed meeting members, as they can indeed see that being the case. On the LB series, on the other hand, it's more of a payload issue than a firing issue. Setting up the dual feed to switch from HEP to submunition is fiddly, but that's a relatively easy thing to sort out. We have been working with Mauser on this for the last few years, and we believe that in the next year, we will be able to put forward for testing a Class 20 LB cannon and, the year after that, a Class 5. We could do a Class 2, but Mauser agrees with us, and we don't see a use case for an LB2X outside of certain edge cases. This gets the smiles coming from everyone, and Hansa gives Nico a predatory grin. And series production. About a year or so after that, in low rates, another year for proper series production. The Ultra series will take another couple of years to sort out the issues, and we are focusing on Class 10 only for now. Excellent, I can see where having options in the size of the LB series could be useful, but that doesn't apply to the thug. He points out. Indeed, it doesn't, but before we get to that, there is another cannon project we are looking at, and that's finding a way to give dropships significantly more firepower. We call it the subcapital class weapon. Originally, it was to develop a gun system based on the Class 20 cannon but with significantly more velocity and range to allow a dropship to reach out and touch someone. But as we looked into things, we think we can also build a Class 50 and 70 series. It won't be light, as we think the tonnage requirements will be between 200 and 700 tons, and the ammo will be equally heavy, but I don't think I have to tell anyone just how devastating that would be on, say, an Achilles. Timeline? Asks Hansa, brusque. Yes, but we can tell we have his full attention. Early to mid-40s for the prototypes, we are thinking, unless we catch a break. Frankly, it's a case of research resources, and having only so much of it, it's secondary to the Ultra and LB programs. I agree with that priority, but I would love to see those gun systems in play sooner. Quinton, he says, looking over at his chief spy, start with getting with the lick, and let's make sure that no one is in a position to mess with the teams working on this. He pauses and looks back to Nico. It's from Mauser, you said. Mauser and us at Guangzhong, where we do most of the work, but yes. He says. Right, definitely get with Johnson and make sure that what we can push to them that they can use to work on this is done. I would love to see those in series production inside of a decade, so let's get it done. He says, pausing momentarily. He thinks, can the same be done with energy weapons? Nico nods but then lowers the expectations from it. We believe so. We are not specialists in energy weapons, but what we have looked at is that we think lasers can be scaled up to that degree, but we don't think PPCs can. Hansa nods, and Quinton speaks, NAIS for the energy weapon work. Yes, that works. Hansa says, and then looks to Nico, any other rabbits in your hat? I can't help but chuckle, and Nico does the same. Oh, you could say that. He says and gives Hansa the sort of smile that is usually seen on his face. We have a new trick for missile systems. Originally, the thinking was that we wouldn't be able to get our heads around it for another 8 or so years. Still, the original researchers didn't know how much we have internalized the ideas of making R&D advances faster. We've had years and years of sorting out LSTech issues after all. Nico starts, and as agreed with the Dragoons, we would pawn off the new stuff as something we did, as they didn't want the attention. And the Ultra/LB program? They got word we were already working on that and were able to provide some pointers, though without any physical examples of the clan versions. Nico continues after a pause and looks to the Mech Warrior Mafia members present. What would you say to a roughly 20% reduction in space requirements for long-range missile systems? As well as Streak 4s and 6s. That gets their attention once more, and Sortek speaks up. I would say offhand, impossible, but I get the feeling it isn't. You would be right, it should be impossible. However, while we were looking into that, we had something of a breakthrough in another side of things that will allow us to build Streak 4s and 6s, but also 2s that are vastly improved. They will have a longer range than a standard SRM thanks to the fire control systems, and they will also slot in as a direct replacement with stock SRM systems with the same weight and space footprint. That gets some muttered oaths, and one of the generals says, how soon? He asks, and no one gainsays his question as they all think of asking the same thing. But Hansa beats everyone to the answer. That's why you brought up the thug line being ready in a few years. You are thinking of introducing the Streak 6 in that mech. Exactly, I say as I take over from Nico with a smile to him, while part of the reason I am pushing for the Maltex line is so I have a secondary source of thugs to get the last of my build-up done, it was also so we had the right avenue for the Streak SIXS introduction. Hansa nods slowly and then leans forward. Are you going to be able to support more than just the thug production with these? Nico, in turn, handles this. Yes. We are already building the foundations of the plant we plan on using for production. In addition to the thug production line on Array, we will be using it on Guangzhong for all our mechs that use SRMs and refitting all our existing mechs with 6-packs with them as well. Hansa and Sortek agree, and before they can say something, Nico continues, however, that's not all. Not all. Says Hansa, his voice flat but more from curiosity and wondering what the last rabbit is. Indeed, while we were able to reduce the weight of the Streak systems, we decided we could do the same to the standard ones. We believe we can shave roughly 50% of the weight of all standard, both SRM and LRM, missile systems, on top of reducing the size footprint slightly on the larger LRM mounts. He says, seeing the shocked look on everyone's faces, and continues. Now, this is something we don't think we can get up and running for at least 3 more years, but when we do, well, I think we can safely say we are going to redefine what a missile boat is. That's putting it mildly, mutters Sortek, and then looks towards me as I lean forward to add my 3 cents. That said, one thing we have sorted out we can introduce right now, and are more than willing to hand that information over to allow all manufacturers to start to work on, is the tweaks to the fire control systems and missile warheads that will allow LRMs to be fired at point-blank range without penalty or a reduction in safety. Nico interjects, we don't think it will enter production this month, mind you, there will be no doubt some kinks to work out but by the end of the year? We see no reason why it won't be ready to go. For the moment, the room goes silent, everyone considering the implications of this, as this will change the calculus of how mechs will be refit with Star League era tech, though in the case of machines with missile systems, the improvements are bound to be even more impressive. I would say it's a pretty sure thing that any possible doubts that they might have about loyalty have been safely put to bed with the disclosures that we just laid out, and sure enough, the meeting soon turns to sorting out the details of what we need to do to make this happen. November, 3034, Kanto, Draconis Combine. Did they say what might be found here, Show SA? Asks Tai Sanda Takeo as they lead a team of combat engineers into a bunker complex recently found on the deserted planet. No, but the intelligence people have said that there is a high likelihood of something to be found. Says Shosa Tadatoru, shaking his head at the likelihood that they are once more on a wild goose chase. The two officers, out of earshot of the enlisted men, take a moment to share stories about how lousy intel has sent them on chases that have done little more than waste time they could have been applying to something constructive when a gunshow hurries back to where they are standing. My pardons, show SA, but we believe this might not be a case of us chasing the dragon's tail as some would think. Says Gunshow Takata, beckoning the two officers back the way he came. The two officers look at each other, arched eyebrows offered as they follow, and a few minutes later, they are led into a large cavern, where lights, already strung by those who left behind the cornucopia before them, are powered on by the power cables being run out to the team's transport. They both look as shocked as the enlisted men standing before them, and for once, neither officer is about to take any of them to task for doing so, for as they hear what Takeo mutters, they all agree with him. Never have I seen so much olive drab in one place before, the Tai says as he looks over rank upon rank of olive drab mechs, each adorned with the white Cameron star. And even better? He can tell just by looking at some of them that they are predominantly top of the line Star League issue. It takes hours, but hours that everyone, from the lowest Haishi to Shosa Toru, all agree is perhaps their finest hour in the service of the dragon to determine what it is that they found, but being the ones to announce to the high command that they have discovered over a brigade of Star League era mechs. Those chances are to be seized with both hands. Spring, 3035, Terra, Northwind, Federated Commonwealth. It's been 4 years, or thereabouts, since I started building the headquarters of the Highland Division, and the first couple of years were little more than design studies to decide what we are doing and how we will go about it. Not to mention building up the base infrastructure to build the place. Of course, everyone who is aware of the scale of it is making jokes about me acting like a Cameron with the scale of what I am doing, while those who know my background in detail are saying it just confirms those stories. It's not a proper Castle Brian, but it's built to provide everything needed to support the division and the division in its best case scenario size-wise. This means the base 4 format expanded to the divisional level, at least regarding internal features, though I am not building to that degree as far as the associated spaceport. The exterior earthscaping landscaping doesn't do the scale justice is well underway, the prow-like central feature slowly taking shape, though it's years away from where it will end up, as well as the terraces built into the knee of the ridge to either side of it. The excavations are starting, primarily just exploratory to ensure that things are as we think they are as far as the conditions, but I honestly don't see us moving in for at least 5 to 10 years, depending on where I put the focus at regarding internal, external, and spaceport construction. I am working with every major engineering firm I could swing, which makes me wonder how fast this would take if I had access to dome. The fact that I will be using some special materials under a layer of what some call decorative stonework isn't helping to put a damper on the whole crazy Cameron joke. Still, I have standards to live up to, even if I do not openly acknowledge it. But there is good news to be had. Over the next 6 months, the first vehicles will roll off the lines at the former Mather Techno grounds, with the first being the Chevalier. However, unlike the original, I went with a slightly larger XL engine, the new Streaks, ECM/probe, and more armor. I am getting inquiries from various units who have heard of what it had, like what they see, and want them for themselves. Fortunately, the demand I will have for them is small enough I will fill my needs very quickly and will be able to sell them outside the Highland Division, which will no doubt help pay for the rest. Next up, about a month later, will be the first Typhoons with the newer systems, and then a few months past that, the Alicorns will start to roll off the lines. Even though I need more of those than the first 2, I am using the first 2 to help pay for the latter and taking my time to make sure that the Alicorn line is large enough that I will get enough of them by the middle of 38. The other line, and frankly, it's the largest of the 4 tank lines, is for the von Luckner, and here, I am going for mass and not tech. It's the bog standard cheap version of the tank, with the only change I am making to it is throwing ferrofibrous on it since the facilities to make those advanced materials were the first things I was able to bring online, and that's because I was already building up the facilities for use elsewhere, and retisced them for here instead. The division is not using these tanks, but the idea is to churn them out at a high rate, as I want a regiment of armor on each populated world in the hegemony, with more on the key planets. Because of the scale I am shooting for, I don't expect the line to start kicking out tanks before the end of the year, but by the end of next, I expect them to be in full rate production. I'm not even putting the new tech SRMs on it, instead going with the current standard SRM4 to save costs, and as Streak 4s gets issued out as upgrades, I predict a large number of surplus older SRM4s will become available for cheap. And the same goes for the LRM mount as well. Once I have the core regiments, I will switch to a newer version, making the most of everything we have developed and turn to refit kits to bring existing machines up. Naturally, I have been planning on building Highlanders here far longer than most of my other plans. When talking to Starcore to get the license, I even brought up the idea of building them here, though I didn't have anything approaching concrete ideas on how to go about it. But since I do not plan on getting a high or even moderately high production rate here, it doesn't take much when it comes to setting up new lines. This fall, we expect to see the first Highlander walk off the line to everyone's joy. The first 12 are already earmarked for the Northwind Militia, which surprises no one, especially since, on this line, I am pulling out all the stops to incorporate the newer equipment, even more so than the Guangzhou NI facility. However, if the changes work out, we will convert the Guangzhou production over and assemble refit kits to bring the already built ones up to spec. The new spec? Take the Royal, pull the missile systems, and replace the SRM with a Streak 6 and the 20-pack with the newer half as a light one. Use the weight savings for an AMS, probe/ECM, a rear-mounted medium, and a smidge more armor. And by a smidge, I mean a seriously small increase, but the engineers say that it made sense, and I am no mech designer, so I'll trust them on that. But with everything good, there are always rumblings of trouble, so I am here in Terra and not down at the construction site being that kind of boss. One thing I am very proud of is the reputation I have developed for being one where bringing me bad news isn't just alright, it's even welcomed over the last 20 plus years. And has it been that long? It almost makes me feel old. Thank God for those old SL-era gene treatments passed down through the generations, because it means I don't look like the 50-year-old I am. So, I ask, having settled into my office in Terra, thankfully no longer in the Highland Royal, but in a building that was thrown up to base myself out of a few years ago on the grounds of the fort, what do you have for me? The person who has joined me in the office settles into his chair, a large leather affair that takes in this planet's general taste in decor, overstuffed, comfortable, and accompanied by the usual sorts of brass, wood, and leather all over. Colonel Westbrook, my assigned attaché from MIIO, settles in and sighs slightly in pleasure. Loath that I am to admit it, he starts, his accent the closest match to 20th century proper high-class received English I have heard yet. I do think a touch of this really should be emulated by other commanders. You are spoiling me, he says, chuckling as he settles in, holding his glass of single malt. I can't help but chuckle lightly at the idea of the Lyran social general infection spreading to the sons, though I suppose it's a matter of time and inevitable. He soon continues. We have heard some rather curious things from our Combine neighbors over the last few months. He starts, and I lean back in my overstuffed chair and give him a curious look. He continues after he takes a sip of the scotch and sets it down on the table next to him. In addition to his accent, I believe he studied merry old England and purposely emulated their mannerisms from the pre-war era. While we don't have concrete numbers, and frankly, I doubt we ever will, it looks like they had a touch of the luck you had when you were still a mere colonel. Sometime in the past year, they stumbled upon a facility on their periphery border that appears to have been used by General Kerensky to dump excess equipment. We first became aware of something odd happening when agents noticed that the Otomo had recently been fully re-equipped with new mechs, and from the images they could forward, they appeared to be old Star League Royals of various makes, including at least one Lance of Command Royal Battlemasters. I lean forward at that, as this brings up an old memory about Comster fuckery from about this time. Still, frankly, I forgot about it since there hasn't been any indication that there might be movement on the creation of Free Rasselhog. So, did they find a battalion of Lastek mechs? By itself, and seeing where they are using them, I don't see the immediate concern. If it was just that one unit, then, no, it wouldn't be an issue worth any significant attention. However, as you no doubt recall, their Ryokan formations ended the last war far worse for wear than most formations. And while we know they have been training up replacements, they have been lacking in getting replacement mechanisms due to production constraints. He says, pausing to ensure I understand his point. Yes, I start, and I can't help but smile. I do recall making sure that they didn't get any salvage from the adventure on Tamar. Quite. He says, chuckling as he fully approves anything that harms the Combine. However, we have been getting enough intelligence from enough different sources that the lack of mechs is now of little concern. In fact, at the moment, we think that at least 1 in 3 mechs are former Star League, and from what hard information we have found, about a quarter of those mechs are proper royal grade, with the rest equipped lavishly with advanced technology, if not perhaps top end. This gets my attention because I do not doubt that as soon as the Combine feels they are ready, they will be aiming those regiments my way, as they are still distraught over the taking of so many systems from them in the last war. How long till you believe they will be ready? And I do agree, it appears they found themselves a properly large find. I say, turning slightly to bring up my timeline for the fleshing out of my division. Worst case. He starts, no sooner than a year, the reports are they are still building out the units, with the primary choke point being the techs to support the advanced equipment. The best case is no later than 3040, though a few within MIIO say 42. And your take? As a year would be too soon for me, 40 would be perfect, and if they were to give me till 42? Well, they would never forget the welcome they would get. While I could see them moving before 40, I doubt it. Just because they brought the Ryokan up to full strength, they would have to get the rest of their units that would be committed to any broad attack also up to strength in one form or another. Further, they are undoubtedly watching what we are doing on the worlds they would target and would probably prefer to make their move only once we finished our uplift projects. That's a fair assumption to make, and in their shoes, I would probably be thinking the same. I agree, and then, seeing the numbers scroll, I frowned a bit, as it was pretty much what I expected to see, but it never hurts to be sure. What's your worst case? Mine? Assuming things go as they are, I would say sometime in 38. I could see them wanting to get in while they can before you go fully online. Still, at the same time, I believe the logistical limitations that they are having thanks to the new mechs prevent them from doing anything significant before then. Expect heavier raiding, though. Exactly, in fact, I expect a year or so of raiding, and not just here in the Hegemony March, but along the other border regions. It's something that I think they will do mostly to blood their units, get a grip on what they can and can't do with the new technology, and find where they are making mistakes. I look at him as I consider things and agree, yes, that makes perfect sense, for as much as we might desire otherwise, the DCMS can be quite intelligent about things when they are not being pushed by adherence to their honor system. That's our take as well within MIIO. In fact, in a few days, I will be heading back to New Avalon as there will be a series of meetings on how this will change our thinking on what we can expect in the next decade. He says, and I lean forward as I respond. Good, while you are there, see what you can find out about what High Command is thinking about where and when the raids will focus on, and what might be available out there to help hasten things with getting ourselves up to strength, and I am not just talking about the division, I have no doubt that they will go for Alnair and Diran at the least, and I want to make sure they are disappointed. I glance back to my screen and shake my head, as is, I don't see much I could do to increase the production rates I have on any of the plants that are online, though we might be able to bring some of the plants we are working on into production status a bit early, I would have to get with our engineers on that. He nods, that is out of my lane, I am afraid, but I agree that anything we can do to get ourselves ready sooner rather than later would be welcome. He says, leaning back as we turn to get into the details of what we think is coming our way. May 3035, Amorous City, von Strang's world. Stefan von Strang has been a very happy man these last few years. While his loathing for the inner sphere is as intense as ever, listening to his advisors to take on the role of an honest dealer when it comes to harassing one side or another or making sure that the inevitable pirate raids are reduced to whatever degree he can have proven to be a wise course of action. While it may have galled him to be a paid actor to those high and mighty lordlings of the inner sphere, he is realistic enough that his house and world only exist because those same lordlings can't be bothered to do anything about him. Besides, it has brought other benefits as well. His father? He was happy to have gotten to the point where they had just over a battalion of mechs in good shape and even the lift for them. But he had far higher aspirations, and making deals provided the funds and even mechs to achieve them. And what mechs? 2 companies of Rampages, in such good condition, his techs think they came right off the production line, and even better is that some of them still had losses on them. And all he had to do to earn those mechs was to stay out of Lyran space, annoy the snakes, and be a pain in the rear for the local pirates through the end of 3036. And with the one snake he actually almost trusts having brought to his attention their own plans, and a willingness to provide the equipment to do it being perfectly fine with him keeping to his word while getting ready for what he wanted to do even willing to accept attacks against the Combine in the meantime, well, that is even better. The best part, though? They are just asking for him to do what he wants in the first place and are willing to provide the tools needed. 10 years ago, under his father, they had just that battalion. Now? They have over a regiment of mechs, and by the time his contract with the Penny Pinchers runs its course, his Combine contact says they might have delivered to him enough mechs to form 3 regiments more. And what mechs they are, most are nothing special, if perhaps in fantastic condition, but 1 in 4 being Star League issue. He would be worried about lift, but his contact says they can keep the dropships the mechs are delivered in, which, to be honest, isn't as great as it sounds since half of them are old dictators and the remainder are split between Unions, Confederates, and Leopards. He would be worried about jump ships, but he already took care of that. After all, piracy is illegal, and no one would blink if the state confiscated the jump ships used by them. Besides, the intelligent pirates made sure to pay off his officials so as not to be the ones picked to be arrested and tried. Frankly, he thinks, with one case, even the other pirates are glad to see the man and his men get spaced. The loyalty of his closest advisors has also been addressed, as the original mechs in his father's battalion have been gifted to them to serve as their personal security lances. And then replaced with the first load of mechs that the Combine delivered, 5 companies of mechs that saw service with the Rim World's army, oh, no more Rampages, but plenty of mediums and lights, a whole company of which was Phoenixes, but to his surprise there was a lance each of Dragoons and Jackrabbits, mechs that never made it out of the hegemony before Kerensky invaded the Republic in any noticeable number. My lord, starts one of his colonels, walking up to him and announcing his presence by speaking, we have the reports from the first wave, Botany Bay, Last Chance, and Götterdämmerung have been seized with minimal losses. Von Strang looks over and nods, excellent news, Colonel, and by minimal losses. He asks. The only fighting of note was on Götterdämmerung, and it was mostly one-sided there. They destroyed one of our mediums and did serious damage to 6 others, but we took thrice that in salvage. Von Strang nods, and the reports on Krifter and Bataregi. As expected, sire, less than a 10,000 or so on each planet, happy to be left alone, but happier still that someone is paying attention to them once more. With that, Von Strang rubs his hands together and smiles. Most excellent. Leave Eruhan and Lakhov alone as planned, but feel free to send people to encourage them to see the light. Hendrik's little nation is too well developed, and I must admit, he takes care of his people well enough that I see little reason to deal with him for the moment. But I want you to start planning to seize the Confederation in about 5 years. I want to consolidate the systems around us, take out Butehold, and consider what else we can do without giving the penny pinchers a reason to look to us. Even once we get all we have been promised, we are in no condition to hold off a proper attack from them. Yes, my lord. Colonel Rabenstrange says, smiling, and I have just the people to put in place on Eruhan and Lakhov to see to it they see the light. When are you planning on making the announcement? Von Strang smiles and shakes his head. A while yet. I would like to have those two systems in hand, but I think that announcing the Republic's return on the 8th of September is fitting, the rebirth on the birthday of the original, yes. December 3035, HQ Worksite, Northwind, Federated Commonwealth. Perhaps the most significant downside to picking this location for the site of my not quite a castle Brian is that winter doesn't align with the calendar because it is in the southern hemisphere. At least not very often, the planet's rotational calendar isn't exactly the same as Terran standard so that I can look forward to one white Christmas in a few decades. And I have to admit, there are upsides. In fact, there is one that I appreciate, and so does a lot of my steadily increasing numbers of staff. By moving here during the winter, I avoid the coldest weather more often than not. This isn't to say I spend it all here, after all, there are more facilities in Terra than there are currently here, and well, my kids still love snowball fights as much as I do, and one thing I have made sure of, is that I spend time with family as much as possible. Saba and Nico split time between here and Guangzhou. The fact that my pockets can afford to arrange semi-command circuits between here and Guangzhou NI allows a reasonably rapid movement back and forth. 25 jumps and scheduling things so that there is always a jump ship with empty collars handy is easily possible. Taking all of a couple of weeks to move between systems, including a stop at Thurcad, in 2 weeks is something I can get used to. Especially since I insist the entire family is together for Christmas. Even if my dad still makes jokes about me being the Director General and teases me about specific seats that have been empty for a while, I don't want to encourage those sorts of jokes to happen outside the closed doors of my personal living spaces. And those jokes are getting made. I am suspicious about who might be behind it, the same name is coming up to me, as well as the Lick and MIIO. We all agree it's a case of the phone company stirring things up, but, and this is something we have mixed emotions about, it hasn't done much to cause me issues within the hegemony. In fact, it's been a boon, as even in the former Combine and Confederation worlds, the integration of the populace is running far better than anyone has suspected. They are indeed buying into the return to the hegemony two-step process that was initially thought of that led to this. It's not as fast and as easy as we might like, but it's not as bad as it was before Melissa had her brainstorm. Of course, it just adds fuel to the fire that I am some secret Cameron looking to reform the Star League under my thumb. Thankfully, none of the powers that be believe that, and I have ensured they have no reason to think that. Sure, there have been comments on my plans for the Highlanders, as well as various militia units and the sizes I am pushing them toward when it comes to conventional forces. Still, I have successfully made the case for what I am doing so far. Sure, they know about the Cameron connection, and while I am not advertising it, I am not going out of my way to hide it either. At this point, it's little more than one of those conspiracy theories with much more evidence than most. And I am happy to let it stay there. Of course, it hasn't helped with the news that broke last week. As it turns out, the hegemony isn't the only political formation that has returned. And frankly, I never even saw it coming in the least. The Rimworld's Republic. Of all the nations to be reborn, it had to be that one. At least Von Strang hasn't changed his name to Amaris, though with the ego that our intelligence reports we have on him say he has, well, they aren't ruling that out. And yes, because I am running the hegemony in our family background, someone, be it Katrina or Hansa, I haven't a clue and am not about to ask, has ensured that I get the same briefings they get on what's happening out there. All the indications that the intelligence people have been able to discover point to this being the brainchild of the Combine, but I have my doubts, and so do the Lick and MIIO. Considering that while most of the mechs they have found have been what you would consider standard tech, there is a frightful amount of more advanced gear. As it happens, it is the same base equipment that the Combine found a few years back. Some have said that proves the Combine is behind things because of this, and I can see the argument, save for 3 reasons. The first reason is that they included Star League air mechs. The Combine wouldn't allow those to get to a reborn Rim worlds. 2. Most intel types don't have as much reason to suspect Comstar to get up to things at this scale. In contrast, the highest-ranked people know that the phone company has warships and is using them, so they can easily see a case where they would give mechs to the Combine and the Republic. And finally, the third reason? I know that is, personally, thanks to those old memories of mine that Comster is behind more than just warships, but things like the White Wings, Odessa, the Hidden Worlds, and little things like Holy Shroud and kicking off the Second Secession War. My old memories have made the joke now and then about what sort of video Vanderplank would put out on the rebirth of the hegemony, but then, it isn't like I'll ever know, and frankly, the rebirth won't be settled till probably well after I am dead. But all that being said, another thing I have been informed about, thanks to the whole situation out on the border, is that they have put a higher emphasis on naval affairs, and with the fact that higher echelons are aware that it is likely Comster behind this, and that they have warships, there is a worry that the Rimmers might find a Pinto or the like. Frankly, I doubt they will likely go that far with how Comster has made sure that warships have been demonized in the media. But the upside of being told they worry about that sort of thing? Well, I am being told there will be a Mako hanging out quietly at Guangzhou sooner than I thought. The first of the Flight 2 Makos a good 20% larger than the original swam out of the shipyard this spring, with another in a few months. Which, considering everything, is a remarkably fast turnaround time for the yard they established. Where that might be, I haven't the need to know, but they did brief me on what they changed, and I have to admit, it's a much more flexible design now, the ability to tuck a pair of dropships on it as well as an LF battery system. It's planned, I'm told, to assign a pair of Titans to each ship once those become available. It turns out that the Galax yard has been given the specs and the instructions to put those ships into production. They even opened a fighter line there so that as the dropships slide out of the ways, the bays are already packed with birds. Between two of those and a Mako, that would make for a nasty surprise for anyone popping into somewhere they are protecting. And it's good to know that whatever they found in Columbus was so handy for getting the production up and running as quickly as they did. I was told that enough equipment was there to service and repair ships up to a Luxor in size. While it wasn't enough to build a ship from scratch, the critical parts of the automated systems could easily be repurposed to build up the capacity of building smaller compact cores. 250,000-ton ships appear to be the limit of what they could convert the equipment to support, which helps explain why they picked the Mako. But that doesn't bring us to where we are, which is the site of my future base and headquarters. I had built a small estate nearby, one with a good view of the future castle, not that I plan on keeping it around once things are set up. But I had to build something if I was going to spend as much time as I am down here. Don't tell me you will coat it all in white marble? Asks Nico, standing next to Saba and me on a balcony with a good view of the massive construction. While at least a year or two of primary heavy construction is left to do, the large parts are essentially finished, the prominent ship-like prow that divides the castle into two sections, receiving the last plate of ferrocarbide armor over which more natural-looking stone will be applied. Not to mention, fitting out the interior will take a few years more to the extent and to the level I am demanding. I am about to say something about that, but Saba beats me to it. Of course she is. You've seen those ancient movies she is stealing this from. Showy, yes, but also impressive in its own way. She says, then she looks at me and shakes her head lightly. Bit silly for a proper castle, too much exposed to the surface, but I know you are not planning on making this a proper one. Silence is the better option here, and look out over the ground before us. It's a massive parking lot of construction material, machines, and detritus. A lot of it is used to finish the last exterior construction and build up the skeleton of the field facilities. Besides, Nico says it for me. True, but it's a good idea not to make it a proper old-school castle. The last thing we need is people using that as another excuse to hype up the stories of ulterior motives and such like. He says, shaking his head as he considers those stories. And well, there is the theme we are going for, and let's be honest, the views from the housing units will be spectacular. Not wrong there, I add, finally speaking up. Subterranean dropship pads, so the forest of grey ships won't detract from the views too much, and besides, the field is off to the side, so it isn't as if it will be all that visible anyways. I point out, getting chuckles. Well, all but the last work we had planned for Guangzhou is done, so we should be able to move most of the equipment and crew out here come summer. It should speed things up a bit, Nico notes. Yes, and they are the ones I have penciled in for working on the spaceport. We are getting to the point where a proper field would be a much larger benefit than using the resources on the castle. After a pause, I note, and I don't see any reason to keep them on Guangzhou, even with the developments over the last few months. I don't think having them build additional protective works would be a useful way to spend their time. Saba can't help but choke back a comment and then speak up appropriately. Yet, who would have ever thought that those people of all people would return like they did? As Nico offers a rueful laugh, I shake my head and give my 3 cents. Not I, that's for sure and certain. I start, offering up a shake of my head. They seem dead set on returning to the so-called glory days of the Republic, and so far, they have been smart about things, not picking fights more than needed, and even managed to convince Lackhove to join up without a shot being fired. Frankly, from what I recall reading about von Strang, I wouldn't have laid any odds of him ever thinking that not shooting his way through problems would be a thing. Colonel Carson, my aide-de-camp and alter ego to help handle all the various affairs I have to deal with, speaks up from where he has been hanging back. Not the only one, ma'am, but I have to admit, as sore of a subject as it might be, he seems to be playing things far smarter than we might have otherwise suspected. I agree, and I say so even. Exactly, if I had to guess, I imagine he will try to expand into the Oberon Confederation. Unlike the mostly empty worlds surrounding him, the Confederation's worlds are self-sufficient and industrialized enough that the effort he would need to take will be paid off rather well. Nico agrees and turns from the view to face the rest of us. As good as that is, it's not going to be our issue, I am thinking. I'm more worried about getting things to the point where we can start to relax and look at more long-term projects here in the hegemony. And not, as odd as it sounds coming from us, always industrial. I consider that, and taking a last view of the construction site, I wave everyone back inside. We reached a small library that served double duty as my informal meeting office and settled in, with Carson serving everyone drinks as we returned to the point. Well, I plan on heading out to Outreach next month to chat with the Dragoons and then to Carver to do the same with the Light Horse. Past that, it's heading to CAF to see what can be done to get the universities they're heading toward getting to where they were a few hundred years ago. I start and look at Carson as he nods and leans forward to speak. And that's not counting what's going on at Thorin. He notes, getting a look of agreement as I speak. Exactly, in addition to the LCAF putting additional funding into the Flight Academy over the last decade, I start. It's true, since the bombshell of New Dallas, the LCAF has started making sure they don't view the aerospace arm as a red-headed stepchild. In fact, they probably have spent more on the Academy in the last decade than they have in the previous century. They are also, with the help of various yards in Lyran Space and Fed Boeing, investing heavily in what remains of Lockheed Galactic and Cresthurst. They hope to get the yards there, what little remains of them, up and running once more, but with a heavy focus on the merchant marine more than the armed forces. In fact, I start, Carson, a native of Galax whose family tends to be Fed Boeing employees first and foremost, interjects to my amusement. Fed Boeing is even licensing the Cargo King to the consortium backing Lockheed. The goal, as we are being told, is to get production of cargo dropships and jump ships to the point where we can start returning the jump ships that are still in government service that were taken from companies still in existence back to them, and then offering up further production for sale to various shipping lines. Saba speaks up with that. Makes sense that the conscripted ships are not as common in the Lyran half, but as I recall, it's still a problem in the Suns. And that's not even getting into the woefully poor civilian capacity in the first place. What ships are they looking at building? Asks Nico, his curiosity up. Well, starts Carson, Lockheed wants to put the Leviathan back into production. That was their signature product back when they were still a big company, and with what they have learned about jump ship security. Cresthurst people are being more realistic and looking at merchant, and possibly invader, production. How long before they get production going? Asks Nico and Carson, and I shrug. To be honest, we think it should take a decade from now. Thanks to their more realistic goals, Cresthurst thinks they can get going in 8 years, but we shall see how that pans out. Either way, we are looking at over 5 trillion in investment between the Suns and Commonwealth. Thankfully, that's out of their pockets, not ours. The best we can do, and I am having people look into it, is get a small yard built here or on another system to build a small handful of dropships. Frankly, the one I am thinking of will be the Elephant. With how they look at building up Thorin and the other yards getting significant investment, I think we have a market for them to make their lives easier. I state. I can see that, though can we afford to dive into that? After all, even the March's funds are stretched to the limit. Points out Nico. No, you are correct. We are stretched as far as I feel safe. We have some wiggle room for unforeseen issues, and from what Colonel Carson has been keeping me up to date on, having a nest egg handy might be a good idea, as we think in the next year or so the snakes will be much more active stirring things up. I point out. Saba speaks up as she sets down her drink, looking at getting funding from outside the March. I begin, and I lean forward. However, to no one's surprise, it isn't easy. Especially since I have to continue expanding the March militia units. Sure, the armor factory is tooling up rather nicely, both for the use of the Highland Division, but more importantly, kicking out the cheaper MBTs. We are building the core of each planetary militia around, since getting enough mechs to give each system a battalion, never mind regiment, is just out of reach. And? Asks Nico, knowing I won't be bringing it up unless I have a place and a point. As long as I can show a steady, if not ahead of schedule, build up, I don't see any issues encouraging outside investors, not to mention perhaps some more investment from the government. After all, if they are willing to spend that kind of cash on Thorin, asking for a lot less is at least possible. And as it stands, we are right on the edge of that, as I recall. Carson points out. I give him a grin. Indeed, I am pushing for the build-up of the Highlanders more than I should be, to be honest, and don't think a few sharp comments haven't been sent my way about it. But so far, we've been lucky not to hit any major problems to give credence to those raising the red flags. Helps that you actually get along with the powers that be. Saba points out with a laugh. It does. But it doesn't mean I haven't been looking at ways to set up a shortcut or two. I point out, and I get a few raised eyebrows. And how are you going to pull that off? Asks Carson, setting down his drink as he is sure it will be interesting, and evidently, Nico agrees as he does the same thing. I have my ways, I start, smirking playfully, getting eye rolls from everyone, but before I can be made to say something, Elizabeth, our youngest daughter, comes storming into the room, demanding that I pay attention to her. And to be honest, who doesn't want to spend time messing about with family over being in stuffy meetings? Something tells me, though, that they won't let me off the hook on what my plans are. Switzerland, Terra, January 3036. So, where are we sitting on providing for some pains for our neighbors? Asks Tojo Jarlath, looking at his head of Rom, Emma Reardon. Not as well as we might hope, but not unexpectedly so. She says, walking beside the Comster Primus as they stroll through one of the closed village valleys set aside for the discreet use of senior Comster staff. Seeing the arched eyebrow, she continues. For starters, in the case of the Rim Worlds, von Strang is proving to be much smarter than we assumed, though not so much to be outside of our plans. The best case would have been him taking his largesse and going into the Commonwealth to reeve as no others have before him. It would have led to a lasting legacy, plenty of loot for him, and even better, plenty of reasons for the Commonwealth to push forces to the periphery borders, and away from the hegemony. But he is playing it smart. Tojo asks, giving it some thought. Since he was the former head of ROM, he is familiar enough with the information on some of the more prominent players to have a good mental picture of how they might react to various things. Surprising, I'll admit, but loath that I am to admit it, I can almost see it being the case. I wouldn't have laid good odds on this happening, to be honest. He admits. No sir, neither would I. In hindsight, I suppose we should have, as I am sure you recall, one of his family's reasons for saying they were in charge was to rebuild the Republic. I think we all got sucked into the near piratical aspects of his realm and forgot about that. Emma says, getting a laugh out of Tojo. Yes, who would have thought, some pirate in the periphery with delusions of grandeur turning out to be one of the smarter players in the region. Tojo grins to Emma, so, how does this affect things, and what will he do next? Well, bearing in mind that he is one of the smarter players, I might be off base here, she starts, seeing Tojo wave away the token bit of covering of thine ass, is that he will continue to stabilize things in his favor. We got a message a few days ago that they estimated that by the time we got it here, he would have finished snapping up the last of the Vokierate, including Butehold, and they believe he is looking at securing Star's End. Star's End? Tojo asks, pausing to look over the winter wonderland that is the valley before them, their heavy clothing allowing them to stay out in the cold and speak privately beyond the possibility of being eavesdropped. Is he trying to get more shipping? More like make sure the shipping he has is capable. He has been smart about snagging pirates who have been late getting the message that piracy is a bad idea in his new realm, and at last count, per our sources, the Rim World's navy, as he is now calling his fleet, numbers almost 24 jump ships. Tojo blinks at that, as before they kicked off the plan, von Strang's world only had 3 to its name, so many. Yes, Primus. Most are merchants and invaders, but he is believed to have a pair of tramps and a Star Lord. I think one of the reasons he is moving to secure Star's End is to support that fleet and perhaps expand it by grabbing ships that show up for service. Though, if he continues to form and plays it smart, only a handful here and there, he risks killing the golden goose that is that yard. I can see that. And Oberon? What says good King Hendrik of his newly enlarged neighbors? Emma can't help but smirk. To say he is rather nervous would be an understatement, though I am getting conflicting information from the station there on Oberon. For the Prekenter, he is worried, even scared some, but his hold on power is firm, and Prekenter Roderick doesn't feel that von Strang will have much luck in taking those worlds. But there is contradicting information. Indeed, Roderick is, per instructions, slowly allowing himself to be seen to be subverted by Hendrik. However, either he isn't getting any information that isn't from Hendrik, or he is putting a higher credence to that information he has been provided. The head of the local ROM detachment, who set up things with von Strang personally, is saying things are not so rosy for the king. He believes that the various systems that make up the Confederation are looking to the Rim World's Republic and thinking about joining up to take part in the glories that are to come at least, that's what some are saying there on Oberon per our ROM head there. Frankly, she says, pausing her walk to look to the Primus, at this point, my best guess will be he will move to secure the Oberon Confederation. I also believe it won't be overly hard. He might have to fight for Oberon itself, but I foresee that most systems will happily change sides. Confidence level? Jarlath asks, also coming to a stop, enjoying the sun on a cold winter day, not to mention a view that looks like it came out of a storybook. Emma considers it a moment, already knowing her answer, but since it's being asked directly by the Primus, she checks herself before speaking. Judging by the fact that Tojo is letting her, it shows that he understands where she is coming from as a former ROM head himself. Fairly high. I don't think I can say I am 100% convinced, and yes, there is a part of me that is covering my ass, but if I had to lay money on it, Von Strang will move in the next 24 months and have more support than Hendrik would desire. Tojo considers that himself, and while he doesn't have all Emma's information, he has enough to decide that she is probably correct. I would tend to agree. I might pad the timeline out another year, but like you, I'm being a little cautious on that. He pauses and then starts moving once more as while the view is magnificent, it is the dead of winter in the Swiss Alps and warmth beckons. Is it worth letting him find more assets? He asks after a moment. Depends on the assets, I think. Emma considers, while he has enough lift to move the bulk of his forces, he is somewhat behind the curve regarding aerospace assets. The bulk of what he had before and what he has been provided are mechs and the dropships to move them. Supplying a few carriers or assault ships might not be a bad idea, but we must launder them somewhat differently. He agrees and then, after a moment of thought, continues. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement with the Combine. We could claim we could use some Union CVS and offer a trade-in providing some spare parts that we have found in a dusty warehouse for those mechs that they have found. That way, the carriers clearly come from the Combine, not us. Outreach, Terran March, Federated Commonwealth, early February, 3036. After the family holidays on Northwind, it was time for me to head out and handle the various other tasks my posting requires, that is, go out and be seen, listen to what is being said, and, if possible, take care of any issues that are cropping up that I haven't heard about yet. It's not the most fun part of the job, but it is just as important as all the rest. Fortunately, the first stop is outreach, and here, it's not just listening to the local government but also talking to the largest landowner. Director General, starts Colonel Wolf, smiling as I am shown into his office in the Dragoon main headquarters building. It is a pleasure to see you, he says, striding over to extend his hand and helping me to a large, overstuffed seat off the side of the large room. He and I are not the only ones present, Sanford Blake, Natasha Kerensky and Colonel Franchet from Beta Regiment, though perhaps more accurately and only in the privacy of my own mind at that star Colonel Franchet of Beta Galaxy, as the Wolves took up my accidental comment on force makeup for the March's official UP4, and have put together a particularly nasty formation made up of mechs, fighters and power armor. And yes, the visiting units have learned you better be on your A-game, or they will get thrashed hard. I do, however, chuckle at the address. As I take my seat, and everyone else does as well, I speak up. You know, if anyone ever said, Elsie, when you get into your 50s, you'll be the Director General of the Hegemony, I would have had them committed. I get the laughs I expected, and after all, since they outed me years ago, I haven't bothered hiding my background amongst them. Oddly or perhaps not too oddly, that background has made working with them more straightforward than I thought it would be. At least you are smart enough not to take your family's original name back. Natasha pipes up, smirking as she speaks, seeing me roll my eyes at that statement. I'm only suicidal in the morning before I had my coffee, thanks, I tell her, getting a few more laughs. After the chuckles die, we spend a few more minutes talking about training, how they are settling in, and a few requests to go forth and cause trouble. Of course, when it is against the Cappies, I give them my enthused agreement, as they have been proving to be somewhat annoying with their raids here and there. Well, I wish you would let us off the leash, so to speak, about the Merricks, but I understand that the Fedcom is trying to keep at least one border quiet, says Sanford, getting a smile out of Wolf. No, as much as I would love to go out that way and kick over the traces, seeing any succession lords being more interested in peace is a rare enough occurrence I cannot help but want to let continue, says Wolf, which by the tone indicates that this has been a conversation that has gone on for a while now. Indeed, oh, if they come over the border themselves, have fun, but as you said, Colonel, keeping at least one border quiet is rather nice, I state, getting agreements from everyone, including Kerensky. But all that is not why you have come out this way, is it? He asks with a smile. No, primarily I am out here showing the flag, but getting an in-person update on where you stand on your production goals is another reason I am here. I agree and then glance at Sanford. I know, from your last message on last quarter's progress, you have started production of Marauder 2s and Archers. I ask. Sanford agrees with a nod, yes, the Archers a few months ago, and the Marauders halfway through last month. We believe we can put out a dozen yearly, though we are looking at doubling that by 30-40. He notes and glances over to Wolf as he continues. As you might expect, we are using the advanced LRMs that you managed to put into production faster than we thought, so we imagine that once we fill our needs, the line will get rather long for our Archers. I'm curious about the reason behind the glance, but then Wolf takes care of that as he speaks up. And thanks to your Nighthawks and our ability to pick them apart to look for ways to use and improve on them, we are looking at by the start of summer having a prototype suit of a slightly heavier version of it, coming in at about 750 kilograms each but armed with a small laser and a one-shot SRM-2. It is more useful against light mechs than the purely infantry-focused Nighthawks, so it is not a replacement for them, but more a supplement to them. A case of, perhaps, 3 platoons of Nighthawks and a weapons platoon of those per company. I ask as that makes sense, and it's a practical first step towards proper elementals. Indeed, or perhaps 3 and 1 squads if broken down to the platoon level. He says. I give that some thought, and I smile. Well, I can see a host of ways that could be useful. Certainly put the scare into mech warriors, I am sure. We think so. Says Colonel Franche. I have been modeling how to use them until I get a few to play with, and I think it might prove to be an interesting force multiplier for lighter units. I can see that, especially with how things look out in the periphery being a possible distraction from here. I think out loud, and I get a few curious glances shot my way, and I remember that we as in the Fedcom just found out about the rebirth of the Rim Worlds recently, as Comstar, for some odd reason, hasn't felt it to be newsworthy to announce it publicly. Well, it might be interesting to see how they react to this. Especially since I haven't been told I can't share it with assigned military assets. Sure, I can't speak about it to the press, as those leaks will be handled at a higher level, but they didn't say I couldn't, and I opened the door already. I glance at the others and give them a wry smile. You might need a drink for this, as my family's favorite people are back and stirring up trouble, I say, getting puzzled looks from everyone. Even Wolfnet, with its focus on the mercenary trade as the source of the bulk of its sources, hasn't heard a peep as well, by the look of things. Not getting a comment and seeing Colonel Wolf's raised eyebrows, I lean back. And by family, I mean the old one. I start, shaking my head. Last September, a relic of the past was reborn, and for whatever reason, news of this hasn't reached the inner sphere yet. We only know of this because of Lick assets. I start, and then Sandford leans upright as he can only think of one thing that meets the description of what I have said so far. Von Strang, in all his so-called wisdom, has decided, since he has found multiple regiments of mechs and the lift for them, that being limited to one world isn't good enough for him, I say, and with that, the rest get to where Sandford has already gotten, and I have their full attention now. And so, in addition to grabbing more systems with his newfound largesse, he has declared himself president of a reborn Rim Worlds Republic, I announce, and seeing the looks on their faces, I can tell they are not having what you could call happy thoughts on this. Perhaps unsurprisingly, though, it's Natasha who speaks up first. Fuck, the cons back home are going to lose their minds, Jamie. She says and then gives me a look as she blurts out information that, frankly, they have been very good at hiding. Yet. This is about to be a fascinating conversation. Rigel Kentaurus, Terran Hegemony, Federated Commonwealth, Spring 3036. To say the conversation that followed the revelation that the Rim Worlds had returned was interesting would be an understatement. The fact that Kerensky opened her mouth and said something that even she knew was a mistake just made it more so. I wasn't worried about that, though I admit I had some concerns. I didn't hide that I caught that slip, but I ensured I didn't address it. In fact, I did go into an in-depth brief of what intelligence we had on what they were doing out there, as well as some rough outlines of what High Command was thinking about doing something about it. No one was enamored of having new neighbors, particularly those new ones. I touched on it at the end of the discussions and the issues supporting their endeavors to bring Blackwell Industries up. I didn't demand anything of them, no, I instead pointed out that they clearly know something that isn't good for us. Consider that they have better tech than us, which is a problem for everybody. After all, I pointed out, and going with the story I had picked as my theories on why and where they came from, they were trying to avoid them themselves. I asked them to think about it, and if they had intel that we would be better off having, as well as anything to help narrow that tech gap, they should strongly consider informing us. I managed to get them to agree that they would seriously consider that and would let me know what they would do before the end of the summer. They believed that what I was asking wasn't something they could answer without everyone who came with them knowing and agreeing about it. I can respect that. It's annoying, don't get me wrong, but I can respect the desire to ensure that all his people were alright with spilling the beans even if the beans they spilled weren't the full pot. But I had other stops on my trip ahead of me, in addition to meeting with the light horse which went as smoothly as I could hope. I had to see how things were working out on CAF as well. While there were some slowdowns, I have reason to hope that the universities there might return to the level of prominence they once had. It helps that I gave them copies of the new Dallas and Helm cores, with only very light redacting done to them. But that's all beside the point, as my last trip stop was here on Rigel Kentaurus. And I had two things I wanted to get settled while I was here. At the moment, I am going over some notes in an office set aside in one of the office buildings used by the local militia forces, trying to make sure that all the numbers are still adding up as they should while I wait for the two people I came here to see. Frankly, it's an idea I had a bit over a year ago, take the staff of a small-time mercenary unit that had a bit of a name for them despite its size and come up with an inducement to bring them on board as members of the hegemony militia, even if I use the term hegemony armed forces in my mind. Then, couple that in-house talent with plenty of training and mentorship from the Blackhearts, and if all goes well, I have my first kin regiment. However, my version is more a case of special operations being the focus than the whole multi-mission flavor the old ones had. The office is military cheap and bland, a basic desk, some basic chairs, and frankly, no taste whatsoever. This is a shame, as I am afraid the ills of Lyran's social generals have managed to infect me to some degree. But at least I had the presence of mind to ensure a sideboard was set up with the usual collection of drinks both boozy and not. This is why, when Colonel Johnson arrives, I still manage to have a mug of some admittedly very lovely hot chocolate in hand. "Ah, good afternoon, Colonel," I say, standing and setting the mug down as I come around the desk to welcome her into my borrowed office. She glances about and laughs lightly as she takes my hand. "So bland. Are you sure you are still a Lyran?" she asks, looking around the bare place as she settles into one of the seats, and I do the same. I can't help but laugh in return as I take my seat, and I nod my head. "Oh yes, I am sure, and you don't get the good stuff for that," I announce, getting a laugh in return. "But it's good to see you again. I've been reviewing the reports you have sent on the various missions I tasked you all, though unfortunately, the one I was hoping to get more info on, well, he seems to be on his best behavior so far." "Steiner?" she asks, seeing me nod and then continuing. "Yes, we are not proper intel folks, but we have been keeping an eye on the Free Sky movement. As you noticed in the reports, they are not having such a good time within the hegemony borders, and a few unfortunate accidents have happened in some of their bases outside it," she says, with a grim and predatory smile on her face. "The suits and mechs are working out as well as you hoped?" I ask, bringing up the subject of the company of stealth mechs I transferred over for her use in the Nighthawks. "They are," she agrees and then leans forward, "particularly the suits. But I think we all knew they would." "No, I think you are more curious about the Greyhounds." "I am." I agree, finishing my drink and then leaning forward. "I know they are not as optimized as the Spectres and Exterminators, but those were built with the backing only the Star League could manage. I think we can improve on the Greyhound, and I have some ideas on that, but I want to get a view from some end users that are using them as they were intended." Johnson smiles as she leans back in her seat. "Well, considering they are a new design, well, an existing design modified to these specs, they are not bad at all. I would wish the comms systems would be better, with more links to orbital arrays, sheathed beacons, and the like, but as they are, they can do the job fairly well. I'd say you can ask Free Sky what they think, but they still have no idea what sort of force took down that training site in Surma." I can't help but laugh at that, yet, frankly, the fact that they can't say anything about it speaks volumes by itself. I agree, smiling as I lean back. "Have you been informed on the issues cropping up in the periphery?" She nods, turning a bit more serious as she leans forward. "The Rimmers?" she asks, and seeing my nod of agreement, she continues. "Yes, frankly, glad that is happening out there and not here, keeping people from wanting to go off the reservation and dealing with it." I can't help but agree, as even I had thoughts about going out and laying down the law, which hasn't been helped by knowing who else will eventually learn about it. "Well," I start, "that's one of the reasons I have pushed the formation of the 1st Kin Regiment over the last few months. Having a force that I can package up and send off to raise hell in a wide collection of ways can't be a bad thing in my mind," I point out. "No arguments," she says, then glances at the side table. Seeing my nod, she stands to help herself with a cup of coffee. Frankly, having a few units with that sort of flexibility isn't bad, period. Some might be a little concerned that a mere March militia is forming such a force, and I can see why, but so far, you have managed to get away with things that others would be jealous about if they knew the full scope. I smile as she finishes adulterating her coffee. True, and honestly, I think I have pushed things about as far as I can. Even with the looser restrictions being allowed for the march. The kin might be right on the line, but with this development in the periphery, I can probably spin it as an expeditionary force I can send out that way to lend a hand in containing them. Besides, I pause, standing to refill my chocolate, the fact that while it is a regiment, they only have 1 battalion of mechs. She laughs as I return to my seat. "But what mechs they are," she says, shaking her head, 2 companies of Greyhounds, and from what I am being told, arriving in a few weeks as a shipment from your, pausing to give actual honest-to-God air quotes, refit facility where you modified a company's worth of Grasshoppers and another of Lynxes with the complete stealth setup as well. I smirk and nod my head. Well, I figured if they were going to focus on stirring up trouble with Nighthawks and stealth mechs, well, might as well go all in on it. I have the funding to do the conversions. And it was enough of an inducement to get him and the majority of his company to sign on to becoming members of the militia and not mere mercs. She points out, and I give her a smile in agreement. Yes, it was, but to be fair, as good as they were as a merc battalion, and let's be honest, and you've already sung their praises to me, as good as they would continue to become, there was no one else better suited for coming up with a way to use such a formation. She raises a hand as I speak and smiles. No arguments, and I even already agreed to give my regiments full support in training them in all the dark arts of chaos creation. She starts, and before she can continue, there is a knock on the door. A moment later, a youthful-looking colonel comes in, rendering a salute as is proper. Colonel Carlyle reporting, "Ma'am," he announces, making me smile. The best thing about this? No one has a clue about the coup I scored to nab him to form the first of my kin regiments. Sorting out the establishment of the new regiment and going over what we had in mind for it as far as use goes took up a week. I was being lavish with its equipment establishment, as while I didn't foresee them seeing a lot of use out of the gate, having them up to full strength sooner rather than later just made too much sense to me. But as much as coming here to set things up was the official reason I am here, the real one is orbiting overhead, Rigel Minor and the last stash of gear I know how to find. I've mixed emotions about this, as I had hoped that I would be able to keep this in my back pocket for longer. But be that as it may, while I was on the surface, I had a team remain in orbit, running scans on the moon to see if there was anything to the rumors I had said I had found about a facility on the moon, not on the planet. And the good news is, I have lucked out once more. So, this is what it's like to find a stash of Listec, is it? Colonel Carlyle asks, shaking his head as he reviews the reports being sent to me aboard my dropship. For her sake, Colonel Johnson is muttering things about some people having all the luck. Yep, but unfortunately, I think this might be the end of my luck as a prospector. I've mined every collection of personal correspondence that I could get my hands on to get the clue to point me at this, and even then, I had to search just to confirm the clues left behind, I say, trying to keep the hopes in the realm of something more reasonable. Unfortunately, I have become senior enough that none of my people are willing to let me take the lead in figuring out what we have found, though I did manage to provide the credentials I fabbed up a long while back to authenticate the bearers to get into SLDF systems. Sure, they are fake, but they are fakes made on authentic machines with permission to make such credentials, so they aren't fake. Wheels within wheels. Me? I don't have the first clue what might be found within. My old memories can only say that there was a lot of equipment to be found, but I have no details at all as to what it is. So, for once, I am honest in my cluelessness. Of course, the betting pool on what's to be found is getting fierce, ranging from a mere company of Mackies to a brigade of Royals. I hope it splits the difference. Fortunately, we don't have to wait too long as the first report is shot up overhead, letting us know it's safe to land and get our eyes on ourselves. By the time we land, the facility has had time to regenerate its internal atmosphere, and we can dock in a bay that is opened from within. Taking the time to let things cool down, we finally enter the castle's command section. It's not too bad. It's not a full castle, Brian, but it will make for an effective base for the system, says Colonel Johnson, looking around as she and Carlyle follow me in. Still, some systems are locked down, ma'am, says one of the techs, standing up from a command console that can view the entire space. It's a good thing I can deal with that then, I announce, getting a few chuckles. The rumors of my background have gotten to the point where I think people assume they are true, and I am just being low-key about it. Sitting down, I can see everyone, but particularly the two colonels and Carson, who knows me far better than Johnson and Carlyle. Like them, he has never been involved in such a find, unlike the team that has secured the command room. I whip out a special ID card I had made at the same time I had the others made, though this one was made on a special piece of equipment left behind deep within the Cameron family castle back on Cameron. I always knew the backstory of the place, but I never knew just to what degree. Being told that some rather impressive CIC facilities were built into the castle was a surprise, but knowing for whom the place was built made sense. A few moments after I insert it and let the console do the requisite poke with a needle, eliciting a muttered comment about paranoids, there is a series of beeps coming out of the console as things start to unlock. Full system unlock? That easy? Asks Johnson, who, out of all of us, would have at least some clue. While she wasn't around during the Star League, the regiment maintained its pride in being part of it and still has access to SLDF systems, including those requiring a high level of restrictions regarding who may or may not have access to them. She glances around the screens, sees the scroll of system checks and messages, and shakes her head. No one should be able to unlock things that deeply and fast. I didn't expect that reaction of all reactions, more evidence that the good colonel is far smarter than most out there. And she does indeed know what is involved in securing SLDF systems and who should have those overrides. Oops. Well, I start, shaking my head as I pocket the ID, what can I say? There is a bit of truth to those rumors. I admit and then smile. Though not as much as you might think, just that we as a family have access to things most others wouldn't, even back then, I admit, trying to head off any negatives to the ease I unlocked things and perhaps hint that while there was truth, it wasn't what people thought. After all, the last thing I needed was for everyone to start to think I was some Cameron out to reclaim the throne. Even if, for no other reason, I don't want to deal with the assembly line of ISF and mask assassination teams heading my way. So, what do we have? I then say, trying to change the subject and successfully, as it turns out. A mix of good news and bad. Says one of the techs, going through the inventory system. Lots of supplies, which is to be expected, very little in the way of ammo, so our EOD techs will be happy to hear that. He says, getting a few chuckles. But? Asks Carlyle, who can't help but smile a touch at the comment himself. Bad news, most of the equipment is old, even by SLDF standards. It looks like the equipment stored here was traded in by other units that were drawing new gear. There are lots and lots of Orions, Guillotines, Stingers, and Griffins, with a smattering of others. Best of the lot is a company of pillagers. Colonel Johnson shoots me a smirk. What, no Highlanders? She asks, getting chuckles all around. Nary a one, ma'am. Says the tech, fighting back a laugh. One I fight not to share as I make a theatric wave of my hands. Well, this place is a bust then. Now, that draws the laughs. And even I share it. Good news. I ask, getting back on track. Well, there is just over a brigade of equipment here, after all. He says, drawing appreciative whistles from everyone. Well, the issue of providing mechs for the militia formations is solved, I say, getting laughs as well. It's not enough to give all the systems more than a company or so, but it will go far in beefing things up across the board, especially with what I have already managed to allocate. That's a good point. Most systems in the hegemony won't have more than a company or two of mechs. Oh, I plan on all of them having a regiment of armor and a pair of infantry regiments, though, in exchange for the small mech presence. The more sensitive systems are getting far more. Diran, Array, and other systems of particular value that are sure to be targeted are those who are getting a whole regiment of mechs for their militia, and the better ones at that. But with this find, that became easier, and it might get done in time for what I expect to be an explosive end to the decade. It isn't like there are no better mechs available, but even I can't justify sending all the production to militia units or other forces within the march. For example, Quinton has returned to full production and also switched to advanced gear, from AS-7D to AS-7DH, MAD 3R to what they call a 5D, ERPPCs and a Gauss rifle, and a new Victor with an LB-20X. Thugs are in full production from Maltex, the Dragoons are building Marauder IIS and some very nasty archers, Highlanders have started to roll off the floor on Northwind, and Kozara has the crab bucket going. They even asked that when I return to Northwind to see them, they have a mech that meets the specs I asked for back when I started this that they are calling the Snow Crab. I'm not counting Brigadier on Oliver. They started making the switch before the Fourth Succession War, so they have been making newer mechs for a while now, and most of their production is already going to either half of Fedcom space. Oddly, they are still making the original Scorpion and Goliath for export and back into the League. I guess it's an effort to generate some goodwill from hire. But all that aside, I still haven't heard back from Wolf on what they will do, if anything. I head back to Northwind as soon as I arrange for shipping the various mechs to where we decided they should be assigned. With the pillagers coming back with me for Northwind's militia regiment, it makes them somewhat assault heavy, but considering the 5th Deneb is on the lighter end, it's a decent enough balance. And yet, that's not counting the Highland Brigade, but us, like the Deneb, won't always be home. Frankly, once the brigade goes live, I plan on moving the Deneb over to Nirasaki to serve as the core of its defensive forces. When I returned to Northwind, I heard that Nico had been called to Galax. Evidently, the work Mauser has been doing on subcaps is being called for there, and from what I am being told, a slew of meetings and decisions need his touch with the company. But that means I get some time with the kids by myself, and with all the travel I have been doing this year, I make sure to spend a few weeks doing nothing but being a mom. And boy, I needed that vacation time. Saba is back in Guangzhou with our youngest daughters, ensuring we have our official production facilities well. It was her idea to set aside a small section of the underwater facility for special projects, not always new production, but as in the case of the Lynxes and Grasshoppers, the first kin received before I left Rigel Kentaurus, rebuilding existing mechs to a newer, higher standard. And being that the work is being done in a proper Star League era facility, the work is of the highest standard. Once my vacation was over, I went over to Kozara, and their new crabs were interesting. The crab is nothing more than the Star League Royal, and the King Crab is based on the Royal but with Gauss rifles. The Snow Crab? 75 tons, so at first, I wondered if they just made a flatter Marauder, but upon seeing it, it certainly had that mix of crab and king crab in design language, so crab it was. Jump jets, which I wasn't sold on, but I wasn't against, but 2 Gauss rifles in the arms and a large pulse in the torso made up the bulk of the weapons loadout. They said they wanted to do more lasers and more armor, but the weight allowances weren't there. It would be a year or so before it went into production, 2. If they were to build additional factory space for the line instead of cannibalizing off the existing lines. I recommended expanding, hoping the Dragoons would come through with more tech before production started. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait much longer to get at least a partial answer from Wolf and his people. A week later, I was notified that the chieftain had arrived in the system and was making for Northwind. I awaited the Dragoon delegation in my office in Terra, being told that it would be Wolf, Blake, and Kerensky arriving, and when they did, they had a fourth as well, someone I didn't recognize. Good afternoon, Colonel, welcome back to Terra. I offer to welcome them as they arrive, offering drinks and then a seat as we make a touch of small talk. At the same time, we all got settled, and I was glad I decided informal is better than formal. The office had been changed up to have a bit more of a lounge feel than its more typical large power office, as well as myself not bothering with wearing my uniform, which by this time, I had changed from the original Highlander one I had when I came here the first time. Instead, one modeled after the HAF and later the SLDF. With the small talk concluding, I discovered the fourth person was Wolf's head of manufacturing, Sam Carter, who was not a Blackwell employee but part of the Dragoons proper. So, Colonel, I begin, I assume the discussions on matters have come to a head. I ask, setting down my drink as I speak. He nods, and while he looks as serious as the others, there is a hint of anticipation, not much of one, or rather, one that is very hard to pick up on, but then I was expecting him to think I would nothing about the truth behind his background. Indeed we have. We will not be making a full disclosure of what we know today. Frankly, and this is no fault of your own, we believe this information needs to be given to those at the highest levels to understand the situation properly. Which is pretty damn dire. Interjects Kerensky, you all have no idea what might be coming down the pike. The only good news is we think we have 5, maybe 6 years in the worst case before it arrives. Best case, a decade or so. Jamie winces a touch but continues, as she said, it does not look very good. As you supposed, where we came from, we had an advanced degree of technology compared to the sphere. We thought we were keeping it under wraps, especially when we arrived, but we made a few mistakes in that regard, which is how we figure you have come to your own conclusions. Well, as I said before, I start, giving a mischievous smile, I did cheat a touch by having access to things no one else did, and yes, some of your equipment made no sense, and that's not even touching on your imps. Blake chuckles, I knew that was a mistake, but no one else did, and I was too junior at the time to make my position stick. And I kicked your ass. Speaks up Natasha, and then she looks over toward me. Look, forget the tech for the moment, though yes, it's pretty damn good, and yet, you guess right, my thug is packed full of it. I even brought it along so you can look at it and see how much better it is compared to your royals. She starts, causing me to lift an eyebrow, as I didn't expect that to be offered. You are not a bad shot, better than most, but not as good as me. As a pilot, in here, I'll admit you are better, but if you say that outside this room, I'll have to kick your ass. She says with a smirk that takes away any offense. And she isn't wrong, my gunnery is pretty good, in my opinion, I can hang with the best of them. But my chops at moving a mech? Even Morgenkel admits I am an artist. I always have been, after all, I was better than most when I was still learning how to pilot a mech before I went into the Nagel ring. Frankly, every time I got into a fight, I made it a thing of mine to go for a burial at least once. If my memory serves and matches the logs I have kept, I think I've almost a dozen now. But I can't let that stand and smirk right back at her. You mean, you'll try? I offer to make a mental note to ensure we fight in a built-up area if we do go at it. Everyone laughs at that, and from Natasha's grin, I see a duel coming up in a sim or something real soon. But then she gets serious. But the training that those forces go through, you'd have to see to believe, even the worst pilots that make it to the line units are better than the average pilot. Couple that with the gear, the odds do not look good. And, though they don't know it, I agree. My old memories have spent many an evening reviewing what he remembered, just how terrifying they were, and how they seemed to do the impossible every day. So, I speak up, what will you all do then? Other than I assume brief hire on the threat. For starters, starts Wolf, we are going to step up the training regime. I already had 2nd Regiment reformed for training, as you recall, with a 5th mech. He asks and gets a nod from me. Well, we will expand the 2nd into a full mixed arms cluster and happily arrange for units to rotate through outreach to face them. If needed, we will have another cluster formed, and we are already looking at setting things up so we can do it so easily. Cluster. I ask, already knowing what that is, but there is no way I can possibly know from their point of view, so I have to play ignorant. Roughly a regiment, Natasha starts, wiggling her hand as she does so. The way they do things is that every mech is considered a point, like a point on a star. Fighters are 2 to a point and powered armor, and yes, they are used, are 5 to a point. She begins, and I nod as I listen. 5 points make a star, 2 stars a binary, 3 a trinary. A cluster is 3 to 5 binaries or trinaries, roughly 50 to 75 meshs. A galaxy, which we will have if we expand out, and I am arguing for that, is 2 to 5 clusters. I lean back as I listen, and hearing the numbers, I can't help but smile. It makes me glad I am using the formation then that I am. My battalions are about the equal to a cluster in numbers, which means that a regiment is roughly the same as a galaxy. Wolf nods slowly as he thinks that over and then speaks, roughly speaking, yes, which might serve you in good stead. But more details will have to wait. One reason we are letting you know now is to arrange a conference, yes, but also to present you enough information and examples to help sell the case and show you how serious this is. So you do have more data tucked away, I say, giving them a grin as I pretend my guess and suspicion was accurate. Yes, it is, says Wolf, and then he looks to Carter, who takes up from there. We will be sharing what we have, though we don't know how much it might be able to be used. Frankly, I was surprised at how fast you got the missile systems into production, and the fact that you were already working on expanding the cannon line made it possible for us to suggest how to optimize things away to our heart's content. With the data we have and will share, you can make those cannons even more compact and lighter. I won't say no to that. It makes me wish Nico was here, he is the gun guy of our business empire. I note that I am getting a chuckle from Natasha. But Carter continues, more importantly, we cannot put all this tech into series production, we don't have the capacity and capability. Some of the equipment needs materials we are not sure can be had in useful quantities to allow for series production. So, at best, for many things, we can do a handful of a few items for examination and comparison. Even that would be useful. I assume you are already looking at what to put together. I ask. Yes, we have, says Wolf, smiling as he does so. In fact, not long after you left, we had already decided we would do something, just the exact how well, that was up for argument. But in the meantime, I had Carter and his team put together one of the meshs that might be seen, which we feel will most emphasize the disparity in capability, even with Star League era meshs. I lift an eyebrow, as that's something I never understood. According to my memories, when they had their big powwow in 51, they had a handful of clan spec meshs, and even more, they were able to give away a pair of inner sphere built dashis, or rather, dire wolves. It's called a timber wolf, and we will leave it here while you send out the messengers to arrange for the meeting for you to experiment with. We are including a large number of spares. Carter has also assigned a team of techs who can service it. I am curious to see what you think of it. June 3036, Highlander Base, Northwind, Federated Commonwealth. This mech is simply and fundamentally stupid. And I mean that in the most terrifying way possible, announces Ayako, who I had tasked with reviewing the Timberwolf, and it's all I can do not to call it a mad cat so we could get a view of what it can and can't do. And to be honest, so far, the latter isn't a very long list. Nicole Rashenko, the head tech Carter arranged to stay to help support the mech, laughs at that. And to think, it isn't their biggest mech. But I won't lie, I really do think this is perhaps one of the finest that they might field that we know of. Ayako nods. The diminutive woman looks positively tiny, standing at the foot of the mech, especially since we are all standing in one of the smaller mech bays that are up and running in the base, even though it's still technically under construction. As I understand it, there are 5 basic variations that are the norm, though with the way we can plug and play all sorts of systems, it's impossible to assume what we might face should we ever see one on the battlefield. Any of what? I pause and get agreement from Nicole. I continue, 5 base configurations stick out the most. I ask her. Having read the spec sheets, I think some of them are rather interesting, and not in the best way. The Prime. And not by a little. I can see the arguments that might have been behind most of the others, but I think they are a bit schizophrenic. The Prime, on the other hand, is well balanced. With the mediums being almost as insane as the missile systems in the degree of advancement over what we are used to, it's a solid all-range design that, against the majority of mechs in the inner sphere, would have little to no chance, and I would include most assault designs. Frankly, the thing that caught my eye the most was the performance of those ER mediums. We have already gotten used to the new missile systems thanks to the horse trading I did with Wolf a few years ago, and the first examples are being sent out to create refit kits in some very select units. Almost entirely made up of streak systems to be a direct swap with little to no fuss or bother. But with this medium, nearly as much damage as a large, almost as much range, and an absolutely tiny fraction of weight, space, and heat. I've already sent a few of the spares off to be checked out by Neos with the messenger we sent to New Avalon, which should get Dr. Bonsai heading this way at full speed to see what else I have. That's what I was thinking as well, I tell her, seeing Nicole nod. This is probably why this particular configuration is considered the prime config. If you were facing it, what sort of mech or odds would you like to have on your side? Ayako considers that for a second. Well, no one mech out of the base designs offhand. Our Atlas IIS wouldn't be overly stressed, and the Devastators would trouble it. Highlanders could handle it, but I would want to be selective on where I would do so. Anything closer to its weight? Not a chance. It's as fast as our fast hammers, with the firepower of what looks like an unholy combination of a marauder and a catapult. A mad cat? I ask, unable to resist coining that term, even though the odds of any of the names my memories have for this and other clan mechs would no doubt never exist. Nicoli rolls his eyes, though Ayako laughs. Yet, if we saw this without knowing its name? I could see that being the moniker we would give it. After giving everyone a moment to chuckle over the name, I look over the mech again, smiling as I see it painted up in standard SLDF colors, which is how we have been painting up all the hegemony forces by default. All it's missing is the star, but the half logo on the side of its fuselage is undoubtedly amusing. Well, I am told this was pretty much hand-built, and they don't think they can put these things into production in any reasonable number. Something about certain materials that are exceptionally hard to come by here in the sphere, and when they can find it, prohibitively expensive. So don't get your hopes up for companies of these showing up in the brigade. I tell Ayako, who does a Shatner-esque pose of disappointment. We then discuss the details of the initial tests and the other ones we plan to run, including those against other units located on the planet or close enough. Gaining a good grasp of what various people think about the mech will go a long way toward understanding what we will be dealing with. Considering that the 4th Lyran Royal Guards has sent a battalion for some force-on-force training that will arrive sometime in the next week or two, pitting them against a Timberwolf would be both educational and, admittedly, highly amusing. I didn't stay too long to deal with that, as I left that in the capable hands of Ayako, who I have long since promoted into the role of the head of my internal training and doctrine element, essentially a force of about 40 or so various mechs, both new build royals and old machines that have seen combat since the reunification war. Not so much as to oversee training other units, but more a case of turning my various ideas on mechs and formations into something usable. To say she wasn't a fan of how I was building up the 1st Highlander Regiment is an understatement, but she accepted that it was what I wanted to do and admitted that it would make a hell of an impression on the assault. However, the good news of the month was that the construction of my headquarters has gotten to the point where, from the outside, it looks complete, and it's even packed with the various elements of the headquarters and other attachments. Less so for what is being set up for the regiments, but even there, I think we are about 2 years out from being complete. The only thing left as far as the exterior goes is the installation of the subcapital weapons that will be used as part of the base defenses, which are already built and are just being slowly shipped here from Galax. Of course, by this time, everyone who had seen pictures of the place had sorted out where I had stolen the idea for its look. Hell, we even got a message from the fighting Uruk-hai stating that they were glad someone else understood the greatness of the source material. Sue me. So, I built a battle mech-scale version of Minas Tirith, complete with a sheath of white marble on everything and behind that a layer of ferrocarbide over the more ticklish bits. Is it overbuilt? Absolutely. Is it overdone? Without a doubt. Is it awesome? Well, I think so. And my vote wins. Of course, while many exterior buildings look out from it, it's outside the actual armored shell. Should things require it, everything outside the shell can be brought inside, and that capability has been built into the design from the start. Of course, some have called it a Castle Bryan, but I argue it isn't. Those affairs are usually much larger and more comprehensive. However, I will admit that it's perhaps the closest anything built in the last 250 years has come to it. This allows me to have an office with a view to Die 4, which I have happily moved my operations to. The bulk of the hegemony government followed me here, which meant that the various meetings that come with the post followed me out here, including the one for which I cut the debrief with Ayako short. Carson, General Davis of the 5th Deneb, and the head of Kozara and Maltex attended this meeting. Representatives from some of the larger concerns were also present at the base. GM, Defiance, Darhees, and Coventry were the obvious ones, though they weren't present now. Those not present haven't seen the Timber Wolf, which is one reason they are not here with me now. However, they are scheduled to get the show and tell tomorrow, which isn't to say that those present don't have something to say. I can see now why you wanted us to hold off on setting up for the snow crab. And it makes me wonder if that's why you were all for using Gauss rifles. Starts Robert Devlish, head of Kozara. I can't help but smile a touch, as he isn't wrong, but I certainly can't admit to it without some rather ticklish questions being asked. No, I just like the capabilities of the rifles, seeing that they would do the treat against mechs of the caliber of the Timberwolf is just a bonus. But if what we are hearing from the few details you and Colonel Wolf have given us so far indicates that we ought to be glad for it, asks General Davis. Yes, I can't go into real detail, as I haven't been given a full briefing either, but I have some suspicions, and from what I have gathered, I think I am not too far off. And then getting looks from the other. So, what do you think we are dealing with? The general asks, causing the others to lean forward. To be honest, I can only guess. I suspect that all their mechs will have the same capabilities, and if a 75-ton mech is that mobile, I dread to see what a lighter scout mech can do. And while he hasn't shown any sign, if their mechs are this capable, I see no reason their fighters won't be as well. Peter DaCosta, the head of Maltex, agrees, outside of our area of expertise, but pushing for more emphasis on anti-aircraft work to some degree. Forget that, this pod thing they are doing is what's catching my attention, Devlish interjects. DaCosta wiggles his hand back and forth. Eventually, sure. But from what I think and the people I brought with me are saying, it's not that easy. Sorting out balance issues, targeting systems, power, and cooling? It's probably a lot harder than it looks. It isn't as much of a panacea from the logistical footprint as it might seem on the outset. Speaks up Carson, and I beckon him to continue. Sure, he starts, it simplifies in that by having a common mount, you don't have to keep as many fiddly parts to mount up any of the umpteen different mounts and medium lasers that fill them. However, if you want to take full advantage of the system, you'll need to bring the weapons load out of 3 or 4 additional mechs, if not more. It does give a benefit, I think, in long campaigns, though. Start with the heavy-hitting ammo-dependent systems, and as the ammo runs scarce, you have the freedom to switch to energy loadouts. Adds General Davis. I take this moment to take control of the discussions once more, but I think it's safe to say these mechs will upset the apple cart here in the sphere almost as much as the introduction of the mech. I get thoughtful looks from everyone, and Davis once more leans forward to speak. Not quite that drastic, I think. Omni-mechs, as I believe they are being called, are game changers, yes. But it's more because of the capabilities of their weapons, even more than their flexibility, I think. As we speak, we are already putting the upgraded missile systems into production. It isn't as impossible as it might seem to tweak the upgraded cannon systems Mauser has been putting together. With some assistance from the R&D sites, we should be able to get the energy weapons in 4 or 5 years, provided we can get more data on them from the Dragoons and whoever they got these systems from themselves. If we can't, interjects DaCosta, we're probably looking at closer to a decade to make the energy weapons a going concern. Sounds about right. I agree. I wish Nico were here instead of over with the Fed Boeing crowd at Galax, as he would have a pretty good grasp of the timelines. Do you have any idea of what Wolf and company will say if they get their meeting? Asks Devlish, as silence falls as I think about the timelines. I give him the official line, as I am, at Wolf's request, keeping my opinions on the background to myself. Not really, no, I have some guesses, I admit. However, I will keep my promise to Wolf and not share it, but I am willing to wait to see what it actually is, as I am sure it isn't what I think it is, I admit, getting chuckles from everyone as, over the last week or so, the betting on what he will tell the Archon and the first price is getting pretty fierce. But I will throw out a bone. While I will not throw out guesses, if for no other reason than stirring up the griping of the bookies taking the bets, I start, getting laughs from everyone as I lean back in my chair, looking out the large window that overlooks the frankly spectacular alpine view. I will say what kicked all this off is the return of the rim jobs. So, take that as you will. Sure, it's pushing the promise I gave in a fashion, but it will at least get people to start thinking about what could be out that way and why it's causing so much drama. The meeting soon enough devolves into the minutiae of sorting out what we are doing, with the sole note being that Kozura will hold off on building the snow crab until they find out what new options they might have soon. July 3036, Highlander Base, Northwind FC. The meeting room we are all in was built with several goals in mind. First, it was supposed to be the best meeting room you could imagine, using every last trick and technology. I even looted things from the base where we found the great white whale. Ord has it that the AFFS colonel tasked with taking it over once the world was fully secured was not amused when my people showed up before his people and grabbed most of the things not nailed down, and that was only because they were busy prying nails out. From a technical point of view, this facility, particularly the command and control elements, is second to none and certainly equal to anything found under Mount Avalon or in the Triad. Secondly, I paid great attention to making things as comfortable and, within reason, stylish as I could without impacting their primary purpose. This means the table is made of a wood that is native to Old Terra, the chairs upholstered in the best leathers, outfitted with the latest tech to make them just that little bit more comfortable, and at each place at the table, there are discrete terminals that, when not in operation, blend in seamlessly with the rest. Frankly, from the looks I got from Hansa, Melissa, and Katrina when they arrived, I might have gone too far in that latter, but I will not apologize for it. The briefing that Colonel Wolf had just finished took almost an hour and was limited to the trio, as it included the heads of the LIC and MIIO, a handful of Wolf's people, and my own. Naturally, my husband and wife were also present, as I wanted them to be up to speed. Kerensky and Blake spent the briefing watching for reactions. While everyone looked shocked to one degree or another, they knew I already knew what he was going to say, if not precisely how, and that was obvious to them. But they didn't get a chance to comment on that, as Katrina was the first to speak up. So these clans, Colonel, the ones you said you were originally tasked to check things out for, if not for your orders from your leadership, will try to return, correct? Yeah, Wolf was mostly honest about his original mission. While it's clear no one is happy about it, they all understand he was following his orders, and more importantly, following his latter orders by handing over the information he had already done and, from what he had said, the rest. Evidently, someone hit him with a clue by 4 as he backed the bus up hard over the Kuritans, saying the main target was always them, with everyone else being more of a case of opposition research as a measuring stick against which to measure the snakes. I don't think everyone is buying that, or at least entirely buying it, but it's a good fig leaf, and considering what he is doing now, no one appears to be interested in calling him out on it. Yes, and while to say the Kuritians are not held in the highest of esteem by any of the clans, if things were to go how we originally were thinking it would, I think that there would have been a great deal of political fighting to be selected to face them, as I think the focus of the drive towards Terra would go through the Combine. And not the Commonwealth. I ask, giving an apologetic glance towards the Archon, as I recall, they didn't exactly cover themselves in glory when it came to supporting the SLDF at the time. With that being the case, I would have thought it might have been aimed at the border between the Combine and the Commonwealth, which I don't think the Kung's army has even a hope in hell of dealing with. Wolf considers that, and Kerensky speaks up next. She is right, I think the focus would have been on the Combine, but it would have stretched out into the Commonwealth. Wolf nods, perhaps, even likely, but that's before all this. He says, his hand moving to wave toward the blue-gray splotch on the stellar map that marks the current expanse of the reborn Rim Worlds Republic. No, with this, the center of the effort would be on the Rim Worlds, which means the focus of the thrust will fall more on the Commonwealth than the Combine and probably be heavy because of it. And regardless of the hordes of those mechs we saw earlier that they also have warships, notes Simon Johnson, which brings up all sorts of frowns. Good thing then that we have already started to address that issue, though I think not enough to redress the imbalance, Hansa says as he leans back in his chair and considers things. And to be honest, with the time frame you are thinking we have, about a decade, we won't have a fleet large enough to face them properly. Do we slow down the fleet build-up? Asks Katrina, looking over to Hansa, with the others doing the same a moment later. No, we continue to build, I think. Just because we can't now doesn't mean we won't need to later. As soon as everyone sees these clans and their warships, they try to counter them. So, we might as well continue to build. However, I think we shift from the third ship we bring online being a destroyer, but a ship more tailored to ship-on-ship action. What are you considering? Asks Wolf, looking surprised that we have warships. And what do you have now? Of course, as surprised as Wolf is, Sanford Blake doesn't look happy that his vaunted Wolfnet hasn't heard a peep. Katrina smirked a bit and then spoke. Well, for the last few years, we have been building Makos once more, a modified version, a bit larger to incorporate an LF battery, a pair of drop collars, and an enhanced anti-fighter capability. So far, we have 4 in service and hope to get another 4 by the end of the decade. And that doesn't include the new Certus we have under construction, due to enter service with a little luck at the end of the year. 2 more by the decade's end, though we hope to improve the construction time. We are setting up quietly at that the conversion of some of other yard space to warship construction, but we are slowly rolling it into Mascot as the build-up to put more jump ships into service. Hansa says, then glances at Katrina and Melissa. What do you think? I know we were thinking of the Durkad, but as well armed as that is, I'm tempted to go for a battle wagon. He asks. Katrina considers it for a few moments, but it's Melissa who speaks up. I think a ship that size is a bit too much for where we are now. Perhaps the next one, but for now, instead of the Lola, perhaps the Durkad, sure, but I think a design that isn't part of one side of the nation's history still makes sense. I speak up at this, as there have been a few designs I would love to see put into production. I'd vote for a Potemkin, but that might be because I want a couple for the Highland division, I announce, getting laughs from everyone. Then, after Natasha laughs out a short, I continue, just a couple. I continue, my initial thoughts were on a Luxor or a Savitsky Soyuz since jumping right to a Texas or a McKenna is a bit of a stretch. While the discussion was going on, Wolf glanced over towards Blake and Kerensky, an unspoken question being asked and getting shrugs as answers. As soon as I finish, he speaks up. Well, if you decide on a Soyuz, we can help with that, he says, getting looks from everyone. When we were sent out, they equipped us rather lavishly. And while we will let you look over things to assist in setting up your construction, they are our ships. Ships. Plural. Hansa says while giving Wolf a look I wouldn't want to be directed at me. Wolf lets it slide off of him like water. Yes, ships. We were issued warships, but when we got close to the sphere, we discovered that while some mercs had better equipment than most, showing up with our own would be a bit much. He isn't wrong, and judging from the laughter, everyone agrees. So, we have 6, he continues. A Soyuz, an Aegis, a Congress, a Vincent, and a pair of Lolas. We cannot crew all of them at this point, at least not fully, but we can easily assemble a crew to bring back the Athena and man the Mars to secure the site where the others are. He pauses and then smiles. And no, we are not telling you where we hid them. Don't think we won't take you up on it, especially if you have people trained to support those ships. Those are skill sets we are still trying to develop ourselves, says Melissa. We can help with that. When we are done here, we can assemble some people trained in warship support, which we use to support the rest of our naval assets, to train your people. Wolf offers this, and I have no doubt that it will be accepted. The issue is bringing it in, and where, since we have kept things quiet so far, but the moment we think we have been made, consider the request made, Colonel. Hansa says, but for the moment, let's go back to your projections on what ground forces we will be dealing with, before leaning forward as we get into the brass tacks. Me? I want to get into the industrial side of things. I want to get enough data to convert Guangzhou to Timberwolf production, but I figure I won't be so lucky. From what little I remember, there was some issue with producing Clan-spec XL engines in the inner sphere. I also want to see the look on some trash-born faces when they see one of their vaunted super mechs painted up in SLDF colors telling them to go away. I don't think it's asking for too much. And besides, even Kerensky says that the Timberwolf they loaned me looks good in those colors. Now that I think about it, I wonder just how good a warmer, given the full clan-spec treatment, might be. I am already building them, so it's something worth thinking about. November 3036, Deep Space, Federated Commonwealth. Why are we out here, sir? Asks Adept Malinkov, looking over her boards aboard the Comster-flagged merchant jump ship Outbound Light. The ship's commander, Prakenter Smythe, shakes his head slowly. Honestly, I think someone back on Terra gotta be up their bonnet. They see all the Feddies work on shipyards and are getting paranoid, he says, looking over his boards as the ship waits in deep space for the unpowered drone coasting its way through the system. They are well outside. It's a particularly paranoid approach, but he supposes it might serve a purpose, as there is no way to see a powered-down stealth drone on a ballistic path after all. They jumped out on the other side of the system, so far out that it took almost a month to recharge the drive. Here, it will be 2 more weeks before the drive is ready for another jump. Sure, the jump ship isn't in the exact right place to pick it up, but that's why they have an Elephant-class dropship tasked with intercepting it. What are they looking for, you think? She asks, leaning back in the chair she is currently strapped into. Honestly? I wouldn't be surprised if they have any clue themselves. Like I said, I think our betters have just gotten too paranoid, not that I will ever say that to their face, he tells his longtime helmsman, the only other person on the bridge. Malinkov laughs slightly as she settles into waiting for the pickup window to arrive. A week later, the Elephant docks back with the Outbound Light, and the jump ship soon enough jumps to the next system on its list. January 3037, Highlander Base, Northwind FC. It's a few days after the parties that were the New Year, and here in the Southern Hemisphere, it's the midst of what passes locally for spring. This means the weather is rather nice, so we can have quite the party as the Highlanders are finally at full strength. Pipers, parades, the whole works. Half the division's personnel come from Northwind, and most of the rest are from other hegemony worlds. Thus, it has the flavor of the old royal units of the Star League era, and the people know it, especially because of the equipment quality. Sure, we are still technically mercenaries, but there are mercenary units, and then there are mercenary units. At this point, we are all but a house unit, possessing what amounts to an open contract that lasts until whenever, at good pay, and excellent support from the AFFC and myself as the Director General. And to be honest, I am still waiting on the last tranches of alicorns, but outside of those, we are there. I even have enough lease to move everyone, though I have only managed to trade enough favors and the like to secure roughly 60% of the jump ship lift I need. Fortunately, I have the authorization to snag AFFC jump ship assets if required. But outside those last alicorns, which I expect inside of 3 months, last-minute issues, I am told, we are finally there. It is far larger than I ever expected the Highlanders to get, yes, but we are finally there. It took me the better part of 30 years, but I am finally there. And I've gone further and faster than I ever thought. Now, all I have to do is survive the next 15 years, and I will be ready to lean back and enjoy a more peaceful life. And, one of the reasons for the delay between chapters was my constant rewrites of the reveal. No matter how I wrote it, I always felt it was just saying the things that fans already know, and was just too wordy, to the point where I felt it was just word count for the sake of word count. Which isn't to say we won't hear more of how the Archon and the First Prince and his wife feels about things. They departed for their CAD, the official reason for the trip from New Avalon for Hansa and Melissa, shortly after, and in the next chapter there will be a scene going over how they took it in more detail. I could have, and perhaps should have, included that in this chapter, but I was at the point where I needed to push on past it just to get moving on finishing the chapter. Late summer of 3037, Northwind FC. You can make all the plans in the universe, make arrangements for this or that, and make sure that things will happen at certain times and in specific ways, but no matter how careful you are, something will always come up and mess it all up. Or, as one person once said, no plan survives a punch to the face. Drama, followed by more drama, and then other flavors of drama as things have gotten to the point within the hegemony march that politics are starting to crimp my style. Running around and putting out fires here and there instead of working on what I want to work on, meetings that do little more than beget more meetings, usually with people I don't want to talk to about things I don't want to discuss. Of course, that's the price I pay for my fancy title and the big castle. So, I can't bitch too much about it, after all not like any of my bosses would give me much sympathy. I haven't kept up on what's been happening from a military point of view over the last 6 months. The plans for what I privately call the Highland Division are pretty much locked in stone, 6 regiments of mechs, 3 of which are my personal regiments, 6 regiments of armor, and, of course, lots of infantry with Nighthawks. I am still getting that last up to strength, as building power armor in mass is turning out to be a more considerable pain in the ass than I think anyone anticipated. Still, I give it until the end of the year, when the 3 brigades will be entirely upon the 1 mech, 2 armor, 2 CAV regiment setup. However, I must remember that only the 1st Brigade has the armor and CAV regiments in the same square formation as the mech regiments, the others are more standard-sized. Shipping for them is looking good for once, at least from a dropship perspective, as all the regiments have rides, lees all around, as in addition to semi or Datatron, Fed Boeing has started building them in numbers. Jump ships are looking better than perhaps one might suspect. My personal Merc unit is at 100% lift, and I have enough jump ships to move 2/3 of the Highland Division as well. The Kin Regiment has its full complement of mechs, AFVs, and scouts, as well as droppers all around and the jump ships to move them all. They were first in line after my brigade to get to 100% as they are supposed to be my fire brigade. Carlisle is already getting a name with visiting units that they train with and against, usually something along the lines of effing Carlisle. Or some variation of it, and I am told he and his people are having far too much fun at it. I guess it isn't surprising, considering the Blackhearts are taking to the idea of ensuring that the Kin Regiment is equal to them in the underhanded, sneaky way of doing things. I didn't even fight the good colonel when he made the regiment logo a stylized olive drab pirate's flag, complete with his old unit's skull as the centerpiece. But perhaps the most exciting addition was that over the last 6 months, the Dragoons and Blackwell were able to send me 3 more Timber Wolves, allowing me to put a lance of them in the brigade command formation, allowing us to both train with that level of equipment, but give us a capability that no one can imagine. It's not all sunshine and roses, however. Even with the, nearly, full disclosure, the various scientific and industrial establishments can't quickly move to the better tech. Oh, missile systems, we were just about there, and cannons weren't too far behind. Mauser, the company we worked with on our various cannon projects, has converted to the clan spec cannons. But energy weapons? ECM systems? And, as much as it pains me as the primary stakeholder in AMC, Faro, and Endo? Not so easy. From what I have been told, it's mostly because there is only so much capacity out there for R&D and only so much money. And I can understand that. With as much of Fedcom's shared defense budget being pushed into black projects that people think are developing improved Star League gear but are actually going into shipyards, droppers, jumpers, and, more importantly, warships, something has to give. I still have to laugh at what I heard in one of the discussions about energy weapons. Evidently, Hansa joked he had to turn in his Davian club card when he emphasized that what could be done with energy weapons was to push the advanced pulse lasers, particularly the large pulse, into production as fast as possible. He liked the idea of doing direct swaps from older PPCs to CLPLS as a fast and easy way to upgrade capabilities. I still have no idea what they picked as the 3rd ship, as that's something well above my pay grade coupled with not having the need to know, but I am laying good odds on a Soyuz thanks to the help from the Dragoons and their access to one. I know many of their older spacers have dropped off the radar, so I can add 1 and 1 and get 2. Kozera is still claiming they can do all sorts of things, but the problems that plagued them in the Star League era as far as production goes is still plaguing them now, as they can't keep up with demand from the restarted Crab and King Crab lines. Putting out just over 2 mechs a month, they are not winning friends, especially compared to some of the other companies that have been able to use the generosity from the Hegemony March and the Fedcom on the whole, such as Maltex and Diplan. Maltex isn't entirely up to 1 thug a week. Still, they have been able to incorporate all the latest and greatest advances we have been able to get into production, ensuring that every thug that walks off the line is every bit as good as an original Royal, but better with a Streak 6 replacing the original. Diplan is putting out a handful of mongooses basically. At this rate, they will average out to a company a year, but due to encouragement from higher, they are trolling the dragon by putting a heavy emphasis on Jenner production, particularly since they built them on an endoskeleton and an XL engine, maxed out the armor and gave it another 60M of jump, and swapped the 4-pack with a pair of Streak 4s. The initial reports from some light skirmishes along the border indicate that the Combine isn't amused. Shame that. They are not at what they call full production rate, but they are producing about one a week, which has indeed made more than a few units along the border very happy. The 5th Deneb has managed to get a company's worth of them, and I have to say, I can see why the snakes aren't amused. But all that being said, things are looking pretty good. The Rimmers are mostly quiet, at least they are not doing anything against us, their neighbors aren't so sanguine about things. The Cappies are trying hard not to be noticed, the Purple Pigeons are playing things smart, while they didn't start as early as the Suns, much less the Commonwealth, they are focusing not on grabbing systems but on building things back up internally. It might be a pain later on, but it is good for them. After all the crap they went through the last 20 years, they deserve to catch a break and enjoy a slice of pie. It's a small one, not too tasty, not too filling, but yet, they deserve one. I'll even allow them a small dollop of ice cream with it. Who said I can't be nice? The snakes are being snakes, we know they are building up, and we are even dead sure that someone has let many mechs fall off the back of a passing dropship, but we can't prove it, nor do anything about it. All we can do is plan and prepare for what they might do. This means that somewhere, somehow, a piano is dropping on someone. I just know it. R-True City, R2s, FWL. So, what's the big emergency that has everyone in all a huff over in safe? Asks Therese Merrick, taking her seat at the head of the large table in a secure meeting room buried deep within the palace. I was planning on attending a piano recital this afternoon, coming up with an excuse to cancel at the last moment without leaving Terry distraught wasn't easy. Everyone looks to the gentleman who called the meeting, Theodore Williams, the current head of SAFE, one who had managed to come out of the Comster Shadow War with a stellar reputation but further stood out when he was one of a handful of people that managed to act fast when Duncan made his move, probably doing more to ensure that his coup failed than any single other person. Though the rest of the sphere might still make jokes about SAFE, and SAFE still encourages those jokes to be told, they even have a working group that does nothing but create and spread slander about SAFE's effectiveness far and wide. It isn't the same organization it once was. Oh, not the best of the best, but Theodore is confident that getting into the rarefied air that the best breath in is certainly possible within the lifetime of the current members who make up the organization, even if he won't live long enough to see it. He shifts a few papers about to double-check his notes. Then he looks to the Captain General, as I am sure everyone knows, while we took a beating during the Shadow War, we have been able to recover and expand our reach in ways we haven't been able to before. Some don't know that we have made 2 significant inroads in our opposing agencies, ROM and MIIO. He gets a few nods and continues on as there are no comments. Well, greater than normal. Our efforts to penetrate Comstar aren't as far along as we might wish. However, considering the after effects of the Shadow War and the fact that I am convinced they still have better penetration of us than I'd like, it's a slow-running program, but it's already bearing fruit. And why I called us all here. But that's not the first thing I want to touch on. At this point, one of the generals, Derek Magnussen, the commander of the 4th Hussars, well, why not? We had to rearrange too much to be brought here for nothing. He states that he is taking up a role to say the obvious to save Therese from doing so herself. Theodore smiles and gives him a nod. Call this bit more a case of providing some background that will affect what we have to decide on what our Comster plant has forwarded on to us. He starts, hitting a few buttons on a panel next to him, and brings up some footage taken on Northwind, judging from the captions. Last winter, while Hansa Davian was heading to their cat as part of a fairly routine trip, he showed up on Northwind to have a chat with the Director General. In addition, the commanding officers of the Light Horse, the Highland Division, Black Hearts, Blue Star Irregulars, and other units were also present, including the entire command staff of the Wolf's Dragoons. As we all know, they can't be used against the Combine, so the only likely target for them is to be aimed at what's left of the Confederation or ourselves. But that's not what caught our eye. He says it and hits another button, showing Katrina and Melissa Steiner's arrival at Northwind, along with Nandi Steiner and General Regis. This gets everyone's attention, as having so many senior government members in one place at one time, without the fanfare that usually comes along with it, presents frightening thoughts. The good news is that there has been no sign of forces moving to any borders other than a handful of regiments heading to the border with the Reborn Rim worlds, so we don't think they are making plans for us. It was our original guess they were meeting about what they should be doing about it, something that we all agreed within SAFE was something we could get behind. Therese looks over to Theodore. This was brought to our attention a few months ago, and I agreed with your assessment, but the fact that you are bringing it up now means there has been a change. Yes, ma'am, there has been. Our people within MIIO have gleaned a few interesting things from that meeting. For starters, it wasn't called by anyone in the Fedcom government, it was called at the behest of Colonel Wolf himself. We don't know what he said, but the rumors flying around within MIIO are that they finally admitted where they came from, and the betting pool is pretty much what everyone suspected when they showed up. They come from wherever the SLDF ran off to. Michelle Rice, head of the League's current chief R&D think tank, says, how sure of that? According to our people, 99%. The one thing we have been able to confirm is that they handed over technical information from wherever they came. It also confirms the rumors we have been hearing about lighter missile systems, as we think that was part of whatever tech package they handed over. Theodore states. Magnussen speaks up at this point, but we have been hearing rumors of those for a few years now. How does that track? The course. Theodore starts, and a deal that was done with the Dragoons, we think. Seeing some confused looks on the people around the table, Therese blinks and leans forward. The Helm raid. Theodore can't help but look a little impressed by that leap, and he nods. Yes, ma'am, our source within MIIO has confirmed that Director General MacCleary, sometime back in 17 or 18, twigged onto the Helm site and was the driving force behind that raid, where she was able to secure a data core, one that our sources claimed was the next best thing to a Prometheus core. And even worse, it wasn't the first core she found. Not the first. A startled expression comes from Rice. Not the first, no. The first was found where they know not, but it had enough information that the Commonwealth could seed it out to certain companies in the hope they might be able to jumpstart their economy and recover certain tech. AMC, that explains so much. Mutters Jared Brown, the Minister of the Economy. Theodore nods, exactly. It was rather clever to hide the gems amongst a sea of graft, hoping those seeds of change would sprout in such a way to pay for the graft, if perhaps much later. AMC, for example, focused on ferrofibrous, endosteel, ferroAlu, and ferrocarbide, and from what we already know, it did rather well. He starts and brings another image onto the screen, not noticing how Admiral Muir leaned forward at the mention of ferrocarbide. MIIO calls them the MacCleary cores, which, to give credit where it is due, we have called them that in-house. But what they have done is provide them with a head start that is all but impossible, at least, it would be if we weren't able to get a partial copy of them when we got the university core off of them. Our people in MIIO have said that while they don't know what information Wolf provided, it was as much of a jump from the revelation of the MacCleary cores from what they knew before. That bodes ill for everyone else, Therese says, getting grim chuckles from everyone at the table. Yes, ma'am, agrees Theodore with a smile, but the nightmare hasn't yet started. He says, playing the moment for all it's worth. Therese gives him an impatient look, and he smiles as he begins. This leads us to our Comster plant. Right now, she is a relative, no one, in a position with little to no importance from an intelligence gathering point of view. It's her building up her legend to make better use of a decade or so down the line. However, she broke cover early to send the report she did and let us know that she won't resurface for at least 2 years, just to be safe. But what she gave us, well, it isn't good. Basically, he picks up after a pause to take a sip from a glass of water, her job is to catalog and review mission footage from various scanning efforts Comstar's Explorer Corps have been doing, but about 3 years ago, Primus Tojo put most of the Explorer Corps on what amounts to a State of the Inner Sphere mission, heading through various systems by jumping far outside the normal limits, launching survey drones, recharging, and then jumping to the other side of the system, not the nadir or zenith, to intercept those drones. With this, some more curiosity comes up, as most can see some benefit from doing such an intensive search of enemy systems, and getting access to the sensor logs of those drones would be a coup. While reviewing the footage from the scan taken at Lockdale, she saw something she didn't expect to see and decided to do a few things outside her remit. First, she completely deleted those scans and replaced them with some generic ones from the same system to help mask that deletion. She then took the only surviving copy of the data and passed it onto a drop sent to her. It took the better part of a year to get it to us, but it was well worth the wait, as I think we now know where a lot of their budget over the last decade or so went. With that, he clicks another button. As you can see, they learned a lot from those cores and made the most of it, he says, as a starfield comes up on the screen, 4 objects, 2 larger than the matched smaller pair hanging in space. No one comments for a long second before Therese Merrick, who usually has total control of her emotions and never utters profanity, says in a low voice. Well fuck, that's not good. And not a single person at the table can blame her, as they see what she sees. Yes, it lives. Short, yes, but I wanted to get something out soon, and I had this more or less put together for a while now, but couldn't sit down and do so. Hopefully, this will get me to focus down on the next few chapters, as the piano, as strange as it sounds, hasn't dropped just yet. But, yes, the rope has snapped as a pretty large, and dangerous, cat has gotten out of the bag, and for once, Comster is clueless about it. Life has been chaotic, stupid upon stupid, dumb upon dumb, and while it hasn't stopped, I do think, for the moment, it's beginning to slow. So, with a bit of luck, I'll have another chapter up sooner than I had this one. September 3037, the Triad, their CAD Federated Commonwealth. General Regis has had an outstanding career so far. He started as a man to be watched and moved from success to success, and frankly, had you asked him, his performance on Hesperus was something that, at the time, he thought would be the highlight of his career. But then, MacCleary happened, altering the trajectory of General Regis's career. Oh, to be sure, what she had done up until that point was impressive enough, but nothing she did could be said to affect his career trajectory outside of the bit of shine she left on him with his tendency to be the one assigned to interface with her at various points. And as much as the helm core she left in his lap before the Battle of Hesperus changed everything, it wasn't something that would have too much of an effect other than his name being in the history books as being part of it. His expectation that Hesperus would be the highlight of his career was shattered when, after Colonel Wolf's briefing, he was unexpectedly tasked by not just the Archon herself but the first prince to start preparing for the inevitable invasion by the clans. Despite his age, General Regis understands the weight of his new responsibility. The estimates place the coming attack in the 40s, and even if he isn't there to fight it, his planning and preparations will determine the fate of the Commonwealth's defense. This also means that he has spent more time than most on outreach, getting a complete education on just what the clans are and the rules they play by amongst themselves. He can see any number of ways to game those rules, and frankly, MacCleary is onto something with her lavish attention to artillery. Couple that with how she has gone big into power armor and larger than the book standard formations, it's almost as if she built her regiments from the start with the clans in mind. And while the likelihood of that being the case is somewhere between zip and zilch, if anyone managed to suss them out, he wouldn't put it past her doing so. His primary focus is building up supplies and picking out where to put them so they can be drawn upon with as little delay as possible. Thankfully, with the upgrade packages, both Star League grade equipment and the more advanced clan-based equipment, more otherwise excellent equipment is now becoming surplus to requirements. Frankly, his largest point of amusement is that he has already started building ammunition stores throughout the border regions. Well, not too far out to the border. He has no illusions, as without any hard knowledge of when the invasion will happen, he must accept that any theoretical first wave will result in widespread losses on their part. So, there is no reason to leave massive logistical depots behind to do little more than make life easier for the clans. The good news is that he already has one logistics base picked out. While they spent roughly 5 years pulling everything out of it, he is now stuffing it back full of parts and munitions. So, the planning is well underway. Nandi Steiner asks, having spent a few minutes talking over inconsequential things as a polite starter as she arrives at the general's office to review things. Indeed, it is. Oh, to be sure, things are up in the air still, and will be for a year or two yet, and certainly up for adjustment as we all know, sooner or later, the Drax will start something to distract us, but I think we are building up decent foundations for what's coming. He agreed and smirked as he slid over a document to her. Antares base? She asks, looking at the header of the file. Yes, though, it might be better to call it Fort Alba, as the plan is to turn the city into our main logistical base for operations on the core ward border. After all, if the SLDF was kind enough to build a massive underground logistics base for us, who am I not to use it? He asks with a grin. Easier on the budget, that's for sure. She agrees, flipping through the document as she does so. Turning the entire city, small it might be, into a massive base, I see. Maybe even the largest in the March unless I miss my guess. In the March? Yes. It might even crack the top 5 if we have enough time to do everything I have in mind for it. Going with the assumption that they will still center on the Republic. Regis leans back as he considers the question and nods his head slowly. I get the argument that if it wasn't for the Rimmers, the center of the focus would be there, and there is ample argument that the Rimmers will pull their attention to our side of that border. He says, and then leans forward. But I don't think they will change the basic concept, as it makes far too much sense to center on the Republic, as it's a fantastic avenue for them to land steep towards Terra easily. What I think will happen, however, is whoever is the strongest or most effective amongst them will win the right to be the ones to put paid to von Strang. Nandi thinks about that for a long moment, slowly nodding as she does so, and she goes through the last few pages of the document. I can see that, to be honest. Are you sure it isn't too close, or are you worried it's too far from the front? Regis wiggles his hand a touch. There were a lot of arguments about building a base further away by those that subscribe to the worst case scenario, and most were saying it could be closer yet, but I think they are being too optimistic. It's 7 jumps between Antares and Apollo, a system I think we can all agree would be amongst the first targeted. 6 to several other border worlds, and let's be honest, even with us knowing they are coming, even with the heads up we, at least, will have when we hear of things going to hell for von Strang, their first wave, maybe even the second, will not go our way everywhere. Nandi wants to argue the point, but after a moment's thought, she doesn't. Well, I would hope otherwise, but planning for failure and hoping for success is often better than planning for success and hoping for no failures. That's my thinking, and even if things don't go well, it's far enough back the base would probably be emptied enough that losing it wouldn't be so critical at that point. Agreed. And training. As of now, it is not high on my list. I think it's better to get systems out there and in units' hands and let them get a feel for what it allows them to do before we start bringing them in on exactly what we think we will be facing. Give me 2, maybe 3 years, and we can start bringing in units on the expected opposition, perhaps just a year or so for the higher command elements. With Regis's last comment, she leans forward, so long. Yes, it isn't the best option, I'll agree, but we all know that in a few years, the Dracs will make a move, it's all but assured. Once they do, and once we give them a drubbing that will make them wish for the good old days of 28 and 29, then we can go all out on prepping for the invasion. Nandi smirks, so sure of our future performance against them? After all, the Ryakan regiments are trained by the Dragoons, and by now, they have all been re-equipped with all those mechs Comster didn't lose. Regis laughs at that, not lose my ass. But yes, even then. Oh, I will agree that 5 or 10 years ago, I wouldn't be so confident. But with what we are rolling out now? Missile systems that weigh half what they have, and cannon systems that weigh a ton or two less across the board, all that? No, I think that if we don't get too cocky, it won't end well for them. Nandi agrees with a slight smirk, then goes through a few more pages of the report and sets it down. Well, so far, I see nothing anyone should have issues with, and I agree with making Antares the main base for operations against the clans when they get around to showing up. She says, flicking the set of documents across the desk with her finger. Of course, she starts, pausing to smile, how long before we bring in people on our naval assets, do you think? Regis leans back, thinking, well, we have what, 1 new Certus in our half, with the Donegal set to commission in a few months to make it 2. We've laid down a Soyuz and have a dozen Makos, not including the Lola and the Soyuz the Dragoons have. Nandi lets him think out loud as he considers the question. Shortly Regis continues, frankly, we haven't had even a hint of a sniff of awareness from anyone else about what we are doing, though I wouldn't be shocked if some people are wondering about our focus on naval assets over the last decade or so. So, we can keep our warships secret for at least a few more years, though I think if we are right, and the Snakes push to recover the worlds they lost, knowledge of them would come out during it. That's what I am thinking as well. So far, our paranoia has worked out for us, but I don't see it lasting more than 5 years. Nandi agrees. Regardless, she says after a slight pause, I'd say we should at least bring some of our more senior people, especially those we are earmarking for deployment to the clan front, in on this no later than a year from now. Regis smiles as he agrees, indeed, though I think we all agree only after a security vetting that we ourselves might not even pass. Nandi can't help but laugh. She can't argue the point, as keeping those ships secret is one of the more important things she has on her plate. Thorin, Terran Hegemony, FC, December 3037. I still hope to return home for the holidays, but the realm's business had me out here on Thorin, where I attended meetings regarding the resurrection of the yards in the system. The idea of these yards being focused on purely mercantile construction is still on track because, frankly, the Fedcom needs it. Their civilian production makes it less likely that they will draw extra special attention like a yard building military platforms would. The first ships won't leave for another 3 years, and those will be the cargo kings that Cresters will be building, but things look like they are running ahead of schedule. Lockheed says they will have invaders coming out of the yards 2 years after that, and Cresters says merchants a year before that. They both agree it won't be Star League levels of production, but since they can get going a bit faster than expected thanks to making use of what little remains of the existing infrastructure that hasn't been ruined over the last 250 years, they still believe that before 3050 they will be one of the more productive yards in the inner sphere, not just the Fedcom. So, everything is moving ahead of schedule then. I summarize as I turn from the screen that is going over details of the yard and the expected performance. Everyone in this meeting is aware of the warship program, and since a pair of Makos are casually hanging out in the system in a nice, out of the way, out of sight position, I don't have to worry about saying anything I shouldn't. I believe so, yes. Says Timothy Chardon, the representative from Cresters, glancing about and seeing no one dispute that statement. I think the only thing anyone here might have as far as questions not covered in the material is discussions of the plans for the protection of the system. Leaning forward, Bethany Dravis, the Lockheed rep, nods in agreement. While I agree, the focus on civil construction might help some, it isn't a sure thing. Though I admit, 5 years ago, I never thought I'd see the day when we had warships hanging around to lend a hand, even if not obviously so. I glance at her and smile. Well, to be honest, there aren't that many ships to spread around, a new Certus at Thurcat and new Avalon, with a pair of Makos with each, and another dozen spread about key systems. So only so many, and even the Dragoon Soyuz and Lola, they can only be in a few places at once as well, particularly with them wanting to keep the Nelson hiding out around Outreach. And, it must be said, fair play to the Dragoons. Some of their members are from the Snow Ravens and are overjoyed to be returning to the Black. They are getting full title to Outreach in exchange for Athena and Darius being assigned to the Fedcom Navy until 3075. It's more than a fair trade. Recovery of existing ships. Asks Travis, I know the difficulties, but surely there are some. I look over towards Chardon, who shakes his head. No, we did a pretty in-depth survey of the systems where we felt we could safely recover any ships, and none of those present was worth the effort. In every case, they had long been stripped of useful parts, and there weren't many to begin with. And, I speak up, having investigated this myself a while back, that's mostly because when you think about it, most of the ships, I'd say something like 99.99% of them, were under thrust or had some degree of delta V on them when they were destroyed. Over 250 years, the wrecks could be light years away from where they were when they were lost. Light years might be stretching, and by a lot, but even in the few cases where we looked, the ships that died in those systems either impacted some stellar body or had long passed outside the respective system's orbit cloud. Either way, they were lost for all time, barring some weird accident. Well, says Travis, that's a disappointment. I won't lie. I would love to have heard we found some battle wagon out there and are refitting it. He says this, causing chuckles all around. Won't say we wouldn't be happy with that, but what we have is what we have. I agree before we all turn to the nitty-gritty details of how much of the budget this will take, as I have plans for that money, and there is only so much of it to go around. Late December, Northwind, Terran Hegemony, FC, 3037. Fortunately, I did make it home in time for Christmas, if only just. This was good on many levels since I had the entire extended family over and was in such a good mood that I even accepted the ribbing that I took over the base, which was built on something of a grandiose scale. It's a few days before the new year, and as much as I wanted to spend all my time relaxing with family, and to be fair, even with the occasional meeting I have to take, I am spending most of my time doing just that. But this is a meeting that I have been hoping for, to various degrees, ranging from Snowball's chance in hell of having to one that looked more and more like it would happen over the last decade. We have it in perhaps the most secure room I could build in the fortress, using every trick of Lestek and good old brute force to render the space as secure as it could be made, even down to searches respectful ones, but there nonetheless to ensure that nothing is snuck in. For the first half of it, it's massive overkill. But the paranoia isn't for the first half. It's me, Saba, and Nico, Chief Engineer McDowell, the head of our R&D team back in Guangzhou, and I, Dr. Fossa, his head of Information Systems Research, Dr. Tam, the head of the Hegemony's Finances, Carl Schmidt, and LT. General Chisholm, who has indeed come a long way from our more modest starts. Of course, there is the passel of trusted aides, but they all have been given a screening that would impress any house intelligence service. So, I start, as the preparatory briefing is done and they all leave. We all now know where we sit as far as budgetary constraints go. Our tax breaks will be running out over the next decade or so we won't be able to be as proliferate as we have been with our spending, though to be honest, we don't need to be, as while we all would like to have our military a bit larger, a bit better, as well as more and larger factories, and all that, the main drains on our finances are winding down, that about sums all that up, yes. Everyone looks around the table, wondering if anyone will contest that. When no one does, Saba speaks for them all. That sounds about right. I take it you have some plans. Of course, she and Nico already know about all my plans, Dr. Fossa and Tam know about part of them, and Jeffrey also knows about a touch. I do, and the first bit depends a lot on the answer you might be able to give me here, Carl. Given what we know of how our economy is growing, the fact that we will have to start sending back larger amounts of taxes to their cat and New Avalon, is it possible, you think, to squeeze out 500 billion over the next decade in a way that isn't obvious, if not completely black? Kark blinks at that, 500 billion. He asks, and seeing my nod, he shakes his head. No, not a chance. Some of it, a large part of it, maybe 250, would be able to be hidden or misdirected, but no chance of it all being able to be hidden away. Unfortunately, that's what I suspected. Right then, Plan B. I announce, and I look over to McDowell. Right, I take it you have reviewed the documents I sent about New Dallas and space infrastructure. Chief Engineer McDowell is a ruddy-faced Highlander in his 50s, built like the proverbial brick outhouse, but has 4 separate degrees in not just engineering fields but finance as well, and a track record of managing some rather large projects and coming in not just on time, but mostly under or at budget, which is why I have tapped him from my not-so-little plan. Yes, ma'am, and if you don't mind me saying, I'm glad we are finally addressing some of the more serious damage done to various hegemony worlds. He says, tapping the documents in front of him. I think it can be done, but it can't be done fast, nor will it be cheap, but there is no reason we can't get back to New Dallas and rebuild the terraforming equipment and get them up and running again. Be decades before you can get down there and live without a suit, but it can be done. Good, if anything can provide popular support for us, I can't think of anything better suited, considering the difficulties of the other systems and the way they tried to hold out, than restoring New Dallas. I state, and then I give everyone a smile that is certainly bordering on the wicked side. Frankly, getting New Dallas habitable once more is a real priority, but it won't be the top priority, and I will be using it as a screen for what we have planned. But then, I supposed you guessed that. I get smiles all around, and McDowell agrees, yes, ma'am, you could say that. From what you sent, I looked into our orbitals and what we have that can be used to continue building them up. And while you didn't say what you had in mind, reading between the lines, you are thinking of some station. Indeed, I say, and seeing Carl lean forward about to ask a question, I answer it for him as I already have a good idea of what it is, and yes, our immediate orbital infrastructure is capable of dealing with our needs, and we do have recharge stations at either jump point. It would seem that we don't need more, but, I don't agree. Jeffrey speaks up at this point, yes, and while we are not quite on the front lines like we used to be before the War of 28, we are not all that far either. And let's face it, Northwind is an even larger magnet for attack now than it was 25 years ago, what with the factories back up and running, and the political targets are now much more attractive. So you are thinking about defensive installations? Asks Carl. Yes, and this is where you come back in, McDowell. Over the last few years, we have taken plans for various stations that we had on file and modified them to suit our needs, both in a practical as well as a public relations point of view, and we have decided to build 2 of defensive stations. 1 at each jump point, each capable of recharging jump ship drives, possessing yard space inside them, as well as a defensive armament that will give even warships pause. So, not one of the established designs then, like the Bastion. Exactly, think a Hughes crossed with an Olympus, as far as size goes, with the firepower of more than a few Bastions, I announce, and he gives that moment of thought. Not going to be small or cheap, but given what you are asking for, budget-wise, I'm still thinking small. He asks. Yes. Each station comes in at 2.5 million tons, has yard space large enough to service a new Certus, and enough fighter base to boggle the imagination, amongst other things. Everyone who didn't know of my plans for the station blinked, though McDowell spoke first. And I can see why those would be expensive. He says, though honestly, I don't think he knows why they will cost enough for me to ask about 500 yards of black money. And I'm not about to tell him why, at least not yet. Indeed. This is why, between this and the new Dallas project, and yes, have your people look into the other dead systems and what it would take to repair them if possible, we are changing things up as far as chain of command, and the like you have been working under. He arches an eyebrow, and I continue. We are establishing a new department reporting directly to me here in our neck of the universe, and you are going to be in charge. Well, I won't say no to a promotion, he says, causing everyone to laugh. But what are you going to call my new department? Well, I start, and I can't help but smirk this time, given the scale of the projects. I figure that the Department of Mega Engineering fits, don't you? At this, he outright laughs. God, you are thinking big. If this is your starter plan, I can't wait to see what you have in mind for the next round. What sort of timeline are you looking at? Well, New Dallas will take as long as it takes, but for the stations? Best case, 45. Worst, 50. I much rather it is sooner than later, but at this point, I think it would be silly to try to set a firm date. Well, that's good to know. And I assume we'll get briefed on the requirements? He asks, getting a nod from me. Yes, and Dr. Fossa, why don't you and Dr. Tam start going into that? While Dr. Fossa looks like the sort of nerd you would get out of Central Casting, Dr. Tam annoys me because she is the spitting image of Ms. Sakimoto in the video, for she blinded me with science, and it's all I can do not to shout randomly, science. Hell, even Fossa isn't too far from what Dr. Pike, the real scientist who played himself in it, looks like now that I think about it. Right. Starts Dr. Fossa, handing out a thick stack of paper to everyone. One of the reasons behind the costs is that we need to populate it with all the small craft and fighters that will call it home. Now that we have built up to the level we want in Mechs, we have already started to convert a small section of our factory back on Kwangjiang to build the fighters we have selected. There are issues, of course, but so far, we think they are not insurmountable. Saba speaks up at this point. We are still trying to get a license for the Stingray, but because we have to deal with the League, we doubt we ever will. So we are just calling it what it is, a derivative of the design, and besides which, we, as in the hegemony, already hold the license. Not that we plan on admitting we do unless it's obvious there is no longer any point in keeping it quiet. Fossa gives Saba a nod and then continues. Naturally, we have managed to build up a small yard there as well and have started building up pentagon hulls. We haven't started fitting them out, as we are still sorting out the last issues with what we have in mind, but we don't see any further setbacks at this time. Dr. Tam speaks up at this point and gives everyone a wolfish smile. As some of you know, the first real find of the Highlanders wasn't at Helm or New Dallas, but much earlier and over the last decade. In addition to sorting out royal-grade electronics, we have been diving into what else was on there. And while I don't think we can reach the levels that they were shooting for, we have managed to crack everything we need to build what we are planning and what we need to know to build everything we are basing the Pentagons, Stingrays and the stations on, she says, and then hitting a button to display the systems as initially designed back in the waning days of the Star League, eliciting whistles as everyone knows exactly what they are looking at. It's a shame, really, Tam says, shaking her head, that we can't build Lolas, else we would have the entire family. A truce, Free Worlds League, December 3020. The previous year's events have sent shockwaves throughout the inner sphere, more for the neighbors of the Commonwealth and less so for those that don't. And in the case of the League, the previous 5 years have been catastrophic, though fortunately, most of the damage has been in dark alleys and smoke-filled rooms, as the shadow war with Comster has managed to go on without most people being aware of it. This didn't mean that Comster's approval rating within the League is the lowest since the last time the League and Comster broke out the knives. That is, most of the damage. Alas, some parts are far more visible and cause much more stress for those in the halls of power. Namely, Oliver and Asuncion being lost is a painful blow to the fortunes of the League and its ability to keep up with mech losses over time. Which is part of the agenda of the current informal meeting in a classically furnished library, a good dozen or so people present, lights dim, a plenitude of smoke, and more than a few snifters of something alcoholic in more hands than not. So, what are you going to do then? Let them keep those plants, says Janosch's nephew Duncan. The tone of his voice is confrontational, but within, if barely, the realm of decorum for these sorts of informal meetings. In short, says Janosch, biting back his first reaction, yes, at least with Oliver. We are in no place to think we have a chance against the way the LCAF has seemed to have gotten its act together. Usually, we can count on them to go into battle with a logistical trail that has more in common with what you hear in comedy shows, but they have finally figured out how stupid it is to ignore that sort of thing. He isn't wrong. Speaks up General Devers, one of Janosch's more trusted generals, even if he is the head of the logistics side of the FWLM. Right now, pushing forward is just asking for us to get mauled more than we can support from our factories. Though that doesn't apply to Asuncion, obviously. He notes. Duggan Merrick nods his head in agreement and leans forward. Like it or not, the Lyrans are in the best shape they have been in ages, and we are still hurting from all that has happened over the last 5 years. So leaving Oliver alone makes too much sense for us not to do so. Janosch nods his head in agreement and then speaks up. However, we all know the state the Confederation is in. The only reason they were able to make the gains they have managed is because of those distractions, and I don't feel like letting them have the time to enjoy it. He declares, smiling at everyone as he sets his glass down. I am having our planning people look into how we can strike back. Oh, Asuncion will be taken back, have no fear there. No, this time, I am trying to punish Liao and appease some of our more fractious people simultaneously. Humphreys? Asks Duncan, shaking his head. She wasn't your most enthusiastic backer before, and you think she will change her mind now? He asks, all but rolling his eyes about the idea, and then looks over as Janosch speaks up again. Yes, Humphreys. Yes, she didn't prove to be the most enthusiastic backer, but she had what was, in her eyes, good reasons for that. They were incorrect reasons, but she had them. Being in this seat means you must see how things look from the other side if you think you will ever be good enough to take over from me. Janosch says, exasperation showing in his tone. But that's beside the point. From what we know, the closer you get to Terra, the more strongly held Capellan worlds get, so we have a simple plan. First, take back Asuncion, but secondly, a broad push from Andurian, and while most worlds out there are not as good as we all would like, we are looking at roughly a dozen or so worlds. We go in, we take them, and we come to a stop. A strike large enough to show our displeasure to Maximilian takes back what is ours and takes 4 worlds for everyone they took from us. Duncan shakes his head. I agree with the idea of taking 4 for every one of ours they took, I really do, but handing them over to the Andurians, worthless or not, doesn't make any sense, though more than leaving Oliver in Lyran hands. He points out, repeating once more his objection to that latter point. How is that smart? It's incredibly smart, says Devers, short-term pain, with a strong chance of long-term gain for us. He says, and seeing the confused look on the face of Duncan, Janosch speaks up once more. Exactly. If you have been listening, you would note that the Lyrans have managed to start a process over the last few years of figuring out how to bring facilities back in line with the original capabilities, or at least, well on the way to them. From what SAFE tells us, it's dreadfully expensive and time-consuming and involves some information we don't have and are unlikely to have in the near future. So why should we be in a rush to take it back? Duggan speaks up at this point, nodding in complete agreement. Indeed, let them have Oliver for 5, 10 years, let them spend the fortune in rebuilding the factories, fixing the systems, sorting out the things that need sorting out, and then we take the place back, and get a fully refurbished factory on their dime, not ours. Duncan doesn't look overly convinced, but he can't argue the point either. Fine, I still think it's a mistake, but that particular argument is good. He admits, clearly not liking that he has to make that admission, but as far as the others can see, he is exhibiting some internal honesty. The meeting then turns to other subjects like the rest. Nothing said is a final decision, as this is a close advisor and family sort of meeting. Once most of the attendees leave, Janosch looks over to Devers and Duggan. I wish Duncan weren't so hard-headed about this. We don't have many options, and all we can do is take the least bad of them all. He says, shaking his head as they both nod in agreement, watching Duncan depart, all smiles, but the acrimony is still there nonetheless. A few minutes later, Duncan Merrick settles himself in the back of his car, one of his most trusted advisors already waiting for him, a noteputer in his lap and then smiling as his advisor nods his head, confirming that there isn't any eavesdropping going on. Janosch is going to roll over to the damned Lyrans. Duncan starts as the car begins to roll towards the townhouse he has elected to use. And then hand over more power to the Humphreys. He is going to allow them to keep Oliver. Asks the advisor, Aaron Wilson, as he shuts down the noteputer. Oh, he has made an excuse for Oliver that does make sense as far as excuses go, so I will allow the possibility it's exactly as he claims it to be, though I doubt it. Duncan nods, ensuring he doesn't let his impressions outweigh what he perceives as the truth. But he will be letting the Andurians take the lead in a counter-push against Liao, and limiting it to a dozen or so worlds, giving that insane old woman everything she wants. He declares, not for a moment believing that Janosch is doing this as it is perhaps the one thing Dame Humphreys would agree to, what with her hatred for the Capellans, and as a sop to hopefully prevent any further issues with her desire to go her own way in internal and external politics. Wilson shakes his head and agrees with his boss. I can see the point he is shooting for, and if it was anyone else, there might be a chance of it working, but with her? Not a chance. Duncan nods as he leans back, the car moving swiftly and silently through the night, the city's bright lights muted by the tint on the armored windows. Anton and Gerald were idiots. Rebelling as they did never had a chance, and all it accomplished was to put us where we are now on the back foot and not likely to get off of it anytime soon. Wilson carefully looks over to his boss, and while he has never been shy about admitting to having ambition, he has never really said as much about the rebellion a few years earlier than what he just said. Still, something tells him he isn't done speaking. If you want to take over a realm such as ours, you have to start at the top, taking advantage of some third party doing something to the very top of things, stepping in and putting down that third party quickly and obviously. Trying to raise an army is asking for failure. Even if you win, the League will be in ruins and easy pickings for the Lyrans. Hell, even the Capellans. Wilson isn't about to comment, seeing a stream of thought when he recognizes one, and this is a subject that he is not about to say a word on till he knows where Duncan is going with it. There is a long pause, Duncan rubbing his forehead as he appears to be in deep thought. After what seems to be a long few minutes, he leans forward. Build me a list of those elements that would do such a thing and are not simply a bad joke. I am curious what inside threats might be against my father. Yes sir, I take it you want the search to be discreet. Wilson asks, both because he has to and to be absolutely sure he is hearing what he thinks he is. Very, I don't want anyone to see this, they might get the wrong idea after all. He says, the smile on his face indicating that he isn't worried about the wrong idea being formed from the search but the correct one. Yes, sir, I will make arrangements and start working on that for you. Wilson nods, smiling as he can tell clearly, that Duncan is done waiting for his father to pass on. Edgartone, Eden, Lyran Commonwealth, January 3021. This will not be the main base we set up, Af. Asks Natasha Kerensky, standing in an office overlooking the main starport that services the planet. Eden isn't the easiest place to live in the Commonwealth, but it isn't impossible. It has had some minor terraforming during the days of the Star League, and it's inhabitable enough. However, most of the surface is more volcanically active than most would consider pleasant. Or even bearable. But it is the host to several mines that provide significant amounts of high-grade rare earth elements without breaking the bank, thus making it worthwhile to put up with the bad air, worse weather, and the occasional Krakatoa-level eruption. Edgartone is located at the heart of what passes for the best part of the planet. Arid, but fortunately not too hot nor too cold, at least if the records are to be believed. And frankly, it's not what you would call well populated, and with that comes a dearth of things to do when you are not on duty. Neg, it is not just a temporary facility while we get set up for operations along the Combine's borders. We are finalizing the last touches on the basing contract, as you well know, and will be on Cameron. Since they are producing certain things there now, it is a good idea to be there to make for a logical reason. We will slowly be trickling in various items of our own. Jamie Wolf says, shaking his head at the moping captain. Well, fine, but I better get a good fight out of this. She says, getting a laugh from both Jamie and Colonel Alicia Fancher of Beta. I still think we should have set up on Chukchi. Sure, it's no closer to the front than Cameron, but it does have better infrastructure to support our dependents. Says Col Alicia. Not on your life. I know why they wanted us there, they hoped that we would be able to pinch off some of the crime issues that place has. Pipes up Sanford Blake, shaking his head as he speaks. No, Cameron is right up our alley for a home base. Out of the way, growing high-tech industries, and close enough to the seat of power we can keep an eye on things yet far enough away it is not a mere single jump. Jamie waves all that aside and smiles. Well, there is no point in rehashing it, the decision is made, and Hephaestus station will be arriving shortly and should be operational by March. One of the jobs I will be tasking some of our people to do is to see if we can obtain some of the equipment needed to produce our own endo and ferro. Everyone nods to that, as getting an official source for the material opens up all sorts of possibilities for fielding some of the better equipment they have stored back in the Bristol system. Good to know, says Natasha, could use some better mechs to help refill the widows. I do not like being the one that stands out too much in my new mech. She says, smirking as that isn't quite true, but she isn't so arrogant to not understand the downside to standing out on the battlefield. Besides, according to what Sanford here tells me, we kind of owe the resident unit. She points out, causing Alicia, who hasn't been informed about the mercenary unit they have bumped into twice now, other than the frankly ludicrous amount of Lestec mechs they field. What do you mean? She asks. All I know about them is they have a colonel that makes Snord look like a rank amateur when it comes to finding old SLDF gear. Jamie laughs at that, and seeing a questioning look from Sanford, he nods. Go ahead. Sanford looks over to Alicia, remember the debacle on New Delos? He asks, getting a nod. Turns out the reason we twigged on to the chance there might be something going on there more than we knew came from the Highlanders originally. He says, smiling as he sees Alicia's look of puzzlement. Recall the story about some mech warrior in a Comster facility making a crack about a mystery man that was terrifying the local senior and only the most senior staff? That outed Anton's henchman as a Comster plant. Yeah, always thought we owed that guy all the beer he could drink if we ever ran into him, Alicia says, getting an emphatic nod of agreement from Natasha. Yep, and then some. It was not enough of a heads up to prevent that fuckhead from pulling the stunt he did, but it did give us enough to be better prepared for it. Still lost too many good people, but, in hindsight, it should have been a lot worse. Natasha says, getting an equally emphatic nod of agreement, as both Natasha and Jamie lost their partners in the debacle, though Jamie Wolf's children were saved. I thought we would never figure out who it was, though. She adds, looking at Sanford. We did, when we got back, I got a data dump from some of our people in Lyran space whom I had told that if they get a sniff, to follow it down and inform me of what they found out, and we got a name a few weeks ago. He says, having informed Jamie immediately, but he was otherwise waiting for approval to pass the info around. Well, you better tell me who it is, I have beers to buy, Natasha demands, though she pauses when she sees the look on Sanford's face. Let me guess. She starts and pauses upon seeing Sanford nod his head. Yep, he died on Hesperus. In fact, you are in his mech. He points out as everyone sees something they never expected, Natasha Kerensky looking abashed. Well, shit. Natasha sighs, shaking her head. I owed him. Hell, we all owed him. We do. Says Jamie, and then he continues after a slight pause, in the same data dump, they were able to confirm more information on their use of those Nighthawks, they found a company plus of the suits, and Colonel MacCleary, who, by strange coincidence, has recently been buying up exoskeleton factories, and is also reportedly searching for a refit facility on her new planet. The odds are, she is looking to put the things back into production. And? Asks Natasha, still distracted a little at the revelation of whose ride she is in. So, I passed the word on to Owen Schmidt, who used the bondsman's excuse to jump to them in the hopes of getting inside a suit of power armor that, while he was to keep his mouth shut on our origins, he is free to offer all the advice he can offer when it comes to suits and suit tactics, Jamie says, chuckling at the looks on Natasha's and Alicia's face. Are you sure that is a good idea? Asks Alicia, and Jamie and Sanford both nod their head. Yes, our new orders, while extremely vague on the details, are to get everyone ready for what is to come, and I think this is one way we might be able to do so. And then you have all the rumors spreading of a tech renaissance that is in the opening stages here. While the command capabilities of the LCAF have always been mediocre. At best. Pipes in Natasha. They always have had the manufacturing chops to keep them a going concern. Add in the presence of what we can think are multiple regiments worth of Lestec mechs and the indications that their endemic supply situation is all but done and gone, and that is before we get to the improvements to their factories and their production rates. Well, it is quite possible that against all odds, the Steiners might actually become as strong as they like to think they are. Says Jamie. And to make it all the more interesting, and why we picked Cameron, is the rumors, and they are just that, rumors, that MacCleary has been a major player in this, and that's before she was outed as being the one that found the Helm cache. And if you think they just found mechs and parts alone there, I have a planet to sell you. Says Sanford. Exactly. I have ordered Sanford to task Wolfnet to dig into her and her family's background. None of what she has done that we are aware of, or even think she might have been part of, can possibly be pure luck and nothing but. You think her family is from those people, and they are using old data brought back to the sphere. She asks, not saying the name of the not named clan. No, of that, I am almost certain, says Jamie, and then waves for Sanford to expand on that. Indeed, we have already done enough of a background check to be firm in our belief that they have been there far longer than that. In fact, their background there dates back to just before the Star League, where they were a subordinate clan to Clan Cameron, who, as it happens, was the very quiet backers of the colonization of the place. They used it as a getaway outside of the hegemony and continued to use it through to the last days of the League. Ah, so they are old Star League loyalists then, Natasha says, nodding her head slowly. Exactly, and the role Clan MacCleary played was to be the public face of the operation there, masking the fact that it was a Cameron vacation getaway. Notes Sanford. And that would explain the finds. They might have some old records that Colonel MacCleary was able to piece together with what she found in her first find, Alicia adds. That is exactly what we think has happened here. Pipes up Jamie at this point. Oh, when we get the chance to do a discreet check, we will just to be on the safe side. For as far as I am concerned, the orders regarding the not named are still in force. He says, with a firmness that is met with affirmative nods from everyone. Okay, so, we check them out, confirm they are whom they say they are, and asks Natasha. If they check out, then we may offer MacCleary a chance to learn how to use her regiment properly. All we have seen indicates that she is not well suited to open field combat. Her logistical background is showing. Some of her subordinates have potential, the one that ran those mediums and lights in on your flank there at the ridge, for example, but that is for later. We have been hearing for a while that some of her earlier hopes were to establish a new ACMS program, be it at her facilities or at an LCAF facility. Is that even possible? Asks Alicia, seeing the shake of Natasha's head at the gall to think MacCleary thinks that she is that good. Sort of. Says Sanford, she appears to have the complete training syllabus as well as copies of all the sims that were run by the program, a complete and total collection of everything that was even remotely used in the program, something that I thought was totally lost. Even back home, we don't have as much as she does. And I take it, Natasha, that you had not seen her entry into Northwind when she came out of the periphery. Jamie asks, smirking as Alicia nods her head with a grin. Oh, you got to see that ROM, her gunnery was pure luck reportedly, she owned up to that, but the piloting chops she has, well, that's gunslinger quality. She says to Natasha. Seeing Natasha's look, Jamie smiles. Just watch it. In fact, I will send you the file, and you can tell me what you think of it tomorrow in the morning briefing. To give you a synopsis, she jumped out of a dropship, just barely having shed the plasma from re-entry, moving at suicidally high speeds for a drop, at an altitude that is more in space than in the atmosphere, had a ballistic element that was well over a minute or more, and nailed her chosen landing position perfectly. And then it got good, laughs Sanford. Really good. Pipes up Alicia. Like, stupidly good. I am actually shocked you have not seen it, it made the rounds a decade ago in all the mech jock circles. Natasha looks between the three others and then nods. Fine, I will look at it, but there is no way it is as good as you say it is. 5 hours later, sitting in her room, having just pressed stop on the remote, Natasha shakes her head as she starts the replay for the 5th time, well damn. She just might be that good. Lucky for certain, but just maybe. She says, pondering a moment, and then she hits pause once more before picking up her comm and selecting the link to her personal tech. Davis, Natasha here. She starts, waiting for a moment to let her tech bitch about the hour. You know that gear I brought back with us from the run? The stuff I told you to hide really good. She asks and then smiles as she hears the silence for a moment, letting it get larger still as she hears the suspicious tone in her tech's voice. Yeah, that stuff. I want you to start tearing down my thug and working out how to fit it all in there. I need my ride to be the baddest, meanest, and most terrifying mech around. I owe the former owner that. So, make it happen. She shuts down the link and leans back, hitting play again. Not sure if you are that good MacCleary, but I owe your people that much, she says as she starts to smirk as she sees the landing sequence start once more, never against seeing a DFA of that quality being pulled on a bunch of snakes. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated November 27, 2024.